Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Excited to come your way today, even as we start out our discussion. And what a day, what an hour, even as we wait to cross over into the new year. Our politics have not disappointed. There is a lot happening, some under sleeves, others on the table, others under the table. And so, with the keen eye and a keen mind, you will be able to tell where the wind is blowing to and where the wind is blowing from. Otherwise, I want you to come on board even as we start out the discussion. Make sure that you're part and parcel of what makes history in this great nation by ensuring that you're on the right side of history and doing what you're required to do as a Kenyan citizen who is responsible and ready to stake their lives for their great country. Thank you so much. I really want to appreciate everybody for your faithful followership, even as we begin to close out this great year and look forward to a great new year. We want to really appreciate every one of you for your continued support, continued standing by, and ensuring that our program and the whole of Mtebe TV keeps running and keeps doing what they are required to do, even as the call of duty demands. Asante sana kwa kuwa mwaminifu na kuwa mshirika wetu wa Mtembei TV. Tungependa kuwashukuru sana kwa kusimama pamoja nasi mwaka mzima na kuhakikisha kwamba tutaendelea pasipo kuwa na shida yoyote. Well, as we start out the discussion tonight, Raila Odinga releases a bombshell. He says there must be a complete, full audit of the 2022 elections before there can be a discussion of 2027. What is your take on the same? Will there be a complete audit of the elections? And if it takes place, who survives, who goes? Let's talk about the same. Dr. Ruto, Kenya Kwanza president, says Sakaja should be let alone to do his job. So Gachagua kaa square, achana na Sakaja. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Nini kinachoendelea katika Kenya Kwanza? Ningependa kujua na yale yote ambayo unaona. And of course, there is the two ladies, Kawira and Marsit, before the tribunal and the Senate committee who carries the day. Let's talk. Thank you. As you join us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. Don't watch alone. Share in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune into Tembei TV and be part and parcel of this global discussion. For we are all over the world and we all congregate here at Mtembei TV for this open forum political discussion show. And so karibu sana ukajumuike na Wakenya tunapoanza mjadala wetu usiku wa leo tunapoangazia haya masuala. A demand for full audit of the 2022 elections must have consequences, must have victims, and must have victors. How will this end? And of course, Sakaja, Gachagua, stalemate, the calls for President Ruto's intervention. Is this the end of the tussle, or there will still be underhand, under the table cards being played? Well, we'll start out with a word of prayer, even as We have established is since we will not be able to do much if God doesn't help us, and God is just a prayer away. He is the present help in time of trouble. This country seems to be in trouble, and so our need and our reaching out to God is the right thing to do. I want us to believe together, even as we start out our discussion, with a word of prayer and proceed thereafter. God bless you, everybody. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you for your love. We thank you for your mercies that endure it forever. Thank you for your loving kindness. The Bible says, better than life. We commit ourselves unto you, our body, soul, and spirit. As a people and as a nation, we see what is going on, we hear what is being said, and perceive what it looks like, and it leaves us in fear and panic. But you are the present help in time of trouble. You are the God who says, call unto me and I will answer you and show you great and mighty things which you know not. We pray today in the name of Jesus that you will uphold this great nation, that you will intervene in the affairs of this great nation, that mighty God, you will stand and shield this nation from trouble, shield this nation from evil, shield this nation from those that want to run it down. Arise, O Lord, in the name of Jesus, and defend what is just, defend what is right, defend what can be perpetuated to the or to all generations. The Bible says you are the God that upholds your covenant with those that love you to 1,000 generations. So you are transgenerational as a God, absolutely unlimited. We reach out to you as a people as we ask you that you will let your hand rest on this nation. You will cause your power to work in favor of this great nation, that you will turn around hearts. You will deliver our land from wrong hands and establish it into right hands. We pray for right leadership at all levels. We pray in the name of Jesus for the correction of our wrongs and for the establishment of the right legacy. We commit each and every Kenyan, wherever they are around the world, that Jehovah God, you will make them a solution and a blessing. Father, we pray in the name of Jesus, cause the evil beasts in this nation to cease, cause the evil plans, schemes, all manipulations of wickedness that is unleashed against this land. Oh Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus that you will step up and bring it to an end. We decree in the name of Jesus that every intention, every imagination, every calculation that is not of you, let it be thwarted in the name of Jesus. Everywhere they gather to plan against this nation, to plan against the correction of the evils in this nation, in the name of the Lord Jesus, let them be frustrated in their effort. You are the God that makes diviners to go mad. We pray in the name of Jesus, arise and defend our land. Arise and rescue our land. Arise and rescue our generation. In the name of the Lord Jesus, that mighty God, this land will see light again. For the Bible says the land that once dwelt in darkness has seen great light. We pray for your light to shine across this nation, from the east through the west, from the north through the south, that every darkness will be displaced and your light alone shall shine over this nation. We lift your banner over the land in the name of Jesus, bringing down every strange banner, bringing down every strange altar, bringing down and silencing every strange voice in the name of Jesus. and decree in the name of Jesus that only you shall reign in the land. Only you shall be the Lord and the God of this land. For the Bible says, blessed is a nation who the Lord, he is God. We pray in the name of Jesus that you will continually reign in this nation. You will continually defend this nation. You will continually supply every need of this great nation. We sanctify the land by the precious blood of Jesus and decree in the name of Jesus that the blood that speaks better things than that of Abel will speak for this nation, will speak against the evils in this nation and be able to establish your divine order that will safeguard each and every Kenyan, each and every community, each and every minute segment of this nation. We give you thanks and bless you tonight, even as we start out this discussion, led by your wisdom, cause us to see what we must see and find solution to whatever it is that we are faced with as a people. We give you thanks, we bless you, be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Thank you so much, everyone. I really want to appreciate all of you for your faithful followership. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will discuss Business Kenya. It is our duty to safeguard this land. It's our duty to stop the evils in the land, and therefore let's ensure that we stand strong and stand for what is right. Once again, going through our discussion tonight, Raila Odinga demands 2022 full election audit as Dr. Ruto defends Sakaja over Gachagua, Kawira, and Marsit proceedings. What do you make of them? Haya, karibu kila mmoja tukajumuike kwa pamoja tunapoangazia masuala haya. Ningependa kumshukuru Mam, thank you so much for waiting patiently. Slightly late tonight, but we believe that by God's grace, we will be able to do our very best. I'm still coming to you from unfamiliar grounds. I'm still on the border of Kenya and Uganda in Busia, doing a program here, and so I have to be able to reach you from this end, and I believe you're able to get me. Please confirm if you can get me loud and clear. Mato Makndets, thank you so much. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa kama kawaida. Wewe ndio msafishaji wa hii studio na unaona uchafu umezidi, kwa hivyo uzambaye katika kazi yako, hakikisha kwamba usafi unadumu na wote tunajumuika kwa pamoja. Tatu Juma, hi to you, asante sana. Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, hi to you, thank you so much. Kuna Liz Masharia, karibu sana. Tuko hapa tumeshafika. Thank you. The Don'ts family, hello. Thank you so much. Mildred Oya or Owanda, you're welcome. Good to see you too. Thank you so much. We are glad we are all here. Manu Mbuvi, hi to you. Thank you so much. Gitonga wetu, sasa karibu sana, nashukuru kwa kuwa umefika tayari. Favor Akita, hello to you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Simba Omar said, hello to you. Bado mapambano. Asante sana. Mzee wetu Michael Ngige, Kenya is invaded by Ruto and Ruto must go. Thank you so much. Is invaded by evil and Ruto must go. I agree. Thank you so much. So tuendelee kwa pamoja katika mjadala wa leo. Karibisha wawili watatu, hakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anamakinika katika kuelewa siasa zetu na msimamo mkali ambao tunahitaji sasa hivi, kwa sababu uovu hauwezi kuendelea katika nchi yetu na tukae kana kwamba kila kitu kiko sawa. Ni wajibu wetu kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yetu inalindwa na nchi yetu inasonga mbele. Wale ambao wanataka kutumia nchi hii kujinufaisha hao wenyewe, basi lazima wakomeshwe. Na hiyo ndio sababu ya mjadala huu, tunapokutana hapa kama Wakenya tuhakikishe kwamba historia ni inayotengenezwa wakati huu itakuwa nzuri, kwa sababu wewe kama Mkenya umewajibika na kuhakikisha kwamba umetekeleza wajibu wako katika kusimama kwenye pengo na kusema uovu hautaendelea. Wakati wewe unatazama, utasimama kidede na useme haya hayakubaliki. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu yanakwenda kinyume na maadili yetu, yanakwenda kinyume na katiba yetu, yanakwenda kinyume na maisha ya kila mtu. It is our civic duty to see to it that that happens. So please, let's engage together tonight, even as we proceed with this great discussion. I really want to appreciate everybody. Let me see who have I left behind so that we continue this. Mom, there is Charles Nyagi. Karibu sana. Kuna Maulin Mirenja. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Nani huyo mwingine? Akita, tumeonana. Mark Meki, karibu sana. We appreciate you. Sijavuka boda. Sina mpango wa kuvuka boda. Uh, thank you. Kampala nitakuja, mnialike tu nikuje special, lakini mnipatie ile armored vehicle. Naona hiyo ndio Museveni alikuja nayo huku, inaonekana inahitajika watu wakivuka boda, lakini asante tu sana. Kuna Douglas Nyamwea inaanza show kwa maombi, unamaliza kwa matusi. Inategemea sasa wewe. I don't know what you mean, but all the same, Mungu anatusaidia kwa kila jambo. Siprosa Odhiambo, karibu kwa show. Kuna Philamon Samoe. Anasema nani anafanya audit sasa? Audit inafanywa na audit firm. Okay. Unakumbuka ile enzi ambayo ulikuwa umeambiwa auditors wanakuja? Okay, auditors is done by external firms. It cannot be done by the very people who presided over the elections. So when there is a thorough audit, it means there will be some external engagement that is going to be able to reveal the real state of affairs, and not the public relations that we are being treated to by those internal people. And so we have had this before. I mean, auditors are all over. We have a government auditor. But what I want us to appreciate is that the audit is an important aspect of the whole scenario if you're going to get to the bottom of what really transpired. And so if it is done by an uninterested party, we'll get the real picture of what transpired. But when it is done by, like what is happening right now, somebody sits up and decides that the 4 commissioners are bad, they need to be prosecuted, and then he arranges the prosecution. Then he goes to manipulate the parliament so that the parliament does exactly what he wants them to do, and then he sets up the tribunal to do exactly what he wants them to do. Then that is not audit, that is madness. And so that is part of the madness that we must stop. And that madness will stop only when Kenyans rise up and say enough is enough. Cheering, thank you so much. We appreciate you for being available always for us. And we know Rapemo. Good evening, good people. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, a faithful soldier on this particular platform. Tunashukuru tu sana, na hata tunapoanza kutamatisha mwaka huu naendelea kwa shukuru kila mmoja wenu kwa kuwa mwaminifu na mfuasi wa Mtembei TV umetembea nasi mwaka mzima, tungependa tu kukushukuru na kukuomba kwamba tukaandamane tena unyo kwa unyo, bega kwa bega tunapoingia katika mwaka ujao, na uhakikishe kwamba wewe unahesabika. Asante sana, thank you so much. Uh, wewe macho nitakuchapa kuwa na adabu, wewe ni nabii. Okay, kama sitasema kitu, asante. Okay, tutasonga mbele. Thank you everybody. Let's move forward even as we start out our conversation. I really want to salute everybody for being faithful. Kuna yule ambaye ameanza kuwa na tatizo kwa sababu tunaanza kipindi na maombi. Yeye anaona maombi hayafai. Sasa yeye shida yake sijui ni ya nini, kwa sababu hatuombi kwa nyumba yake na hii studio sio haiko kwake. Sisi sijui inamuhusu nini. Masuala ya matusi ama kusimamia ukweli, hiyo sio matusi. Kusimamia ukweli ni haki ya kila Mkenya. Okay? Kama wewe ni Mkenya ambaye ni muoga, unapenda kulala kama bahasha ili utembelewe na wale watu hawafai, wewe ikachague hiyo ukalale kama bahasha. Lakini sisi kama Wakenya wenye akili timamu hatutakubali ushenzi na ujinga kutawala nchi hii. Wakati unafika ukiwa umri wa makamo, kuna masuala ambayo hauwezi kuistahimili. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu unategemewa. Okay? There are people who are looking up to you. You cannot lie down like an envelope when your children and your children's children are looking up to you to correct the ills and the evils in your space. So it is unthinkable that a fully grown man with beards still wants to lie low when things are going wrong simply because he's afraid. That is evil. I mean, wajukuu wako watakuchukulia nini? Kwani wewe ni ulikuwa wapi wakati mambo ilikuwa inaharibika? So tuko hapa kwa sababu tunataka ukweli, na tunataka ukweli udhamiri katika nchi yetu, na uongozi wa nchi hii uwe ni uongozi ambao wananchi wa Kenya kulingana na katiba ndio wanaamua, sio Chebukati na kile kikosi chake cha wezi kikisapotiwa na watu wa kanisa ambao wamefunga kunguru kwa shingo. Hiyo haitakubalika katika kizazi hiki wakati tuko hapa. Hiyo ndio msimamo wetu hapa. So I support Raila Odinga demand for election audit. Kama itafanywa na FBI, ifanywe na inaitwa watercoopers whichever, but election audit, that is a move, and I'm sure it is causing shivers everywhere because kuna masuala ambayo yaliendelea ambayo hawatataka mtu yeyote ajue, lakini it's too late in a day. Thank you so much. Nani huyu Achenga anasema football legend Pele has left us. There's only one Pele. Let's celebrate his life. Oh, wow. Yeah, Pele, we used to hear of him when we are still kids. Football legend. May his soul rest in perfect peace, and we celebrate his life. And that is what we are talking about. When your life is lived to the full and comes to an end, what will you be remembered for? What will Chebukati be remembered for in this country? Jibu unalo. Naomba leo umefika. Asante sana kwa kufika mapema. Jana naambiwa ulilemewa, lakini nashukuru umefika. So you are under arrest. Hata ukilemewa, ulemewa ukiwa hapa tu. Bwana Mike, how are you? We give you first priority, tuongeleshe alafu ndio turudi kwa leo.
Thank you Bernard for the honor. How are you this evening?
Great. Niko hapa nakula matoke ile imeiva.
There's something you are eyeing at the border and you're not telling us, but tutaenda kwa tent tuongee zaidi.
No, I'm only camping. Thank you.
It's okay, Bernard. Good to see my brother Leo, as usual. Uh, i- i- an audit, Bernard, and I'm surprised that it can even be an issue. A 40 billion budget. How many companies, Bernard, they make such profits in Kenya annually? I don't know if there's any. Safaricom is the closest, and I don't think that is the type of profit they make. An audit for a 40 billion budget expenditure is a must, whether it is Raila who asked or not. I thought that would come naturally. When you have a discussion of whether or who or why, that one is very, very simplistic, and it shows some level of a lot of ignorance on public expenditure. That is 40 billion shillings is taxpayers' money, Bernard. It is not, as somebody told us, pesa ya mama ya mtu, that you can decide how to use it without explaining. We are not even talking about who won. We are just talking about the whole process. And I'm always very annoyed, Bernard, when people are very myopic and simplistic. Whenever somebody of the stature of Raila brings up a very, very serious and fundamental issues, these are issues that address how a civil society operates, runs its affairs, and that is captured on transparency and accountability in our constitution. So I just got worked up when I heard people questioning why is Raila asking for an audit. That one would have come naturally, Bernard. It should not even have come from Raila. It would have come from the IBC itself declaring that, and it should actually become a clause in the laws and the constitution that immediately after every election, an audit will be carried out by independent institution that is agreed upon by all parties. That should, now that it is becoming an issue of contention, it should now be captured in law so that we don't have these discussions going forward, Bernard. 40 billion is not little money. Bernard, remember, we have not even settled the case of the chicken gate. People were jailed in Britain, served 3 years, and are out. And in Kenya, we are still, the people who were charged with receiving kickbacks were promoted to ambassadorial position. The very reason why that happened is there was no audit that now would have helped us capture some of those anomalies. So we want to live in a cycle where evil will be going on, and nobody talks about it. See no evil, say no evil, and hear no evil. That kind of society. We are not going to allow that, Bernard. And that's why we always here every day trying to remind fellow Kenyans that I want to quote you what a renowned person said. I think it was Martin Luther. He said, "The silence of good people is more dangerous than the brutality of bad people." And we don't want to be classified among the good people who kept silent. We want to be counted, and when history is written, that we stood up and gave our voice. The issue of us putting a burden to a 70-year-old man to be the one carrying the burden of this country should come to an end. When Mandela was put in prison, Bernard, the activism outside was so brutal that there was no peace, and somehow they had to sit and give room to freedom and to stop the racism that was going on in South Africa. To say that we shall everything that is wrong in this country, we shall be waiting for Raila to trigger it, and if it doesn't trigger it, then it is okay. It is wrong. Bernard, you and me need to continue talking about these things as the way we are talking, so that the rest of Kenyans can also stand up and be counted. That this country cannot be taken to the dogs as we watch. So I'm happy that there is a talk of audit, but I'm unhappy. I'm not happy because it should have come naturally to give an account of what happened. I don't want to go to the details, but of course, there's a lot of filthy activities that took place in the whole process. That when an athlete, I think they'll make some of these people we are glorifying and calling angels and even giving awards. It will come to the fore that these are the people who actually messed this country and took it 10 years back. So I'm happy for that. And Bernard, on the other subject of Gachagua and Sakaja, but there's no war between Sakaja and Gachagua. The war is between Ruto and Gachagua. Again, Sakaja is is the grass that is going to suffer the wars of two elephants, and it is going to be a very interesting scenario. We are going to see some people receiving punches on behalf of others until Sakaja will come out one day and tell us, I know this is not my war. And it is good it is happening, and it's good it's happening as early as this because, like I told you, I think it was yesterday, this was a forced marriage. Somebody tells me these people have been buddies since youth. I don't think they were more buddies than Uhuru and Ruto, who are wearing the same clothes, shirts, and everything, socks and shoes. And we know how it ended. So politics has nothing like buddies. It is about interests, and when the interests diverge, or they were never common. Of course, it will come out at an opportune time, which is now happening. So it is not a surprise to me, Bernard, that these two gentlemen are not reading from the same script, what brought them together, and unfortunately, Bernard, Raila has been the glue of different forces, and he becomes a common enemy whenever there is an election. Of course, whenever that election is over, people go back to their camps, and this is what is happening. It was the case with the Uhuru and Ruto. It is the case now with the Gachagua and the Ruto. Uh, when you come together for a cause not bigger than yourself, it is always doomed to fail. You have to have a cause bigger than yourself, Bernard, in life. A higher cause that does not address your stomach, your tribe, or your bank account. That one can stand time. But if your cause revolves around your stomach and your tribe and the nyama you tell us you'll keep cooking for your villagers, that is a very short-term goal, Bernard, and it cannot go further than it cannot go further than 3 months. That's a very short-term goal. It's not something that it's quicksand. It's not something you can stand on and hope to live on with it or on it. So I will be brief, Bernard. I say Paul, I'm not a football fanatic, but of course, Pele is a legendary, known to almost everybody. We pray that God gives the family strength to go through these very low moments in their lives. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We appreciate you for that elaborate start and a great call for us Kenyans to adhere in order for us to do what is right. Kevin Ochieng anauliza kama hili live. You are right. This is live. You can always confirm. But thank you for confirming because I know you are aware that we have different feeds and all of them say live, so itategemea. But we confirm we are live and we want to invite every Kenyan on board to share into what is going on. Election audit, Sakaja, wacha Sakaja afanye kazi yake. William Ruto says so to Gachagua and Kawira and Marsit, the women before Senate committee and Mchelule tribunal. How do you see what is at play? And of course, celebrating the life of the football legendary Pele. passing on at age 82 after a long battle with colon cancer. Thank you, everybody. Let's now listen to Leo before Sam can come in. Thank you. Leo, vipi lakini?
Oh, salama, salama. Good evening and good morning, everyone. Sam Obo, good evening, Mike, Bernard, and everyone who is watching live. Just to confirm that it is live to the ones who are doubting, it is not a pre-recorded video. I hope people are winding up their 2022 well. Right now, I know most of us, not only Kenyans, but we are busy going through our 2022 resolution with a red pen, marking the ones we got right and checking whether we can repeat the same resolutions as part of 2023 or add others. But I'll just invite everyone that as you are making your 2023 revolution, let the first resolution be pushing out the Kenya Kwanza government, or let Ruto and Gachagua and his family must go be your first priority in the list of the resolutions. So I'll not. I'll be fair. I'll be unfair if maybe I go straight to the politics without maybe taking a moment to reflect of the life of this king of football called Pele, who just died at the age of 82. As a fan of Brazil, this is a man that I grew up knowing as an entertainer. He not only made football an art, but he made football more entertaining. And anybody who maybe wished to watch the football, they will always admire the kind of game that was played by Brazil. This is also a great man who managed to win his team a World Cup for 3 times. I don't think there are people who've done that. Recently, we saw Messi almost calling himself a king for only winning a World Cup once, but Pele won it 3 times. So you have to imagine how great this man was. So with that, it's also unfortunate that he died of cancer, colon cancer. So we also need to create some time, maybe in future or in our daily activities, to create the awareness on cancer. Cancer is really killing the great people. And if you look at most people who've lost their lives, it is because of cancer. But we believe that one day cancer will also die. So back to today's politics. Let me start with the issue of Sakaja. You'll find that Sakaja, the war that we are seeing, as somebody have just said, Sakaja is the war is not about Sakaja, but it is a war between Gachagua and Ruto. And I normally tell people that we have two people. There's that guy who is in the Arambe opposite Ruto's office, the deputy president, who is being checked directly opposite Ruto's office. And there's that guy they sent at the bus station back at railway station over there, the ghost worker, Mr. Mdavadi. So Mr. Mdavadi is not only a ghost worker, that is the bench of the Kenya Kwanza government. Like when people play football, there's normally a bench. So Mdavadi is not just in the bush there. That is the bench. He's just there watching at the government, waiting to come and play at any time, because these are players who are playing the same position. Because basically, if you look at Mdavadi, I don't think Mdavadi can marshal some votes on his own. He's somebody who needs somebody to pump some air, or somebody to use him as a puppet. Same to Gachagua, because Gachagua could not even win the elections of 200 members who are electing the deputy president. So Mdavadi is just placed there to wait. In case Gachagua misbehaves a bit, Mdavadi is going to be brought. And if you are wise enough, you'll hear that right now Mdavadi is not concentrating on telling Kenyans what Kenya Kwanza has done, but his main aim is to tell lawyers how it is sad and how it is pathetic to be in opposition, how it is pathetic to follow Raila, and how lawyer nation has never benefited from following Raila. So that is his own mission. Whenever he goes out, he's trying to consolidate the lawyer votes. He's trying to tell lawyers that, look, I want you people to rally behind me, not because he's going to become the president. He is looking for alternative market or alternative voters that he can add up to Ruto's government in case Gachagua misbehaves. I heard somebody saying, not somebody, but he said that he might contest in 2032. I know by 2032 he will be 80 or 78 years old. And I don't know how he's going to contest, or how he's going to convince people that now old people at 80s can be elected as a president. Though that's a story for another day. So Sakaja is just in the mix, but I don't think there is something. There's nothing the UDA MCS can do to Sakaja. There's nothing that UDA can do to Sakaja, because Sakaja knows very well that they do not have numbers. He knows very well that if he messes with the Azimio and the Nairobians who elected him, then he will be shown the door. But if he works well with the Nairobians and the Azimio, who are the majority, then his job is safe. And the people who are complaining, like Gachagua is complaining on behalf of the Kikuyu community, not all Kikuyus, but I know the same people voted the Sakaja and left their Kikuyu, who maybe Gachagua believes would have taken care of their affairs. We told them that Sakaja did not have a degree. But what did they say? They said that man that we brought who had a degree, Igade, could not even be elected a chairman of Cattle Dip. And they rejected Igade and went ahead to vote Sakaja without his degree. Then now they want us to help them fight Sakaja. No, as Azimio, we should stand with Sakaja, with that Sakaja, the degreeless governor. He should rule and lead Nairobi for the next 5 years, so that next time when they are told something, they need to listen. And I would even advise Sakaja to get somebody to build some story buildings in Gikomba to do away with this issue of fire each and every time. I think that will be good. So those people who feel like they should be having Kikomba, I know they should get some places whereby they can build maybe those mabati and whatever. So we need they forgot to realize that Sakaja was campaigning that we need a city of order. So we can't have a city of order where things are done the way they used to be done in 1990s. We can't have a city of order where the matatus are even in the CBD. So let Sakaja do his work. We as Azimio, we should give him the support that is needed, so that next time it is not only Sakaja who is going to learn a lesson. Sakaja is going to learn a lesson in that the people whom he trusted are now the ones who want to impeach him. But the people whom he despised are the ones who are now protecting. So at least next time we'll learn a lesson and we'll know his friends and his enemies. And maybe to talk about what is also happening, there is this impeachment of Meru. I think that is not an issue, because if I looked at the proceedings that were going, it's obvious. I can tell she's going nowhere. And what was happening there, those guys just wanted to tame this lady. She was overwhelmed, and she was trying to show the people that he's so powerful, he can exercise his power and authority. Now the Jubilee the UDA, just want to tame her. They just wanted to sound some warning and tell them that, you see, if you mess with us, this is what is going to happen. I'm foreseeing a scenario whereby she's going to be reinstated, but under conditions. They are going to tell her, you see the way we protected you, now you have to play the game that we want you to play. If you listen, even the chair, Halwala himself was like, she was the lawyer. She was the one who was representing the governor. So I don't think those senators, in fact, they should pay Kenyans for wasting our time, wasting Kenyan time, wasting the airtime, and wasting allowances, listening to things that are not there. Because all the counts that she's been accused of, I don't think any of them is going to be proved. They're just jokes that are just there to intimidate her, are just there to make her maybe toe a certain line that maybe they thought she was not going to toe. And that lady, Kawira, is just a female version of the former governor of Nairobi. She's a female version of Sonko. So they're just doing to her the same things they did to Sonko. So though in this case, they're going to sympathize with her. If you looked at her, she was literally down. She was literally sorry. And I think if given an opportunity, she will even kneel down and tell people that, you people, I'm sorry, I'm going to work, and I'm going to do everything. And they've really succeeded in humbling her. And when she goes back, I know you'll never hear of her again. She will just be controlled and told what to be done. Then lastly, as I wind up, I think the audit is long overdue. Raila should not even be reminding the IBC. It should be made a tradition that after every elections, just like we do examinations in school, there's normally what is called analysis. There must be an audit. And I know the reason why we've been finding ourselves in this situation each and every year is because we don't do audits. Things go wrong. Nobody knows. Nobody, like 2017. there was issues like the server ijafunguliwa. Up to date, the server was not opened. So what happens? We are going to the next election when the ills that were done in the previous elections have not been corrected. Nobody have known the truth. So what happens? The same thing will keep on recurring. And these people, they know. Like this guy, who is called Chebi what? The Chebukati. He saw Isaac Hassan was there. Things Isaac went just enjoying his life. Nobody followed him, so he said, "Okay, it's okay. Me, I'm also going to serve my term. I'll get my money and go and rest." So I just mess Kenyans. I don't care. That is called impunity. Today I was listening of a certain a folk story. It is common among the Luos and the Acholi. Yeah? There is this animal called the crocodile and the hare. In Luo it is called a poi or something like that, or a rabbit. In Somali we call it bakelo. So this crocodile married the hare's sister, and one day the hare visited his sister, and the crocodiles do lay eggs. So the crocodile had laid several eggs. The hare decided to eat these eggs. So when the hare was leaving, crocodile also became suspicious, and crocodile is the one who was supposed to leave the hare and help the hare cross the river. Then the crocodile said, "No, let me count my eggs first." The hare just volunteered. "Okay, no, you wait. I'll count the eggs for you." So what the hare was doing, he was picking one egg, the only remaining egg, and showing the crocodile, "You see, one." He takes it back. Two. He takes it back. 10. And then the crocodile was satisfied. "Oh, all my eggs are there. Now let me leave you. We go." Then as they were moving, this is now the sister to the hare was realized, he knew his brother. He knew the characters of his brother. She went and realized that the eggs are no longer there. Then she started shouting, "Can you drone that hare? You've eaten your eggs." Then the crocodile could not hear. Then as men, you'll always ask, "What is she saying?" You don't want to listen to what your wife is telling you. Then the hare started saying, "No, she's saying that the storm is coming. Can you move faster so that we can cross the road?" So the crocodile increased the speed. They crossed the river. On reaching that side, the hare said, "Okay, thank you." As the crocodile was getting back, the hare showed one egg and said, "No, I've eaten all your eggs. You see, this is what was remaining, and you have nothing, and there's nothing you can do." Because now the crocodile was back on the water, cannot run. So that is what is happening with this IBC. They're simply telling us that is impunity. There's nothing you can do. See, we've rigged the elections. We are free. The government is protecting us. They'll give us jobs. They'll play anybody who was against, who wanted to tell you the truth. They are settling some tribunals. They are being sacked. But with us, there's nothing you can do. So there's a lot of impunity. And I think as Kenyans, as a country, we adore so much two people, these leaders, the politicians and the religious leaders, to an extent that we give them all the responsibility, even our lives, and we believe in everything that they say. So this time around, it is upon us now, because the MPs and the elected politicians that we give the mandate, they cannot speak on our behalf. With them, once they get something in their pocket, they get satisfied. They cannot sponsor a bill to ask, or maybe to call. They cannot even call the IBC to come and do give them the audit of how elections was done. Once they win, they don't want to care of those people who did not win, whether they won fairly or unfairly. That is none of their business. They're waiting for another 5 years. So this thing should end. We need to get the audit. We need to know what happened before we move on to the next step. And in fact, we should start saying that we will not have elections in 2022 before we know what happened, in 2027, before we know what happened in 2022. We need to know what happened in 2022, and we need to be assured that the same will not happen in 2027, or there is no need of going for elections. Elections are not making any sense. Why would we keep on going for elections and wasting the taxpayers' money each and every time if the elections are predetermined? Why can't they just come up with a list and tell us this is the list that you're going to have and there's nothing you can do? So we decide whether we want to move on, or if there's something we can do, we show them, okay, there's this thing, we can do this. So I'll stop there and also give other people opportunity to give their contribution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leo. We appreciate that. Great story there. There are people here who are moved by the story. Say you're a good storyteller. Another one say you need to be a kindergarten teacher. So kuna offers tofauti ambazo umepewa hapa. Asante lakini Alex Media anasema suti ikimaliza show iende kwake. Tupatie tu address alafu tutaorganize malipo. So jitahidi hapo hapo, hakikisha kwamba unasimama kidede kufanya yaliyo haki. I will say something about Musalia Mudavadi and the Luhya community. Musalia Mudavadi has been trying to pretend to command a cloud in the Luhya community as long as we have known him, and he has not succeeded. And the only person he blames for it is Raila Odinga. How can he be asking the Luhya people to rally around him so that he takes them to Sugoi? We don't go to Sugoi. That is not going to work. Whether he has come with Atwoli or he has come with his wife and Rachel, all of them together, the Luhya community has a cause that they follow. And if you're not standing for that cause, they are not following you. And anybody from anywhere who will stand for that cause, they will follow the person, regardless of whether he's from Luo or from wherever. So sycophants has never been the best item to use in luring the Luhya people. Handouts has not worked now. Moi gave us handouts, leave alone this one you are dishing around. Moi was the engineer of handouts, and he gave us everything, but we will still rally around a cause that made Kenya better. And so Salem Davadi is repeating history as usual and is not going anywhere. Just like he didn't deliver in 2022, he will not deliver in 2027. And his dream for 2032, he should just forget it. He is a disappointment as far as the Luhya community is concerned. He's talking about working with the government. Oparanya, being governor of Kakamega, was not in government. Kakamega still stands out. If he's a son of Mlembe Nation, he should be calling caucus that brings together Bungoma County, Busia County, Vihiga County, Kakamega County, and say, we need to rise, we need to develop these places, we need to shine. Before I go to dance on the national platform, we need to be seeing light behind us. So even his Viga alone, the road that goes to his house, has not been done. Then he says we should not follow Raila Odinga. He's mad. He's smoking something that is disturbing him. He needs to smoke it alone and smell it alone, not to come and mess us up. We know what is best for our community, and we will enjoy that's best for us, regardless of being in government or not. Because tuko na devolution. Mkitunyima serikali, tutatumia devolution, tutaendelea mbele. Na hiyo serikali sio yenu, okay? Ndiposa tutawatimua. Na wewe unaona tu tunacheza hapa, tutawatimua. Kuna mtu atakimbia hii nchi kama vile Idi Amin alikimbia Uganda. Uongo hautaendelea katika nchi. Lazima turekebishe makosa yetu. Asante, lakini nashukuru tu kwa kuendelea kuwa mwaminifu kufuatilia Mtembei TV. Endelea kukaribisha watu wakajoin katika discourse, usitazame peke yako. Thank you so much. Naomba tumsikilize Aida. Tukingoja Mr. Wangira, naona amekuja na constitution kutuonyesha vile tuta-impeach William Ruto na Gachagua na wengine wote wenye tabia mbaya katika nchi hii. Aida, kumeendaje tena dadangu? Mark Meki says we forgot about Mudavadi a long time ago. Thank you so much. Well, Alex, when ndio shida? What did you do? You caused Nani? Are you the one who kicked Aida out of the studio? Okay, let's listen to Mr. Wangira as we wait for Ida to get back. I think internet imemtupa nje. Mr. Wangira vipi?
Mi niko salama bwana Bernard.
Mi
How
niko
was
hapa
your...
kwa jirani yako, hujaniletea ile samaki imejikunja imekauka.
Wacha nikuambie siku hizi nimetoka nyumbani jana, lakini nyumbani hakuna samaki, kumekauka tu.
Hey,
In fact, it's easier to get fish here than getting fish in the village.
aya.
So how have you been? How was your Christmas?
Great, great. I've been on transit. I'm in Busia right now.
Oh, you're in Busia?
Yes, that's why I'm saying I'm in your neighborhood.
Where particularly?
I'm in town. I'm in town. Hapa Zion Temple.
Oh, Busia, but in Busia town, fish is cheap there. In Busia town, fish is cheap because it comes from Uganda, so it's cheap. Oh,
Okay.
so let me just make my very brief contribution, Bernard.
Quickly.
I think we are just like 48 hours to the end of the year 2022. A year that has been so dramatic, Bernard. We thought that the presidency was so close, but we discovered how far it was when Chebukati messed us on the 15th of August. So let me just start by talking about Mudavadi. I've come in when you people were discussing Musalia Mudavadi. And I just saw a screenshot from The Nation where Mudavadi is saying that, he's now preparing to run in the year 2032, Bernard. So Mudavadi plans to run in the year 2032. 2032, Mudavadi will be 70 years of age. I don't know how it ran away from that tag that Raila Odinga has been carrying, that tag of being called Mzee. At 70 years in 2032, Musalia Mudavadi will be Mzee, just the way people have been telling us that Raila Odinga ni Mzee, aende nyumbani. So I don't know how it will succeed. And again, there's this talk of being in government, Bernard. I am a student of politics and I'm also a student of history. Bernard, in this particular era, Bernard, I would like to imagine and perhaps know what it means by being in government. Unless for the few people who are looking for public appointment in government, everybody in this country is in government. We go to elections, we elect a government. After electing the government, that government is supposed to serve everybody. There's no section of this country that is supposed to be in the opposition, and there's no section of this country that is supposed to be in government as per the constitution. We go to elections, you exercise your democratic right. Whoever becomes the president is supposed to serve every Kenyan. So even me as Wangira, the guy who never voted for William Samoei Ruto or Bernard, I am in government because William Samoei Ruto's government, by law and by the constitution, is supposed to serve me. He's supposed to ensure that there are good roads for me to travel on. He's supposed to ensure that there's better health care. He's supposed to ensure that there's good education for my kids to attend to, Bernard. So this issue of being in government and being out of government is just a mirage. It does not exist anywhere. Unless for people who want government appointment. If you're looking for government appointment, it's easy for you to say that you are either in government or outside government. But for an ordinary citizen of the country, there's nothing like being in government or not there's nothing like being in government or being out of government. What an ordinary citizen of this country wants is service delivery. William Samoei Ruto was declared by the Supreme Court that he was duly elected. He is now the president of the Republic of Kenya. His mandate is now to serve every Kenyan from Turukana to wherever it is, without caring whether this person voted for him or not. So this mirage of, going to villages and telling people that we need to be in government so that what can happen? How do you distinguish that a person is in government? For example, my mother is in the village in Port Victoria. How do you distinguish whether she's in government or she's not in government? This type of mirage, is not helping us. It's all talk, all talk that does not have substance. And when I listen to guys like Musalia Mudavadi, trying to rally around elected leaders and telling them that we need to be in government, then I wonder from which school of thought that he belongs. And we must agree that Musalia Mudavadi suffers from two things. One is a political joker. Secondly, he harbors what I call political laziness. He's a political lazy man, and he's another joker. And because of being a joker and being politically lazy, not many people take him seriously. The reason why people take Raila Amolo Odinga seriously is because they see seriousness in him. But there's no seriousness in Musalia Mudavadi. Even today as Prime Cabinet Secretary, I was asking you the other day, do you ever feel him? We feel Gachagua more than we feel Musalia Mudavadi. So what's happening to Musalia Mudavadi? Where is he? Anyway, where is he in this in this government setup, even before he tells us to come and be in government? Where is he in this entire setup so that we can know that he's in government? Because I don't seem to feel him. I don't know whether you are feeling him. I don't feel Musalia Mudavadi. Perhaps his family feels him because perhaps they see him being driven in and out with a GK car with a flag. But for me, as an ordinary person, I don't seem to feel him. I don't feel him at all. So this issue of telling us that we need to be in government is political laziness because elections were concluded. William Samuel Ruto was sworn in on the 13th of September. So we have a government. And when we have a government, everybody is in government. So we need to ensure that this government delivers for us. And if it cannot deliver for us, then it has 5 years mandate, and we can think about what to do about it come 2027. Uh, Bernard, I've seen something scrolling down there about Raila demanding for election audits. I've been in the village, so perhaps I could have gotten out of touch on a number of issues. So I was trying to look for the story where Raila Odinga actually uttered those words, but I don't seem to get it. But nevertheless, I just make my contribution, my general observation on the issue of election audit, Bernard.
It was
Bernard,
sorry, Wangera, just up
uh,
to bring me up to speed. It was the interview he had with Citizen TV on the elections with the what is it, Monday Report. What is the name of Monday Report guy? Oh,
yeah.
you're mute. You're mute, Mr. Wangira.
Okay. Thank you for that brief. Thank you for the brief. I was in the village, and when I'm in the village, I want to listen to the village gossips. So when I'm in the village, I don't tune to internet because I want to listen to the gossips down there. So let me just contribute something about the election audit, Bernard. Bernard, I spent a longer period of time on this Mutembei TV before we went to the elections in August, discussing about the election preparedness for the elections that we had in August this year. And some of us had our doubts, the way things were playing out, they were not sending very good signal. And we came to be vindicated that something was not correct. You remember there was the issue of the register. The register was not published on time. There was the issue of the technology. There were so many issues around the preparation for this election, Bernard. And the constitution of Kenya is very, very clear that we need to have a free and fair election, which must be done through secret ballot, free from violence, free from intimidation, free from improper influence and corruption. That's how our election is supposed to be conducted. Then this election must be transparent and administered in an impartial, neutral, efficient, accurate, and accountable manner. So, if we look at the election that was conducted in August 2022, the question that some of us will be asking is whether that election met the criteria that I've just enumerated here. Was it free and fair? Was it accountable? Those are some of the things we are asking. I know that people will argue that, the issue was settled as the Supreme Court and William Samoei Ruto was declared as duly elected. Yes, it's true that the court declared William Samoei Ruto as duly elected, but that does not stop us from asking questions. There are questions that must be asked if we need to move forward. Bernard, you remember even the Supreme Court pointed on it. Chebukati, when at Article 138 of the Constitution, it's very clear that it's the Commission that needs to do the tallying and the verification of the presidential vote. It was clear that it was Chebukati as one man who was doing it. You see, and there are so many stories around, even the division within the IEBC as a corporate body itself, and the way other commissioners were operating as if they were superior to other commissioners when all commissioners are appointed on same terms and when they're all supposed to be equal when it comes to the conducting of the operation of the commission. So there are a lot of things that that needs to be dug so that we can know what actually happened in this particular election, because this election was not free and fair in the court of public opinion. The Supreme Court could have said that it was free and fair, and we respect the position of the court. But in my own court of public opinion, I don't think that the election was free and fair. Some things did not add up. And we need to improve our electoral process, Bernard. I was just telling people yesterday here that some of us where we have reached, we have voted several times in this country, and when we think that things should, when we are thinking that things are getting better, that's when we discover that things have gotten worse. The election of 2022 was a worse election. Perhaps worse than what we had in 2017. So I tend to agree on that subject matter audit that perhaps we need to carry out an audit on what actually happened in this particular election if we need to move forward. I know people are calm, people are peaceful, people have moved on, but it doesn't mean that they don't deserve to know what actually happened and whether Raila Odinga lost fair and square or whether there were issues around this particular election, Bernard. So on that issue of audit, perhaps I will be in agreement with Raila Odinga that perhaps we need to carry out an audit of this election. And remember, already we have 6 commissioners who will be, 3 commissioners are already out, and other 3 commissioners, Chebukati and the other 2, will be leaving by the 17th of January. Then there is the other commissioner, Commissioner Marsit, who is now facing the tribunal, and we don't know what the tribunal will arrive at. So, the way the commission appears today, it is a commission that is likely not to have any commissioner come the 17th of August, the 17th of January next year. Come 17th of January next year, we might end up not having any commissioner at all to conduct the operation of the commission, because Marsit is a suspended commissioner being investigated. Chebukati is going on home on the 17th of January. The other 3 resigned, and the law is very, very clear that the commission means commissioners, which means where there are no commissioners, you cannot purport that there's a commission, even when there is a functioning secretariat. So even in terms of now appointing the new commissioners for the IEBC come next year, because we must appoint new commissioners, it must be an agreed process, between the government, the ruling party and the members of the party in the minority. I call it the party in the minority, which is the Azimio la Umoja, because in the law we don't have the opposition. In the law, what we have is the majority and the minority. So the majority and the minority must agree on, so that we come on an agreement on how we are going to arrive at getting the new commissioners for the IEBC. Unless somebody is interested to control the IEBC, then it should be a free and open exercise. Exercise, so that so that whoever is appointed to become a commissioner at the IBC becomes acceptable across board. Bernard, there is the issue of Kawira, the governor of Meru. As much as Kawira could be having her own shortcomings, I also tend to believe that there is misbehavior, among members of the county assembly. County assemblies are becoming a monster, Bernard. That you have to sing their song, or they conspire to impeach you. Imagine Kawira has not been governor for 100 days. Imagine, in less than 100 days, people are seeing a fault in you, and they're already conspiring to impeach you. I don't think that that's the way to go. We need to come up with a way. We need even to agree that you cannot impeach a governor until he has perhaps done 2 years, or he has done 1 year. How do you start impeaching a governor with only less than 90 days in office, even before he has set his government and machinery to start working? So I think that the MCAs, and it's not only in Meru, across the country have become rogue because they have discovered that they can bully governors, and through bullying governors they can get whatever they want. So there must be a mechanism, to tame MCAs, because if we don't tame MCAs, they are going to be an obstacle, to the functioning of county governments. Already we have seen it in Meru. We don't know whether it will come up in another county. We saw it during the last term, where MCAs were demanding for anything and everything, including ward funds. I don't know. I'm not against the idea of having a ward fund personally, but I don't understand how an MCA should be involved directly into a ward fund. If we must have a ward fund, then let us have structures that do not include MCAs, structures that will manage the ward fund outside an MCA. But an MCA wants a ward fund so that he can end up controlling the ward fund, and so that he can use the ward fund, as a campaign mechanism for his next election. So those are things that we should not allow in this country. As much as Kawira could be having her own problems, but in this country, we are creating a monster called MCAs. And if we don't come up with a structure on how to deal with MCAs, then majority of county government will stall. Finally, the issue of
Wangira, you're not minding time, eh?
Okay, just allow me 1 minute. I want just to say one thing, 1 minute,
Yes,
because
yes. Conclude. Ida has been waiting.
Okay. There's the issue of Sakaja. I'll not talk much about it, but Gachagua cannot purport to micromanage Sakaja. Sakaja is the head of a government, and the constitution is very, very clear that county governments are governments. So, if Gachagua is in the national government, let him allow Sakaja, who is in the county government, to do his work. And finally, my condolences to the family of Pele. Some of us grew up, there are two footballers I grew up knowing. In Kenya, the name I used to hear in Kenya was Kadenge Nampira, and globally it was Pele. So my condolences to the family of Pele. Pele came, he saw, and he conquered. So let him go well, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Bernard. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Asante, tunashukuru kwa umekuwa mwaminifu kufuata vipindi vyetu na kuchangia kwa kina, hata tunapoangazia masuala ya uongozi wetu na jinsi nchi inapaswa kuongozwa. Nashukuru wote mko kwa comment section. Alex Media anasema umeongea dakika 18. Inaonekana itabidi utumie fungu la 10 ama utafute uwiano. Alikutime, so jitahidi sana. Now let's hear from Ida. How are you today?
Thank you so much, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity. Of course, I'm not new to the show. I am a big follower of Mtembei TV since then. Even ule Alex ako hapo background, tumsalimie sana kwa sababu yeye ndio, I think alijaribu sana kuniambia nitoe maoni yangu kibinafsi kwenye hii show, but I was a bit shy, you know. But so I'm not new to the show, but I'm new to the program right now. So thank you so much for welcoming on that aspect. Mimi ni mkazi wa Pwani, and I'm very proud of that. And what I can say to changilia what Mr. Wangira said was, yes, Pele was a great footballer, and it is a very sad loss we've lost him. Okay, and moving forward, also let us. One thing even Alex would tell you is that I don't like to dwell in trivialities. Okay, in Kenya right now, people always say Pwani sio Kenya. It is a reason. We were the first city, okay, to be established as a city in Kenya. Okay, go to your history, you will know the same. However, what I can speak of is very small. Kenyans right now, as you sit, as you are watching right now, we have gone through a tremendous loss. Let us not cry over spilled milk. Let us focus on the future, our future, okay? And in the spirit of what is being conversed today, I would like to say something. I would like to say, can we, as Kenyan citizens, just try to look beyond the pain? Let that pain fuel us to make a difference. All right? We need that. Let us not bank. I love Raila. Raila is like my father. Raila is a father to everyone in this nation. Okay? But he also needs that support system from us to show him that we also believe in what he's saying. Okay? So can we focus on that? I saw a video clip of Mama Ida, because I'm named after her, Ida. Yeah, I'm I'm a Luo. So I'm named after her, and she cried. I want you to replay that speech, because let us all face it, Kenyans, we need to fight back. As Kenyans, we need to know we own this country, not anyone else. It is us to make a difference to all our children. Okay? So, can we do that? All right? Without saying so much, I will contribute. I will stay on, and I will contribute as per the conversation is going. Yeah? However, and I don't want to hear anything about Ruto. Oh my God. Ruto knows what he's doing. He's already trying to solicit the Luyas. That is his game plan. Lakini kama Waluya ni warevu kama watu wa Mombasa, watu wa Pwani kama sisi, mtaona hiyo mpango mbele na mtakataa. Hata kama amechukua Atoli, kwani Atoli ni nani? Si atatolewa. It is past his due retirement in terms of being a trade person. Yeah? Because we need a trade unionist to join us in the eventual match. Baba akisema tutembee ni hivyo. Because as Kenyan citizens, there's only one thing I pray for. We want a peaceful demonstration, and after we have achieved everything we have achieved, then we can tell everyone else Baba is the one to lead us through. But for this process, I think we need to put our heads together and work out a way where we can do that. Because we already have a leader. So what is the problem? What is the challenge? It is us, our mentality. We need to change that. We need to focus. Let us not be sold to Europeans again. Bernard, thank you for this opportunity to express myself. And I know I've gone off topic, but I'm grateful. Thank you, Alex, as well, who is listening in the background. And I'm still online. I will contribute later on.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your contribution, and you've done very well. We need to have a change of mentality. I'm currently reading a book. I had never read the writings of Tom Boyer, but I ran into a book called The Challenge of Nationalhood, written by Tom Boyer, and I'm loving the writing because this it spells out this struggle has been on from the 60s. So what we are fighting for right now is nothing new. It's just to have a few confused stumbling blocks who have stood on the way of this the quest for building a nation called Kenya. And I believe we're on the verge of a breaking forth. If we push just a little further, we'll have this nation as one nation again. And not this madness of having it belonging to a particular clique and then the rest of us as quarters. That is not going to work. And as Kenyans of goodwill, let us rally together. And one of the things that we must, as Kenyan people, continue being grateful is the preservation of Baba. Because I don't see how this nation would have been if Baba wasn't around. Because tungekuwa tushauzwa kitambo, hata tungekuwa na citizenship, tungekuwa na ID, tungekuwa na passport. This country will have been mortgaged long time ago. But we thank God for Baba, and I believe he's going to midwife us into this new Kenya that we are pushing for. And I pray that it will not take long. Okay. So forget about 2027. There is no 2027 without 2022. And when we sort out 2022, we may just come up with a solution to our permanent problem once and for all. And that is why there is a panic everywhere when we talk about full audit of 2022 elections. Na hiyo lazima tufanye, tutapekua kila kitu. Wa Venezuela wachukue rais wao waende naye, kama ni wa Uganda pia tutatonate tu. See, we are generous people. Are we not Kenyans again? So let's ensure that we do what is right. Asante wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV, karibu sana. Tafadhali tunaendelea kuwashukuru kwa kusimama nasi for the whole year, even as we get set to cross to 2023. Asanteni tu sana. Tuendelee na mchakato wetu. Hakikisha kwamba una contribute to the advancement of the conversation, not to the dropping of the conversation. Ni wakati wa kuleta dada Roda achangie, alafu kuna daktari Okot. Is that Aukot? Aukot, hauna nini, kamera imefanyika aje? Ni kinyume cha sheria wewe
Hello guys, because of ethical, because I'm in a very hot area and I'm on a fest. I don't want to.
So if that must be, we will give you priority. You make your submission, then you get off the screen because the quality of the video requires that your camera is on. But in the meantime, just hold on. After Rhoda, you'll come in and make your submission. Rhoda, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I hope you have a very good time. Even people are watching us. Thank you so much to be online. We take for granted you take your time and watch us. Yeah, and today I get more information. You will get very surprised. I talked with somebody from Mount Kenya region and told me many people they were ODM. Oh yes. I was very disappointed because the way I was thinking, it's not the same. They cast a vote for Raila Odinga and Mother Karua. Even And that person I was talking with her, she told me even her old friends, they vote for Raila Odinga. Even them, they have never, because she told me that sisi ni watu tulikuwa tunaona mbele. Sisi ni watu tulikuwa tunaona mbele. Unaona, si watu wanasema tu Wakikuyu wajinga. Wakikuyu are not stupid. Sisi ni watu tunaona mbele. Ni watu kama Gachagua alikuwa anadanganya huko. So I was very, very disappointed to hear that. And many people, they thought people from Mount Kenya, they didn't vote for ODM, and majority were ODM. It's very sad. Unfortunately, our vote didn't count it. It's really hurt me a lot. Even now, I'm still pain. I don't know when I'll be healed. Innocent people, mothers in my community, they were putting their children at the back and go vote for ODM. Some people, they were standing queue with their children with the code. And all the people, they were sitting in the chair, and our vote were stolen by criminal Chibukati. He could not announce our election free, fair, and credible election. An innocent man like Raila Odinga, and Raila Odinga, he went to every county to do the campaign. He went everywhere to ask people to give campaign. Everywhere. I am a witness. I was watching every time. And criminal or people Kenya Kwisha, because those are criminal Kenya Kwisha. They manipulated our election and they did what they can to draw down Raila Odinga. So we must stand up as Kenyans. We tunataka haki yetu. We want our justice must come. Our justice must raise up. We cannot go 2027 when we know our mothers, our old people, they wake up. They didn't, even some people, they didn't have tea in the morning to vote for their vote, and some criminals still. We want our justice. Our justice must raise up. We must get our justice. We cannot assume things. And other criminals, they're just sitting in their own stomach, and they don't care for innocent people like Raila Odinga. It's very sad. People like him, Mudavadi, I remember what his pocket. He said like this, an old man like a Chibukati, and somebody he had been the minister of finance. You know, I know him very well in Kanu days. He was saying that, you know what, we will not let them to come because they're about money. So they are more, Kenya Kwisha is more important than Azimio. Every Kenya need to be treated the same equal. I remember even Azimio, they say, if they win, they welcome you guys to work together in the government. They could not reject you, but we see the true color, what you have done for us, the way you were planning for our justice. Our just be, and our nation anthem, our just be a shoulder defend. Our nation anthem, we must be defender. And then they are putting us a Kenya citizen down, an innocent people, they vote. And then you are stealing their vote. That's not fair. We want our justice. We cannot go 22 haki yetu. Tunataka haki yetu. Ruto must resign. Ruto must go until we get our justice. We will not go 2027 until we get our own justice haki yetu. Thank you so much. I'm going to hang out here. God bless you all.
Thank you Rhoda. Thank you so much. Haki ni yetu na lazima tuipate. Nashukuru sana. I appreciate for that spirit, and that is what is needed at this point in time. Kila mtu asimame ahesabike. Kama wewe unaendeleza oppression, basi tutakushughulikia. Lakini kama unaamini katika uhuru wa Wakenya na kila Mkenya awe na uhuru wa kuwa Mkenya na fanikiwe mahala alipo na nchi kuwe huru ambayo ni nchi ya kila Mkenya, basi lazima usimame on the right side of history. Thank you so much. So we will listen to Dr. Aukot, then we move further. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Bernard. I want to applaud Leah, Rhoda, and Wangira and the rest who are watching Moses for this wonderful discussion and debate. Toroitich and Kipkurui, maybe they should actually come on the way I've come on. I had a problem with my camera, and we need to contribute toward this to our nation. Being patriotic citizen, it's always good to have voice on what we feel like we need to put into the main part of the national politics. This is like a citizen parliament where now we actually have the big say into our society. Bernard, we are a bit more like we are biased, especially when I hear Waithira, the way she's actually commenting. She's commenting in such a manner that she feels like election was actually stolen, and she has all the evidence and the facts that the election was stolen. So what we should actually ask ourselves on what methodology or technicality these elections were stolen. I know by the time now we maybe condemn Ruto or we applaud Raila and maybe condemn Huru and the rest. Sometimes we have to look behind us or at our back office and look what happened and how did they steal our elections. There are a lot of things that we need to ask ourselves whether the people who were actually, there was a lot of crowd during the campaigning period. Were we counting the number of votes by the number of people who were crowding us, or we are counting the number of votes according to what the people are casting at that very day or the D-Day? So maybe I want to put into our perspective. Certainly, so we can also have in a very wide perspective, and we have to bind it legally and have a legal framework where we can actually say the election was actually stolen in this ground, and 1, 2, 3 grounds that actually we can actually table. Because like now, when Rhoda was actually alluding that election was stolen and victory was taken away. Especially, I believe she comes from Mount Kenya, and I believe she was there when elections were done. And one thing, Bernard, we need to ask ourselves: when was this election when was it stolen? During counting, during transmission, during announcement at the bombers when there was skirmishes there when they were fighting to announce the results. And maybe sometimes we can ask ourselves this question, whether our own Raila Odinga Molo, who maybe we thought maybe is the winner, maybe he slept somewhere and left wherever is a thief to steal. And Bernard, when you are in a group of thieves and when they are stealing, what are you doing? Will you be praying and sitting down, leaving them to steal, and then later you say niliona mwizi, wezi wako hapa, wacha niwashike, ama mkuje msaidie mshike wezi? When there is a loot, and all of us we are thieves, even Raila is a thief, even Ruto is a thief, and everybody wants this is something that everybody wants, whether by crook, by war, by tooth, and anything else, as long as you acquire this power. What we are fighting here is power. And by the name of power, Bernard, you can do anything, can even visit your best witch doctor, who can actually make everybody who wants to for that particular day not to cast votes. And this round, Bernard, there must be something achieved. Let's look something behind. Was Raila played? Let's rule out that one. Was he clipped? Was he actually entertained? Certainly, he cannot see the back office, the back behind the curtain. Maybe he was actually entertained in front of sitting room, while in the kitchen, Bernard,
Dr.
things were
Quote,
being cooked.
Dr.
Yes.
Quote, sorry, I must intercept there. You're inviting us into probabilities where we either talk factually or state matters, especially with historical whatever projections. Raila being played is a narrative. Crowds not translating into votes is a narrative. Okay, and thieves stealing, you should also steal, is also a narrative. What we are discussing here is we need to have a predictable, systematic way of determining Kenyan leadership. It is not by hook and crook the way you are suggesting that you can go to the witch doctor, you get the presidents, you use everything in your power to get the presidents, by the IEBC chairman, you get the presidents. At the end of the day, we will not be having a country, except we want to have a mafia kind of country that we are having right now. And as Kenyans who are pushing for what is valid, what is right, Raila Odinga should not be blamed for the stealing of elections. Whether he was asleep or awake, the IEBC, like NEC, is charged with the responsibility of conducting an election. I'm sure you did your either Form 4 exam, Form 6 exam, or whichever, national exam. You don't follow your paper. The moment you hand it over to the invigilator, the paper is with the invigilator. He will take it through the process, get it marked, get it graded, and then you get the results. You don't have agents after you hand over the paper to the invigilator, do you? When the paper is being marked, there are no agents watching over whether the marks you're being given is yours or not. But at the end of the day, that certificate you are using even to apply for university or whatever degree you want, it's a valid certificate because it has been proven by a certified body that attests you went through this schooling and you sat for this exam and you got this grade. So for us to turn our elections into abracadabra process where you have validly assigned, you are running for presidents, paid all the paper, the money required, certified, you are qualified according to the papers, you have sound mind, you are able to run for presidents. Then rally out your campaign. Go and get people out to go and vote. People actually go out and vote for you. And then somebody who doesn't like you gets in and turns that around, and then you blame me for sleeping. I don't think that's fair, and that's not how things should be done. And I believe on this particular show, we need to tell Kenyans the truth. If the system is rotten, it is the system that's rotten, and we should correct it, not play along. Where you're inviting us is we should play along because IBC is crooked, so we should be crooked. IBC is compromised, so we should be compromised. If the system is stealing, we should also steal. I don't think that's the best way to handle this. We must seek what is right and insist on what is right. If
Bernard,
William Ruto won these elections because he had numbers and Raila had crowds, where are the numbers? We keep asking that. Mato will be here, will be asking the same question. Where are those numbers? How come they are not in the stadium anymore? How come the chief, whatever county commissioner is attacking chiefs for empty stadium? And these empty stadiums are all over the country. It's not in Wasingishu only. It's all over the country. Where are these people who elected William Ruto as president? How come they are not proud of their president to go and salute him on national days or honor his presence? Now, that's just on the surface. Other
Bernard,
things, we are not talking out of air. We have information. The election results were as ready as on the 13th. We have insiders who provided the solution. I mean, the results. In fact, the presidency of Raila Odinga was already set, and you say it was a joke.
Bernard,
Please, daktari,
Bernard, Bernard,
jaribu saa ingine lakini
why,
jaribu
Bernard,
kingine lakini sio kuzungusha akili bure.
Bernard, why
Yes.
Raila? Why Raila? You know, the question is, Bernard, my brother. You know, let's not actually look things in one eye and leave the other. You know, I might be facing you and maybe pinpointing that maybe Bernard is crooked or is one-eyed, forgetting that my eye also is also on the way dying. You know, we need to, Ruto and Raila and Ruto and the SEC, these old folks will not be there. The new people who now will face now the system. It is now the young tax nut who are coming up now, and you see now by the modality and the system or the way they have actually treated the election system in Kenya, they have made it in such a way that it has become too much expensive, my brother, in such a way that leadership in Kenya, not even in Kenya, in East Africa, in fact, even in Africa, leadership is being bought. Leadership nowadays is not something that maybe people are choosing leaders. Leadership is something that we procure. And by you saying that maybe Raila won, nobody dispute whether Raila won or Ruto won. But my question or my objection is, Raila won the first election, Raila won the second election, Raila won the third, the fourth, and this one the fifth. Again, we'll be having again Raila in 2027, which again we actually expect him to win in 2027 again. So in whichever circumstance maybe we are looking at it, let's actually not lie to ourselves and say Chebukati should carry the blame. The other day, there was Kifuitu. And actually, Kifuitu died because of that anguish. And we don't want to put in such a way that always we want to blame the referee. Let's check how you play the game, how the
Then
field is.
just a minute, I beg a minute to give a point of information.
We are not discussing a Raila issue. We are talking about systematic matter. Okay? Raila could be a victim because he has been running for presidents. I intend to run for presidents, but I will not subject myself to run in a system that is twisted like this one. You are confessing yourself that now the presidency in Kenya is for the highest bidder. Is that the kind of country we need? I don't think so. Is that the kind of system we are going to subject our children to? That if you want the presidents, just go and buy the chairman of IEBC and you have it. After that, buy the Supreme Court, you got it. At the end of the day, what kind of world will we be living in? So let us not just take things on the surface, because what you're trying to push is that Raila is the problem because he doesn't accept results. We have been hearing that since. But this business, we are not talking about Raila Odinga. We are talking about Mother Crocodile. Okay, what is it called? Aliket. uh, if the neighbor of Mama Crocodile comes from the water and tells you Mama Crocodile is sick, okay, the person inside the water came out of the water and told you Mama Crocodile is sick. You need to believe him because you don't live in water. If only Raila Odinga was the one crying foul, foul, then we will say you are the problem. But since then, what happens? After every successive elections, there is a dispute. What constitutes the dispute? Why should it be a dispute on presidential almost in every election? It's called alligator. Thank you for helping me. If the alligator comes from the river and tells you Mama Crocodile is sick, you need to believe him because you don't live in water. So the people inside IEBC say there is a problem. Okay? The people part and parcel of government operation, the NIS, okay, the DCI tell you there is a problem, then you are an outsider, you come and say no, ni story tu ya nani, ya huyu mtu ambaye akubali matokeo. How could that be the case? I don't think if that's a line that we should be pursuing in the first place, kama tunataka haki. Lakini kama tunataka kuwa sehemu ya kufunika uovu na kusema kwamba kila kitu iko sawa, William Ruto kuwin election, hiyo sio shida. William Ruto being president is not a problem. The issue is, how did he become president? And if he's president, how is he portraying himself as president? Where is this crowd that supports him when all the people in his backyard have given up on him in quotes? Okay, so hii ni urais aina gani? Hilo ndo swala langu. Like I said, I want to run for presidency, but I will not run for presidents with Chebukati kind of system, because hakuna haja. Na mimi sitanunua Chebukati ama ninunue chairman wa IBC ili ni win elections. I will not. I will run fairly, campaign fairly, and if Kenyans don't choose me, it is settled. But if Kenyans choose me and Chebukati says I cannot be chosen, then I should use Kenyans to chase away Chebukati. Hiyo ni haki yangu. Asante.
Asante, Bernard.
Okay.
You know, what you are alluding is very right. And I'm not disputing on anything, but let's not put aspersion on the referee. All of us are Kenyans and we are so much brave and we know what is going on in our country. And by the time of maybe the crocodile and whatever you are talking about, by the fact of law and Constitution of Kenya, which was promulgated in 2010, you know, most of these things, they have the basis on which we are following. And when we take over body of Electoral and Boundary Commission, which is mandated to oversee and run election. And Bernard and the team, election in this country is not run only in that particular month of election. Election is being run almost concurrently. Immediately after another election, the process starts again. And this process, it has checks and balances. Or rather, there's a lot of monitoring and evaluation in every process of this electioneering. And you remember the 2017 election, which we went through the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court actually gave us some loopholes where there was, which actually created the disputes. And Chebukati tried a lot using the minimum available funding that was actually given to run this election. And actually, we should actually call a spade a spade. And where somebody ever said in Swahili, adui muwe lakini haki mpe Bernard. Chebukati, wherever he is now, I don't want to say he's a hero, but I can say he really did a good job. Whether whoever lose or whoever won the election, mine was actually this time round compared to the three elections.
Bernard, I just beg maybe to give a point of information before
unachosema sahi ni kweli kwamba hautaki ukweli. Okay? Hakuna chairman wa community yoyote, any farm anywhere. Mimi ni mchungaji. Okay? Siwezi kuwa sadaka inachukuliwa kanisani, watu wanaona. Okay? Alafu mimi nakimbia nayo peke yangu, niingie huko chumbani, ni hesabu nikuje kusema hii sadaka ilikuwa 500. Kama nimehesabu peke yangu, hapana. Hata kama ni reverend, I will be casting aspersion on myself. I know other person should cast aspersion on me. I have created that environment and I should own that particular environment. Mradi ya kuwa Chebukati alikuwa askila mpini wala mtegamaji msikitini. Okay? Kwa sababu alikuwa na matokeo ambaye amepewa kusoma. Sio matokeo ambaye ilitokea kutokana na uchaguzi. Just from that surface. But for now, what Leo aseme alafu Alex tusonge.
All right. Thank you so much. I just want to take a minute and maybe address Dr. Akut. I know you are not the Akut that I know, but when I was growing, we used to personate. Like if I want to impersonate Obama, I do it when I speak and reason like him. That is when I'm allowed to impersonate Obama. If I want to impersonate maybe some commentator somewhere, I do the same. So I don't know if maybe you share the same thoughts and the same beliefs with Dr. Akot, whom I know. But when it comes to the matter of IBC, I just wanted to tell you, when you do your exam, you've written your examination very well. You know very well I've written my examination. Do I need to stand next to that person marking the exam, or do I need to stand next to neck for the right mark to be given to me? I don't need to do so. That is the role of the neck, to mark correctly and give me my rightful answer. I only need to do a confirmation because I know what I wrote. We have IBC. Why do you have IBC? And they
kindly
get money.
Nyamba,
In fact, apart from
kindly
funding,
Nyamba, kindly Nyamba,
IBC
through
was
the
funded
chairman.
even with the foreign money. So we
Nyambaya
Order,
cannot
through
say
order,
that.
order,
Nyambaya,
everybody,
Nyambaya
order.
through the
Mute your
chairman.
mic, doctor.
I want to ask
Daktari,
you for,
I
maybe you can.
order, please. One person speaks at a time. Okay? Let Leo ask his questions, get the question, then we'll give you opportunity to respond. Right now, it's time for questions directed to Daktari. So Daktari, mute your mic and wait. When the questions are done, you will be given opportunity to respond, then we go to the next person. Thank you. So Leo, please
Thank
make
you.
it
So the
very
first
brief.
question is concerning what he's saying about Raila and stealing, and because I don't know Ruto was stealing. I think Raila was a candidate. There was no way he was going to play the role of IEBC. So it was the role of IEBC to ensure that the right votes are counted, even with or without the agents. In fact, we don't, if we are having a proper system, we don't need agents. The role of the agents there is not maybe to count the votes. In fact, they don't count the votes, they're just witnesses. And that is why, to answer maybe your claims, Raila has called for something that has never happened, so that you don't say 2027. I know you've been given us some history. Raila has called for what is called an audit. And if you look at the audit, majorly they audit 4 major areas. We have the legal audits, whereby they look at, it's also known as the system audit. They look at, did everything follow the laws? We have the processes and the procedures. Like in this case, you saw very well during the announcement, some procedures were not followed. Why was the chairman making announcements when the people they were supposed to do a tally with already disagreed with his announcement? Then we have the access audits. We've never been shown. Last time they talked of the server up to date. So we need to know who had the access and what happened with these accesses. They should be verified. We have the process audits. You've said the election doesn't happen maybe on a single day. Which processes were followed? The process starts with voting, casting, counting, doing the tallying. Did they follow the due process? Did they tally all the constituencies or all the branches that were supposed to be tallied before they give us the answer? Then the equipment audit. There are some queries on the equipment that were used. There are some queries on the gadgets that were used. We are told that some of the gadgets were even you'll find that we were told before that these gadgets will not, even if it was for Bomet, you will not log in maybe when you are at Bungoma, but such things happened. So what we need to know, and why we keep on saying Raila won is because audit has never been done, and we've never been told what transpired. But the moment we'll be told what transpired, then that is when all these things that Raila won will stop. But as long as nothing has been told, we all will say Raila won because Raila is normally the main competitor. But even if Raila was not competing, I'm sure somebody else was competing, then the same story would have been there. So we cannot sanitize wrongdoings by saying that Raila did not steal. If somebody comes to steal in your house, do you also start stealing your own things? Is when you you say that you are defending. You also start stealing, and the thief has come. It doesn't make sense. So I think
So
it is
Leo,
wrong
your point
to
is made.
call yourself a doctor and mislead the people in a live TV. This one only happens in those other mainstream TVs whereby people pay to mislead. But here, I don't think anybody should come and mislead others. It is really wrong.
Okay, thank you, Leo. Alex, quickly.
Ya, Bernard, nasalimu kila mtu ambaye ako katika stesheni. Nashukuru Mungu ametupa uhai, na vile Wangira alisema we have about 48 hours tumalize mwaka, so wacha tuombe Mungu kabisa atupe uhai na tumalize mwaka vizuri. Daktari anaongea vitu zingine zinanishangaza. And that is the same mistake Dr. Patrick Lumumba made, and he has never regained his legitimacy back. The man was gigantic in and out, whether it was legal, speech-wise, intellectual, but once he represented IEBC, when he knew very well that the election was stolen, he doesn't even give speeches in Kenya anymore. He will go to Nigeria, he will go to Ghana, he will go. Daktari, don't lose your legitimacy here, because I will start doubting your thesis, because the way you are arguing, I don't even know how you wrote your thesis, because you are arguing in a way that I'm wondering. Sometimes use your intellectualism to put things in order so that you connect the dots to form the line, so that those who are not learned like you will look and understand things. But the way you are arguing, you are making and confusing even those who do not understand that. Having said that, let me make my point here. I want to give my condolences to my best player in the world, and that is Pele. If it was inaitwa Messi, Ronaldo, I don't even care for them. This man Pele won his first World Cup at the age of 10. This man won 10 international trophies. This man called Pele had 77 joint of the 92 goals. I wish Bantu Warrior was here and PK so that they can, because those are the real footballers. Where is Bantu Warrior so that he can talk about Pele? If Bantu Warrior is behind there, he should tell us. At the age of only 24, he made his 1,000th goal. 1,000 goal at the age of 24. And then you start talking about Messi. Pele was the greatest player ever. And I want to give my condolences to him. And there are so many, many, many other things we can talk about. He invented something called roundabout. How you play the roundabout is the one who invented it, and it has become so popular in Europe. So Pele was the greatest and will be the greatest player. It is unfortunate that in his era there was no YouTube, there was no the TVs that we used to watch were VOK. TV ilikuwa inafunguliwa saa 10, inafungwa saa 5. So we did not have the advantage to watch the excellencies of Pele. But had Pele been here today with the YouTube and everything, my friend, you could understand who Pele was. Now, let me go to another young man that made me so happy. Bernard, we like it or not, Sifuna is an intellectual. Sifuna has come out as a man. I used to respect him, I loved him, but during this impeachment motion, Sifuna has come out as a man that if we are not watching in the future, Sifuna is going to surprise us. Wachana maneno ya Sakaja. Sifuna is ingrained in a legal way, but he also has passion. When he interviewed this MCA, that MCA, I don't know when he went home, what the wife asked him. He embarrassed himself. Let me tell you some of the questions he asked him. He gave him the definition of a public officer. And then he asked him, this hustler office that was created by Mwangaza, are you trying to tell us that is a public office? The man tried to defend it. In the end, he asked him, are you sure the Constitution is the supreme law and we are talking about the Constitution? The man finally yielded and said, no, it is not. Then he went to the second question. The gentleman made very vulgar statements in a plenary somewhere else. Are you going to prosecute the wife because of that? He said, no, because they live together, ABCD, and finally asked him, so if you steal, are we going to take your wife to jail? Then the man said no. He made a fool of himself. Then we went to the third question. And Kalwale also told him that was slander. Then we went to the fourth question of vilification of the Catholic Church, whereby they were saying that she has said that the Catholic Church has been stolen. So he asked him, you wrote these things to us. You said it is page 109. Can you look at page 109 and tell us, did the Catholic land got stolen? The man tried to look everywhere in page 109. He could still not find it. He made a fool of himself. Then the fifth one was the video of the forceful entry of the governor to the assembly. Then Sifuna asked him, why did you cut the video that when he got to the door, you did not show us that forceful entry? She just got to the door. Did she have that forceful entry? Show us the video. The man did not have the video. He said, we will look for the video later on. He continued. There was a night of communication. You were saying that there was a night of communication whereby the governor called people and said 1 or 2, 3 things, the allegation you are saying. Do you have the video so that we can see it to confirm? The man said, no, I was told that happened. But you said there was a video. He said, produce the video. The man could not produce the video. Then there was the waiver of the bill, whereby he was asked about the CEC of health. And that was and then he was asked. And the man was saying that they were not contacted when the CEC of the government of the government of Meru was being hired. And Kalwale told him, when Ruto formed the government, became the president, it is absolute mandate for him to do what? To structure the government. Why do you want to be part of the government? Then the man said, yes, it is absolutely right. It is Mwangaza who's supposed to be. Now, the notice of the governor to appear on the to the plenary of the MCS. Then he was asked, how did you serve the notice? The man said, I went to his office and I gave the letter. He said, was the letter stamped? Then the man says, no. I'm telling you, Sifuna came out as a man who can prosecute a person to a point whereby he can become a fool. Those are the kind of people that we need in Kenya, Bernard. At some point, the Senate started degenerating. But now I'm seeing a man like Sifuna who is going to bring. And the good thing, they worked with Boni in a very good way. And I think if we put Kenya Kwanza kando, we put Azimio kando, and then people bring out their intellectualism, they bring out their ideology and their philosophy so that the Senate can do its work, then it can look like the upper house. I congratulate Sifuna and Halwale for the work they have done. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Daktari, I'll give you 1 minute to respond and we move to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and the rest. The only thing that I wanted to maybe request you, Bernard, let's not go to the individualizing of debate. We are only debating on the issues, whether somebody wrote a thesis or whether he failed a thesis or passed a thesis. It's not something that we need to discuss here. And whether our court is the one talking or the other one, we have a lot of names that we have in this country. And the only thing that we are actually putting in our live TV, it was just a discussion of the debate. And we are mandated to give some views. And for me coming into the discussion was not actually to validate somebody or to push somebody ideas. We are only bringing ideas. At the end of the day, we are learning from each other. So we are taking this one on a positive ground. Maybe Leo, let's not put it in such a way that look like you are punching it in a political way. And I like the way the other gentleman has actually applauded on the players and so on and so on. But the real thing that we are discussing is about the politics of our country. And when we are doing this, we are also learning from each other. And we have a lot that actually we need to amend. And there's a lot that we need to write. And having said this, all of us, we are scholars. And when we debate on something, there's a lot that we need to write down. And later on, other people who are maybe younger than some of us or who are older, I mean, younger than all of us, they need to learn from this debate. And Bernard, by actually debating on the issues of the previous election and on the issue at hand where Raila now is asking for the auditor of IBC, there is a lot that we need to learn so that we don't want to say maybe he is wrong, he is right. We are looking at the whole clock round. We are looking from number 1 to number 12 of the clock. And we don't want to say we are in favor of so and so. And for this debate to be so much the way it has gone, we don't want to be in the same lane. We need to actually to have the contrary opinions and have some debate. And that's what we call an healthy debate. So we need maybe, I don't know the rules of the house, but we don't need to actually victimize somebody and ask maybe you disqualify somebody and so on. But let's disqualify issues and leave in individualism to each one of us. Having said that, let's leave that one aside. By Raila asking for audit of the general election, that is on his rights. And again, we are moving on, and especially in this country, we need such a kind of thing, such that by the time now, everybody wants to be checked, and that IBC will stand on the dock and actually produce all the results. And from there, as we know, these results will be produced. All of us will look at it and put our fingers and poke holes where we feel like they never did the right thing here. And then from there, we can actually learn from it. But one thing that is actually maybe I feel like we need to learn, that as much as we are for protecting maybe some individuals, but let's look at the process. Was the process this round fair? And if the process was fair this round, let's accept it. And if the process the other time was not fair, let's accept it, or let's point it out. But now generalizing the whole issues and putting it and so on and so on. But having said that, I want to applaud on our Kenyan especially young politicians. Politicians are actually sanitizing the politics of this country, because the old folks before they'd actually ruined, as I said earlier, they'd made the politics of this country to look like it is for the rich. And the young tax or the young generation that are coming, they don't have money. The old guys had a lot of resources. They had actually accumulated a lot of resources, and they had a lot of network across the country and across the world. But the young tax that are coming, you have said, Sifuna and the like, someone like Kalwala is my best friend, and I know him. The way he's coming out now, I never knew Kalwala can stand and can speak the way he's speaking now. Maybe because now, when you expose
I
somebody,
thought it was a point of order. Now it has become a speech.
Thank you for that. Okay, let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Dr. thank you for that, and I've given you time to respond to matters arising. Thank you for what you have stated in the. There is how you are taken. If for example, you see my name, I've just written Bernard. Okay, if I put my initials, Reverend Bernard. Okay, I create expectations just by that adding the title. So whoever that will be addressing me will be addressing me in that scenario because nimeweka title. So there's expectations that people have when you say you are a doctor. They know doctors reason this way, give this way, stand for this, and then. So when I give my title as reverend, then when I open my mouth, it negates my reverence. Okay, then itakuwa shida. But kile nachosema hapa ni kwamba we are debating, yes, and we are debating on issues. We are not defending an individual. We are fighting a bad system. A bad system that gives us wrong results. We must get right results. And audit is one of the things that must be used to prove whether the results were right or wrong. So nobody should be afraid of audit if they did the right thing. The only reason where people will be afraid of audit is when they did the wrong thing. And for example, why are the Gerera 4 being kicked out of IEBC? For no reason. Okay? The process is faulty and it's obvious in everybody's eye. Why can't Chebukati leave IEBC with Cherera? Because Cherera is supposed to run the IEBC until the new chairman is found, according to the law. Right now, Chebukati should not be anywhere near Anniversary Tower. He should be on terminal leave. After that, he goes home. But he's still in office. Okay? He doesn't want Cherera to take over. Why? Because Cherera did not support the results. So sisi kama Wakenya ambao tunaangalia masuala haya, just from the surface, there is more fire in IEBC than the smoke we are seeing. And somebody doesn't want us to find the cause of that smoke. Na hiyo ndio hatutaki kukubali kama Wakenya. Sio su story ya kusaidia kudefend Raila ama kudefend nani. Elections need to be clear. It needs to give us results. The reason why we go for a general vote is because we want to see to have a leadership that is ratified by the majority of Kenyans. Kiongozi ambaye hata ogopa akikuja Kakamega kwa sababu akupigiwa kura Kakamega. Okay? Tunataka kiongozi ambaye anakubalika kila sehemu yote. Kwa nini? Kila sehemu ya Kenya imefanya nini? Imewekea hii muhuri. Lakini kama uchaguzi ni makaratasi tu na kupewa certificate, that one we can get anytime. Certificate ya IBC we can print for you at River Road. Kwanza itakuwa more original than the one you receive at Bomas, if that is all about paper. But this needs to be able to deliver something that we can, be proud of. Like we are proud of our education system. Okay, Julia is here. She's a teacher. She was a teacher in Kenya. Now she's a teacher in the US, and she's talking about how students who come to the US from Kenya, they comparing with the students who've been learning in the US, they are ahead in terms of their understanding of issues. Now, that needs to be something that we are proud of as Kenyans, that we are, although we are in third world, we can lead the first world in the kind of education that we are offering. Ikifika kwa uchaguzi, mbona tukue sixth world? When we are leading the first world in innovation, we are leading the first world with M-Pesa, we are leading the first world with all these things. Then ikifika kwa elections, we are sixth world because somebody has to win and somebody has to lose. That should not be encouraged. Asante. Muda wangu umeanza kuyoyoma. Naomba tafadhali Moses, dakika tatu tusikilize Kirui alafu Nifa then Big J. Tuende kwa huo mkururo tafadhali, na show inaendelea tafadhali. Hakuna kufunga, ni mimi nitang'atuka mapema kwa sababu niko na mkutano hapa ambao I'll be addressing the plenary early in the morning, and so I will need to put my head down in good time. All the same, Moses, karibu tafadhali. Let's tuchunge muda wetu wa dakika 3, na of course usipomaliza utapata muda mwingine wa kuendelea. Karibu.
Thank you, Bernard, and hi to everyone on the panel. But Bernard is like Iceland is having something. I saw her raising her hand up. Let's ask her before I come in.
Oh, Sister Nick, I didn't see you. You lifted your hand. I hope it is not about Dr. again.
No. No,
Yes.
in fact, I wanted to defend him, but it's okay. I will speak maybe. But Alex is gone, so he's out of. And then My
Sorry.
remarks is maybe you said you guys have a system, so I think if just to avoid most people to stay over and waiting your policy, I think when you after the panelists have talked, maybe you have to speak a little bit. You don't speak so much. Of course, you are right and you speak good, but you don't have to speak because when you speak, you speak you cover maybe what the next panelist is supposed to speak. For example, I wanted to say about my evidence for why Raila won, and just to tell Dr. Alcott now he has taken his whatever out. I'm sorry, doctor. So when after the panelists have spoken, don't speak much because when you speak much you covering maybe the what other panelists would like to speak, and then we keep on repeating. You keep on repeating. So that's what I wanted to say. So a kind of, I mean, you're okay, you are on the right track, but the problem is some of us would like to give more evidence to doctor to let him know that Raila, of course, his votes being stolen. Thank you so much, Moses, and thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, okay,
Doctor,
thank
I
you,
hope
Nifa.
you're going to stay.
Thank you, Nifa. I'm okay, and I'm happy for your direction. And probably the reason why I speak is because I speak for my audience, especially when we have had a twisted presentation. I have to lay it in the proper perspective so that our audience can follow the conversation. It's easier for the four of us, for the 10 of us to agree, but the people following needs to follow the conversation so that it makes sense. So whenever kuna mahali ambapo paeleweki, lazima ikuwe straightened ndio mtu akifuata show anaelewa kile kinachoendelea. That is why, but well directed. Thank you so much. Na we keep improving as we learn and continue. Bwana Moses, taka zako umepeana nusu, sasa umebaki na 2.5.
Okay, then I'll be brief today. We know you when mwalimu, Iceland teachers talk, they talk too much and also they like explaining and giving what. So I will go straight to what Alex is saying today. Alex saying that we put these political parties aside and we give credit where it deserves. Yeah, once you demand for democracy, we don't care in which party you belong, but it's all about what you say. Like, once you're right, you're right. We are against people whom we think they stole, we believe they stole the election. But even now, for example, if Ruto and his government, they were doing the right things the way the government have to govern its country, we can say yes, the guy, even though they rigged the elections, but he's doing the things right. But the only people that we have problems with, you come here on this panel, well knowing, for example, that one is called Bernard. They are telling you this is Bernard, you are saying, no, this is not Bernard, this is Iceland, this is Moses. No, you are defending undefendable. The right things should be, when you are right. We don't care whether we belong to UDA or where. The right thing is always right. That is democracy. Another thing, Bernard, yesterday you went off, but we talked about maybe constitution review. I'm just imagining, when someone like these things is common, when people rig election, they are always trying so hard to divert people from demanding what is being stolen from them to make them believe and start focusing in what the next election. So that's what these people are doing. Instead of doing what they are delivering services to the Kenyans, they are trying to divert, people into next election. Yet this one is not yet over. Auditing is being demanded. And those are the things, one of the things that we talked about here yesterday, that, at least we should have an, an act in the constitution that after every election, they should be there auditing of the results that to compare with those ones that are being published to those ones which were uploaded to the public to see whether they match with this one in the server. Once that one is done, everyone will be satisfied. But if you cannot do that, and yet there is many questions, everyone is doubting your will. So there is no way you can prove to people that you won. So some things must be done. If someone like now I'm imagining, Ruto in last election, he was a deputy president, but you see how he did, what he managed to do, until rigging everywhere, even reaching president of using those ones of the government of Venezuela. I don't know whether it was a government or individual. How about if we go to another election? If you allow him to enter another election, the one they are now trying to push people start, focusing on that. 2017, sorry, 2027. Now he's the commander in chief. And as you see, things are moving on in Kenya. Each and every institution that can defend the citizens.
Well, Moses, there is a feedback from your end that is creating noise.
Sorry,
Please.
Bernard. So I was saying that if we can manage to rig, just he was a deputy president and successfully he did it successfully. Now he's commander in chief, and I see most of the institutions are now under his arms. So how will that election? I just imagine, it is disturbing my mind. If it was to happen, if it is to happen, maybe it will be worse. So I think that one should be looked into also. And also, you see, I also believe, we had this something was trending on social media before election when he was saying, I told Uhuru that if you were not my boss, I would chapa coffee. So it's like even the last election before this one of his, it was also rigged. But some people, they have, there are people who have humanity in them. Maybe he was like, let me just leave it, let it go. It will spoil my name and what. But this guy she forced them to no. There is no way to do what, to accept that. So Bernard, let me just come back to conclude. I have got some imagine here. I'll come and conclude from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. We appreciate that. A very soul-searching question indeed. But we may not say solely that William Ruto is the mastermind of the rigging of elections, especially if the IBC is willing to do what they are supposed to do. Nobody from outside can rig elections. If IBC plays their role the way they ought to play their role. What we are having is systematic failure, system failing, whereby the people are supposed to use the system so that the system generate for us the leaders that we are mandated to get through the constitution, are using the system to defeat the purpose of election. That is a sad reality, but it's something that we must fight until we correct, because we cannot continue the way they want us to continue. I want to hand over to Leo. Leo will take charge and until Mato comes, and then keep the conversation alive and, of course, qualitative, ensuring that everybody makes sense of what is happening. Let's not allow information that is not credible to go on air. We don't offer free airtime for propaganda. and all whatever hot air information. Let's hold people to account to be able to substantiate what they are saying, or if it's just hearsay, we drop it because we need to save time. We redeem time for days are evil. But kwa sasa hivi nawatakia wote siku njema na mvuke salama. Hakikisha unavuka salama. If you are driving, please be careful at this point in time from wherever you are. We need everybody safe in 2023 and tukue committed kurekebisha makosa yetu na kuhakikisha kwamba tutatekeleza yale yanayofaa. Namkaribisha Kipu Kirui, karibu.
Thank you, David. I will not take more than 1 minute. I just want to make a comment before you leave. And my first comment is I want to encourage you that next time when you are sitting in that particular seat, you allow dissenting opinions. It's the only way we can add value to our discussion. I'll not talk today on the subject matter. Just a comment.
Dissenting opinions are allowed as long as they are valid. The only problem I have is dissenting voice because of dissenting voice. If it's just dissenting voice because it's dissenting voice, then in my opinion, it's not helping the debate.
But
It's the
next
same
time,
thing. Nobody goes to Western Kenya and tells us we should abandon Raila Odinga and follow him, and he will run in 2032. Who does that? Yani wewe ukuja kutufungie kwa gunia in 2022, okay? Utubebe around tukingoja uran 2032. Does that make sense? Secondly,
I
you're
think
telling us to abandon Raila Odinga and follow William Ruto. Come and tell us William Ruto is good than Raila Odinga because of this and this and this. That is a good dissenting voice. You're telling us the good of this person against this particular person for this particular reason. Lakini kusema tu this person is good, this person is bad, this person is good, this person is bad, that doesn't help the debate. So it's not stifling dissenting voices, but we want everybody to come and defend whatever their position is based on the valid reasons, historically, and with the current information, available information. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, but I think in future the chairing of the forum we still have some room for improvement.
Sawa sawa, nimekubali. Nimekuwa hapa mwaka mzima, sasa hiyo mawe nimezoea, lakini tutasonga mbele. I'm open. I'm very good person if you get closer to me. But kuna kitu tu moja ambayo haiendangi vizuri. Hata watu wako wachache wanajua. Mtu akikubali kudanganya umma, hapo mpaka kitaumana. Mpaka maskofu wanajua. Hata ikuwe mkutano ya maskofu. Hakuna kukubali kudanganya umma. Because I believe I may have some calling towards public service, but wacha nifanye ya Biblia kwanza. So if Kiproi you're done with your submission, we can give to Nifa. Leo, tafadhali shikilia hapo, endelea, and then please make sure that station inafungwa, okay? Nafunga vizuri na vifuli. Tusipate watu wanajitangaza kuwa rais hapa while we are closed the show. Thank you. So I'll see you people tomorrow, God willing. God bless you. Big J, we salute you. Toroi Teach, karibu sana. We continue. Thank you. Leo, endelea tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Bernard. You've really guided us through, and thank you for always coming and starting the show early enough. Because, if it is started late, there are some who sleep thinking that the show is not there. And basically, with me, I do keep on checking. If I see the show is not yet started by 10, you find yourself sleeping. So you are doing a great job. You're the one who is keeping all of us here. Forget about closing. Closing, anybody can close. So let us start with the NIFA. We get our submission as we move. Maybe I know it is almost late. So it's sometimes somebody feels tired when you wait for so long. So let us just keep it short. Na ikienda chain, I hear some guys in my ghetto wakisema iende chain. Nifa karibu.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I salute you all. And of course, about the topic today, first I would like to send my condolences to Brazil. I think Pele, and at least I won't speak because his hard work before some of us were born has proved the world that soccer is really, or football, the way other countries call it, soccer or football. And so, in this world, depends on the effort and your hard work. So you could see you guys people who are going to send off Pele. These are going to be dignitaries and of course sports ministers, international. So that proves to the world that if we are here talking about fighting bad system from our country, and if you in this world, whether in your country or other planet or just internationally, your hard work proves until the day you're going to be laid down or the day when you die, that's when a lot of people will come. So that's what I just wanted to say. And then about the topic of today, without wasting time, of course, I'm not going to stay longer because most of you have already elaborated. Raila Odinga demanding for election audit. I think that's another good proof, after his, most of us had his, and that's what proves that, because other presidential candidates always say that Raila is a person who will say no. And I remember also the chairman of the saying always, Mzee is going to atakubali. So when you say that atakubali, it depends kama hiyo election is going to be done, supposed to be done. I believe now when he that,
I don't know if I'm the one who is having a problem. I can't get you clearly. Yeah, you are
Okay,
connecting.
yeah. Your voice is
okay.
static.
Yeah. So can we
My
maybe
voice,
give you
my
some
voice
time
of
to work
my
on the internet? Or you
sometime, yeah.
are all
Okay,
right?
okay, fine.
Okay.
And now,
Thank you.
Or maybe what you can do is just to cut the video and then you remain with the audio. That way
and then come back
you will
again.
have no. Just do it.
I
Just
come out.
continue submitting, but cut the video
Yeah.
like this as you talk. That
Okay.
way you are
Maybe
it
some.
will be more stable.
Yeah. That's a good idea. Okay. Let me do like that. And now, okay.
Perfect.
You can proceed.
Okay. So So I was on the side of about when the presidential candidates who've been competing with the Raila, they've been saying that Raila was or is a person who never accepts the results. So I think it's because the way the manipulation is being done, and we talked about it 2 days ago, like they just know, like, okay, it's all about whoever who's going to announce for the results. After announcement of the results, you're being declared, and you sign the the document that you've won, and then the rest is a battle, like, okay, you won, we didn't won, but they know very much sure. And then after, for example, it's after his inauguration. So it's like they're saying under Kenya constitution, like when the president is being sworn in, there's no going backwards, like haezi toka kwa kiti. So unajua ni kitu ambayo, and to me, I've been studying this for a long time, not research but studying. Maybe Dr. Aukot being a doctor, I don't know if it's been med doctor or doctor of PhD, like, but the thing is, I'm not saying it's false. I'm not saying like the other guy. I'm just saying. So the thing is, when Ruto was 2007, that's when Kenya had this post-election, right? So now, 2007, Ruto was with Raila himself. Na walifanyiwa hivyo. Unajua walifanyiwa hivyo, and from there he learned how it's supposed to be done. You're 2007. That was not block. Now I nikaweka sasa 2012 and 2017, that was now block 1, Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. Na wakafanya hivyo hivyo. Wakafanya hivyo hivyo. You know, ya kwanza na ya pili, to be honest. You understand? So that is being number 3, because the other time was Kibaki. Now block 2 is 2022. So he did it again. Unaona? So ni ile, yeah, that's my research. That's my not research. I wouldn't say it research, you know. I will say that's the way nilikuwa nafikiria, because ni mchezo, sio mchezo, but it's like, okay, huyu akisha announce, then what? Mi nitasema mimi nimeambiwa nimeshinda na nimeshinda, and evidence kweli, hata mshindi, hata wale sports wakienda kushindana huwa wana-announce mshindi, saa zingine wameshindana mara moja mara mbili, lakini there's this ile watch itaonyesha nani amefika, naweza kufika sekunde moja, mwingine amefika alafu mwingine sekunde moja. So now I think hiyo ndo sasa, hiyo ndo nini wameshikilia, like tutaiba, tutarig, but of course it goes with the planning. So huyu mwingine Raila kuuliza the audit, I think he's right. Ndio sasa wajue exactly, because the other time hawakukubali, hawakufungua, and I don't understand why hawafungui hizo server. And then ya pili, the fallen 4 IEBCs, because these are the perfect, apart from the audit, perfect, hao ndio nitakana kuwapa. So I'm also asking myself, hao ndio wamefanya kila kitu, hao ndio walikuwa wamepata mshahara, and they were there for the 7, of course, all of them. Sasa even if it's anything kikiumana, they're supposed to be wakue kwa koti wote, wakue kwa koti na wajibu maswali. Unani kama mama akienda kuzaa mtoto, ataenda maybe through CC, mtoto maybe bahati mbaya afariki, mama ndiye anajua vizuri kushinda baba asikie uchungu. So I think it was really wrong wakingangana all the chereras for huyo the deputy of chairman na wengine watoki. And then also Chebukati himself, Chebukati should also be there. He's supposed to speak. I don't know. I'm asking myself, are these people blind? Are Kenya people blind or what? It's Chebukati supposed to be there. Sasa yeye hata even he's supposed to, hata kama anaenda kustahafu ama atakaa hapo, but he's supposed to be there. Kuna maswali natakana aulizwe. You understand? So I was still looking for number 4, but that's what I wanted to say. So you're fighting a bad system policy. And to Dr. Aukot, you see, sorry, I always say, kila mtu ana opinion yake. Me, I have no problem mtu akiniambia Ruto ameshinda. Unajua tutaminyana na wewe, hatutapigana. Nitakwambia niambie, you give me the evidence. Mimi nitakupatia evidence nikwambie Ruto ameshinda ama Uhuru ameshinda ama the late Kibaki alishinda. Nakwambia hapana, hakushinda. You understand? Hakushinda because of this and this and that. And for me, I won't, siwezi nikakasirika like the others and say, oh, why? Because nafikiria in this panel, ama in this channel, we're supposed to, hata wakikuwa 20 wala ambao wanasema hapana nani amesinini, so long as unapeana your evidence. Peana your evidence. Unajua kwenda kwa koti, maybe not Kenyan courts, international courts, unajua the witness na evidence, kwa nini kitu hiki kimefanyika, Unajua, they can say leo ndameua Dr. Aukot. Na maybe leo akumuua, leo alikuwa na yeye. Leo is supposed to give the evidence. Unasikia? Ndio tulikuwa na Dr. Aukot, mkaenda nini, tukaenda tukala, alafu kitu gani kafanyika, alafu mimi hivyo you have to speak. Unajua, but si ati watu wanakubandikia tu kwa ajili ulikuwa naye, maybe haukumuua. For example, I just gave the example. So kila ruling court, unajua, and that's where very very careful. I said one time, mimi nishapeleka karibu my bosses watatu, I'm not going to say where, na niliwashinda hivyo na ni wazungu. So zile evidence, you might be small, you might be weni poor, you might be a hustler, you might be rich, or your parents are from dynasty vile wanasema, but ile evidence yenye unapeana how it was, ukiulizwa maswali, you must be very able to answer. You understand? And this is very delicate issue. Yani hii mambo ya electoral na presidential, and I always wonder, they always temper only with the presidential, not with the governors. Hata wakitemper na governor kidogo, not with the senator, not with the women rep, but it's always the presidential, because presidential means in Kenya ni kila kitu, ni mambo yote. President ndo mambo yote. So
Thank you
yeah,
for those.
so that's all I had to say.
Thank you. That is true. And maybe for Doctor, I think he got the dissenting opinion is allowed, and everyone who comes here, they don't speak. Maybe they don't have the same beliefs or the same opinion, but as long as that opinion is supported with some substantial facts or some substantial proofs, then it's allowed. Like that issue of Raila is what we call impunity, where I was telling you that somebody just does something, and at the end of the day, they'll ask you, "Kwani utadu?" They know we'll steal the elections. What will Raila do? See, they even used to tell you, si atandamana tu wiki moja, Kuria used to say, watarusha mawe na wapigwe risasi na warudi tu. That is impunity. So if I'm not wrong, I think between Toroitich and Big J, who came first? I beg to be corrected.
I found Toroitich.
Oh, thank you. I like people who are honest, and thank you for your honesty. Toroitich, you can check it, eh? Please proceed, kindly.
All right, thank you. I'm glad what you're doing here, and I like today what Dr. Okot came and said. And one thing I wanted to say first before is actually
Somebody's
not
mic
condolences.
is on. I don't know who.
Yeah, someone is loud.
Nifa, your mic.
It's okay now?
Yeah, you can proceed. Everything is okay.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to celebrate the life of Pele, the great footballer. We as believers, we believe, and according to what we understand, what we meant to understand is that a man is born for a purpose. And when he fulfills it, and his lot is assigned to the ages, all we can be is grateful to have witnessed. And I thank God to have lived in the times of his greatness, Pele, footballer mwenyewe. So we thank God, and we are very, very, very happy that he has grown to be an old man, to be buried by his children and his grandchildren. And like what we've been seeing happening around where we've been seeing people burying their children because the society is somewhat disintegrating. So that being said, I really, really celebrate that, and I wish and I pray for those of stars that we look up to. May they also live to that age of ripeness, to be as old as Pele and older. I also celebrate the life of I celebrate what we call a Messi, who did us proud by winning World Cup, and I believe he's going also to rise. And when when time passes, people are going to talk great about him like they are talking now of Pele, and I don't wish him death anyway. So, according to what we have today, is Raila is demanding an audit for the polls, and what I can say, really, uh, we are here na tuko kwa hii mess because we did not punish the IEBC's mistakes that they made in 2013, 2017, and we did not even make changes where it was critical to ensure we have a trustable, or we had a trustable 2022 polls. Can we really go forward with a compromised commission, flawed electoral system, and expect anything, anytime, even in a by-election? Let's not even talk about 2027. So according to me, audit is very, very necessary. Especially when you're talking about audits, there is this statement, and many people have also talked about it now, about the issue of agents, having agents. So I was wondering, one ballot is equivalent to almost like 3,000 notes, which are three legal tenders. 3,000 not Kenya shillings, and you find for me to make any transaction with my money, I don't need an agent. Why is my ballot, which is more expensive, the highest legal tender, not trustable? Why do I need an agent? Why is it my fault as a candidate uh, that I do not procure, or I do not secure agents to guard my votes, which are guarded by the expense? You can imagine, we spent a little over 40 billion for the last elections. And I even remember Juzi, the US said that they gave, I think, 18 billion Kenya shillings or something like that, or 180 million Kenya shillings to top it up, to make sure that we had a smooth election. So really, we want to know, where did all this money go? Why did we? Why do we have to have agents if we are using ballot papers that are so expensive, an electoral process that is very, very expensive? This one is not right. And if we do not have an audit for 2022, there is no need. We shouldn't even talk about 2027. There must be an audit. We must get to the bottom of it if 2027 is ever to happen or to be considered an election year. That's according to me. And the other issue is Ruto is defending Sakaja over Gachagua. What I can say, our president, Mr. Ruto, is a very conniving individual that you cannot place him where his mouth is. But again, Sakaja is a force in himself, that especially now that his academic qualifications and credentials have been almost successfully defended, I even believe as we speak, he is undertaking a degree program, and inevitably will be treated to some graduation ceremony, like Ruto did, if you can pull that from your memories. So, in my opinion, Ruto is defending Sakaja as long as they are in one side, because Sakaja is playing smart politically, unlike Gachagua. And Gachagua, the only proven numbers that he has is Madira. Now Sakaja has the whole of Nairobi, and it has spilled over even to his opponents. He was endorsed from across the political divide, unlike Gachagua, who had to be tagged to Ruto in order to secure a win. Actually, we don't have a Gachagua win in this election. We only have a Ruto win, in quotes, win, until we have audit that says that the election was without any blemish. So Gachagua is doing what we call self-destructing politically. So even if I was Ruto, I would really, really bank on Sakaja rather than banking on I would bank on Sakaja rather than Gachagua, because Gachagua, anytime he is given a mic, what he does is to divide the little vote that he has. I'm very sure right now he cannot even stand in what do you call Madeira. But that being said, I know Ruto is an undercurrent. What he will say and what he will be appearing to do is to vouch for or to defend Sakaja, but underhand is going to make some dealings that are going to deal a huge blow for Sakaja, or put him in a position where Sakaja will be like somewhat blackmailed in order to remain faithfully under Ruto. Because we know now, as things are turning out, Sakaja is proving and is turning out to be a man of himself. He doesn't need to tag to anybody in order to be politically relevant. So I think those are the reasons why Sakaja is being defended by Ruto. The other issue is about Kawira. And what I can say is that if she is to be impeached, the issue to me, especially coming this early, should have been about her election. Otherwise, the impeachment, according to me, is an insult to the Kenyans who went and voted for her, because her win was almost like a landslide. She won it, and then immediately they came out and there was, in fact, I remember very well, they were shouting that immediately they get sworn in, the first thing they'll do, their order of business will be to work towards her impeachment. And they've really stood by their word. Now, I don't know who's superior, the MCS or those who elected both of them, the MCS and the governor. And I've seen her defense. I'm expecting something good from that. Uh, that's all I have to say. But I want to tell Mr. Alcott that, you know, for us, all of us that have put up our names up here, we have agenda. I also have agenda for also putting up my name as it is. I would have put in Kenya Mpenda Amani or anything else. It's for no reason that I put Toroitich, because really there is this stereotypes that we want to put them to shame, and actually to show them that it's not as it appears. I may be a Kalenjin, but we don't. I'm not assigned to that, even into that thinking that people think that since you're a Kalenjin, you need to ascribe to certain political beliefs or things like that. So when you come here, especially when I come here, and even before you came here, I think 3 days ago, there is somebody that tried to ask me a question, and I didn't get a chance to answer. But now it keeps showing out that people used to tend to address you according to how you name yourself. So if you will come here as doctor, people will start uh, to talk to you as a doctor and expect a doctor to come out of you. So I don't think they meant any harm, but it's also good to put them into their places to show them that really we don't have to resort to names, or we don't have to personify, we don't have to okay, I don't know how to put it. But that's all I have to say. And I'm thankful to be here. And I thank everybody that's here. For those that will not see each other, because I don't think tomorrow and the day after I'll be here, I wish everybody a happy 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Torotich, for your submission. It is true, and our elections have been bungled, and nothing has always been done. People have not been asking for the audit. That is why the same mistake keeps on being repeated in each and every election. And if we stop there, we don't ask for the audit report. We don't ask or question to know what really transpired in the last election. I foresee a situation whereby in the next election, we are also going to have the same stories. We are going to have the same events appearing. You'll find that this one was one of the most expensive election that Kenya experienced. Because in this election, it spent around US dollars 383 million United States dollars. If you compare election, maybe if you have to now break it down, each voter, they spent 2,000 Kenyan shillings each voter just for you to go and cast your vote. So imagine they've spent 2,000, and at the end of the day, your vote is not counting. Or what if they just decided to give you that 2,000, then you stay at home? If you look at Rwanda, who've been doing some successful elections, they spend like $1.5 per voter. But in Kenya, we are spending more than $20 per voter. And this amount, you'll find that, like, if I may just take a minute and clarify to you, judiciary was given like 200 million. That is just for petitions. For assumption of office, those things that we attended in Kasarani was allocated 200 million. ESCC was allocated about 59 million, of which they did nothing. The Minister of Defense was allocated 100 million. And we had IPOA, this one for the police, given 32 million. We also had the KIEMS kit, those kits that really failed us, took some 45 million Kenyan shillings. 3.2 billion for the KIEMS kit, and we had 3.4 billion for printing those ballot papers that were wasted. Some were excessively printed, some were chiffoned, and the Minister of Interior was also given some 500 million to provide security that they did not do. So let us welcome Big J. We hear from
Leo,
you.
first, Leo, before you let go, since you have the figures, please tell us Form 34C Book 2 of 2, how much did it cost and what was its relevance?
You'll find that for the printing, they spent 3.4 billion, not million, 3.4 billion in printing the ballot papers. That is why printing the ballot papers and all those forms. That is why you'll find that this 3.4 billion was wasted. They were printing some forms that were not even relevant. They were printing some forms that even ended not being used. I myself, I went to that election. I was an observer. I represented an organization called Stewards. There's a certain organization, civil organization. You'll find that, like I was asking the returning officer in the station where I was, what is the purpose of these forms? They were saying, okay, this one we'll just keep them aside. We're not going to fill them. So everything, they just wasted money. So these were some of the reasons, some of the loopholes that they were using to do the rigging.
And whose idea was it to print that book 34 book 2 Form 34C Book 2 of 2? Whose idea was it?
If you can remember, sometime before these, even the printings were done, there were some irregularities that even I saw the how do you call it? The Zimio even went to court to challenge such things. There's some time that they even they disputed so many things, and the IBC had to call them to an agreement, and they agreed on some things, that the papers have already been printed. There's nothing that is going to be done, so they'll have to bring them, but they'll not use them. It was really contested, if you can remember. And that's the time that some people who are wise were really telling you, they started saying that this IEBC is a branch. They said it's a satellite branch of UDA, because most of the things, the IEBC and the UDA were like speaking the same language. This was some few days to elections, so people really saw it. Though I can say Azimio thought that since things are going to be fair, they thought that these people are going to be responsible, so they disregarded and trusted in these institutions, because constitutionally these institutions are mandated to give us credible elections. So I can say that Azimio over-trusted them. So they allowed them, they given them being a democratic movement, they given them that room to operate freely, for them only to go and to misuse the freedom that they were given. So if this one is not corrected now, then I think things are not going to be right. That's why they were rushing to do away with the Cherera 4, because they did not want their mess to be realized. They wanted a way of sending these people so that they ensure they do away with any chance of this Cherera 4 inheriting Chebukati. And right now, they're already planning people who they want to put there. They're already planning the 2027 before even sorting the mess of 2022. So we need to call for the audit. We need to call so that we can be able to know the truth, what really transpired. And we need to be sure that such things will not happen in the future. For anybody who is going to contest, we need to see a free and fair and verifiable elections in the near future. Big J, you can proceed.
Thank you so much, Leo and Toroitich Island naona ameingia kwa curtain. You know, at times hii dunia inatuonyeshanga mambo. Napata You know something, I really wonder leo mtu anakuja, daktari mzima anakuja kusema uongo. You know, hata Mungu sijui, I don't know. Because even let me talk about what Toroi teacher, sijui what's happening to people in this country called Kenya. Mtu hata akisoma zaidi anarudi kuwa sasa masomo yake hata isaidii. I mean, it doesn't reason like a person who is educated. Because leo I want to talk a little bit about Narok. Hiyo alikuwa anasema ati Roda alisema ati kura there was rigging and there was no rigging. There was a very, very serious rigging. Narok County votes zilipatikana marked ballot papers za governor na president. Sorry, za governor, so president, za governor. A lot of them, like there were almost 200,000 votes. Alafu mtu anakuja hapa na ni daktari mzima anakuja kutuambia ati we cannot say that. How can we not say that and we see the people who were voted in, they are voted out? Kenyan voted and they voted for the people they liked. Kwa wakati mtu anakuja hapa kudanganya, it's not fair, it's not good. Hata saa zingine hata mtoto wako mwenyewe anajua, they know they are watching, maybe if they are watching at this station and they know that the votes there was rigging and you are saying they were not rigged, hata watoto wanakushangaa. It's not fair. It's good someone to stand with the truth, because the truth will always set you free. The most expensive election in decades that Jebukati conducted. And why do these people always saying that Azimio didn't have agents in some polling station? We don't need agents because we have IBC and they are mandated to do their best, do the right thing.
Nipa, mute yourself. There's some music there, so we don't know whether it is copyrighted or so. Just
No, it's not my music.
Oh,
no, it's not my music. Even I can't play music now because it's night. It's night. It's not mine. Sorry.
All right.
No, it's my site. It was a TV. Sorry. I apologize for that. So, election was anyway. Before I continue, let me just celebrate actually the legend. Celebrate his 82 years. It's not easy to live 82 years. Unajua siku hizi watu wanaenda wakiwa 60. So at least he lived to the fullest and he has lived. He left a mark in the world, and we cannot forget him. He's a black, strong man. He gave us, anatupatia morale for young people. Like nowadays, young people, they don't follow the legends. They don't see old things. They see the new things. But for us, somebody like me, I really remember him very well. The best player. He did what he did in this world to prove that black people can do something than anybody else. I really appreciate and celebrate his 82 years in this world. I hope that the Lord will keep his soul in someday, because hata sisi tunaenda, it's a way, it's a destination to everyone. Anyway, kuja kwa mchango audit. Leo I said here before, and I think you remember, I said I don't want, I think for I still stand that we don't need a 2027 election before we solve 2022 election. I still stand by that, by my words. And I wish I had some, I still stand that because we need reforms, the very, very thorough reforms. Because, election almost destroyed Kenya in 2007. completely almost destroyed the country. And Chebukati almost brought us back to the same place. And we cannot accept it. But they are killing a different person who tried to save the country, the Cherera 4. Ndio wanapelekwa na hata Supreme Court hata it made a ruling that Chebukati should not work alone. He should work with the other commissioners. The Supreme Court ruled like that. So I wonder what law did the Cherera 4 did wrong and the Chebukati did right. Anaitwa hero mpaka anapatiwa sijui nini. Surely this country of ours, kusema ukweli, it's completely going to the wrong way. And I really support Baba what he said. Kufanywe audit. We need audit. We need to know who the money. I think the money which was given by US. That means that money was the money that used to declare the wrong winner. It's still we are still wondering why why the wrong winner was announced the winner. So I think we have Baba should stand there and be firm.
I think you need to correct yourself. I think it's the loser, not the wrong winner.
The loser, yeah. Okay, sorry. Thank you for that, for your information. The loser. So I think Baba should stand for what he said, because even if we are always behind Baba all the time, and we are there to support him because we believe in him. Another issue is Ruto supporting Sakaja. You know, those are circumstances forcing him to support him actually. Because nana waluya wameenda huko wakaanza kusema nini, you know, if he doesn't support Sakaja, then he's going to lose the Luyas badly. So and he's trying to manage the unity of the Luyas, and I'm wondering what is happening with the Luyas, because they always say that they have a kingpin, but somebody else from Rift Valley is going to unite them. How is that? Leah, can you help me? The Luyas should unite themselves by their leaders, not somebody from Rift Valley. Not me. I'm not from Western. So I think Pogon has just put it in a very, very elaborate way. That we need that audit fund, kwa sababu it gives us the leeway to the 2027 election. But if there is not also the audit of this 2022, then how are we going to 2027 elections? I said that before, election was inaanza kuibiwa 5 years before. 5 years, immediately after election, wameanza kuiba. Immediately wameanza kuiba. So we have to find the way that election is not stolen. Nobody mind if Ruto wins election, but in a transparent way, not stealing. We will support him if he wins in a better way. Sakaja won election, and everybody supporting him because he won in a correct manner. I mean, in a transparent way.
He has legitimacy. Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody, even Azumio, we are supporting him now because he won. So why is that many people think that we don't accept election? Some Raila doesn't accept the election. He doesn't accept election. Who will accept a rigged election? Who? Hakuna mtu anaweza kubali. You have to refuse it. So I think Leah, 2027 election, tusifikirie hiyo maneno ya 2027 election. Hii baba amesema let it be done, na so that we will prepare ourselves for 2027. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just have to agree in one voice that there should be and there will be no elections in 2027 if we've not sorted the issues of 2022. 2022, we need to know what really happened. And somebody is asking, these guys are in power, how can they do the audit? It is simple. There are some things like audits are scientific. You can't lie or you can't play politics with it, just like the audit you normally do in your farms. If you claim that the glass that is in your office was bought at $3, but you don't have a receipt to payment, a receipt to prove so, then we cannot say it was bought at $3. So the same happens. We have to check, did they really follow the law? Did they follow the processes? Did they use the right equipment? Huh? So we have to do an audit, and we have to know what really transpired and correct everything before we go to the next elections. And I know today we are also mourning the legend Pele. Maybe just a reminder, Pele is the only man who won 3 World Cups. That is why he deserves the title, the GOAT, the greatest of all the time. And in his World Cup, Pele scored 12 goals in the 14 matches, World Cup matches that he played. So he scored 12 goals in 14 matches. So that was a great man. And in his entire professional football, Pele scored 1,281 goals in his 1,363 games that he played. So this is somebody who averagely scored in almost every game that he played. So it is unfortunate that he succumbed to colon cancer, and we know that cancer will also be defeated one day. And something that we also need to remember as Kenyans, we are normally cherished and we are celebrated for athletics. So as a country that has got athletes, we also need to celebrate Pele as one of the most recognized athletes in the world. I know some don't know that Pele was also an athlete. So we are also celebrating him as an athlete. There's a man who played when there was no VAR. We call it VAR. He played when we did not have the fifth official. He played at the time when we did not have that spray for the referee, which is normally a final. And he still managed to reach where he reached. I remember when I was young, during that time, there are no advertisements like nowadays. We see comedians advertising the betting companies. I used to buy a chewing gum, and the main motivation that will make me buy a chewing gum was so that I get that sticker with the image or with the photo of Pele. And this one really made those people who are selling the chewing gums, those big G's, the way we used to call them. We used to buy them. We were motivated by those photos. So we'll really be happy if you buy and find the image of Pele, and you will decide to stick it anywhere, maybe on your exercise book or on the wall in your house. And it was really fun. This is an image that we people celebrate. And as we normally say, when legends die, we don't maybe mourn, but we celebrate their life. This is a life that has really inspired most of the people, and we're inspired to do the right thing. And the same thing will also happen when the legends that we're having, people who've done good things to the country, they will be celebrated. But people who've really hurt the emotions of people like Chebukati, I don't think they'll have to be celebrated. So such people will always have to be mourned, because there's nothing that you can celebrate. They might be fooled that they are heroes, they are given some awards. There is no heroism there. That is somebody who is really bringing the country into chaos. This is somebody who made majority of Kenyans have not even enjoyed this year's Christmas. Majority of Kenya are going to end this year after cursing themselves. They are going to end this year when they are bitter, simply because somebody somewhere sat down and messed with the democracy. Somebody somewhere sat down and messed with the elections. So people are not happy simply because of you. So however much they crown you, however much they give you white linen, but in the public opinion, in the hearts of Kenyans, we don't recognize such people as heroes. We recognize them as traitors, and it will go down in history that in the year 2022, there was a traitor. There was somebody who really hurt the feelings of majority of the Kenyans. So we really force, and we really have to encourage and we have to support Raila to ensure that these guys gives us the audit and we sort the 2022 elections. If that is not done, we need to not only boycott, but we need to ensure 2027 elections doesn't happen. Let us listen from Nipa.
Yeah.
You say how many matches will Pele play?
Sorry?
How many matches will Pele play in his entire career?
Pele played 1,363. Those are professional matches. I know he played several, but the professional ones were 1,363. And he scored 1,281 goals. World Cup, he played 14 matches and scored 12 goals in those 14 matches that he played. Nifa, you can proceed.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think just to add something on top about Pele, he was in the stadium, right? I saw him somewhere during a World Cup. I saw him. I don't know if it was. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Did you guys watch World Cup? I saw him somewhere. He watched kind of, though he was very dull a little bit.
I'm not certain, but I heard something like that. I only remember when that pillar in Qatar was lit in his honor. I think that's the time when maybe it was critical and he was taken to the hospital. I do remember such thing happening.
Yeah, but he was there. So that shows also, you see, at least he used to go and support the world footballers. But to add something on top, you see, Africans also, because Brazilians are also Africans, and they're great people actually. I've been there, and 2016 during Olympic, their food is just like African. They eat a lot beans and rice, and I think it shows, Africans sometimes. This is whereby God put the balance. Who an African is. I think after Pele is Usain Bolt. Usain also had like 4 Olympics, I think, and he's there because he acquired the higher one than Carl Lewis. So Africans, we should also be happy that at least God has also given us something whereby, if you take like for example the Serena Williams, the 2 sisters. So, and there are so many, including our own Kenyan marathon runners like Eliud Kipchoge Keino. I remember when he broke the record, everybody was talking about that guy. So it shows, like I said, sports brings us together. But I was not so happy the way Alex said that we should forget about these other superstars, the today superstars. Of course, they have to start somewhere. When someone say forget about Messi, I mean, you can't say forget about Messi, and it's Messi, they won the World Cup. You understand? These shows, I always say, when people are listening at this show, let's not put our anger to other people. Let's not really, we have our problems really, yes, but let's not really say, oh, forget about that one. It's hard work to reach there. And Pele also had to start somewhere. You understand? So when someone just come and say, forget about Ronaldo, forget about Messi, you understand? No. Even Pele himself, he used to congratulate not his own Brazilian team, but he used to congratulate also other players, international, who are doing great. So that's what I wanted to say, but Alex is not here. I think we should really, and also when he talks, so it's not fair also when I speak about it, but when you tell someone, oh, you are a doctor, and I don't know where you wrote your thesis, whether it's legitimate or not, the fact that he's not defending William Ruto, but his opinion, I think is not also fair. You can say doctor, you can say reverend, or you can say, but I think it's not always fair. For example, the other day, I think it's yesterday when Big J was speaking, and when he said something about UN, so I didn't heard it well, and I had to unmute my microphone and say something while he was speaking. That was really bad luck, bad manners of me, and I apologize. So sometimes we should also be very careful how. That's why I say we can still we can still give our evidence based on who you're supporting and why, because you have a voice and you also went to vote. You understand? So even for the first time, diasporans, they voted also. We never used to vote. But I should say, I was thinking, if we are only here on the platform just being on one side, or of course we can be on one side based on evidence. We are like, no, we don't agree because 2007, 2012, 17, it was the same. So I think there are also other people who should come in the channel and also defend and say, no, William Ruto won, or he won like this. But we should also be, I'm saying like this because sometimes when we have this policy making at the UN, at the United Nations, you will find even sometimes we debate with ministers from different countries, and you just have to give your views and defend and say, no, I don't agree with this. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. So that will make the show more lively, and people will say, okay, they are not only from one party, or they are not only defending one person. That was my point. Now, the other thing I just wanted to give a little bit quickly about Kawira and Sakaja. If I compare Sakaja and Kawira, they won.
Just a minute. Washington Okechi, the link is there. You can join the studio. We welcome you. Just join the panel. Just click on the link, then it will direct you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Leo, I wanted to ask, you can speak when someone wants to come to the show. When you speak, he can also listen before when he's on the backstage.
No, yeah, he can listen when you're the backstage. You can listen, and this guy is following live in YouTube, so I know he's getting me.
Okay, fine. So I wanted to say about Kawira and Sakaja. My base is in that's national Kenyan political, whereby Gachagua was attacking Sakaja with no reason, and I don't understand why. And Sakaja is doing his job, and I think the DP should also do the elected, or I don't know to say. Let me say Gachagua. Mr. Gachagua should also do his role, and or maybe I don't know if he's a little bit afraid of the young man, because this young man, the way somebody say, I think when people talked about his degree, his degree, fake degree, I think he's working on that, number one. And number two, this person was not only elected through only the UDA. I think there are also some other tribes or some other political party which elected Sakaja. So based on, and that's why today I heard in the morning, people are really defending, and people say, let Sakaja do his role and play his role and prove to us that we elected him. And I'm happy when people coming out and they addressing Gachagua, telling Gachagua, no, it's not because it's not only that the way you're saying that Kikuyus are the only people who gave Sakaja, and it's not, you have to give someone and tell your party or members or your tribe, please give Leo to be our moderator. And then so long as Leo is there, then we have to hammer and tell Leo, you're not moderating well, your English is not good, you don't have a degree. You understand? So I'm really happy at least Kenyans are now trying to see, oh, why these national people with this head of state, they just attacking one person after the other, attacking one after the other. And because Sakaja is also a man, and that's what I was saying, Kawira is a woman. There are no women who came, even the governors, to come and say, to at least to defend. I'm not saying she was 100%, but there's a role of those MCAs, those MCAs, the way one of us said, panelists said, walisema tu akishapishwa tutafanya kazi atoke. And this is really unfair. And somebody say also the way Sifuna and whatever were, because they are the chairman in the Senate, I think Sifuna was a little bit more fairer. Alikuwa anauliza maswali to those our MCAs, si ati kila kitu kenye wamesema tu mtakubaliana nayo. And if you can see Sifunas, they are not real lawyers really to the level of akina judiciary, akina Koome, but at least they were trying to balance. Wanawauliza wale maswali, you understand? Na wanauliza pia Kawira maswali. So those are the kind of questions nilikuwa nataka pia wangefanya huko judicial, vile walikuwa nafanya hiyo mambo ya presidential. But anyway, unfortunate. So I think and Mr. Ruto coming to defend Sakaja, the way mmoja amesema hapo, it's true. No, it's Big J amesema. It's true. Najua these people, yani 2022 hata mjafika 6 months, wanaanza kutafuta ya 2027. Wanaanza kutafuta 2027. Na hiyo ni ujanja sasa. And I think Kenyans now wameanza kujua. Because unaona Mr. Ruto also does not have 100% trust. Hiyo 2027 ikifika kama wale Central watakuwa nyuma yake. Na yeye, number 2, in Kenya, I think after Kikuyu za Luyas wako wengi. Na unajua only one part of Luya, Bungoma, is the place whereby walipeana sana kura zao. Sasa Ruto is also trying to get easy Luya part, ndo kusudi wale pia wakigoma au akisema hata sisi tunataka kupatiana mtu wetu presidential candidate, wacha tufanye nini? Wacha sasa yeye ata deal na Luyas. So Luyas also should also wamuke, though huyo kingpin wao mwenye walikuwa anasema ni kingpin huyo Mudavadi ashawaambia 2027. I don't think if it's going to work 2027. Now another thing ya mwisho ni this is on Leo uliongea something which really nilikuwa sijui vizuri about this form 34Cs and printing paper ballots. I wanted to ask you, printing of ballots, wali print the same place, like the same company like 2017? Na kama ni hivyo mbona wana print na nini ya nje? Mbona wasilete tu mashini hizo pesa zote? You said those a lot of money. Mbona wasinue tu mashini yao, alafu wakishazi print, I mean they should you going to print nje na kwenda kuprint nje, si watu wote hata presidential candidates hawataenda kule. So how many hizo papers mnajua ni ngapi zilikuwa zimeprintiwa, ama zingine kama zimeprintiwa vibaya surely So nilikuwa nauliza hiyo is it the same company walitumia hiyo 5-10 years ago na hizo form 34Cs? I'm done.
All right. The printing is not the same company that they used in 2017. I think the tendering was done in another company. I'm confirming that. I'll inform you. Then I don't know, the question that all Kenyans are asking, why do we always have to print our ballot papers in foreign countries, yet we have capacity to do it in Kenya? we have in Kenya, we can print anything and everything. You heard they suspended the elections in Mombasa for the gubernatorial election and the one in Kakamega, and the claims were that there were some mistakes in the ballots that were printed, the ballot papers. I don't know how true that was. And before we were told that these ballots were confirmed. So there are so many stories. They're just theories. They're just stories that are just meant to confuse you people. But there's a lot that needs to be checked, and that is why the audit will do us justice. And somebody has just asked a simple question: is that how are you going to make sure that the scandal at IBC won't happen again when it happened 6 times? That is Washington. So Washington, maybe I'll not answer that one directly, but I'll inspire you with something that is normally called the Lincoln's failures. So just I'll just inspire you within a minute. If you look at Lincoln's failures, if you look at 1832, he lost a job, defeated for a state legislature. In 1833, he failed in his business. In 1835, his sweetheart or his hubby or whatever you call it died. In 1836, he had some nervous breakdown. In 1838, he was defeated and he lost when he was contesting to become the speaker. In 1843, this Lincoln still was defeated in the nomination for the Congress. He lost renomination again in 1848. He was rejected for the land officer in 1849. He was defeated in the U.S. Senate. That was in 1854. He was defeated for nomination for vice president in 1856. And again in 1858, he was defeated for the U.S. Senate. But in 1860, he was elected as the president. So that is enough to tell you that however much we've failed, however much these things have been happening, so you need to be inspired that if we do things differently, or if we keep on persisting, we will get it sorted. So let us not lose hope and believe that since everything has been going wrong in IBC, it cannot be changed. Yes, it can be changed. It only needs you to have that positive perception. It only needs your will, then your energy, then it will happen. But if you give up, your future generation is looking at you. So if you give up, then you are hurting and you are killing the dreams of those kids that you are raising currently. Torotich wanted to say something. So Torotich, it's also your time. As you're saying something, I think you can continue and give your presentation. Let us welcome also Uprising Begins. Karibu sana. So Torotich, you can proceed.
Yeah, I was asking first of all, what was the difference in votes between Raila and Ruto?
Between Raila and Ruto, there was a difference of less than 250,000 votes. That is according to IEBC. They gave a difference of
exactly.
250,000 votes.
Yeah. Don't mute your mic because
All right.
I'm not prepared with it because I was just looking at the reason why we did the audit for 2022 poll. Now imagine they brought that issue about having problems with the ballot for Mombasa, some places in Western, other places in Ukambani, Kitui, things like that. Now, imagine that there was no problem with those polling areas, and we all went there. Already 256, 265 or 256, is it a comfortable win for a vote count of plus 14,000, 14 million? Is it really a comfortable win?
Actually, that is not a comfortable win, because even if you look at the previous elections that has been bungled and rigged, you'll find that the win has always been higher than that. So this one was a slim win, something that you cannot convince, because if we say now, okay, Ruto won, the difference was 250,000. And remember, there is 8 million who did not vote. So if maybe we just talk of the total votes that were there, you say, Raila, can you take your 6.9? And Ruto, can you take your 7.1? Do you want to tell me, do you have a winner there? I think these guys are equal. I remember vividly in the year 2013 elections. After that, the current Kakamega senator was the first senator of Kakamega. And Kakamega, I think by that time was elected, his party was attached or aligned to the UDA and not UDA, but the URP and the TNA by then. That was the Ruto. And he went and told, he was in Senate and told them that the 6 million votes, the 6 million who voted for Raila cannot be wished away. And if you people cannot give Raila the much respect and protection that he needs, then you are doing a wrong thing. Because if anything happens to Raila, the country will be in chaos. So just tell me, that was 6 million versus, that one was hyped. But this one, the difference of 250,000 only. That is not a comfortable win. That if you are maybe a wise person, even if you are a wise thief, the first thing you should do is to go and look ways of pleasing these other people. But you don't blackmail them by sending them 2 kilograms of maize each and every weekend, and you talk badly against their leader, the person they loved and they voted for. That one will not change their mind. He needs to be wise enough. Yes, Nifa.
Thank you so much, Toroitich, for for bringing that. I was like, I'm sorry. 250. How many people voted? Kama, if they had that, how many people voted?
14 million plus 14 million. 14 million plus. Slightly over 14 million.
14 million plus. The accurate figure, mkipeana hiyo the accurate figure, and it's not your problem. Wale watu wa IBC, watu wangapi voted? And then, watu wangapi voted? And then just sasa ikuje na hiyo figure. And then the other thing is, it cannot be 250. It could be maybe 258 of 259. It cannot be 250 with that population. Kusema la haki. And then unajua these figures does not add up. I add up hata kidogo.
And also there's another thing, and I think this is the reason why the judiciary were trying really to do everything not to go back for counting, because this 250 will become slimmer. And I think with a tilt of 100, or let's say slightly below 100, like 80 votes, tilt of 80 votes, or if 80 votes were disregarded from that brings that difference of 250, automatically you're supposed to be having a run. Because it will bring Ruto down to less than 50. It will take Raila up to more than 48. And there we don't have an election. And remember. Okay.
But still, for me, I'm still struggling to know, because you are saying 50 plus. Each candidate must get ile 50 plus. Hiyo 50 plus ni 50 plus, yani ukipata maybe 6.9. I mean 50 plus. Hiyo 50 plus, what's the merge? What's the merge?
That one is much, maybe when they talk, they normally say 50 plus 1 vote. So the one is not percentage. So that is how the constitution, one is not percentage. It is 50% plus 1 vote.
10 plus 1 vote, and you're done.
Yeah, but then if it's 50 plus, each one has to get, so for them to go for rerun, Ama?
No.
Once somebody has gotten 50%, and you get 1 vote on top of that 50, there is no rerun, because this 1 vote simply means your opponent is not going to get 50. But if you are at 50, then it means your opponent can also be at 50. But if I have 50 plus another 1 vote, so your opponent will have 49 point something. Are you getting that?
Yes.
Yeah. So that month, if you start thinking about it, you'll get confused, and it's so complicated. What we are saying here, and somebody is telling me Ruto did not get. Yeah, we know very well. I'm told it is 3.5 million. Even this 250 that is contested, we don't know where it came from. The other day I had Wetangula in Bungoma. He said that nyinyi watu wa Bungoma ndio muliangusha hiyo ratili kwa upande ya Raila na mkaongeza hiyo ratili kwa upande ya Ruto. Hiyo kura yenye ileta tofauti 200,000 ilitoka huku Bungoma. So I don't know how true that is. And even by the time they were announcing the elections, even the court accepted that they not tallied all the constituencies according to their system. So that is why we need an audit. We need an audit.
Exactly, and that's
what happened.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying this 250, it's a very critical number, so that without audit, nobody is comfortable. That's why this government is fighting to win legitimacy, and legitimacy doesn't just come like that. You just don't convince people with words and with promises and with this and that. No, we really need an audit, and with the audit.
Hey, Big J, say something. Wacha kunyamaza.
No, I you know, at times myself, I feel sometimes I feel so sorry for myself because I don't change easily. I'm not that kind of a person who can who follows the air. I always it doesn't matter how things, what I believe in, I always believe in, and I always say exactly what, if I say something, it means that. You know, I've seen it all. I've seen it all because the 2007, we saw it coming, and actually at that time I was a little bit connected. 2008, 2013. I was also, I saw it. I was so connected. I was up there. So when we like the, this 2022 election, how many people didn't vote? That's a question we are not asking. How many people didn't vote? Leave alone the one who voted. How many people didn't go to vote? And why is it that, if, for example, 8 million people did not vote, 8 million, can you imagine the people who are registered, 8 million didn't vote? And you're trying to force yourself to people to believe that you won nicely, the way the doctor was telling us here. And 8 million people boycotted your election, surely. And you go to remove you are trying to, because actually what Pogona just said, the reason why we need this audit, ni kwa sababu things like those, we want to know exactly, the tendering of election materials which were done. Definitely they were done in a wrong way, and even as we went to court in many cases, and cases were thrown away. Kwanza ili ukitaka kujua walianza ukora, they refused walikataa manual register. Why do you know they are refusing manual register? Because manual register, you cannot change it. It's real. So myself, I think what we need to support this. Our old man is a wise old man. Raila they call him Mzee, but he's a wise old man for us, and he will never get old. We still support him till he die. That's myself, because I know I have hope on him to change the country, even if he's not. Because people, the problem with the UDA side, they're always thinking about Raila. They don't think about the country. You know, Raila sio chuma. Raila hawezi ishi miaka 200. But what will happen after him? Tunangojea tu mtu, we reward people who doesn't deserve to be rewarded at heroes. We leave the real heroes. Sahi hatungekuwa kwa hii channel, ingekuwa KANU. I know KANU more than anything else because I was there. So I think it's time that we Pogon najua maneno ya KANU. KANU was KANU ni kama mafia wa huku Japan wanaita yakuza. So now Kenya has yakuza. Yakuza ni mafia. So we have to be really, you know, very sober. You said, Niva, you said that we need to have a different opinion, which is okay. We have many people here wanakuaga wa UDA. Tuko na jamaa naitwa Black, tuko na jamaa naitwa Marsit. We have a lot of them. But one thing we don't accept in this panel, we don't accept lies and rumors. That's the problem. And many of them who come here, they're always coming with rumors and lies. Na hii hatuwezi kukuachilia, lazima tutakugonga. That is the truth. Because lies, ukuja kutudanganya hapa ati sio sijui nini. It doesn't work that way. Here we talk the truth, you give us your, hata kama ukuyudi, we don't mind. We don't, hapa si ati, we don't, nobody chase them away. They are always going by themselves because wanakuja na uongo wakishikwa. Because the other day walikuwa wanasema ati 100 days za Ruto imekuwa so successful. Successful what? Somebody who's anaenda miradi ile Uhuru alifanya ndiye anaenda ku launch the second and third time in one project ambayo ilifanywa na Uhuru launched it. I remember the other day he was launching as police United Police what? It was police training something.
The training school that was done and completed by Uhuru.
And I
remember when Uhuru was even doing the small guns, whatever in Ruiru, he was the first person to oppose because he wants to import the guns. So his interest is importing, and these poor Kenyans cannot import. But Uhuru used to think he was seeing the future. Instead of importing these things, can't we make it? Uhuru built the military university. Right now, you know how many African countries who've sent their troops to come and land there? So you see...
So those are kind of things unasema ati Uhuru alikuwa mlevi na anafanya kazi. Because that is wanasemanga Uhuru ni mlevi. By the way, Leah, I've never voted for Uhuru. I've never voted for him. Sijawahi mpigia kura, and I used to hate him. Lakini the last 2017, the last 5 years, I came to like him because he did something good that I admired him. So sometimes, unajua sio lazima mtu, you know, what Ruto is doing now, he's launching projects zenye Uhuru alikuwa amelaunch. Unajua hata wakati walikosana na Uhuru, actually ni hiyo launching of project. Ilikuwa ukisikia Lia akiwa na choo anataka kulaunch, Ruto mbio anaenda kulaunch choo. You know, mpaka wakakosana na Uhuru because anandia akamwambia wacha kutangatanga. That's where tangatanga came from.
Kuna mahali alikimbia kwa Western akalaunch barabara, akasema kuna barabara alishajenga. Watu wakamwambia peupe bana, uongo
mtupu. He's a very good liar. A very good liar. Sasa unadanganya watu na unajua kitu kama barabara, you cannot hide it, huwezi yeka kwa mfuko. Magari bado zitakwama. Hata kuna unajua Mungu naye ni mzuri. Kuna shamba walichukua Kilgoris. Walichukua ya the first president. Hiyo shamba sasa hivi wanangangania wanapigania hiyo shamba na mwizi mwingine wa mashamba huko. God is working. Trust me, God is working. There is a lot wanapigana kung'ang'ania border.
Sorry, Leo. Can I ask, who are you referring to? Nani ananyang'anyana shamba? Who?
Ni Ruto na jamaa mwingine huko Narok.
Okay.
Kwani ukisikia shamba ujui nani ananyang'anyanga watu?
Maneno ya shamba obviously unajua nani ananyang'anya.
All right. Naona kuna wengine tunafaa kusikiza kutoka kwa Pricing Begins.
Okay, sawa.
Today we are talking of matter of uprising. So the next uprising that we are having currently is we need audit report. And the audit report, as those people don't know, it starts with the auditing of the voter register. How many dead voters voted? Yeah, in that register. How many are genuine voters? There's something I liked about Rwandan elections. It costed the $1.5 per person, but Kenyan election costed 2,000 Kenyan shillings, about $20 per person. But in Rwanda, they did not have something like you go and register. They got the register, they got it from the national registration documents, like ID. Why do those people are having the national ID? In this database, they normally have, like in ID, if I die today, before they issue what is called death certificate, that national ID has to be returned. So they keep on updating. They know who is dead and who is not dead. But that one doesn't happen with IEBC. So that is why in IBC, you'll always find that dead voters still wake up and vote. And in Rwanda, they got those people who are voting, the data was gotten from the national registration, whereby you cannot vote twice. You cannot vote for somebody who is dead, because when you die, even today, the chief is the one who gives the burial permit. The burial permit will only be given by the chief. And for you to get that death certificate, of which you really need, the chief must first of all pick the ID. And that one is normally when they're doing the registration of the deaths, they cancel you as somebody who is living. Let us get a question from Troy Teach before we welcome uprising.
Talking of Rwanda and talking of using the ID to vote, isn't this the reason why Uhuru was trying to bring about the Huduma number?
Actually, those are some, if you had the people who are against Huduma number one was Ruto. Mudavadi were among the people who posed for photos with the Huduma number, and it was used as an advert. But when he joined Ruto, what happened? He was among the first people who went and said, no, I don't know Huduma number, and he really opposed. He was not opposing the Huduma number. He knew very well, and they said the Huduma number will be used in rigging the elections. Huduma number was capturing all your details from your NSSF, from your ID. So it would be easier to use that Huduma number to get the data for voters than using the IBC register. IBC register is a database that the government doesn't have control. These other departments doesn't have control over it. So if you go and blackmail or you go and corrupt or buy the IBC, they can do anything to their data. How will you know these are the exact number of voters? But if these things are captured in the Huduma number, it was easier. And they knew since Uhuru was the president and people like Matiang'i through the National Registration Council, they would be able to know the exact number of registered voters. That is why they really opposed the Huduma number. Huduma number was a good thing, but it lacked the goodwill from the people who were supposed to support it. Yes, Big J.
Yeah, talking about the good number, let me add something on that, because here we are using a so-called My Number. This My Number is a card that I can even go to ATM and withdraw money. Sometimes if you lose your ATM card, you can use that. You can scan it and you will get the money you want, because it has all the details, your bank, your everything. So the idea with the Uhuru's My Number was one of the best ideas. I really loved it. I wish I could I got one, but unfortunately it stopped before we got it. My Number was the best way actually of ending these dead voters. But unfortunately, it was defeated.
Pricing Begins. You can give us your presentation or your comment or your thought as the next we go to Chaka Mdume tuweze kusikiza Kiswahili safi kutoka Pwani.
Yeah, I've just risen up. I'm happy. I listen even when I'm not in the panel. I listen. The good thing is that after listening, you also find that you have some inputs. You have something to come and talk about, and therefore it is important to share what is in your mind, share what you're thinking, and what is the way forward. Having listened to all of you, I am so happy that the reason why I saw some of us asking why UDA it is. They are few in this channel. It's not because they are chased by anybody. It is basically because it is difficult to defend a lie. It is difficult to build a house on a quicksand and expect to sustain that. So whatever the UDA fraternity and the Kenya Kwanza fraternity does, even the UDA people are worried. They are worried, and that is the reason why I wanted also to talk about my sentiments today. I'll just talk about what you spoke about Pere here and sports, and then a little bit of IBC audit, because I think that is a pertinent issue now that we need to do. And then I want to talk about the next frontier, the Mount Kenya factor in the next election, because I think that is important also to talk about. I heard you talk, Leo, about, and I say hi to everybody, about Pele. And Pele was a great footballer. He was successful in many ways. And that shows what sports can do in a country. Because when you look at Brazil has enhanced football. In fact, we all think that every Brazilian is a footballer, because we have grown believing that is the best football country in the world, which is very true, because the coach of Brazil sometimes is even in a fix to select the 11-man squad, or the squad that represent the country. The reason is they have over 200 paid professionals around the world, and their league is so good that it pays equivalent to the Premier Leagues. Sports is something that can revolutionize this country. Sometimes I listen to Baba talking about the history of Kenya, and some people brush that out. They don't want to listen to where we have come from, the heroes we have had in life. And that is where we go wrong, because the people in leadership today have no any history of supporting and participating in the growth of this country. And that is where the problem is. Because anybody who does not know the problem of a country cannot be the solution of a country. Any doctor who you don't tell about your problem cannot cure you from their problem. I ask people even around me, what is Kenya bad with? What can we not do as Kenyans? Because, my friends, there was a time we had Wakina Odumbe, cricket. We were among the second best from India. In Kenya, we were we were among the best cricket players in Kenya, because Kenyans give them an inch, they take a mile. They only need that political and that goodwill, and they only need that boost for them to succeed. So we were good in cricket, but mismanagement, political mismanagement, we are where we are. We buried cricket. We are no longer even in the news, and we move on. There was a time we were good in rugby, my friend Leo. We would watch rugby until we are like, hey, those lawyers of ours and laws can really damage the whole world because they were the best, wakina Kayange. They were the best, wakina all those people in whatever. We could go around the world. We were supporting. Kenyans are good in even support their Kenyan fellows. We do not look at their tribe when it comes to sport because they represent us. What happened? Politics again destroyed this thing. There was a time when football was good in Kenya, the days of Matiba. Yeah, I remember because I was brought up in Limuru. The people like Bata Bullet, yeah, Patrick Nachok, Tom Taylor, people who are very
Sorry,
good.
sorry to cut you short. Sorry
Yeah,
to cut you short, Nyongesa. That was my uncle, Fred Nyongesa. That time
you see,
he he
those are
played
the
in.
people. Now you can confirm that that is something that has impacted your life and has impacted people's life. Yeah, so we are good in athletics. Now we are destroying athletics. Yeah, we have very many problems with doping. We are about to be banned because we have allowed corruption to be in athletics. The people from the Rift Valley, we support them all over the world because they are powerful, they are strong, they are blessed, they are talented. But we are about to destroy that again, that industry. Why? Because politics have come in. We need to know that there is no sport in Kenya we cannot do. Because even Big J, I don't know, I think he's from Big J, I think you're from Narok. I'm sure Narok people can throw the javelin, yeah? If it traditionally have been holding it with good proper structures, these people like Rudisha, you saw what Rudisha did. He was among the best people in running. And we also know what this other guy who was drawing the I don't know, in Akanga Kama Kamawe. He did a good job. So with proper management, with proper governance, we can be one of the biggest sportive country in the world. I want to give you a statistics. The EPL, the football in England, it is worth about average, it's about 960 million pounds, translating to that into Kenya shillings. Yeah, those are almost like 20 countries of Kenya. The budget of Manchester United and Chelsea or Arsenal, it is equivalent to the budget of Kenya. And then you people think that the only thing that can help Kenya is Hustler Fund. Retrogressive thinking. Retrogressive thinking. Where people are buying clubs, you're giving people 500 bob to start a business. What has Hustler Fund done since it came? It has affected the inflation. It has destroyed the way money moves because who advises Kenya Kwanza? We have people like Leo and Big J and Roy Tich here, Chaka Mudume and Moses Masara here, and Ena Islam. Who can advise this country? You don't give money to drunkards and people who are bank smokers and expect the economy to grow. They can't grow. We should let the banks who deal with loans continue with that. Give them incentives. Tell them you are the people who can characterize and categorize people who can do business. But don't throw money into the wind and expect that one day it will be a success story. Unless you come and lie. Because this government is very good in lying. I know after 2 years they'll look for a successful business, which has nothing to do with Hustler. But then they bring it and say this person started selling chicken or goats with 500 bob.
No, not that in 2 years. Already there is a success story that was said in a live TV, Nation TV, and that guy was a former UDA aspirant who failed. He said he borrowed 700 shilling and went and bought a chicken, and he was telling us how the chicken is going to lay, even telling us how one egg is 20 shilling, and now this chicken, they are sharing food with his mother's chicken. And so, like, don't get surprised. This government can do anything. Don't get surprised. I really felt like, what are these? So such stories are coming. Eh?
You know, that is what we call in English hogwash, because you're so emotional and so gullible that you want to protect and even defend something that is stupid, because that hustler fund to me is a stupid idea. Because whether you I don't know how you put it, there is no way you can do business with the public. Show me a country that does business. Any government that does business with the people destroys the economy. It was a good idea, but they should have channeled it through the banks, because the banks could have known who is really Mama Mboga and how much does she need. You know, the banks will know who is a businessman and who is a joker. Now everybody is in a platform to buy. That is why you see that 2% among the people who have borrowed have actually not paid. And any time, and you can go to the banks and look at the books, anytime 70 or 90% of the people who borrow don't pay, that's a bad debt. That is a debt that has destroyed that product. So we are in a struggle. We have made so many good steps in the future. We have made many good steps in the past, but now we have destroyed and made a very bad step to the future. But I know we can salvage the country, and we will salvage the country. That is why we are here tonight, not because we have nothing to do. We can sleep. We can go to bars and drink. We can go out there and smoke. But we are here because we are concerned about the people of Kenya and the life that we expect in the future. Because most of the people here, we are about a quarter of our lives gone. So we are done with our lives. We need now to prepare the lives of the people coming after us. And if we do not say about it, we do not talk about it, then we are going to be blamed by the generation that is going to come. We need to teach our children that there's more opportunities. As we spoke, I was talking about sports, cricket, for example, and they call it whatever in India. It's worth $1 billion. It's $1 billion industry. You can so imagine that if this country harnesses the opportunities that we have, then there will be nobody who will be struggling. We can produce the best footballers. The reason why we see West Africa doing well in football is because they have very good relationship with France, who was their colonizers. They realized that at the end of the day, despite everything and the problem we had with you colonizers, we can still benefit from each other. We can give you our sons, our countess, yeah, and they go there and become good. What is the relationship between us and England? Do we have any players playing for the Premier League? We don't, and they are our colonizers. Yeah, what do we do with football? We are being banned every day because of mismanagement and corruption, because we don't see the
We
future.
have the Wanyama.
Yeah, Wanyama, but you see, Wanyama went to England, but what is the percentage? What would we have loved to have? So my challenge is, let us keep pushing, because when Baba talks about football, even when you see Baba watching Gol Mahia, and we are happy, we are blessed because we have Raila Amolo Odinga. He knows what football is and what football can do in this country. What we have seen in this government, it is ministers who are socialites, slay queens and slay kings. What really matters in their life, it is go and get a photograph and a selfie in Qatar. But historically, they have nothing to show they can support sports. Yeah, we saw Akina Kibrud Murkomen doing a lot of selfies. Kenya was, I think, among the best 3 countries that took the biggest delegation in Qatar without a football team. The president of Kenya went to Qatar without a football team. The ministers went to Qatar without a football team. We do not even participate in African Cup. That we have the audacity to go and get money and per diems from the coffers of government and take people to take selfies, take governors. It's a big shame, big shame. We watch the World Cup from the TVs. Why didn't they do that? So they will tell us it's their own money. Which money? They use taxpayers' money to go and watch football. The top three teams that even Brazil and whatever, they didn't have the ministers good. In fact, I'm told even the Argentina who won, they didn't, even the president did not appear. But our president, because he has finished all the problems we have in Kenya, amemaliza, we have no hunger, tumemaliza mambo ya barabara, we have no
Correction.
political problem.
Correction. Pole na nyuma. Correction uprising is not the president. Apo correct. He is not the president.
Okay. Uprising ukimalizia I know Chaka amengojea sana, alafu pia kuna some swali kwa Torotich, wacha ulize alafu you wind up, you'll get another chance again. Torotich alikuwa ameinua mkono.
Yes, actually hata sisi swali nilikuwa nataka kusisitiza hiyo mambo ya delegation kwenda Qatar. Qatar has is hosting almost 85,000 Kenyans there, and they are the people who prepared for World Cup, and these are the people who've been going through problems. We've seen Kenyans dying even during World Cup. The delegation that went to Qatar never spoke about their plight. They only went there for selfies and things like that, nothing that is beneficial to a Kenyan, to those Kenyans that are bringing back home money every other month.
Big J, you had something, huh?
Yeah, I wanted to just a small rejoinder to Uprising Begins. He talked about Hustler Fund. That is the part that I always hate in this government. I really hate that part, but I've got nothing to do. But because UDA government is a Shylock government. Let us not call them. It is purely Shylock. Because what they are doing, even the insurer is not doing that. So at the Uprising, I some time back I talked about this, and I said, if these people, they really love these hustlers, as they say, they could have, given the banks the leeway and give them the rules on how to give them good loans that can help. Because if I go to a bank to get a loan, the bank will get my details, because a loan is not like they are giving you register with a phone and get a loan. I mean, surely something was wrong from the beginning, because even this money we are getting, these hustlers are getting, we don't know where the money coming from, because I the petition a bunge Parliament never discussed about it. They didn't give. So this money, we don't know, it's somebody's business within the government. And you just lie to your people to create more poverty, because if, for example, you're giving them that 500, wanaenda wanakunywa vile pricing na ni ukweli wamekunywa wengi. I read a lot of messages, jamaa amekunywa anasema sasa 500 nitafanya nini? Surely hata kusema ukweli 500 mtu atasaidika na nini? So I think it was good for the government ingeshukisha rates za loans, at least vile walikuwa hata ifike like 8%, if they wanted really to help the hustlers. 8%. The banks in Kenya, the rates, it's too high. Wanalipisha too expensive. So it's sometimes very difficult for someone to take a loan and return it back. Unless if you are a very good businessman, you get a big loan of like 200 million, that then you will do better. Like mtu akichukua 200, like 100,000, 200,000, the rates is too high that sometimes very difficult. So I expected the Ruto government, your Shylock government, they could have done a legislative. Now, wateremushe the rates. I expected that. The rates is affordable. That's what I wanted just to add on.
Thank you. That is even self-evident. Somebody, Wairimu, have really given some insightful information on if you want Kenyan athletes to succeed, the organizations need to be privatized. They need to be privately owned. That is true. I'm a fan of football. We used to follow the Kenya Premier League. It was managed by a private entity until we got the Ruto sympathizer or the Ruto's branch, FKF, led by somebody called Nick Mwendwa. When Nick Mwendwa came, he changed and he kicked out the KPL, which was a private company, and said that FKF is going to manage the Kenyan Premier League. During the time of KPL, I think we had things like Super Sport and we had these sport pesas. And that is the time that we saw Kenya sending Michael Olonga abroad. We saw somebody, 4 Kenyans, David Owino, Akumu Tedi, and Were joining the Zambian club. We saw several Kenyans joining some foreign, even the Tanzania leagues. But since FKF started managing, what did we see? There were corruption, the sanctions, and no Kenyan have even gone abroad maybe to play these other leagues, and mismanagement until FIFA banned us. And when now the Ruto government came in power, what did they do? They decided, no, they like shortcuts. And Nick Mwendwa is still coming back. The cases are going to be dropped so that, FIFA doesn't want the court or the national government interfering with football. So what they're going to do, they're going to drop the cases so that FIFA can now allow Nick Mwendwa to continue looting. So until such things are taken care of, we are not going anywhere. So those are the problems that we're having in Kenya, and we will not even play that World Cup that Ababu Namwamba is telling us. It will not happen. There is corruption everywhere. Yes, Moses, you can wind up. We allow Chaka to contribute.
Thank you, Leo. Just requesting 1 minute. I summarize because I was here before, but got some. Yeah, Uprising, you have made a very good contribution today. We really appreciate that. And I really don't believe that even though we want change, even though we want one day we wake up, even Baba becomes the president, I cannot ever support that you give each and every Kenyan money to set up a business or free money like the way Lizzie Hasora Fund did. Because we have different, different reasoning capacities and maybe like talents. It's not everyone that can manage to run a business. Even if you wake up tomorrow, give every Kenyan 100 or like 500,000 shillings, you'll find some of them, if you ask after some few weeks or days, you'll find they have done nothing. So it's better. For me, I believe that if you want to develop a country, you create that environment that allows everyone to maneuver on his or his or her, on his or her own self. Like that manner, I wish they could like open up some kind of a factory anywhere that generates maybe like making, you can generate this fresh milk into powder. You create jobs for Kenyans to hustle themselves. The money you have worked for, you will know how to plan for it. And they reduce poverty, but not giving everyone. And you access money without even any qualification. Everyone can access. Do you really that cannot change anything? Like today, I was happy here. I saw Governor of Mombasa. I don't know if any of you saw what that guy did in the coast. Go in the bank, make these banks to borrow people money and reduce the interest. Interest. Someone can come and borrow money at a low cost or low interest. From like for example, maybe it's now normal is 8, make it to 2 or 1, such that people can go there and with requirements. You must qualify to take that loan. Not everyone. Like one of our colleagues here said, I've never seen a country that allows everyone to access money without any qualification. How? Hmm? So I saw Governor this Abdul Samad at the coast. He did something that I wish this government can even go and watch what that guy did today. You know, he told people, those people in the coast that this everyone is in the government. This Mombasa is for everyone, and everyone has right, has his shares here. But what we are going to do, we have to work as a team. You know, he reduced, even he said not going to. He said from today onward, the tax, I'm going to reduce it on your tax. Those ones who are doing small business, it will depend on how much you are earning, how much you are doing. If you are doing much money, your tax will be somehow. These ones who are just starting and coming up, that is the framework that we expect the government to do, because people can develop their own. And I told them that you must, if you are working, make sure you pay the tax, because this money is the one that is going to develop you and you enjoy. So he even set up, I saw like 2,000 people got jobs, and he made sure that each and every village has got someone to work in that same. It was a company, I think. Every corner you cannot complain that for us we did not get. Everywhere it was equal, one, no complaint at all. Whether you were Muslim, you were non-Muslim, you were Christian, I think this government should go and look on how other people. And I'm very happy. Before I was like, I never believed in that guy, but the way he's pushing is a promising guy. You see, even give money to them, not for a loan and what you say. He said I think he gave 1 million Kenyan shillings. Then you divide by 2,000. I think everyone will get 500 free money, of which government Kenya government, is it Kenya Kwisha, gave a loan, but this guy gave just a governor, but he gave free money, 500 each. People went very happy, but the environment only, I'm not talking about the money, but he created an environment that allows everyone to hustle, to go and make your own money. So I think, a government that cannot listen, cannot be advised, can never deliver anything. They should accept to be advised. These people, supporters of UDA, those who supports the government, they are not. No one stops them from coming here. Like Big G, who was saying that, yeah, we need them to come here, but let them come with facts. You cannot bring your lies here and you expect people to just keep quiet and enjoying you lying. It's like you are just taking us for granted. We know, come with facts. If you are right, no one will come against you. I don't think that there is anyone here on this panel I've ever seen coming, even though we want Baba to be a president, or we are behind him, that we should come and lie for him. We only bring the facts, things. If there is anyone who has ever quoted someone that's lying because of Raila and others, should come and say, no, this is a lie. That's what we come out to tell these people we UDA that say the truth. Don't try to defend lies here, because you can never manage. You can never win that. Lies are never defendable. They are just there for time being. So that is it for now. Thank you.
Thank
Leo,
you. Uprising, I just request, you're having some good points that are
I wanted to finish.
Yeah.
I just wanted to finish. Chaka will be here. Chaka is a good friend of mine. Eh?
Good. Yeah. So I want you to finish your points. They are really encouraging.
Yes, because there's something you've spoken about sports, and there's also something Moses has spoken about Hustler Fund. I want to talk about those two, and then I finish. Hustler Fund. Somebody thinks that Hustler Fund is cheap. Look at the conditions. that you're supposed to borrow 500 or whatever 1,000 and pay within 14 days with an interest of 8%. 14,000 or 14 days is actually a fortnight. So in a month, that hustler fund, if you pay it promptly, you'll have taken money with an interest of 16%. Simple mathematics. So it is actually more expensive than even the normal digital lending, and it is not well managed. So it is something so poorly done, and it's a pity that there's somebody Allah? So
I'm
it is,
saying it will be 16% compounded interest, so that the 7%, if you don't pay it, it will also add interest on it. It will accumulate interest.
you see. So you can see it's a very expensive loan, and it is very useless because it cannot help you. The issue of football. Leo, I'm also a sportsman. I love football. You know, if we planned football well in Kenya, people love football in Kenya, and that is why we spend a lot of our weekends watching EPL, because our local football is not working. Look at the people in Tanzania, the Yanga and the Simba and the whatever. These teams are doing so well. They are paying their players so well. So their people are actually supporting. They move in trucks to go and watch the game. The only team, the only people now who are watching the game in Kenya is Gor Mahia. And the reason why they watch, because they have incentives, they do it themselves. There is even a fan base of Gor Mahia fan, which people contribute and sometimes get into vehicles and go to different places. Just imagine for once that we had teams that are domiciled in the counties, that we have a team in Kisumu, a team in Kiambu, in Nyeri, in Marsabit, in Coast, are domiciled by the local people of that county. The excitement it will grow along the country. That me, I'm from Kiambu, and I've heard that we are going to Kisii. Yeah, to you see, like the way English football is. The excitement comes from the name, you know, like you hear a Premier League team called Manchester City. So City, local boys, have a team. And so when Manchester United, which is a Geshagi team, comes there, it is no longer business. And the rivalry itself creates money, creates excitement, creates jobs. You understand? So me from Kiambu FC going to Nyanza FC will create excitement. I'll spend a lot of money spending to go and see my team thrash because
Just sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, you know, when Moi wanted to kill football in Kenya, he first of all said these football, the names are tribal, so they hate to change the names. And I think it is only Gor Mahia that refused to change the name, and they even went and challenged in court and said that Gor Mahia has got some deep meaning, just not the name, that they cannot change it. And the advice is, if these footballs can have names like Kariobangi, we know Kiambu, it brings fans. I myself, I visited Tanzania for the first time when Gor Mahia was playing the Sekafa. This one was called the Sekafa. And I used to travel, and there are some places I travel simply because of the game. I will spend, you'll find every weekend you will spend $20 just to go and watch that fanatic of being in the field and cheering and seeing the game being played. But that one can only be cultural if you have goodwill. If each and every county can have a team under their name, they rebrand them, stop making the corporate teams like Tusker. It doesn't make sense. Somebody talked of the butter bullets. Those days they were really, I heard of them. Coast, each region had their team, and people are really thronging these fields to watch them.
yes, thank you so much. Those are the ideas that this government need, but because they are government who are not responsive to the people, and they don't know the current problems of Kenyans, let them fail so that we bring up a government that will bring these success stories. It is going to be very hard for this government to succeed in anything because you do not plant oranges and harvest mangoes. If you planted corruption and you planted hatred and chest dumping, that is what you're going to harvest come the day you're going to get. People will forget this government very easily. In any case, it is 4 months to the government after the government was sworn in, but it is, I think, the most unpopular government that Kenya has ever had. Why? Nothing seems to work. Can I finish? Or I'll come back later because I want to talk about the
All
audit.
right. No, you'll come back later. We don't want
I'm
you to go.
leaving.
I say if I allow you to finish, you will go and you won't come back. So let me say this. Allow me to thank everyone who is here. You know, you're the ones who are making the show to be lively and active. If you people are not there, the panelists and the ones on the comment section, I think the show will be closed. So much thanks and welcome those ones who are joining us now. Here we just discuss politics, we speak the truth and damage ignorance. So the moment you find that the place is not comfortable, then it means you don't like the truth, or maybe you want to hear lies, which you'll not find it here. So Pen Nyagaka, you're saying what a great ODM show. It is not ODM show. Then if it is ODM show, then it means the ODM is synonym to truth and damaging ignorance. And as a matter of fact, in Kenya, I just want to give you free advice. If you want to win any political seat, there are two easy ways without sweating. You either join ODM or oppose ODM. You will win. So nobody wins in Kenya. If you're not in ODM, you fight ODM to win. So there are only two options. So that is why, as followers and believers in ODM, we believe ODM is a great team. So Nifa, what are you saying before Chaka talks?
Good night. Chaka, nitakusikiliza kesho. Good night, everybody. It was nice debate and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Chaka, karibu.
Sana huyu mpemba ananikimbia. Okay, ni sawa. Hapa good night but pokea salamu zangu. Then Nyabaya uprising Moses to the pitch. Nyote pokeeni salamu zangu. Nilikuwa hapa nasikiza leo. Hapo mmenibana sana lakini
Pengine unaweza angalia kipaza sauti, ongeza volume kidogo au usikiki vizuri.
Unanipata sasa?
Sasa uko sawa.
Yes. Niwashukuru nyote, na kushukuru kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Pia vile vile brother hapo uprising Moses na Turotich. Ukweli ni kwamba government imefail na hatuna matumaini. Wameonyeshwa kazi kidogo leo na Abdul Famada, jinsi anavyowaeka watu wote pamoja, those who voted for Nasir na wale ambao hawajaweza kuvote, but wote wamekalishwa meza moja. Kila mahali pameguswa, kila wadi imeletwa pale, kwamba wahisi kwamba they're part of Mombasa, na thus wangekopi hasa waka drive back to the country, kwamba each region ijisikie iko ndani ya serikali. Hii masuala kwamba sisi watu wa mlima ndo tumepiga kura na inazungumzwa na mtu mmoja, sisi watu wasiwa wapi, government ni yetu, comes ni wakati wa mambo na nyadhifa, basi hizo ndizo zinafaidi wale ambao wako, yani jamii kidogo ndo wanapata hizo nyadhifa. Ni jambo ambalo si zuri, ni jambo ambalo ni la kutilia, ni la waibu. So Kenya tumekuwa si juzi na jana, sasa hivi tuko na uhuru wa kuzungumza. Acha tuzungumze ukweli, serikali hii imefail na haikuwa na plan. Lengo lao lilikuwa ni kuingia kwa mamlaka, kuziba yale madhila wangekutana nayo baadaye, kwa sababu in terms na corruption, I do believe wale wako kwa serikali sasa hivi kwa kweli, baadhi ya watu nadhani wangehama nchi. Wale wako na kesi, hizo kesi hazingezuiwa wala kutolewa, Mkenya angeweza kupata haki. So for real, ndugu yangu Nyabaya, serikali hii imefeli, haina mpango, kwa sababu ni nyingi ya uongo, nyingi ya double speak. Alafu kibaya zaidi ni kwamba yale yaliyokataliwa wakati ule walioyapinga haswa ndio ambao wana implement sasa hivi, kwa sababu ni kama wanaiga tu. Alafu kirudi katika masuala ambayo pengine hii serikali ni mambo ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa tayari misingi yake na uhuru. Sasa Wao wana economy waliosema watabadilisha uchumi wa Kenya. Dalili ni nini ya kutuonyesha tu kwamba hii kweli hawa watu wamekuja kweli kuweza kukuza hili taifa na kuweza kuingia juu zaidi hata pale ambapo mzee Kibaki aliachia hii nchi. Pili, walikuwa wanalaumu Uhuru sijui nini, Uhuru sijui ana nini. Tunataka kumalizana na hizi dynasty. Tunataka kumalizana na watu ambao capture state capture, vitu kama hivyo. Huu ni puzi kabisa, kwa sababu Uhuru amefanya, ndio amekopa sawa, ametumbikiza madeni sawa, lakini ile pesa alikopa imefanya kazi. Yeye aliajaliwa kuhakikisha kwamba anafanya mambo na infrastructure. Hapo ndo lilikuwa wazo lake lipo, na he did his best, alifanya kazi yake. Kwa hiyo Ruto pamoja na nani serikali yake, yani hawa waliingia pale kifuafua kujaribu kujizibia yale madhila yenye yangeweza kuwakuta. Kwa walikuwa wana kila njia waweze kuhakikisha kwamba huu wameingia kwa serikali, lakini kama ni masuala na kuweza kumfanyia mwananchi, wamefeli. Mwananchi hana matumaini, gharama ya maisha iko juu zaidi. So for real, si masuala tu na gharama maisha, kama mvenye mmezungumzia masuala na sport, hakuna mtu anaangazia masuala ya elimu. Hakuna hata dalili chembe tu za kuweza kumsaidia mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye yeye ndio anayebeba mzigo na ndio mlipaji wa ushuru. So for real, hii government haina dalili ya kutupumzisha Wakenya, na yote ni kwa sababu ya huu uongozi si wao. Wale wanasema kwamba let's accept and move on, wananishangaza sana. Wale wanasema tuipe muda serikali kwa sababu hakuna jinsi ambavyo mtoto anazaliwa leo na akatembea leo akatafuna ugali leo. Huu ni uongo, kwa sababu Kenya imefikia hatua kutoka tupate uhuru mpaka sasa hivi Kenya imekuwa. Kwa hivyo nitamata kwamba angekuwa na muendelezo, lakini kajitia lana pale alipopishwa tu kwamba hataki mahusiano yoyote na upinzani, hataki mahusiano yoyote na Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu yeye ndio alisababisha madeni, ndio alipromosha uchumi wa nchi, vitu kama vile ambavyo kama kiongozi basi unaendeleza ile safari mwenzako ameacha, ili na wewe ujipange panga at least. Pale mahali ameshikilia wananchi wana imani, unaendeleza pale. Alafu unakaa na yeye karibu kwa sababu yeye ndiye ambaye anajua zaidi. Sasa leo umeingia kwa uongozi, umeachua uongozi, maana Uhuru kamsukumia. Hajampa kwa roho safi, alimsukumia, na ndio maana walimsubiri State House wampangie, wamtie kwa gari, kwa ndege ya jeshi, wampeleke nyumbani. Walivyotamaka, Uhuru yuko nyumbani kwake, kwamba mimi nimemaliza ulilia uongozi, ndio huo tawala sasa, na utaki kuelekezwa kwa sababu unajua tayari. Kuna wazee wengi hapa ambao wamekuwa wanasiasa maarufu ambao wametulia tu wanaangalia jinsi hii serikali ya hawa jamaa inavyopelekwa. So for real, hawa ni watu ambao tayari walikuwa na malimbikizi ya kutaka kula pesa za Wakenya. Wengi wao wana makesi tofauti. So for real, hatuna matumaini. Kwa hata tukizungumzia swala la sports hapa na hii serikali ni ndoto ya mchana hiyo. Cha msingi hapa ni Wakenya tuungane, tuhakikishe baada ya huu mwaka mpya ikiingia tarehe 1, tukishamaliza sherehe sasa tunaanza kuichangamkia hii serikali, kuwaonyesha kwamba hatuna imani na nyinyi na hamfai katika huu uongozi, maana huyu mbuzi hakuwa wenu. Huyu mbuzi alitengenezwa, alibambanywa na Chebukati, na mwisho wa siku pia naye akamaliza matakome kwa sababu alikuwa ameahidiwa haya madhifa mengi tu wa Meru. Na samahani kwa kuweza kuwataja hivyo, simaanishi kwamba labda na wadharau ama napitisha, lakini ukweli ni kwamba nyadhifa nyingi zilipewa hawa jamaa ambao ni jamii ya Martha Koome. So ni dhahiri shahiri kwamba walikuwa na mipango, na hapo ndipo alipomtega naiba hapa Chebukati, wewe simamia hapa, msitu atakaokimbilia bwana Odinga ni mahakamani napo tukishati ya sumu basi tushaingia katika uongozi. na walifaulu. So badala kwamba wamefaulu, wafanyie kazi wananchi, wawatie imani hata wale ambao hawakuweza kuwapigia, kutokana na sauti na lugha tamu ambazo haziambatani na vitendo vyenye ilimwagwa, haswa sera zilizomwagwa katika wananchi tofauti. Kwa free mbuzi si wao. Tung'ang'ane hapa, tugombe hili, tuzungumze hili, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba mbuzi huyu si wa Kenya Kwanza, na tuna samahani kwa kuita Kenya Kwanza, ni tumbo kwanza. So Mudavadi awe mtu wa kwanza kuweza kutoka pale na kurudi mahali alipokuwa, ili kutia imani kabisa jamii yake na kuonyesha kwamba yeye hakika ni mwana uchumi na hajapewa hayo mamlaka. Maana yupo tu. Sasa hivi tunamlipa mshahara ambao kisheria hicho chao ambacho amepewa hakiko kikatiba. Na analizungumzia kila siku hapa kwamba cha ajabu hata wakati wa kuapisha kwake sijaona akiapishwa na Biblia wala Quran wala ile ya Wahindi. Alinyanyua mkono wake na kuwapa, yani kiajabu tu, of which yupo. Pili, Mudavadi huyo mmoja majukumu yake yanawiana sawasawa na Gachagua, of which Gachagua ndo mtengenezaji wa yote, na itakuwa sasa ni jambo la gumu kwamba yeye katekeleza, kaanzisha, kafanya mambo yake, alafu wewe ukafudue tu kumeza mwenzako kashatafuna. Hapa ni lazima kutakuwa na mgongano. So Furili Mudavadi anayumba huku na huko, hajatulia. Bora Waitangula kwa sababu aliweza kuleta kura upande wao na Mudavadi akafail, ndio maana wamemweka kama boya tu, japo wanamlisha mshahara hewa ambao ni dhuluma kwa sisi. So Wakenya, tubadilishe mfumo tena mapema na tuhakikishe tumeingiza uongozi kwa mwenye mbuzi, alafu tupambane na hawa watu upande wa corruption, watueleze hizi pesa zetu ziko wapi? Maana hata wao wamekopa, lakini hatujui hizo pesa zimefanywa mradi gani. Ni juzi tu walienda huko Korea huko wakakopa na hatujui zilifanywa mambo gani. Kuna pesa za subsidy ambazo zilichukuliwa na zikaambiwa kwamba hizi zile ambazo zimekaa hapa bure, ni pesa ambazo zinaumiza, lakini mwisho wa siku hatuelewi hizo pesa zilipelekwa wapi na zilifanywa mambo gani. Mwisho kabisa nikizungumzia hapa, turudi katika IBC. IBC ipeane ripoti kamili, idadi ya Wakenya waliopiga kura, idadi ya Wakenya walioweza kupoteza maisha yao, idadi ya ambao waliweza kujitokeza huu uchaguzi huu ulioisha, kwa sababu kulikuwa na lugha gongana. Mara wanatoa hii, mara wanasema watu ni hawa, mara wanasema hawa watu ndio wamejitokeza. Yani mwisho wa siku ikawa haielezeki, na kweli kulikuwa na low turnout, na ni kwa sababu ya Wakenya kuchoka, haswa kwamba tunaenda tunapiga foleni, tunakesha pale, tunashinda pale, lakini mwisho wa siku yeye ambaye tumemchagua si atakayekuwa pale. Watu juu huko ama tunasema hao middlemen wenye wanawatumia ama cartels, wanavuruga, wanabandika cheo kwa mtu mwingine. So ili kujenga imani na kuhakikisha tumetengeza tume ya uchaguzi na iwe fundisho hata kwa Jebukati, akiwa anaionea haswa tume mpya, ikiwa yeye mwenyewe yuko jela, kama baba ataingia hapo, huyu mtu ni jela, alafu aone jinsi tume ya uchaguzi itakaochaguliwa na kusimamia haki, jinsi itakavyofanya kazi yake, aone ni kwa jinsi gani alivyowauza Wakenya. Maana sasa hivi pia anajuta, katia mamnoti, kafanya alichokifanya na hakuthamini kabisa maisha ya Mkenya, alithamini tumbo lake, na ndio maana akapeana huu uongozi kiholela hivyo. So for real, tume ya uchaguzi inafaa ichaguliwe kisawasawa. Hustler fund hii ni ukora mtupu, na sasa hivi inaelekea kudidimia kwa sababu Wakenya wamemeza pesa. Wengi wao huku mashinani haswa wanasema hatulipi, wao waje manyumbani watufunganye, watupeleke kule, watatupeleka nini kama ni hustler fund? Hatulipi kwa sababu hatuelewi hizi savings, hizi savings tunaziona zinawekwa wapi na tutazipata vipi na kwa muda gani. So for real, hii hustler fund haijapitishwa kibunge kisheria Kwa hivyo hii na hawa wenye walipanga hii hustler fund, endapo uongozi mpya tutaweza kuupa nafasi kwa kuweza kukataa huu wenye uliowapa mamlakani, waulizwe hii pesa ya hustler fund ilitoka wapi na sosi yake ni wapi, na je ipo kisheria, na kama hapana wafungwe. Kwa ni sisi wa Kenya wenyewe tuamue, tuache upenzi, tuache kwamba mtu huyu ni wa kwetu, wao fulani wetu alipata hiki. Kwa hivyo sisi anapata uwaziri, na wewe kama wakulala njani muuza makaa utauza makaa. Kama ni mkata kuna ni mtu wa mjengo utaenda kujenga, ni mtu wa kulimia vibarua utalimia vibarua, ni mtu unafundisha utabaki na walimu wako vile vile, hata akiwa nani ni waziri, hata mtu wa kwenu akiwa wapi. So isiwe ni sifa tu kwamba sisi uongozi ni wetu. Hapana, uongozi sasa hivi upewe kila jamii ya Kenya, haswa in fact za jamii ndogo ambazo hazijaweza kupewa nafasi.
You have to go and walk the straight path.
There is I think there's a musician by the name Dolly Parton who sings a song that my mistake.
Naona kuna matatizo.
Sorry for that, endelea.
Naona so for real ni lazima Wakenya wote tuungane, jamii ndogo zipewe nafasi ya kuongoza, na imani hakika kama huu uongozi utatembea kwa kila jamii na tubadilishe huu mfumo wa kabila mbili peke yake, Kenya itafika mahali. Kenya itafika mahali pa kuheshimika. Wao ombi langu tuonyeshe fundisho kwamba wananchi ndio kusema katika dunia hii ama katika Afrika hii, kwamba wananchi ndio kusema, ili iwe fundisho hata kwa wale ambao wanakaa katika mamlaka kimabavu, kama ndugu zetu wa Uganda hapa wanaumia, kiatu kinawabana, lakini kwa sababu ya muundo mbovu wa katiba yao na kwa sababu ya uchu na ulafi wa madaraka wa mtu mzee Museveni, sasa wa Uganda wanaumia, lakini hawana jinsi. Kwa hivyo tuonyeshe mfano kwamba Wakenya sisi tumeamka na tumeajaliwa na akili ya kusomi, maana tuna wasomi wengi na werevu. Ulimwengu inatambua hivyo kwamba hapa kwetu kuna werevu ambao wasomi. Tuonyeshe uongozi. Lakini hii serikali kwa kweli imefeli kwa mambo mengi. Hakuna dalili. Dalili iliyo hapa ni kuchezezwa biashara na kupewa maneno ya uongo yana matamu ambayo mwisho wa siku hayana vitendo. Maana yangekuwa yanaambatana na vitendo, hakika tungesema yes, hatujamchagua, lakini madamu Kenya inaenda vizuri, wacha akae. Madamu anagawanya na jadhifa, nakumbuka hawa wengine wenye hawajapigiwa ametafuta jinsi ya kuwaleta pamoja. Hatungekuwa tunapiga kelele hapa, tungekuwa tunaangalia sasa miradi ambayo na kuizungumzia serikali yetu. But for real hawa watu wameshindwa, na nitutoe uoga. Wa Kenya tujitokeze, haswa immediately baada tu ya sikukuu tujitokeze. Tunaye mtu ambaye tutaweza kumpa ripoti zetu ambao ni baba, na imani kwamba hataweza kutubwaga. So wale ambao wamehama mirengo hii, mrengo wa Azimio, hebu warudi nyumbani kwanza, waanze wao vasokwa kwa vitendo. Wale wabunge ambao wapo waamue kabisa, sisi tunasusia bunge na hatuko, hata kama ni kujiuzulu wajiuzulu. Tuone sasa ni akina nani wataweza kuimplement. Kama hiyo majority tutawaona, tuone kama wataweza kufanya kazi. So ni mambo ambayo ni lazima wa Kenya tuamke na tushirikiane kwa pamoja. Hakuna kitu cha kujivunia hapa. Kama kweli tunataka future ya vizazi vyetu ambavyo vinakuja, ni sisi ambao tumejaliwa na uzima kwa wakati huu, na tumejaliwa na akili na maarifa na jicho la tatu. Tuamke na tushirikiane kutengeneza Kenya yetu. Tusiache promoshwe kwenye mikono ya wanasiasa ambao ni wenye uchu wa mamlaka na kujitakia makuu wao. Jamani, hebu tu niulize swali moja, ama pingine tu hata si swali, lakini niweke tu mfano. Mbunge yule ambaye ameweza kununuliwa ama ameweza kutolewa mahali, kuletwa mahali fulani, amfahamu kwa mrengo fulani, kweli ataweza kuwa na sauti hata kama ana maono, ni mtenda kazi, mchapa kazi, lakini yuko under control by somebody. Je, atazungumzia sifa ya rais wake ama atazungumzia madhila ambayo yanampata mwananchi wake mashinani? Na ndivyo tunaona hili bunge lilivyoingia, bunge hili la Kenya Kwanza lilivyokuwa linapitisha miswada haraka kwa manufaa yao, si manufaa ya sisi. Chochote kinapishwa pale, majority wameshakinyakulia juu. Angalieni juzi wakati wa kina Cherera, jinsi mfumo ulivyofuatwa. Hakukufuatwa ile sheria ambayo iko ndani ya katiba kuweza kuwatoa hawa katika mamlaka, lakini kwa sababu wanataka kulipiza kisasi, wametafuta kila njia kubambanya kama wanaileta katiba iko pale, lakini ukifuatilia vizuri haikuwa sheria, ni mapendekezi na mataka ya watu wa majority pamoja na kiongozi wao. So hawa watu wa upinzani ambao wamebaki wabunge wa upinzani hana haja ya kuingia pale. Wao wasimame msimamo, waseme rais wetu ni huyu na sisi hatutakwenda vile mnataka nyinyi. Wawe wa kwanza kujitoa, na sisi wananchi tuko pale kuwafagilia, kuwapa support, alafu tuone kama serikali itaweza kuwamaliza wananchi wake kwa sababu wamepinga na kumkataa. Mimi nitakwamia pale, ndugu yangu Nyabaya, kwa sababu na uchungu mwingi. Matumani yangu na kura yangu haizungumzi mpaka miaka mingapi, na kesha napiga kura, naenda napiga kura, lakini kura yangu sio inayozungumza. Tutaenda hivi mpaka lini? Hayo ndo maswali najiuliza katika kila ndo. Unakuta mimi siondoki katika hii panel, maana ndipo mahali pekee tumepata nafasi sisi wanyonge kuweza kuexpress sauti zetu. But I do believe Mungu awalie mbinguni anatusikia, na hakika kwa kweli Mungu mkono wake haulali na mambo yatabadilika. Imani maana hakuna sasa hivi, ni kujaribu kutubambanya angalau kuleta angalau tuione hii serikali kwamba yeye ndio, but for real high fit mtu chema. Ndugu yangu Nyabaya, chema cha jiuza na kibaya cha jitembeza. Sasa hii serikali inajitembeza kutafuta kuungwa mkono angalau na imani kwamba sijui tumeona hivi, lakini for real tuko na bad leaders wenye ambao hakika wao ndio waliosambaratisha uchumi, wao ndio ambao hakika wamehusika kwa mambo mengi. Sasa swala la ufisadi ama swala la corruption ni uongo, halitaweza kuzungumziwa, na pesa yetu iko pale imekaa bure, na milioni na mamilioni yako pale. So watu ambao walikuwa tunategemea ni kanisa limemezwa. Sasa ni sisi wananchi tujitokeze jamani. Mimi nitakwamia pale, ndugu yangu Nyabaya, simwage machozi hapa.
Asante sana kwa kutupa zile hoja nzito.
Kama hii serikali itakwenda 20 mpaka 2027, ndugu yangu mimi Chaka sitaharibu tena kisu changu kukichinjia paka. Nikija ngipewa kuku nishindwe, nitatukua kura yangu na nitulie na jamii yangu na watu wangu, nitawaambia hakuna haja ya kwenda. Why should we vote for nothing? Asante brother.
Asante sana, umepeana hoja zile nzito and we really feel them. Somebody is telling us here, Mfalme King. I think Mfalme is a translation of King Mfalme, that I feel that there is still hope for this government. All is not lost. It's a matter of let me just remind you, if maybe you are going on a journey and the driver has taken a wrong route and is over speeding on a wrong route, don't think you have hope of getting to the right direction. The more he steps on that power or that fuel button, the more you are getting lost. That is what is happening with the current government. Had we taken the right route, even if we were moving at maybe a low or a slow speed, we would say there is still hope, because however much you're not moving faster, but you're on the right route. But this government has taken a wrong route. We are not going anywhere. You're supposed to go to Busia, but imechukua ile route ya kwenda huko Nyeri, hatutafika Busia. So the earlier you understand that, the better. So the only thing that has remained, as Chuck has said, the parliament is not with you. The parliament is already captured, and it is a branch of the executive. So you are the one who has got the responsibility to rise up and say the government is driving us on a wrong direction and we need to get to the right direction. Wao wanasema sikika na utoe sauti. dereva akiendesha vibaya, jaribu kumweleza kuwa dereva unaendesha vibaya na hata sisi tumejua kuendesha gari. And in the first place, this car does not belong to you. Can you give it back to the right owner who knows the right direction where it should be taken? So kabla tuende kwa Torotich, let me play maybe this one, because there's something we're also talking of here about the Kawira impeachment. I want to get maybe the views of the panelists. What do you feel about Kawira's impeachment? Is it worthy? Was the motion well drafted? Is it witch hunt? And who is the interested party? Then you can also tell us your expected or your predictions. How is it going to turn out? I think tomorrow is Friday. You are going to get the report from the select committee that was hearing, but we followed it and we can as well tell the direction that is going to take. So before that, maybe there is just one clip on that I just want us to look at and see as we are preparing maybe to make
because
our
you're
comments on
treating
that.
like personal property, that's why you don't respect that government procedure. So should you get lucky, you'll be excused on this impeachment. You have to go and walk the straight path. Yes, Esther Okenyori, you intervene with a question.
Chair.
Yes, yes.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just because the governor seems not to get it, allow me to draw attention to Section 42 of the County Government Act, county executive to remain in office after election 1. When a general election is held for a county government, the outgoing county executive committee shall remain in office until a new county executive committee is constituted after the election.
Governor?
I stand guided, Chair.
Now that is better. Okenyori?
Thank you, Chair. Madam Governor, in as much as I sympathize with this process having come too soon after the election, allow me to ask you the following questions. Pursuant to paragraph 23 in your sworn affidavit, that is page 20, you have strongly expressed your feel that the mover of the motion, who is the Abogeta West Honorable Member DMK Kyogora, having personal issues with you. What is, however, not clear is why the remaining members of County Assembly went ahead to impeach you. Then therefore, do you think there's a problem you have with the rest of the MCAs who went ahead to impeach you? Secondly, I think there's a musician by the name Dolly Parton who sings a song that my mistakes are not yours just because I'm a woman. Madam Governor, the immediate former governor of Meru served the people of Meru and nobody questioned it. Do you think, Governor, that the accusations made about you regarding the first gentleman are made because you're a woman, or there is something drastically wrong that you did, that you're doing that the male governors didn't do? My third and last question, Madam Governor, do you still insist that all MCAs who have been politically influenced, or you truly appreciate with hindsight that you took the wrong foot forward?
Honorable Senator DMK Kyogora, as we shown the evidence of him having personal grudges, which has not originated from I being the governor. Even the time when I was the woman representative of Meru, he had the same issues. That's why I demonstrated a video of him trying to demean me even before I was the governor. And DMK Kyogora, being one of the leaders in the Assembly of Meru, has a lot of influence to other members. And to my thinking, maybe he has used his influence as a leader and also a person related to the previous regime governor, maybe to try and twist me to follow the demands of other members. And to make my point clear, Madam Senator, the only MCA who tried to support my case was removed from all the committees. And that puts a lot of fear to other MCAs who maybe sees the committees as a source of revenue and maybe having fears that in case they support the governor, they will be removed from the committees, just like the MCA who has supported me.
Madam Governor, as a beneficiary of Article 27 and all other enabling provisions of the law, are you confident that you have adequately adhered to Article 10 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that is the Leadership Integrity Act and Public Officers Act?
Come again, Madam Senator.
As a beneficiary of Article 27, you know what Article 27 of the Constitution, that is equality and freedom from discrimination. Then there are all those provisions down there. Are you confident that you've adequately adhered to Article 10 and Chapter 6 on integrity and the Public Officers Act? Am I clear on my question?
No.
That's a general question as an elected leader in that office and a Kenyan citizen conversant with our constitution. I'm actually touching on whether you as an individual feel you've adequately met these two areas I'm touching on.
Yes, Honorable Senator.
All right, thank you.
Senator Okech.
Thank you, Governor. The charges were read to you that you're familiar with. And how many grounds, in your understanding, have these charges invited?
From the Assembly side,
Yes.
the legal person says there are 62.
62.
Yes.
Volume 1 of your responses, is this your affidavit? Because I want to be as fair as possible with you, Governor. Can you confirm that this is your affidavit, the volume 1 of your documents?
Yes.
Are you familiar with all the provisions of Article 181?
181.
Or should I read them for you?
Yes.
I'm going to, this is very important for me, Chair. Article 181, because I'm asking this in the context that the governor has just said here that she is here in a personal capacity. Article 181 talks about the removal of a county governor, which is what I perceive you are here in that capacity. So before I ask the charges I want to ask, I will only focus on one charge, but I wanted to tell you that a county governor may be removed from office on any of the following grounds. I won't go there because of time. There are about 4 counts for which a county governor can be.
All right, all right, all right. I think you followed that. And from the governor, she's talking of some arm twisting. So maybe as we are starting with the Toro teacher, this arm twisting that is taking place, who is arm twisting who? Because we know the majority in the assembly are the UDA MCAs. So is it the UDA I'm twisting? Is it the former regime? Or should it be that the lady has also picked some lessons from Gachagua to blame the former regime? Then apart from that, are these charges really genuine, or are they worth impeachment? And lastly, maybe you can also tell us maybe your feeling, your prediction. Do you see her going home or being reinstated, or what do you think is going to take place? So I'll not make a comment, but I'll welcome you, Torotich. You can proceed.
Thank you. What about uprising begins? I've never heard him talk.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Uprising, the ball is on, at least they've given you that opportunity to be the first one to comment before we proceed.
So about the Kawira, I looked at it. I followed it. I'm a political inclined person. I love politics. And at one point in life, I thought, well, maybe I'll never be a politician. But when Mutembe came, it revived my career. Now, when I look at the accusations, when I look at the debate in Senate, I think by and large, Kawira is just being prosecuted. She's being prosecuted because of her integrity and because of her. At one point, I thought she was a problem, but I've keenly followed her defense. And I found that some of the problems they're accusing her, it is basically because of her inadequacy and lack of training and understanding what and who a governor is. Because if she knew who a governor is, she could not do some declarations that she's been accused of. And I think what we have created in the constitution is a good idea. I think Torishich is still on. Maybe we can mute. Maybe we can mute because of the echo. Yeah. I think if we can cure the gray areas in the constitution, these problems can be solved. Because I find two problems in Meru that will be reoccurring forever until we cure the devolution gray areas. Number one, I find that if the governor comes from a different party, and this particular time the governor is an independent, and the majority of the people in the bunge of governor of the counties are not from her party, it is a natural justice. It is a natural reaction where you do not support her. It happens all over the world. We have seen when even Republicans, when the president of the US is a Republican and the Congress is being controlled by the Democrats, to pass a bill is a problem because they don't agree in his ideas. So I think we have to cure that problem, because if you are leading, you see the reason why you see Kenya Kwanza managing to bring these nonsensical bills and passing nonsensical things like hustler funds and stuff is because they control the majority, or they have bought the majority of the parliament, and they are in bed with judiciary. When you're in bed with this, you have the majority, it is easy to pass some bills. So what we find unique in the counties, it is when you become an unpopular governor, and that is what is happening in Meru. Meru, the majority MCAs are either from BAS or UDA, and therefore they feel like something is not connecting. But if she was in UDA, it could have been easy to be whipped. And that is why you see the UDA are against her, the BAS are against her, and she has, at least what I'm told is he has only one one MCA supporting her, and that is difficult. So we need to, and that is why Raila is saying we need to relook at this constitution 12 years after proclamation, because this constitution has a lot of problems. In fact, these issues, if they are not taken care of now, they are going to escalate to a bigger monster that will destroy the country, because the people of Meru today cannot access any service. Why? There is no budget that is going to be passed by these people. In any case, they are flimsy accusations. These are things that somebody says that she appointed who, she is with the husband. You know, when you talk about those things, then you're missing the meat of a problem of the county. And therefore, for me, I think they should salvage that lady, and we embark on how we are going to streamline operations of the counties. Because as we speak today, I think whatever is happening in Meru is boiling in many counties, even Nairobi, where the majority, you find the majority in Nairobi are Lazimio, and they feel agitated. They still have the bitterness of this guy was not ours. So Kawira, to me, I think she might have her weaknesses, which is normal, and but she was popularly elected. But she finds herself in what we call she's between between a lock and a hard place, where if you support the whatever the counties want, the people don't want it. And therefore, for me, I think there need to be a streamlining, because I don't see her guilty. I don't see her guilty for anything. I think she is being accused falsely, and the county people, the county guys want, the county MCA wants the word fund. They want to be bribed, and this is happening all over the country. Most MCAs know they cannot. They have a very slim chance. Or MCAs, most of them don't come back like MPs. So the 5 years they get to power, their aim is to make money and make it very fast before they are chased by the people. And that is another thing we need to cure in the administration of the county. So for me, I think that is a problem. Should I continue?
Thank,
Okay, sir.
thank you. Bernard Maina, we are sorry, we will not get your attention, and we will just have to remind you that Mandamano ni lazima, and Ruto, who is a fake Nabi, has to go. Because how do we determine somebody's fakeness if you keep on giving promises, and these promises are never fulfilled? Then he's giving fake promises. He promised 50% to women in the appointment. He didn't honor that. He promised hustlers free loan without interest. He didn't honor that. Then I think that one defines fakeness. There's nothing we can use to define fakeness beyond that. And uprising, you said something important about Kawira. There's something though you feared. You didn't mention the exact word, ignorance. And this ignorance, I don't know whether we can blame it on both the voters and maybe the candidates. How many times have you had somebody coming to campaign? He or she wants to become a senator, and he or she is promising the voters that if you elect me as a senator, I will ensure every child gets a bursary. I will ensure this road is repaired, when they know very well that that is not the role of the senator. So I think apart from as we are going to look into the constitution, these people who are contesting, they need to understand the roles that they are going to perform. This lady was a women rep. I think with her, I was telling people it is just that excitement of being a governor, but she's not yet understood the job description, or maybe the county, there is County Government Act. So such things, they need to be given some training so that they be able to know their roles apart from the campaign promise. Wacha nisikize kutoka kwa Chaka kwanza.
Mimi hata nitakuwa mfupi kuhusiana na jambo la huyu gavana. Wacha nikuambie ukweli Nyabaya, hili ni jambo lilikuwa limepangwa tu. Huku kuwekwa hii tume ni kuharibu pesa zetu wa Kenya, lakini ni jambo ambalo lilikuwa limepangwa. ni jambo ambalo lilikuwa limepangwa hapa. Hakuna kwamba kuna vikao vya nini, uamuzi tayari ushawekwa, unajulikana. Hapa ni kama tu tunadaiwa sisi tuonekane kama sheria imefuatwa, but ukweli ni kwamba huyu gavana ni jambo lilikuwa limepangwa, kwa sababu yeye alisimama kama independence. Ina maana kwamba wananchi walimuamini, ndipo wakamchagua. Sasa ni sawa, okay, sawa, kama nazungumzia sijui kwamba alileta mumewe sijui nini ndio sababu kuu, but still wananchi wana imani na yeye, wananchi hawajaweza kumwimpeach. Lakini hili kundi la hawa MCAs hawa tukiwatazama wengi ni wa UDA, wengi labda pengine chama kidogo kama vile sijui Mbasi sijui nini, but for real hii jambo limepangwa nyabaya na si jambo zuri, kwa sababu huyu gavana hajakaa hapo kwa muda tukaona utekelezaji wake, despite ndio alileta mwe, lakini je, anahudumia vizuri wananchi wake wale wamemchagua na hata wale ambao pengine hawajamchagua? Kama kosa pengine hajameshindwa na kudelivia wananchi wake, sawa, but kama ni hii mipango ya hawa watu ambao walimpiga kelele lazima, ni jambo ambalo limepangwa, na nitarudi pale kwamba jamani, hii serikali ni ya kulipiza visasi. Those who supported them wao wako safe, but wale ambao hawakuweza kuwasupport hawa lazima kile nakiona hapa na umecheza hii video, haya masuala yanazungumza hapa, ukweli ni kwamba hayana uzito vile. Mtazamo wangu sioni kwamba yana kitu ambacho kinajenga hoja kamili kwamba huyu mama ana makosa kiasi kwamba hawezi pewa nafasi ya kuongoza, unless kuwe kuna jambo ambalo liko nyuma ya pazia na hawataka kutueleza hawa MCAs. Kwa I do believe kutokana na mipango ile ambayo tulikuwa tunaiona katika hii serikali ya majopo ambayo yanawekwa tu kisingizio, lakini tayari huwa maamuzi yashafanywa. Sasa ni sawia tuna hili. Kwa hiyo hii grupu yote yenye nauliza maswali yote hapa, wote ni wale wanaosema sawa mzee. So hakuna haki yenye itaweza kupatikana katika huyu mama, lakini ukweli wa mambo, wananchi wa Meru wangejitokeza kuhakikisha gavana wao haendi. Tunamtaka gavana wetu, that could be the healing solution. Hawangaachia hawa MCAs wana act kabisa, si vizuri, kwa sababu ni siku kidogo sana ambazo wamekaa katika uongozi wa mama. So wananchi warudi wenyewe, haswa drawing board, wajiulize kama kweli wana imani na Kawira, wampe nafasi, waganganyane kabisa na hii mipango yenye iko hapo kwenye MCAs na majopo, waseme sisi watu wenyewe ni Kawira wetu na hatuko kwa Kawira. Hiyo ndio inaweza msaidia, lakini kwa kweli kimtazamo wangu mimi chaka haswa na elimu yangu chache, elimu yangu finyu, ukweli ni kwamba hili jambo lilipangwa na tayari uamuzi uko mahali. Kwa hiyo huyu mama kama anahangaishwa kuulizwa maswali, lakini tayari watu wanajua kile ambacho wanakifanya nini na watu wameshapanga. So si jambo zuri, na ndio maana nasema hii serikali ina mapungufu kibao, mapungufu mengi tu, hususwa ni masuala haya ya haki. Mimi walinikwaza pale kutoa kina Cherera sawia, tuna mambo haya tunazungumzia ya mama Kawira, hawakuwa na sababu ya kutoka pale, but tuliona the way walizungushwa, the way walipelekwa huku, well, ni vitu vimepangwa. Kwa hiyo vitaletwa kikatiba ikutukaange, lakini ukweli ni kwamba na kujaribiwa hii sheria kwamba ni kama sheria inafuatwa, lakini si sheria inafuatwa hapa. Ni kuadaa wa Kenya tu kwamba huyu tulimweleza jopo likaamua, kwa uamuzi umetoka, na huo ndio wanaitwa unanimous decision. Kwa hiyo watu wameamua basi, na si vizuri. Napinga kabisa kwa impeach huyu mama, kwa sababu alichaguliwa na wananchi, hajachaguliwa na MCAs. Wacha nikwamie pale kwa swala hili.
Asante sana kwa wale wanakuja, mukaribie. What Chaka said is true, because if these guys will truly send this lady home, then we should ensure that Ruto also goes home the same week, because most of the counts that she's been accused of are similar to what Ruto have done. I heard that appointment of the husband in an office. Ruto did not even better with her. She went public and told people that this man is just going to be ambassador and he will not earn salary. But we had the office of the first daughter, and it was not even made public. But nobody challenged that. Nobody went to tell Ruto that no, we now want to impeach you because of that. And number two, they also accused her of appointing, I think, some people who lost some elections as MCS. If you look at the national, the cabinet that we're having in the national government, 70% of them lost the elections. Aisha Jumwa alianguka pale akitaka kuwa governor. Huyu wa CS Health si alikuwa running mate wa Malala, ndio amewekwa pale. Agriculture alianguka pale akitaka kuwa governor Meru. Huyu wa trade mwenye anafanya kazi ya agriculture Kuria alianguka akitafuta governor Kiambu. So these guys ni wale walianguka wote elections, wakakuja wakapewa kazi pale. So this lady, I think these people just planned, na ni wale watu, most of them, mimi I see the hand of UDA because they're the majority, and this lady waliona anaamini Mungu na anaamini watu wa Meru, so she's somebody they cannot compromise. So they know very well people will not go for election. Already maybe they've planned with the deputy governor whom they are going to compromise so that they can have their way. But they might not impeach her because, you know, the mood. They've read the mood of the citizens. Nobody is happy. People are not happy with that impeachment. But even if they don't impeach her, they've really intimidated her. They've really embarrassed her publicly. And if you look at the way that lady was even speaking during that during his presentation, you really sympathize with her. Initially, I used to take as somebody who is arrogant. I never sympathized with her. But yesterday, I really followed the proceedings, and I felt like crying. She was literally crying. She was literally apologizing over everything, even what she needed not to apologize over. And she was really weak. So they really managed to intimidate, embarrass her, and undress her publicly, of which if she goes back there, I'm sure she'll have to do what these people want her to do. Their mission has been achieved. Whether they impeach her or they don't impeach her, I think their mission has been achieved, which is not good. And that's the kind of the leadership that we have to say no to. As we're beginning in 2023, we need to say no. Enough is enough. Bad things have happened. We have a history of elections being stolen, elections being bungled, and nobody is taken responsible. So we need to see some actions being taken in the year 2023. And we are not going for elections in 2027 if we don't resolve and know what happened in 2022. To teach, what is your say?
What you're saying is very true. In fact, that's what I even wanted to talk about. You see, Kawira looked, sound, appeared to be very defeated. And it's nothing about the hearing. It's not like this hearing is going to take her anywhere, but it's going to do something. If from the way things are going, from the way they prosecuted their case, so much couldn't hold according to me, because yeah, when they were talking about it in general, it looked like they had like a solid case. But when the case went granular, it was found out that actually these people, just like I keep saying, they are trying to fulfill what they had said initially, that you just wait for us to get sworn in, and then we're coming right to you to get you out. That's what they're doing, nothing else. So, according to me, this is a very unfortunate thing, because this one actually is a total disregard of our votes and our power, because we are the owners of power as the people. Because how is it that, yeah, she came in as an independent candidate. Now, can she be allowed to work with other leaders from other parties? Because I'm sure 100% could be there are MCAs that are not in line with her, but not all, not even a third. Most of them are being whipped to vilify her, because there is nothing that is holding. They are just coming from an election. While Ruto is asking for a year to show people what he has done, already they are ready now to tell us that in this 100 days, it's enough to impeach somebody for work not done. If it's the roadside declarations, that's what we see from Gachagua, from Ruto every other day. We've seen them employing people kwa hizo mamikutano yao ya serikali. So what's so special about this lady? Or is it because she's a woman? What's so special that her husband is supposed to be? I don't know. It's like the karibu hata nisema fumigated from. Yeah, what's so wrong with her having a husband there in the? Of course, at the end of the day, they are one. The two shall marry and become. And I thought we are having a government that is calling itself a Christian government, even though we have a secular country. So why do they want to tear up that family, but still want to hold theirs so dearly that we have now Charlene globetrotting, always introducing herself? Who doesn't know Mark Zuckerberg? Does Mark Zuckerberg have to introduce himself everywhere he goes? Ikishika mic anasema, oh, I am Charlene Ruto, and he is first daughter, my foot. Really, it doesn't make sense. And this one, and for the position of Charlene, it's not even explained. Nobody has even come to talk about it like officially to give its position. And for the governor, even when she was talking about the husband, she said it there and then that this one is not going to be a formal office, and it is not. This husband was never vetted. He is not a minister. He doesn't have any portfolio. It's a very wrong thing. But anyway, you know, uh, it is inevitable, because I know even if Azimio won, the exact opposite is what would have happened. The exact opposite is what would have happened. So this is Kenya Kwanza government. If they don't like you, they will come after you with everything they have. Like right now, they're employing the whole government for for one county. And that's so very, very, very unfair. But no problem. This one she's going to survive. According to the case, as I told you, when it was generally presented, it looked something almost solid. But when it was dissected and then we went down to the cell, we found out that it's not holding together. There's nothing there. It's just the case is everywhere. So according to me, there's nothing to worry about this case. But what they've done, they've shaken her. She's no longer going to operate the same. She may be having her own inadequacies, but that is a problem with all the other governors and all the other MCAs, senators, and everybody else. We've never given everybody else time for us to know everybody. Only the sharp ones that we've now come to know. We have a few senators here and there, MPs here and there that we can say already they have distinguished themselves. But in 100 days, we've not even given her time. We've not even given her enough period to set the country and the county rolling. Because when it comes to matters of appointment, unless she was going again to go and make sure that she oversees the vetting of those people that she wanted to appoint, because at the end of the day, it's hard to give them names, and then the county will go and vet them, and then after vetting is when they're going to be declared as ministers, or does it is it that how is it not that is it that not okay? Huwa haiendi hivyo. Nauliza swali leo.
Yeah. No, this is something that they planned. they want that control. So everything is like it was scripted. Even if you follow the proceedings, even the questions that they were asking from both sides, they are questions that were suggestive. You can just see it was like you're watching a movie. Even sometimes how the senators allied to UDA and the Kenya Kwanza were responding, the kind of the questions that they were asking. They're giving you some, these are script. But the good thing is that everything was made public, and they've also read the public mood. And once something like that has been subjected to the court of public opinion, you'll find that the public verdict also matters. From everywhere, you will tell that even these citizens
True.
knew
There
the truth.
is this one thing that escapes
there.
me. I'm asking you a question. After the names have been nominated for MCS lots, do they still go for vetting the same way as CSs for central government?
Yes, they go for vetting, and in this case, this lady nominated the names for the CES. They went for vetting, and only 3 were approved. The rest were rejected. So this is a county government. So who is benefiting? The people of Meru are the ones who are going at a loss. Only 3 were approved. The rest they dropped.
This is a very unfortunate thing. And even then, you see the things that the MCS are asking for is this ward funds. The MPs, they keep asking for what do we call it, CDF. Now even I hear the senators also want their own kitty to have so that
No,
they can be
senators don't
moving
want.
around.
It's Uhuru that is proposing that senators also to be given what is called oversight
Uhuru,
fund.
Uhuru or
So I'm
Ruto?
wondering why will they need, whom do they want to oversight with that money? Oh, yeah, who is the one who is
Yeah.
proposing BBI?
Uhuru or Ruto?
Sorry, Ruto. I
Oh.
don't like calling that name. So Ruto is proposing in his BBI that the senators
Now
be given.
why do you want
He's
to
now
spoil name of
inviting them. And
Uhuru again? If you don't like the name of, of Ruto. Yeah. So I was saying, with these funds, now believe me, we are going to have if ward fund comes, if CDF keeps coming up, and then if it's going to be approved by the court, by the time we are entering the electioneering period, we will have very popular MPs, and it will be nothing according to what is stipulated in the law about how they are supposed to perform their duties. It's going to be everything about how they campaign using this CDF. Because you see, if you ask anybody who's the best performing MP, they will tell you Kina Kiarie, they will tell you Ndindi Nyoro, this and that. Okay, I'm just naming them. I'm not saying actually they are the ones who performed. And then you ask why? Because they built us, I don't know, a school here, and they did what there, they gave bursary. And then you'll ask yourself, this government is not for the poor. So that if you're poor and you're in my constituency and I can afford to take my child to school, I have to put the fee for the fee for my child because I can, and then you, because you are poor, now money that is supposed to benefit all of us now is coming only for you, for your child. Maybe you are even drinking or smoking or doing both of them and drugs and everything that you've born an imbecile. Now, this imbecile of yours has to be given CDF money in the name of bursary to be given education that is not going to take that child anywhere. And for me, a Kenyan that I can afford and I'm working towards educating my child, I have to forfeit the programs that are supposed to benefit us as the constituents of a particular region. So according to me, this idea of CDF, I don't like because it's not cross-cutting. It's only benefiting a few. And those few, you will remember that only the poor come out to vote in majority. But those people that are well off, and I don't know it's they are well off together with ignorance or what, because somehow they just decide I don't have anything to do with it with politics. So at the end of the day, They work hard for their life, they work hard for their welfare, they work hard for everything. And the government is using those people that are poor and again ignorant, but poor so that they've even become ignorant due to their poverty. Do you know there is a way that you can be so poor until you don't know anything and you are learned? So government is using that. That's why we're having all these funds coming out like handouts. Because me, I don't see the idea of bursaries and everything. Me, I understand when we will be talking of things like instead of bursaries, we talk about scholarship, so that you're taking my child to school and paying the fee because he or she is gifted in certain area and you want to exploit that for the benefit of both of us. That one I understand. But how do you just bring about 20 million or 200 million and you want to give to everybody? Same thing with this Aslas fund. Who told this government that all Kenyans are good businessmen and women, so that we all want loans to start business with one chicken and all of us prosper? In which where? Doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, it's a good thing that they're starting with the mistakes. And by the way, if these people from the other side of the divide, I don't know, they should not be feeling bad when we keep talking bad about this government, or not actually talking bad, correcting them even from the get-go. Because, when you, just as you said, if you are driving to Nairobi and you are in Mombasa and you want to reach there, and when you start, you look like you're heading to Lamu already, I will know I'm not going to go there unless we are going to circumloc. What do you say? Circumvent the globe, so that we go and then we appear from the other side of the globe and appear in Nairobi again, which will be a very long route. So they've already shown the direction they are going is to bring us to more problems ahead. That's why we're saying no to this government. No, 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 no. They change their ways, and as they are changing their way, we demand an audit to this 2022 polls. And even with the polls, we want something decisive to happen. We want an uprising. We want a revolution. We want this country to change from its core. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is true. You'll find that people, this thing to do with CDF, even me, I normally say, most people currently they are electing their MPs based on CDF. They're forgetting that even the CDF Act stipulates how the CDF fund is managed. And the only thing that any government should do, they should remove the MPs from the CDF. The CDF should just be there, but we should have the responsible people, because the constitution talks of the people who should, the MP is just a patron, and this CDF can run with or without an MP. Once you allow the MP, that is what brings interference, because they'll have to bring people of interest, and that is how money is being lost. You find a toilet that is worth 100,000 has been constructed using 700K, and money is being mismanaged. And if these MPs really cared about education, and we know very well we do talk of free education, why can't they make it a law that education is free up to secondary? No one will need a bursary if it is free, and it will be equal. All the children, whether you are from a rich family or from a poor family, will be able to get education for free. They make all the government schools, whether it is boarding or what. So the choice of school can be determined by the marks that you score. So if you score a lot of higher marks, then you can have to join a boarding school, but the government pays everything. We won't need to have these bursaries. That money can be used to do something serious. Maybe something like scholarships can work. But even in this case, you find that bursary, some people are given 3,000. So how will that one help you? And the school fee is about 50,000. That's why MPs go there, they don't know their role. Some of them go there, they think they've gone there as CDF managers. Some of them go there, they think they are charity organizations. So there's some people who should not be MPs. There's some people who should just be advised to start an NGO or a charity organization and help people in the village. The role of an MP is not to buy, to pay maybe the hospital bills, The role of an MP is not to pay the mortuary bills. They need to legislate and make laws that ensure that people are having better health, maybe coverage. When somebody dies, they're taken care of in the morgues. So such things are the ones that they should be doing, not waiting for somebody to be sick in the village. And because they did not make a law to ensure we have better health coverage, they come and say that, okay, I've paid bill so that they can gain some mileage politically. That is where we miss it. That is where we miss it. And our parliament, we have people who are clueless. They don't know their roles. They didn't know what they're supposed to do. So they only think about money, 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 money until our politics has been monetized. If somebody doesn't have money with their good ideas and their good plans and their good dreams, people don't value them. There are some people who voted Ruto simply because Ruto used to work with money. But now Ruto has to recover his money. There are some people who say they're not voting Raila because Raila is not giving out money. It's simply because Raila was giving money for rightful purpose, but when he's giving money, he doesn't go with the camera. Recently, I was surprised to see a lady saying Raila paid for her ticket. I don't know when she was going for some studies, but he doesn't go with the camera. So Kenyans like those people who come with the camera. Even if somebody is paying you paying your 5,000 bill in the hospital, the cameras are all over there. You find that media houses that have been hired, they are paid 10,000 to cover the contribution of 2,000. So it doesn't make sense. I can see Mama Mary Wainaina is with us here. Now that we've talked a lot, let us hear some new comments from her. Mama Mary, you Karibia.
Thank you so much, Leo. I can see a pricing, and there's somebody else. I think these numbers are the letters are very tiny, but I say hi to everybody. I see,
Hi.
yes, I see all of you good Kenyans. Yeah, nimesema niingie kidogo, niseme tu jambo moja ama mbili, na kuanzia hii mjadala wangu nitasema Raila vile ana demand hiyo investigation ama kujua kabisa vile hii mambo ilienda, that is a very good move, na hiyo ni watu wengi wanataka ifanyike, kwa sababu watu wamejigamba sana na kuonyeshana wao ni hodari kwa kazi yao ile walifanya, lakini hakuna kitu walifanya isipokuwa tu ni hiyo mwigo mbaya walifanya huo wa, kama tuseme ni genge kuiba election. Hiyo ni genge mbaya sana na wanajua kabisa ni hivyo, na kama hawakuimba hiyo kitu ikawa ati wamewin, sema kweli hata hawangekuwa wanasema mambo mingi. Wangesema tu leteni, wekeni kwa meza, let dissect and they see who won, because they are confident that they won. But hii mchezo unaona wanacheza na hii mambo mingi, wanasema wakisikia Raila anaenda pandi hii wanaenda pandi hii. They are just playing games because they know they have been caught. Na hiyo audit ikifanyika, kusema kweli, kuna watu watakuwa na aibu kubwa sana, and that is what they don't want. Na kama win, mimi siku zote naulizaga, why do you hide some of the needed facts by the public to come in the open? Why do you hide them? Why do you defend? Why do you put mipaka ya kusema hatutavuka hapa? If you are legit, seriously, all those things that were used in the election time should come to the table so that it will be free and fair. Na kila mtu sasa atasema ni vizuri, thank you, you won. And that is a fair game. It will be even better and even people will be comfortable. Hata sisi tuligonjeka, tutapona. In fact, I'll be one of them. I'll be healed once I see that thing come to the table and it is really proven they won. Mi sitashughulika tena na sitasikia uchungu tena. In fact, I don't care whether it is Ruto who won or who, but just to bring those things to the open. Lakini hii kitu ya kuficha ficha namna hiyo, we see there is something that they are hiding and that makes us sick and feel bad because hiyo mchezo haikuwa mzuri hata kidogo. Nilisikia vibaya mimi binafsi, na kwa hivyo hiyo kitu ifanywe, na hiyo ndio itatutoa kwa minyororo ya hawa genge majambazi, tuweze kujua mwelekeo wetu ni gani. Na ndio even next time when the election is taking place, we will know how to go about it. It's good to learn something, but it's good to know why you didn't win. It's good to work on something and know why you failed, so that next time you will not repeat the mistake. But now we don't know where we failed. We don't know what went wrong. So we want to know. Na kujua ni hao watu wakubali kabisa everything to come to the light. Whether judges found them innocent, we know what happened to the judges. They never wanted to rule on the favor of the winning side because of their own thinking or because of their own behavior. So what I'm saying is, hiyo ni kumaanisha kila mtu ambaye alihusika kwa hii mambo ya hii election, wote waanikwe, wawekwe kwa meza, wawekwe mwangazani ili tuwajue na watueleze kwa nini walifanya hivyo, na kama hawatuelezi kwa nini walifanya hivyo, iende vile inatakikana. Mtu apewe kile kinamhusu. That is my wish and my belief that the healer, the disease will be over. The medicine is to see each and everything that happened. Because we cannot just stay in the darkness and we expect things to have to go on right. Even kumaanisha, even the next time, it will be the same thing. So I think this time round, Kenyans have woken up and they have realized we have been conned for many years. We have been played for many years by one person, the same person who is on the chair right now. He is the mastermind of all what was going on even before. And we can tell, we are not fools. Unaweza keti chini hata ukiwa wewe sio lawyer, hata ukiwa wewe hujasomeshwa kwa masomo hiyo ya juu, lakini uko na akili ya kutosha ya kujua huyu alitoka hapa, alifanya hivi, ndio hii ikatokea. And that is exactly what happened. So for me, I am very, very much 100% supporting that audit should take place so that we can know how Kenya failed. Because Kenya failed terribly due to some games that were played by few. And the few should come to the light and be exposed so that we can know our enemies. Those are our enemies. The enemy of our democracy in our country is those who are saying they won. Kwa sababu hiyo si furaha ya kila Mkenya, na wengi wale hawakufurahia. The largest number in Kenya are the one who did not get happy with what happened. And they are still angry and sick. We are sick in the stomach for that thing, for how it went. So please, let that go on. Tunataka uamuzi mzuri. Our judges, they can sit back They can sit out of their whatever, wanaweza hata kaa kwa ofisi zao, lakini wasikize vile mambo ilienda. Waache, wasioingize hata mambo yao hapo hata nini, lakini tuelezwe ukweli wa mambo. Hatuna haja na anybody. We want to know the truth so that we feel better. Truth will set everybody free. Pele nilikuwa namsikia zamani, sikumuona kwa macho yangu. I can't tell how he looked like, but maybe I can see his face now. But I have been hearing his fame. He was a good player. He was a good athletic person. And I am sorry. And we are all going there. So we wish the Lord to keep his soul in a peaceful place. That is what I can say. And the other thing, Ruto supporting Sakaja, that was his boy since then. He must be having some interest in Nairobi. And for that, he'll need force in Nairobi. He'll need support from Nairobi. He'll need somebody standing on his side so that he can do whatever he wants to do in Nairobi, because he has some interest. So he'll be supporting Sakaja. And I hope Sakaja is a modern-minded man, a person who may be honest, a person who will not be dragged in the mud, a person who uses dignity, a person who is decent. He'll do the best way that is supposed to be done. He is a mind of his own, I suppose. And so we hope he is capable of doing his job as it is supposed to be. Otherwise, so many eyes are watching him. He has to be careful how he manages his duties in Nairobi. Yeah, I think I had that. I have been listening at the back, and I'll still sit here, listen to you guys. If I have another point, I bring it in. Thank you so much, Leo.
Thank you for your contribution. Actually, you have touched on all the topics that we are discussing, starting with the most unfortunate point that we've lost Pele. Thank you, Pen Nyagaka, for that crucial information. Pele was in Kenya in 1978. I was not born by that time. But what I know is that when I was young, I used to buy some chewing gums, and the only motivation to buy those chewing gums was to find the image of Pele. So he's a great footballer who is celebrated. He's a great athlete who is celebrated and are recognized worldwide. And I think almost all the world icons who are still alive, including our only Baba Raila Odinga, have sent their condolences to this great man who won World Cup 3 times. Nobody has done that. Apart from that, he managed to score 12 goals in the World Cup in his 14 games that he participated in. He's also a man who scored 1,281 goals in his 1,363 games that he played. So he was a performer par excellence. If maybe it was today's exam, we will give him 85+%. At the same time, we'll give the Kenya Kwanza government 20%. So he was the opposite of Kenya Kwanza, but unfortunately, we had to lose him. We are celebrating him. We don't mourn him, but we celebrate his achievements. He really inspired young men and women as far as sports and arts is concerned. You've also mentioned something good about the election audit. We really need to know what happened. We cannot keep on going to these elections blindly. We need to know what really transpired so that when we go to the next election, if they tell us so and so won, then we'll be satisfied. And we can't go when we are still having some historical injustices some electoral injustices. They have to be solved, and they have to be solved once and for all, even if it will mean we'll have to suspend the 2027 elections. I'm hearing some people saying we just wait for 2032. We are not going to wait for 2032. It is not going to be business as usual. And Raila himself confirmed that we are not settling for less. We are not letting it go, because if we let this one go, maybe this one was his last chance to contest. If we let it go, then the coming generation will have to blame this generation that you people, what did you do in 2022 when elections were being stolen? You are the ones who encouraged this act, because if it is not corrected today, maybe we might not get somebody of Raila's caliber who will stand, oppose, and condemn electoral malpractices. So if he doesn't do it today, then nobody will do it, and it will be a norm, and the elections will lose value, and we will go back to anarchy, something that nobody should pray for. So as things goes, as we are going to start our new year, in the next one day, in the next 24 hours, I just advise that as you are drafting your new year resolution, let Ruto's Oster be one of the resolutions. Let it appear as the first resolution. So the first resolution was that should be, you are going to pledge that you are going to use all your energy, you are going to use all the resources and everything within your reach to ensure that Ruto and his team are allowed to join. There is a new city called Mulot City, where the fraud and things related to fraud are taking place. It's a new city between I think it is Bomet and which county. So those people in Kenya will tell you there is a trending story of Mulot City. That is where we have conmen. That is where we have fraudsters. That is where those money that gets lost in your M-Pesa normally go to. And that is where even this money that they are trying to remove in the name of the Fuliza, Hustler Fuliza, I think everything is planned there in Mulot. So we have to push them to Mulot so that they can go and do the illegal things there, as the DCI plans to deal with them. But we won't allow them to sit on that house in the hill in the name of State House and keep on frauding Kenyans. It's long overdue. We have to act, because if we don't act, we are going to be the victims. So, Mary, it seems you want to add something before we give it to Torotich.
Yeah, I wanted to say last time when the server was not opened, they said that the person who had the password is dead. That is Chris Musando. This time there is nobody who died on that. Of that caliber. So we want the server to be opened. We still have the person who has the password, unless they do otherwise. We still have the person, so they should open the server, because if that is the storage of all the information that went on in during the election, I see that is where everything will come out. And let them be honest and open the server for us to see. We'll be happy, and we'll say thank you to them if they do that. Thank you.
Yeah, that will really be great. Somebody's asking who is going to do auditing. I think we have experienced auditors. We have qualified auditors in Kenya. So it is not a matter of who is going to do auditing. It is a matter of when is the auditing is going to be done, and it has to be done. That is what Kenyans want. And on Gachagua and Ruto, you see, Gachagua knows very well the problem that we're having in Nairobi. Like the Komba land doesn't have title. And today you saw Sakaja went there and said, we are going to give you title deed. And we know those people who are not happy whenever you mention the name title in Kenya. We know those people who want land that is not having title so that they can grab. We saw them in Rwai when they grabbed the sewage land, and the government went to reclaim the land, and they went there to tell people and incite people how the government is not caring, how the government is inhuman. We saw them in Kariobangi when they grabbed the land that is meant for sewer line, that the land near the Korokocho or the Koch market. When the government decided to go, they normally pretend and get some people and hide behind them. We saw the Muteshi land. We saw those investors, the famous investors when Gil was the minister of lands. So Sakaja is having some brighter solution. Kikomba cannot be banning each and every time. Then the deputy president is sending this former musician and former joker who was masquerading as the MP of Stare, Jaguar, with some money. It was good. The governor went and doubled the amount and promised those people that the only solution is to give them the title so that the land grabbers will not keep on threatening and banning the market so that they scare people away as they plan to grab the land. That will be the solution. And that is the war that Sakaja is having. And Ruto is not being sincere. He's just hiding, but he's not being sincere. Though we know the main actors in this war is Gachagua and Mudavadi because they play the same position. One is just in the bench there at Mudurwa, and the other one is playing in the field at Arambe House. So any mistake that Gachagua does, Mudavadi will be called and will be told, turn, change, and get and continue playing. So that is the issue that is there. So they've already started 2027 politics, and they're busy campaigning. They're busy strategizing how they are going to win or rig 2027, while Kenyans are busy suffering. We are busy thinking how we'll pay school fees and get some onga, but that is not among their priority. So the only solution is that we revert and do the right thing and force them to do the right thing. To rotate.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. Even though, can you hear me well, by the way? Yeah.
You are clear, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mary. And sorry, by the time you were talking, most of the time I was away and preoccupied doing something else here. And there is something that I saw, I think, earlier on in the night, and I've seen one Gungiri Wambui who had made up a post saying that he had told his friend that if he was to choose again for somebody to vote, he would vote for Ruto because Ruto is a man they fought for 5 years and he beat them to the end. And he's very proud about that post. Yeah, you see, we have so many people that have been poached, and right now they've switched their allegiance because as what do you call him? Island, or the lady who went away, she was telling us Ruto is a smart man. Ruto is a smart man, a conniving man, so that he was watching this thing. In 2007, when the country almost went down into the gutter, once we had Kibaki sworn in, even though the election was fraudulently done, and nothing else happened. When he was declared the winner, that's it. It remained like that. And in 2013, when Uhuru was declared, nothing was done. In 2017, the same thing happened again. 2022, no difference. And in 2022, Ruto was using his handbook to cook the same scenario as it had happened 3 times before. So that it doesn't matter the outcome, it doesn't matter who really won, but he was just going to take it anyway. He's going to really disregard everybody but his own ambition to get to power, and everything else is supposed to sort itself. I remember even there was a time we were talking and we were saying, and I said, Ruto has come to the table with one thing in mind. It's either he's doomed and done politically, or is declared the president, because there were so many things that were dangling the need for him to hang. There were corruption cases. There are so many. Even there is this crime against humanity case that that it was the determinant on the verdict that was supposed to be delivered to the late. It's called what? The lawyer. So that if the lawyer would be found guilty, then it would mean that he is guilty because he was doing it. And who was the owner of that dog? It would boil down to Ruto. So really, this time around, if we go ahead and we decide that this thing is done, then there is nothing else that we can ever do. And even then, we are thinking like it's going to be a two-term thing, so that we can say we are going to persevere for the next 10 years. But who told you that Ruto is thinking like you and I? Ruto is one man that disregards the law like nothing else. Even this constitution, he's just talking about it because he's young in the seat, and he has only a few days in the seat, and we don't know what's going to cook. He's going to change a lot. And he's even started, like in the constitution, we have ways of introducing things even like this hustler fund. How do we have a hustler fund already operational and it has never gone through the parliament? We've never seen it being passed anywhere legally, and it has already a legal framework. So that if you violate some rules in it, you're supposed to be jailed, I don't know, for 10 years or pay 10 million shillings or both. And this one is for hustlers. How do you give somebody 500 shillings and expect to jail him for 10 years or make him pay 10 million? Where is he going to get the money? So it's really important. And even as we say it's important for them, for their own sake, what they did is they went after the 4 people who were almost making it impossible for them to clinch that seat. The Cherera 4. They went and vilified them and made sure that they are almost gone, almost all of them. They always remaining in Marsit, and I don't know the motive because I'm trying to look what is Marsit really doing. What is he really after? Why is he fighting like this? It's like he's already fighting a losing battle. I like the spirit, but I'm still skeptical. What is this? What's going to come out of this? I'm reading so much into the Marsit situation. So for them, they already did their own version of audit, and I don't see any wrong if we decide also to do ours, or if we demand for the audit as a way of us finding justice. It's nothing wrong. They did theirs. They've already finished Ferreira. They already finished. What do you call the other? The 3 men. The 3 men. I don't remember their names either. They were all been blanketed. They were all blanket named as Ferreira 4. So this we're in a very good country. Geographically well positioned to take over, and even talking about geography and also the people in it, we have a very resilient people. We have a very, very industrious, very forward-looking people. But now our politics is what is going to make us not even take the position that we are supposed to be taking, and making sure that this economy really works for us. We have Uganda, Tanzania, all of East Africa looking up to Kenya, but then again, we are messing it from within. How do we allow few people to be so selfish and to allow their selfish agendas to prevail when we have a nation that's no longer even about the borders that running from Turkana to Lamu, Mandera to Busia to everywhere to down there? Now Kenya has Kenya and its interests globally, all compromised. We no longer are people to be trusted even in education. Remember, if right now you go to like a country like, let's say in Canada, as a nurse, there are chances that you're not even going to perform your profession as just straight away. You will need to be re-educated again because it's almost believed that just like we had people who were not even did not even have papers and they were forced into the ballot to run for governorship and other positions, even MP. That's what people now think of Kenya. That's what they think of us. So if we do not even do an audit, if we do not even punish those people that we think are so good, but punish them for the wrong that they ever did back, then that one tells a story about us collectively. So according to me, it's very important that we really make sure that we have an audit. And if we do not have an audit, then we shouldn't be even having this government. This is an insult to every well-meaning Kenyan out there. Really. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. A due diligence, that's a good idea. You know, when we want to do the auditing, I think we need to look for some good auditing and some brand companies that have got a brand or that have got a name to protect. And that is what has always been failing us. Even these issues of IBC and the ballot printing and whatever, they normally don't go for some reputable companies, but they normally go and source for some river road companies in the countries that they visit. Companies that doesn't have they doesn't have a name to protect. Companies that that doesn't have a brand that they need to protect. So what happened? There are companies who don't care if they bungle your elections or whether what they do, it doesn't matter because it will not affect them. And most of these companies, some of them are companies that are having some historical records of bungling and messing up with the elections in different countries. But if we stick and go, there are some brands that you cannot compromise. Like today, you know, there are some brands like Meta, you know, that brands like Apple. You know, these brands are brands that they have their name to protect. Actually, they don't sell you that phone, but they sell you their brand. So if we can get some reputable auditing companies, these are companies that you cannot compromise them simply because they'll be protecting their name. They don't want to be associated with some sham or some careless work. They'll have to audit and tell us what exactly happened. They'll have to tell us, was the due process followed? They'll have to start by looking at that voter register and tell us and unearth everything that has been taking place. Once we are satisfied, then we can say, yes, we can go for another election. And this is the greatest mistake that maybe we did as an Azimio. We thought that these people were as fair and as democratic and as truthful as we were. And we really trusted, which is not wrong. We were right. We are supposed to trust these government departments. These are some of the departments that have been tasked with the responsibility. They get the taxpayers' money. There was no need. Why would we use about 380 US dollars, 380 million US dollars in an election that costed each and every individual who voted? They spent $20 for you to vote. Then you come and give us some sham results. What was the need? Then why wouldn't you just give them? Even I think even Safaricom has got the capacity to hold these elections. Because in Safaricom, if you try to register maybe like your number twice, they'll always know this idea has been used. So we have the capacity within the country, but we don't have that willing. We don't have the will, and our companies are being compromised. The people we trust most are the ones who are being compromised, and they abuse the rights of other citizens. So this is the last time that elections are being bungled in Kenya. And unless people decide that they want to destroy the future generation, of which I don't think is among the options that Azimio are having. We have to push and ensure that the right thing is done. We have to ensure that we get what belongs to us and the right winner is given his due. That is when the country will have to move. And if that one is not happening, then the country is not going to move. people are not going to move the way they think. People should not be played around with each and every time. Mama Mary, you can maybe proceed. I don't see anybody around.
Yeah, I would add this way, as you have talked about those printing of the ballot papers or documents that were needed during election. I was shocked to hear that even the place they were getting these papers or these election documents, it's just on the street, or just because it is in Kenya. It's not in Kenya. They just believe it will be that it is done in abroad. But when people did the follow-up, it was something that was just sham done on the street. Just a kiosk was given such a big, enormous burden or work to do for a whole country, Kenya. It's a shame. It's a shame. I was not believing what I was hearing. And the other thing, we have been failed in Kenya by our fellow people, our fellow Kenyans. Because when you are given an office or you are given an assignment to do, why can't you do it because you are getting paid? Why do you want a double pay? Because why should you have that post or that assignment for a certain pay that really you are going to be paid by the government? And someone else comes on your side and tell you don't do the right thing, do wrong, and I'll pay you more on top of what you are getting, on top of what you are getting. So you are getting paid by the government, and then you are paid by the wrongdoer on the other side so that you can bungle everything. Why can't we be honest? Why can't we be good to our country? You know, do the right thing at the right time. Because when I see how money is being exchanged in Kenya to do wrong, and the same person is being paid by the government to do that work, that is where we are failing. And that is why we are having all this pain, because of money exchange. Now, if I am told, stand here and watch, count these things, count these votes, inspect these people, supervise these people, instead of doing that work, actually even other countries, they volunteer to supervise, to do the work for the government. They volunteer freely, and the work goes very well. These people are getting paid, and they are really paid well by the government to do that work. But still, someone comes with another money, and you feel that this is not enough. I'll take some more from somebody to bungle or to spoil the good job that was expected out of you. That is the Kenya we are in now. And that is why we are having all these problems. The problem is not anything else apart from money. And people have fallen for money. The other thing I would say, those people, like when they mentioned about Venezuela, they are running away from their country. Their country is gone. It's very bad. It's unlivable. They are running from one place to the other just to get out of that country. And yet we hear they are the one who came to bungle our election. Think about that. When you find a country getting involved, let's say, for example, Somalia is controlling what wrong to be done in Kenya, it's just because they don't have any feeling. Even for them, even us, we are living like that. Even you can live like us. And so if they asked that they should to do wrong things, there they are. They will do it. And the people in our country, they want those people who have faced the harsh condition to work for them so that things can go wrong. When they were hired to come and do all what they were after in Kenya, it's people who don't care. They mind of only to get money and they go. When you think about the Kenyan people doing, hiring people from a finished country, a country that has got no foundation, a country that has really gone wrong, people want to live there. The people from that country are running away. What do you think they are doing? They wish our country, Kenya, to be the same. Because what is the foundation that they are putting there? What good morals do they have for the country? None. So Kenya has been demoralized, have been infected, have been brought down by different places, countries, because of this lust of looking forward to be a president, lust of being rich, lust of being famous, lust of leading people but not leading. It's like a dictator who wants to start very low, that you might not be able to know until when he comes he comes up when you are still sleeping, because he is putting lullaby on you. Right now, Kenyans, you are the guy is doing lullaby on you. He's still coming, slowly by slowly. The day you'll find that who he is, but we know who he is. He hasn't shown his clothes, but he'll come to take them off out, that you will see them by the time you are not able to even scream or stand. That is what is happening. A person who wants to do bad things to his country or to rule the country in a dictatorship does not come all of a sudden. Is a very swift person, very sweet talking, very humble, and smiling. But as time goes by, he is learning you, and he wants to know which angle he'll take, which way he's gonna follow, so that he can completely be over you. That's my seeing or my prediction. If we don't watch out, this is how things go wrong. And how the person is working on us is a matter of time. So that audit, if it is done, it will open up so many things that we have not known, and that will enlighten Kenyans. And then we fight for our right and democracy. If we want democracy, that is where it will start. Let's have this audit. Let's have this audit seriously. And this will open up so many things, and people will come to find out what was going on. And for that reason, these men will not have any energy or force to make us listen. Our voice is so loud for us to be heard. Because why is he fighting? Why is he fighting? Whom does he want to rule? It's us. If not us, then I don't know what he's looking for. So why should we be ruled by somebody whom we see that is not good for us? is not favorable. It's somebody who can do us wrong, bad things, is a person who is dangerous. The right time is now. And in fact, that auditing will bring you out. Very smart. And everything will come out. We'll be having a point which will make us stand and question many questions, which should be answered. And when answered, we know our directions. I heard somebody say we don't care if he rules, but we know the truth, which is true. Let us know the truth and we let him rule. But without the truth, while we have got many questions, unanswered questions, it's our right to know. So we are looking forward to see what is hidden, what was behind, how did he win? Those are the questions we want them answered, so that even those judges can see the hot air they were talking about. It's real hot air that can burn. It's not the scarcity that they were talking about. It's a real thing that Kenyans want to know. Once we know and we find out that really Ruto won, we are good to go. If we didn't win, let them boozy go to the right person. Let them tell us why they did that. And the person to answer, let him be held accountable. Because that is the rule of the land. Even the judges should rule the case for the innocent and the guilty one. That's the way. It is two-way sides. Either you are guilty or you are innocent. So now we should stand for the auditing. That's a very good ideal point to start our motion for our country to be liberated. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you for that insightful information. Na kwa wale bado wanafuatilia, karibuni. I think you can also invite others because it's already morning and people have started the long weekend for celebrations for the new year. So right now, hata ukiamsha mtu ataamka. Those ones who are experiencing morning, wale wa jioni. So you can invite others also to join us. Mulubu, karibu, we've seen you. We appreciate you sparing your time to join us in this conversation as we plan jinsi tunaenda kukomboa Kenya in the next year 2023. Pen, we are not complaining. We don't win elections through complaining, but you can't tell us we lost election if you can't clearly tell us how somebody won elections. As a teacher, there's something that I know. I can't tell my students that your answer is wrong, not until I provide them with the right answer. So that's what happens. Even if the teacher doesn't know the answer, then there's no way you'll mark that question and tell the students it is wrong. So we are not complaining. We simply want to know the truth. And that is why we've made the right effort to ask for audit. Audit is there to give us the truth so that after the audit, we will not complain. If we really lost, we will accept and move on. If we won, we will ask for the necessary to be done. But if the audit is not done and you want us to say that we lost, we are complaining, we are not complaining. And I'm sure with the energy that we are having, we will not have a 2027 elections if this one has not been sorted. Let us listen from Mulumbu. Karibu, good morning or good evening from wherever you are.
Let me say something before Mulumbu comes in, please. Mulumbu, 1 minute, please.
1 minute, Mulumbu.
If we are complaining, please tell us how you won. We will not complain. If we are complaining for sure, tell us how you won and will be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Karibu.
Another thing. Also, remember, this thing is for the good of everybody. Even Ruto himself, when he went to Charterhouse in the US, he said that the government is working to rig the election. So maybe these 250 votes that cleared his win, it could be more. So this audit is going to do good to everybody. He was saying there is a plan for rigging the election.
Add your voice, please. We can't hear you. Add your voice.
Your volume, or we'll give you time later.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
now it's better. Yeah, I'm saying this audit question is very good for everybody, especially even for the president, Mr. Ruto himself, because we remember, I think a month to election day, he was in Charterhouse in the US, and he said there that the government he knows that the government is working to rig his elections. And even he went ahead and said that his voters were moved from the area of registration to unknown areas where they could not actually vote. So this audit is going to make sure that he wins the legitimacy that he craves so much, that he has to buy people to attend his functions at the stadium with fake scholarships. So it's good for everybody. It's not only for us. We want to make sure that his clean is fat, his win is fattened, not only 250 people that cleared him to be the winner. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Bwana Mulumbu, welcome. Karibu.
Okay, good morning, good evening, good usiku, all is the same. Because when those who go sleep, others wake up to go and work. And that's how it works. You get off, somebody comes in. And that's uchumi inapanda. Na hiyo ndio mmekataa Kenya, hamutaki uchumi ya kufanya, wengine wanaingia, wengine wanatoka. You want ile hustler. As if hustler, hiyo pesa hustler is gonna grow the country without manufacturing in the country, without building the companies. Sasa sijui biashara yenu hii mnaenda kufanya na nani? If everybody is hustler, kila mtu ni mkorofi. How is the country is going to grow? Because everybody wants to come a hustler, a fraudulenter, a corrupt. Kenya is a country of hustlers. Now nilikuwa nasikianga banana country. Kenya is now in the category of banana country. Kenya now is a banana country. Because right now, there's nowhere a Kenyan can go somewhere and establish himself like somebody who is well educated. They won't believe you. No one can believe a Kenyan right now, even our neighbors. Because kazi mkienda hakuna interview, hakuna CV, nyinyi kuingia tu. We ni mwizi unapewa kazi, we ni muuaji unapewa kazi. It doesn't matter who is who. We are a banana country. I was hearing people talking about banana country. Now I have come to realize Kenya right now is a banana country. A country of hustlers, a country of voodoo people, a country of wezi, a country of mafia. So you are just laughing, but we are in for it right now. Hakuna mahali unaweza enda wakoso kukuchunguza. Everybody in Kenya, huo umesoma hujasoma, you are back to zero. Wherever you go, lazima urudi kwa class usome tena ufanye mtihani. Is when they can and prove yourself. Kenya certificate now is useless. Haifanyi kazi. Wasiosoma na waliosoma wote ni line moja. Mtu anajidanganya yeye daktari na say daktari ameba certificate. Yeye ni mwalimu si mwalimu. Sasa watu kama anaitwa ni MP ama senator huyu kutoka wapi? Anaitwa nani huyu? Wenye aliiba certificate akienda MP. Sai sijui ni MP, sijui ni senator.
Oscar Sudi.
Oscar Sudi. Tell me. Sasa Oscar Sudi kama anaweza kuwa na ofisi, ilipatikana kwamba hakuna mahali alisoma, form 4 hakufanya, hana certificate yoyote. Tell me, where's the face of Kenya right now on the earth?
Hata certificate ilikuwa for a lady.
Si ndio nakuambia, hata mahali hana certificate yoyote certified that hata kutoka darasa la kwanza kwenda la pili, he doesn't have any. Report card, wacha certificate, report card peke yake hana. That's the sijui sahi ni senator, sijui ni MP, I can't even understand. Watu kama Jumwa, watu kama Sakaja, hata kama amesoma, ameiba mabilioni na mabilioni, naongea kama hii kuku inakunya kwa mahali imelala. Then Kenya tumeuza. Mahali nipa, I don't want to introduce myself like a Kenyan, because watakwambia Kenya ile nchi inaandika mpaka wale ambao watu hawakusoma. Mtu atakumzunga atakuuliza, did you really go to school? What will you answer? Akikuuliza, do your country people do exams? Do you have a law in your country? What are you going to answer when somebody asks you that question? Do you see how we look like right now? Our face is rotten on the earth. Tumeoza totally. Hujui msomi ni nani, hujui mjinga ni nani, hujui pumbavu ni nani. Bora umepatikana kwa barabara na ukoto wewe kwenda kuwa police IG. Umeokota kwa barabara wewe kuwa commander. Umeokota kwa barabara wewe kwenda board, so long as you are a friend to the president. Everything you are given. Do you think the country is moving? Unachukua pesa za wazee, wale wazee wamefanya kazi miaka mingi wanakufa, wale wa mama wanakufa, mama majane. Unachukua na pesa vijana, na vile Kenya hakuna kazi, no manufacturing, no nothing. Hiyo pesa wanakusanya yote pamoja, wanaacha waende wakufe, let them die, wapatie hapa ya kwamba ukichukua 500 unarudisha na 525. That now you're helping the country. Kila mtu afanye biashara. Unauzia nani? Na ni kitu gani unanunua unaenda kuuza? If your country is not manufacturing. Watu wanaenda Dubai, wanatoa za Dubai, wanatoa za Taiwan, wanatoa za China, wanawaletea. Sasa wewe unaenda kununua nini? You don't have anything, you don't work. Umenyuma na pesa uzee ungeipata ikusaidie kununua. You don't have anything, you are dying. What are you going to buy? Where are you getting that money? Umechukua 500 huwezi rudisha, hakuna mahali utatea. What do you do? Dawa huwezi nunua, chakula hauna. Are we really thinking? Sasa what the difference mwenye msome na hajasoma kama sisi wenye hatujasoma? Sasa wewe umesoma umeenda ukafuata degree before Ruto aingie ndani, na mimi sijasoma. What the difference? Tofauti ni nini? Sasa hata watoto wenye wanaenda shule yule wanasoma nini? Because hata wakisoma mtihani ikitoka au yule mtoto haka amepata ni the release amepita ama ameanguka. You don't know. Hata hii mtihani haijulikani mwenye amepita na mwenye ameanguka. Na basi mko hapo mnapika makofi. Hasla akienda kwa kanisa watu wanapiga makofi. Bata wamwambie tumechoka, hatukutaki. Nobody will kill you. Wamesimama wanapiga makofi. Ruto, Rigathi. Really? Kenya wamekuwa, Ruto alienda Nigeria akakuja na vudu ile kali, amepumbaza watu wa Kenya wote, wamekuwa kama Kenya wamekuwa kama zungu. Kenya ni wamekuwa hata sisemi how Kenya will look like. Wale sio ma professional, watu wote wamekuwa ni zungu. Nobody's thinking in Kenya right now. They are brainwashed. Do you know somebody is talking about 2027? 2027 to do what? Wakina Mudavadi atu wamesoma wote wamekuwa pumbavu. Ukipata tu wale wamekuwa pumbavu. Yani everybody, I don't know. Banana Republic. My friends over here. Ukikutana na mzungu akikuuliza wewe ni Mkenya, what do you say? What do you answer? Akuuliza wewe unatoka Kenya, na Kenya pia kuna sheria, what do you answer? Unataka ujifiche chini ya maji na maji hakuna. Unataka uingie kwa curtain, hiyo curtain pia hakuna. If we Kenyans, we can wake up right now. Let's not wait for 2027. For where? To go where? Tuseme some of you mko hapa, mtoto wake anakuja, pengine anaenda ama kifika ng'amba anaenda 0, anamwambia hii certificate zako hizi zote ni fake. Anaenda 01. Nobody can believe you. Nobody is believing a Kenyan right now. Angalia ile angalia hapa kwa mpaka vile watu wamejaa. Kutoka Colombia, kutoka Nicaragua, kutoka sijui nchi yenye Venezuela, Venezuela wenye walikuja and the best. Venezuela wamejaa hapa kwa mpaka. They merundikana baridi na waulia hapa kwa mpaka. They want to come in America. They are running their country. And that's the country that ulienda ukachukua tia kwamba inakuja kusupport kuiba kura. Tuseme right now kama ingekuwa Kenya iko mpaka na America, si watu wa Kenya wote wangeishia America sasa hii right now. Africa tumeumbwa na everything. Kuna gold, kuna everything. But because of the thick leadership, dande the leadership, wakifika kwa uongozi wanafikiria matumba yao ni kama wataishi milele. They don't think about the future. Tuseme this weather that has just happened here in America, people are still dying. Tuseme this kind of weather happened in Kenya right now as I'm talking right now. Mtaokoa nani? Hamuna hata plan. Mtaokoa nani? Hii snow imemwaga hapa mpaka wengine hawana stima, but they have managed, wamepelekea watu wa chakula nini, watu hiyo na hiyo baridi watu wanafanya kazi kwa stima, kwa hiyo baridi na stima inafanywa kazi. Na Kenya stima ikipotea na maliza 1 week, na hii weather ikifikia Kenya, who will survive? Only the bosses wako kwa magorofa. Then you go up clapping your hands. Hey, Ruto rigade, Ruto rigade, Ruto rigade. Yafaa mkufe Saidi. I'm praying Kenya to die, so wakufe wengi ndio wamuke macho. Si kwa ubaya. Kwa sababu hata mtego inashika waliomo na wasiokuwemo. Sasa wasiokuwemo kama sisi tutakufa huko ndani. You better die and then ikije Kenya amuke. Afadhali kitu kingine kuje fanyike Kenya ya maajabu. Watu wakufe kabisa mpaka wamuka akili. Because somebody cannot steal you. Akuibie, basi akuletee, na unajua amekuibia na unampigia makofi. Na unajua ng'ombe yako amekuibia imeenda kabisa, ulikuwa umeshughulika na hauna kitu ya kula, basi akuletea shilingi 2, atukikopa hiyo ukirudisha shilingi 3 itakusaidia. Na amekuibia haki yako. Tunaona hata hapa kwa hii forum. Watu wote wamepotea because they cannot come out and complain and tell the truth. Sasa wamefinya mikia yao imeingia ndani. They don't want to talk about. Why can't you come out? This is the time ambapo hao watu wa Kenya wangetokesea kwa hii forum, wajaze hii screen. They tell the people that waambie ulimwengu how Kenya is so bad. Na wale wenye wako wamesoma hapo wale naongea kizungu mingi si waoni? Why can't you come right now when the time is now, when the Kenya needs you? Where do you hide? Why can't you come right now and educate Kenyan people? Wacha kiumane. ndio Wakenya waamuke, na msipoamka leo tumngojea 2027. Kenya amka saa hii, wake up right now. Ukraine wanakufa usiku na mchana, they sema Russia hata kama ni nchi kubwa na everything, they cannot go into their country, they better die to the last man. Kwa nini Kenya hatuwezi amka tukadie to the last man? Why can't you speak up? Nenda kwa villages right now, people are really dying. Hawana chakula ya kutosha, hawana matibabu yanaweza enda kwa hospitali, hawana kazi, hawana pesa. Kutoka to the young to the old, people are dying every day. Daniel hata mwaka Uhuru alikuwa kwa uongozi kwa sababu ile pesa kulikuwa inatembea kidogo, inapatikana kwa wazee wakijisaidia. Right now hakuna. Subsidies alitoa, mafuta alitoa, hiyo kitu yote, everything imepanda. Everyone is dying. He doesn't care hata kama ni Wanandi. Yeye kitu anataka ni ile kiti ya uongozi. Watoto wake wanakula, wanatembea wakibweka huko nje kama nini? Kama mbweka. Because they live in honey. Anadanganya watu alikuwa hustler kana mtu alikuwa kwa mkono, he grew through the Moise presidency. Alihangaika wapi? Sisi tulioshindwa hata kama tulisoma tukao werefu tukapita mapoints ya hali ya juu, but there was nobody ya kulipia school fees. Where did we end up? Here we are. Basa anakuja na brainwash, mimi niliuza kuku, mimi niliuza mayai, nikauza njugu, nikauza every popcorn, everything. Mbona haija kunifikisha mahali amefika? Afadhali ningekuwa mwizi kama yeye, pengine ningefika. Na huwezi kuwa hata mwizi kama huko kwa mkono ya president huko, uibe mabilioni huko. Hapa chini huwezi fika ukauza kuku ukafika huko. You will never be. Then wajinga wa Kenya wanafuatilia, hata si wajinga, wapumbavu wa Kenya wanafuatilia. Ni hustler, aliuza kuku na mayai. Kufeni. Thank you.
Thank you, Mulumbu. That is a fact, and that is how the ground is, and that is a feeling that every Kenyan is having right now. Imagine just 110 days after elections, almost everyone is regretting and almost everyone is dissatisfied, including the ones who voted for the Kenya Kwisha. The only difference is that they don't have that courage to come and publicly tell you how they are feeling. But deep inside their hearts, they are feeling betrayed. And it's only maybe those people who don't understand themselves that can still think that the Kenya Kwanza is heading at the right direction. But those people who knows how the economy hurts when it is at its least will tell you that this government has messed up Kenya. They've really messed up Kenya. And you said clearly that hawana plan. When they were campaigning, they were having a plan. So I don't know, whoever took that plan should return it to them. They were having a plan. So after they've now maneuvered and gotten their way inside there, they now don't have the plan. Sometimes it makes me believe that these guys, they also know themselves. They know very well they did not win. So they knew they were not going to win. That is why they were giving you a plan that was not there in existence. That plan never existed, and it is no longer there, and it will not be there. So the better we work together and push them out, that will do us some justice. But if you don't do anything, I don't see us having a country that can be admired in the next 2 years. We will have lost it, and we'll lose it terribly.
Bro, let me just remind you something. If it seems these Africans, hakuna siku wataelimika. That's why wazungu wanatukanyagianga, wanatukula every day. Because unajua ukiwa pumbavu, hata kama ukikaa kwa gold, unakuwa tu pumbavu. Because hata mtu akikuelimisha, I feel so sad ya kwamba wazungu walikuja akakuelimisha, wakawajengea magorofa yenye hamukuwa nayo, mlikuwa mnaishi kwa manyumba ya manyasi na manyumba ya nini matope. And then this person took you to their home, wakakuelimisha, wakakupatia everything. But when you come back home, you can use that knowledge to build your people. Chinese walikuja hapo wakasoma, they are building their Chinese. Malaysia walikuja hapo wakasoma, they are building their countries. Taiwan, whatever it is, they are building their countries. Now nyinyi mmekuja hapo mmesoma, nyinyi ndio junior director hapa, when you go to back home you are still stupid, you can't even build nyumba ya matope. Pia uwezi, hata ukipewa nyumba ya matope ujenge, uwezi jenga. They cannot. For example, let me example. Trump alikuja hapa, wazungu akampatia uongozi, hakuiba, alipewa na delegates, though Clinton alimshinda, but the delegates hizo kula delegates walimpatia akashinda election. Yes, hakurik, he won through the delegates, but did he deliver? He didn't have a plan. Did you see what happened in the world? Did you see what happened to America? But walikuja wakaangalia, hapana, this cannot happen. Wamerudi nyuma akasema this must has go, wakamtoa. Akajaribu akatumia mbinu zile wa Afrika tunatumianga na nchi zingine, but because America is being run with the judges and everybody that understands the law, na wananchi wenyewe sahi ile nini sahi taxes zenye huwa hajatoa for years and years, they are going to be revealed. Alikuwa anafikiria anaweza asimama. Kesi ilifanya ile kitu ilifanya January 6 ilipatikana, yeye ndiye alikuwa kiongozi wa watu kwenda kuvamia Congress. Hakuna ujanja yoyote, he's going nowhere. That's why Ruto na group yake ni wezi, they didn't have any plan. Unajua mtu ukikimbilia kitu ya kuiba, mwizi always hananga plan, kwa sababu hajui kama atapata hiyo pesa ama ataipata. Hananga plan. Lakini ukifanya kazi yako kwa uadilifu, ujipangie, unajua in case nikifanya kazi nipate ABCD, kwa sababu you are sure of what you are going to get. And of what you are going to get, you are sure what you are going to do, you have read plan for it. Lakini mwizi hananga plan. Biso hajui kama atarudi salama, kitu ya kwanza. Kitu ya pili, hiyo pesa afikiria atapata pesa ngapi. Lakini wewe ukifanya kazi mwisho mwezi unajua mimi nitapata 5,000 na nimepangia kufanya ABCD. So there's no way Ruto angekuwa na plan, because he is a thief, is a fraudulenter. Hakuna kitu anajua. I didn't have any plan. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. It is true and it is evident they didn't have a plan. If they had the plan, we would have seen the first page of that plan being implemented in the first page of their rule, but nothing has been done. So that is clear enough to tell us that the plan was not there. Mama Mary, karibu.
Mulumbu, you have put the country to the right track. Kama wanasikia na kama wanaelewa, hiyo ndio ile mambo imeendelea Kenya. Na vile ningesema, hawa watu hawakuwa na plan. Ile plan walikuwa nayo ni conmanship. Ile mambo yote waliongea kwa roho, kwa nyoyo za watu ambao walisikiza, ambao waliwachagua. Lakini tukumbuke hawa watu hawakuchaguliwa. Hawa watu tuliwekewa hapo na watu fulani. Na mimi nitasema hivi, hawakuamini wamewekwa hapo. Hawakuamini itafaulu. Nakumbuka hata kuna wakati walikuwa wameshangaa, wanashindwa ni nini inaendelea. They knew already that thing is gone. But vile ilichezwa, wakajiona wameingia. Na kuambia kusema kweli, they are not aware. They were not aware that they were to be on that chair. They are going to be installed there. They are going to be selected. Otherwise, they were not elected. They were selected. They were installed for us. That is the biggest problem. Na ndio hawana plan. Ndio unaona hawana hata mwelekeo. Hata mpango wa pesa za Kenya ni kumwaga tu wanamwaga. Hawajui tutatuzitumia namna gani. Honestly speaking, now even giving people 500 shillings to start a business, that is an insult, a big insult at this very time of the season. And how Kenya is with the drought, how Kenya is with all the scarcity of food, alafu uwe ati unapewa 500 uanze. Kwani there was another person who said here, is everybody going to be a business person in Kenya? Ni nani atauzia mwingine? Sisi wote tukiwa mabiashara, nani atauzia mwingine? We need the people, some to be working and some to be in business, and others are farmers. That is the balance of the country so that the economy can run. Because there are people who supply food, there are people who supply services, and there are people who are there to guard what is going on in the country. That is the very three things that we need in our country. And when you look what is going on right now, everybody is running, but they don't know where they are running to. How comes that everybody can be told to go and do business? Ni business gani hii itauzwa na kila mtu? Hiyo ni swali ambalo tunatakiwa kujiuliza. Kwani sisi tumekuwa nani? Tuwe everybody ni biashara, biashara, biashara. Kwani biashara hizi ni nyingi aje Kenya yetu? Sasa hiyo ni kumaanisha sasa watu hata waache kufikiria habari ya masomo, waache kufikiria habari hata ya kulima, mfanye biashara. Utaenda wapi na hiyo shilingi 500? Kununua nini ndio uuze na utauzia nani? Those are the questions Kenyans should ask themselves. Yes, I'll buy mahindi. Na yule mwingine amenunua mahindi. Nitamuuzia mahindi ama ataniuzia mahindi? Hata kama you are, let's say for example you have got a different commodity and I have a different commodity. And the money I have bought what I have bought. Na yule mwingine amenunua, tuseme amenunua mahindi na yule mwingine amenunua maharagwe. How do we exchange this? Kwa sababu nimenunua mahindi ya 500. Yule mwingine amenunua maharagwe ya 500. Hana pesa mfukoni. Na huyu amenunua mahindi ya 500, hana pesa mfukoni. Nani atanunua hiyo maharagwe? We are all like that. I mean, watu kuna wale wamenunua mahindi, kuna wale wamenunua. Labda sasa tuseme it is exchange of commodity. Ninakupea mkebe moja ya mahindi na wewe unanipea mkebe moja ya maharagwe. That's it. The business is over. Because there is no money. No money exchange. Business haiwezi kuwa ati kila mtu kwa inchi. Hata ukiangalia in other countries, there are business people, there are employees, and I would say there are those two categories. There are business people and there are employees and the consumers. And most of the consumers are the whole population. Kwa sababu hata huyo mwenye anafanya business, hata yeye ataconsume. Kwa sababu lazima aende anunue chakula ya kukula ndio aweze kufanya hiyo biashara anafanya. Kama ni employee anafanya kazi, anapewa pesa, anaenda kununua chakula ya kukula. So we are all rotating like that. Lakini sasa Kenya yetu tumeambiwa kila mtu awe business. Kwa hivyo kwetu hakuna employees. Employees ni wachache. Wanabiashara ndio wengi nchi yetu. Hizo biashara zitaenda mpaka wapi? And that's why you see we have got all these reckless businesses that people end up, they lose their businesses and then they start stealing. Because they have already tested money, they don't have money, they have got no otherwise. Hiyo imeflip, imeflop, imeanguka, imekwisha, sina pesa, niko na watoto. Now, it's time to steal. Ruto anataka kila mtu aende na magoti. Anataka kile chako ulicho nacho kivurutwe na hiyo 500. amejua kila kitu yako, sababu the way you are taking that money, it's that you are exposing yourself to further charges. So the moment you finish yourself, sasa utainama, urudishe mikono nyuma, seme nimeamini, ninataka sasa kusaidiwa. That's where we are heading. Na Kenyans wakifika hapo, kuwe ati sasa ni kuombana ama ni kuongoja upewe. Now that is the time you'll know that hakuna mtu anakulilia na hakuna mtu ana haja na wewe. Though even right now, the largest number know that there is nobody who care about you. You have to think about that seriously. Waangalie waone ati hatuwezi kuwa wanabiashara sisi wote. Tunatakiwa tuwe na classes ya middle class. Kuna wale watu wa chini na kuna watu wa juu. I don't know how I can classify in English, but I know there is
my sister, wacha nikuongeze neno kidogo. I just actually, my sister, actually huwa nacheka. Nikijifikiria I'm a Kenyan, I just feel pity for myself. Yani, I don't know how I can say it. Yani that we have a country that has no law. That mwenye makosa ndiye anasema. Na mwenye amefanya dhuluma, he has nothing to say. That's the country we're having right now. Mwenye ameiba ndiye anatukuzwa. Na mwenye hajaiba ndiye anafinyiliwa. Do you know right now where we are going? And I'll still say this and I'll still repeat. The people that are killing our country is the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin. But not all Kikuyus. Not all Kalenjins. But those one who thinks that uongozi wa Kenya is just themselves, nobody else. This is where we have reached now. Hapa ndio wametufikisha. So my sister, you tell me, kama mtu amekuibia, sana wanaiba mashamba huko. Mtu anakuja kwa shamba yako, anachukua shamba yako, ana pesa, you say nothing, anakupiga, hata naua vijana yako, but he doesn't care because there's no way you can take him. Hakuna mahali utamfika. Where are you going? Ikifika sasa, inafika sasa, ya either ni uniue ama ni kuue. Where is that country going to? We are going Haiti way. Ukiangalia nchi ya Haiti ni nchi ya majambazi na walionayo. Kifo sio shida, na ndio Colombia, na Nicaragua, na ndio Venezuela. Hizo za nchi za South Africa, that's why people are running away from there. Kwa sababu bunduki linafanya kazi. Hata wewe kama ni mwanamke mrembo, nimekutongoza umekataa, I'll come with a gun. You either accept it or I kill you. Nimetamani hiyo ng'ombe yako, nimekuja kununua umekataa, I kill you, I take it. You take me nowhere. There's no a country mkulima hawezi lima, ana shamba na hawezi farm shamba yake. How will the consumers wako town watapata chakula? Because we have some people like us, kazi yetu ni kwenda kufanya kazi, uende ununue chakula na ukuje ukule. Ukinunua chakula, ni yule mwenenunua kwa mkulima, atapata pesa, apata faida, aenda kwa shamba apelekee mkulima, ndio mkulima lime na bidii, ndio hizo pia zipatikane. Lakini all these sectors are killed. Sasa umepewa pesa kwenda fanya biashara. What business are you doing? Nyinyi watu mliosoma, I'm asking you people who are well educated, my engineers, my economists, I'm asking you people ambapo huko kwa Kenya Kwanza, I'm just asking you that question. Can you please answer me? The Kenya Kwanza people. Mumemwaga mabilioni ile umenyang'anya wazee wa mama na everybody, ati sasa mtu chukua kopa loan na ulipe. Anakopa loan na hana anything. Hiyo pesa akikopa sasa anakula yote. Sasa ila anaenda kurudisha, anatoa wapi? Hasugondu job, hana biashara. Hiyo pesa anaenda kurudisha, inatoka wapi ndio akope ingine?
Mulumbu, I'll pay you that word you said about mnyonge hana la kufanya na watu wataendelea na kunyanyaswa. Yule amefanya makosa ndiye anasifiwa, mwenye hajafanya ndiye anafinyiliwa. I'll give you an example. I bought a plot in 1994. And that plot has been under my care. The plot was fenced and I was paying rates for the land. Simply because the person who sold to me took too long to transfer and I was waiting for the transfer all this long. The person went, took down my fence and fenced his own. And after, it's a she, and after she fenced the plot, I had to go and file a caveat to stop her developing my plot until she either buy the plot at the current price or transfer the plot to my name. She has already gotten the money. I didn't owe anything to her. So this case went on and I had to go and sue her so that to leave my plot alone and do the necessary stuff. The case went for a long, long time. That plot was mine since 1996, up to last month. I had gone to the court to testify twice, and I had witnesses, I had all the documents with me. And the last minute, the ruling was that I should be refunded the money I paid for the plot and the interest for all those years. So the plot is for the owner. That's the judgment. When you hear such kind of a judgment, what does that mean? If I was a corrupt woman, a person who has no guts or mind of a human being, that is something that I can take over my hand. I take laws in my hands and I go and finish the person. But because I don't want to do that, I just humbly say, okay, because I don't want to continue fighting with something that I know really, it's very unfair. I can see the judge played games with whoever they played games with. And even if you put your hands again there, trying to appeal, you'll get the same judgment. So those are the judges we have in Kenya.
That's why we are going right now. That's why we are going. That's why tunaenda watu watakuwa nalipisha sasa.
So I lost my plot and I'm getting, can you imagine you are getting the money you bought those years and interest of the money that you had bought, and then you are done. So you are keeping the plot for the owner. That's the pain people are going through. But for me, I said, you know, those are material stuff, but you have known the country is going nowhere. It's a mafia country whereby people will not live with what they have. What you have, it's somebody else's. It's very painful, but you don't want to go there. You just want to say, God help me. Because material things will make people damage each other. So that those are the same judges who are making care. You know, now it's like people are set against themselves. The government is not taking heed. They are not interested to see peace in the country. They are not doing the legal way. They don't want to make the country harmonious. What they see is only that If this person is able, give it to him. If this person has a V8, he can have the plot. If this person has another building somewhere, he's a rich man, give him another one. But the poor people live with nothing. That's how it is. Kenya is disrupted. There is a rupture of a very, very dangerous wrath that is coming. And it is still cooking. But I hope Kenyans will not turn arms to each other. Let's fight for Kenya first. Then we
My
can settle.
sister, let me just add you something. I know we may say, let's not turn to each other, but it's coming. Do you know why I say so? It will come, itafikia hapo. It's coming. Because hao wenye wamekaa wanafanya dhuluma hiyo are your brothers and are my brothers. Are your sisters. Let's say somebody ambaye alikukula hiyo plot yako, umenunua for years, anaenda na corrupt na judge for those years, wanakurudishia pasi na interest kwa sababu anajua hiyo plot anaenda kuuza mamilioni, anakukula. And maybe is your relative, si mtu ambali, na basi unasema unakuwa na roho mbaya, sema kama wacha iwe, unachukua action in your hand. Are you not doing your own? Si wenyewe. Unafikiria inaenda wapi? Inaenda kutugani sisi wenyewe ndio tutakulana because of the greedy. Unless we wake up, we say like other countries wanasema this government is not good for us. Watu wanaamuka nasema this government has to go. Is that the only way to that? Lakini ukinyamaza ati ukiwa nayo wewe una pesa, umejijenga vizuri, umejiwesha ngenge, you don't care. Unajua masikini akikasirika hata kama uko kwa nyumba yenye ina lock, utafungua. You will have to come out, watakupata tu. For example, I don't know if some of you remember nchi ya Romania. Those years in the 80s. Some of you can remember. I remember. I saw when it happened. When the leader of Romania aliruli nchi for a long time. Na alikuwa na jeshi yenye impossible. But the Romania people, when waliamua, they died, 20,000 died the very, very day. Walipiga masasi, lakini wale, they don't care, wale kufa afadhali kufe, but wakampaka kashika hiyo president wa Romania akienda kutoka wakashika. Mpaka today, Romania has never gone in a civil war. If I'm lying, try to Google and find out. That's why I'm saying, those Kenya who are celebrating on their brothers that are weeping, crying, na unasikia furaha kwa sababu unakulia jasho ya mwingine, your brother, your real brother is coming for you. Kwa sababu your real brother mwenye hayuko kwa hiyo government, mwenye haibi, kama utamwendea umnyang'anya haki yake kwa sababu hana, is your real brother. Kwa sababu una pesa, utaenda mnyanyase, uchukue kila kitu, he'll come for you. It doesn't matter pesa ngapi unayo. They're going to come for you. Kenya, we are going to eat ourselves. If you don't wake up right now and say this government is not for us. Muna support wengine, sababu wengine wanaumia. Right now people are dying. Hawana dawa, hawana chakula, hawana kazi. And then you few people you are there, muna siphon Kenya's people money. Hamuna bahati. Just a matter of time. Kenya kama mmekuwa wajinga, kweni amkeni. Unajua ukiwa mjinga, ukiona na macho unairefuka, na ukiwa pumbavu you never come out. This is not the way to go. Don't lie to each other. Come out. Don't wait this to 2027. Hata hii nitu inaweza maliza 2023. Britain wamebadilisha prime minister wangapi? Wangapi wamebadilisha Britain? Ile nchi ambayo imeendelea, wamebadilisha wangapi? Israeli hapa wamebadilisha wangapi? Guys, let's wake up and build the country. Inchi haina manufacturers, haina infrastructure, haina. Sasa kama hizi vita haina manufacturers, infrastructure, haina kilimo, how can the country grow? Itaingia namna gani? Hey my God. Sijui Kenya wameenda na wapi. I don't know what's wrong with Kenya. Do these people listen to kwa hii kipindi?
No, they're listening, but because of impunity, they ask themselves, they tell you, they show you the middle figure telling you, utadu.
Aya, utadu is coming. Utadu ndio ile inafanya Venezuela. Itadu ndio ile inafanya Nicaragua. Utadu ndio ile inafanya Colombia. Ndio kwao wanakufa kwa barabara. Kwa nini kwa mpaka hapa Amerika sasa wamejaa, hawana mahali pa kwenda. They die on the way tracking to come to America. Na wamefika hapo bado wanakufa. Na nyinyi wengi bado watakufa kwa kienda Middle East. Ndio Middle East bado wanawake, wasichana wetu na wadada wetu watakwenda kwa wingi. They're going to die there because you don't stand for this yourselves. Enough is enough. Wake up the whole country and save yourself. Hao watu hawana power. Amkeni siku moja paralyze the country, they'll be out. Just wake up. Kikuyu wake up, Mkamba wake up, Mluya wake up, Mjaluo, Mkadibrendile, everybody wake up and say today we are enough, it's enough. Nobody is going out. Hata kama ni mgonjwa, hata kama mtu anakufa, wacha aozee hapo. We need the change. It's only one day. The second day, your government is out. But mmekubali kufinywa, kaeni tu hivyo. You die, don't cry, just die.
Yeah.
Wacha wakufe, wacha Kenya wakufe. Wanapenda vya bure, let them eat vya bure. Unajua ukipenda vya bure itakunyonga. Wacha wakufe. Na ningeomba hata hii weather kali hii inatokea hii nchi zingine itokee Kenya, ndio wajue ya kwamba hawajui. Have you ever seen America ikipata shida ikienda kuomba msaada? Wamejipanga. They never ask help from nowhere. They don't. Unajua rasilimali wanatumia ni kutoka Afrika. They never ask. Kama ni kilimo wamepanga, kama ni kazi wamepanga, everything wamepanga. Shida ikitokea wanamwagika huko, ni snow, kuna baridi, wanaume wanafanya kazi, they have to save their people. Tornado imetoka imefagia maflat yote, they are there. Hata tornado inavuma, they are there helping their people. Hurricane inatoka, they are there helping their people. They plan everything. Hurricane ikuje Kenya, nani atabaki? Then wanakuja hapa, nasa we are sovereignty, we are sovereign country. For what?
Mlumbi, asante sana. Hata kama umetoroka ni hasira. But we've been pushed here. But what we know, mwishowe kile kina mwanzo lazima kiwe na mwisho. It will come to end. Even these guys, they will not rule forever. They will not breach and break rules forever. Even the ones who are bungling the elections, they won't do it forever. We had people like Kivitu, they were there, they came and they passed. So at least they need to get some sense and see that their times and their days are numbered. But before we allow God to deal with them, we have to deal with them. We have to deal with them. We have to deal with them and ensure that we push them out of that office, so that the right person can be able to attend to that office. Because we cannot keep on giving giving our children hopes that are not there. We cannot keep on waiting for the promises each and every day. So we have a promising government, a government that is promising us each and every day. We get promises without anything being activated. It cannot happen. It can never happen. It can never happen, and we should not allow. If you allow these people to keep on with what they are doing, playing and doing some trial and error with our lives, I think our children will come to blame us. So we need to make the next generation proud, just the same way Mau Mau made the next generation proud. They did not wait for the members who are elected in the Legico. They had to do it, and they had to tackle the white man head on. So we, the citizen, we, the sovereign citizens of Kenya, need to make use of that chapter of our constitution that gives us power. We need to recall these people. We need to tell them that give us back our power so that we can give mandate to somebody who is worth. So this is not the right time to give up. I've seen some people have already given up, saying that, oh, we keep on complaining, when are we going to complain? I don't think we should give an opportunity. We should not even entertain such people, the ones who are faint-hearted, who keep on getting tired even before we reach the journey. Such people should not be given a chance. They should not even be given airtime to tell us how it is impossible. Right now, we need those people who will tell us how it is possible and how we should make it possible, and see that we get back our country. We need to get back the Kenya that Kibaki left us with. So it took us time to realize the dreams of Kenya, so we cannot see the dreams fading and we are just quiet. I've seen Stone is present here. Stone, karibu. Usalimie kikosi.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you for the good job, man. And asante kwa kushikilia ili inaitwa nini, meli bana, umeishikilia kabisa kabisa. And also Julia, I can see you. Karibu sana mwalimu. I know we've just entered at the same time. That's good. Mary Wainaina, good to see you. Let me say jambo to every one of you, and I hope you are having a wonderful holiday session. Christmas imepita vizuri, tunashukuru. Tunaangazia mwaka mpya ambao kwa Wakenya utakuwa ni mwaka wa majozi. Unfortunately, we've never ever wished that a new year is a year that actually is a year of unpredictable, what do we call it? An unpredictable year. A year that majority of the Kenyans might not be looking forward to. It is something very painful in life. When you don't look forward to the following morning, it's painful. And before I proceed, let me also pass my condolences to our legend, those of us who love soccer, and those of us who happened to be growing up in the times when Pele was Pele. You know, I remember when I was a little boy, sisi ilikuwa kama ujui kupepeta ball kama Pele, kupepeta, you know, and I don't see that anymore. Pele would pepeta ball from the middle of the field mpaka ndani ya goli. People are chasing it, anapepeta, anakuvisha kanzu, anakupelekea chini, bado iko kwa mguu ni kama iko na glue, you know. It goes that way, bado ni kama what people used to think he has an imaginary what we call magic rope or rubber tied to the ball, such that you just hit it, continue hitting it. Ikitoka kwa mguu, iko kwa kifua, ikitoka kwa kifua, iko kwa mabega, and he's running. Ikitoka kwa mabega, iko kwa mgongo, you know, this guy was a wizard. We really celebrate him, and we just say, may the Lord rest his peace in eternal place. And all what we can say is that may also our young ones try to also play the clips of such a legend, try to master those tactics, and then combine them with the modern techno football I'm sure that way unakuja unakuwa super in soccer. So again, the world is mourning Pele, and we all join to say pole to the family, pole to the country of Brazil, the home of soccer. And we hope that we will just propagate his legendary by doing good in soccer. That notwithstanding, we go back to our discussions. If Leo, you allow me to continue giving my points or what I think of the topic.
Proceed.
Yeah, our topics today. I would want to begin by the most juicy part of it, because for me, I think why I come to Mtembei, why I try to put a lot of energy in discussing the issues befalling this country is that I would love to see a situation whereby a spade is called a spade, a situation whereby Kenyans, other than just lamenting and discussing and talking, we accept. The majority believes and they know that whoever is the president today, he was never the president. He never got it. So it is upon Kenyans to decide and make a resolution that in Kenya we are not able to hold elections. So we leave it as a free field. Yeyote ambaye ana ujanja, combine wizi, combine akili, but mostly nimeona ni wizi. Then tuseme sasa yeyote atakayekuwa kuwa mwizi kuliko yule mwingine ndiye atakuwa anatutawala. That is also a way of having governance in the country. Other than us pretending, we have democracy, we have all this, it's a waste of time. Let's agree. Tuanze kushindana nani mwizi kuliko mwingine. I grew up in Eastlands. Mahali Eastlands walikuwa wanasema anything can go. Ukileta uboho, na si tunaleta uboho. That's how we used to talk. Ukija na fujo, na si tunakuja na fujo. There was no issue of that people brokering peace. Ukija na upole, watu ni wapole. Ukija na bangi, watu wana bangi. Ukija na sword, people have sword. So, and that's how Eastland has been. And that's why most people who grew up in Eastlands, I can assure you, you don't joke around with them. We never had softies. Because ukija ni fujo, tunapelekana tu. Kileta mkono ni mkono. That's the language that was there. Those of us who have been born and bred there. And I love that. I love a situation where you are coached to take life as it comes. So if Kenya, we are not able to hold a democratic election, let's not pretend. Let's all say it is free for all. Ule atakuja na mangware zake, Ruto akuje na mastyle zake za kuiba anaji-announce, then kesho mwingine, but we stop talking, 2027, sijui itakuwa nini. That's all nonsense. Yeah? Tuseme it's free for all. Tuingie Venezuela style, other countries. Otherwise, the other flip side of that coin is then we call for order. And if we call for order, then we have to engage all the gears that move towards creating order. Then we have to do whatever it takes to ensure that order comes back. We have to do all what it takes to make sure that whoever is not in leadership in a justified manner is not there. And this power, of course, is with the people. So it's upon the Kenyans as the people. And I'm not appealing to systems, because for Kenya, I don't think there's any system today. They are all dead. Okay? They are all dead. Whether people talk of 2042, even 2042 will be useless. Bwana Pen Nyagaka, I think you are an elder in this. Let's agree. Pen Nyagaka, you should be the leader in saying we have no order, we have no system in the country. Alafu tukubali tu kaende hivyo. Kila mtu na kwake. Ya, nikija Pen Nyagaka nichukue familia yako yote, unasema tu bro, umeniweza, chukua. And that is also a system. Other than sitting here pretending, Stone PK was elected, we have judiciary, Oh, we have kanisa. Oh, faith, don't touch the faith. Oh, iko madhabahu. Oh, usiguze hao. All this is pretext. And the danger about this thing is that it is a rot that inaendelea kunuka, and it is a bomb that we are pretending to cover, and the eruption one day soon, it will be irreversible. I like calling it as it is. I don't care whether people think it's an alarming thing. I've never cared whether somebody says, oh, this one is radical, because anytime you tell people the truth, they say it's radical. People would rather say, tuamini, tuombe Mungu, Stone PK ni kiongozi, aliletwa na Mungu, tuombe, tufanye. All those are failure philosophies. Okay? Where leadership is precedent by faith, there is no leadership in faith. Nothing. Faith is should be totally kept away from leadership. Okay? Because that is very individual. Yeah? You don't come preaching faith in the masses. Okay? If it's leadership, give us that tenet of leadership independent of pretense of leadership, of faith. So I tend to think that, or rather I would propose that, yes, Raila is saying audit ifanywe. Who will do the audit? Julia utaniambia when you come to speak. When we say audit ifanywe, nchi ya Kenya, sahi, mtu aende afanye audit. When the Supreme Court number 1, ile ya Maraga ilisema nini zifunguliwe, and they were ignored. And that is the Supreme Court we believed in, Supreme Court that we really thought had power. Ikaambiwa wacha upuzi, nyinyi ni tohei. Okay? Ikapuuzwa. Supreme Court hii ya mahewa na ya wild goose chase ikakuja ikapretend, na ilisema safa zifunguliwe. Then they pretended safa zimefunguliwa. Little did we know that this is Supreme Court ile fake of the fakest, if there is such an English word. They had given a team to go and check, and what they checked was right. Then now Baba is saying at the audit ifanywe. Sasa audit itafanywa na nani Kenya? Kenya kuisha. Kenya kuisha. Baba should actually, unfortunately, I feel like I should tell Baba, forget about this country Kenya. Achana nayo. Who will count those? Who will open the server? Sasa, I'm finding it really, I don't know what words to say. Anasema audit ifanywe na nani? From where? By who? Nani? How? Mutanieleza. I'm still pondering that. For the last 1 hour, I've been listening to people talking here. I had decided not to come, but nikashindwa, why are we wasting our breath? Why is Raila wasting his breath? Raila has done enough. In fact, Raila is done. He has done enough. And Kenyans know he has done it. And he has delivered it. Okay? He has delivered it. He has won elections. But Kenyans should know that thugs are more powerful in this country. So Kenyans should decide whether they want to be led by thugs. And then wakae hapo wafinywe katikati, nyuma, mbele na nyuma, bila kupiga nduru. Wacha nipoza hapo kidogo, ndio Madam Julia uingie. I don't want to talk about Sakaja, Gachagua. For me, those are nonsensical. It's nonsense. Yeah. Gachagua, Sakaja, they are in position, in fake. Tuliambiwa hawana ma papers, they are there. So for me, I really don't care what they do. Yeah. It is something not worth wasting my breath on. Leo is not there. Julia, maybe I'll just hand it over to you. I'll come in a little bit later after I hear what you have to say. Julia?
Okay, I think let's have this conversation. Stone PK, good to see you. Good to see Mary Wainaina leo. Thank you. Tunashukuru sana, mmeshikilia. Na kuna mtu analalamika si salimi. Hi Calvin, nimekusalimia salamu mingi. Good to see you Calvin Ochieng, Danny Dairas, Fatum, Pamela, Jodinda, Jafet, Ellie. Wanasema tinasalimia ladies only pen. So I greet you all in the name of the Lord. So Stone PK, I'm seeing there is something coming up. We don't want them to do for us the audit. We'll do for ourselves. Because we need to enlighten Kenyans what exactly happened. Unajua nimesikia kuna mtu hapa ametokelea leo hapa anajiita daktari au court. Sijui kama ulimsikiza. Akisema kwamba kura haikuibiwa. Unaona Stone, mimi na wewe tumetoka Mount Kenya region. And even when our own one, we knew kuna kitu imefanyika. Hatuwezi kaenda in public kuambia watu wa upuzi ati nothing has happened. Yeah? All the way from 207. We knew things are not adding up. You see, when we saw Kibaki being sworn in the night, we knew. Ni Kibaki wetu, yes, lakini we know and we know things are not adding up. So when I saw that man saying, some doctor or court or something, saying that, saying that Chebukati did not do anything wrong. And he was trying to say that if other things happened elsewhere, ati pengine kwa polling station, ama au majambazi wametoka Venezuela, sijui walifanya nini. That Chebukati is not to blame. The bulk stops at him, Mr. PK. Hapo kwako, uniambie ati mtoto wako amefanya, ati mtoto alitukana mwalimu, ati now you are clean. It means that child also insults you, Stone, right? For him to have the audacity and the guts kwenda kutusi mwalimu. Stone PK is in charge. That's your house. So huwezi katuambia ati hujui kuliendaje. So Stone, me I think kuna game hapa. I think we need to enlighten Kenyans what exactly happened. I heard some people saying that Ruto did not get more than 4 million. And I'm almost believing that. 4 million votes. Na kuna watu wengi nimesikizi Stone nimeongea na wa Mount Kenya na ni kama hata wao kama kwamba wameshtuka they were shocked. It's like there are many people in Mount Kenya region who are shocked that Ruto won. What does that tell you, Stone? That I think even Baba got more than 2 million in Mount Kenya region. So I think we need to open the minds of Kenyans and tell them exactly what happened. Whether they do for us the audit, in fact, we don't want them to do for us the audit. We don't care because they will not do the audit. But somebody needs to come out and give Kenyans the exact figures, exactly what happens. I don't even think there was, I was surprised Stone PK when I had 60% turnout in Nyanza, in many, hata Kisumu town. Hiyo siamini Stone. Hizo hesabu zilitoka wapi? Alafu tunaweza kusema ati Anyang' Nyong'o has more votes than Baba. Since when did Wajaluo wakawa wajinga mpaka wakapiga kura hivyo? Since when? This was the time they were expected to come out and vote for their men. So giving us a picture they didn't come out, I disagree with that. Now, I also this is what happened in Mount Kenya region. People didn't come out in Mount Kenya region to vote. Nyinyi watu mnakumbuka Anne Waiguru akisema ati ametembea Kirinyaga and turnout so far is not even more than 50. Hiyo 70 ilitoka wapi? 70%. Where did it come from? So me, I'm thinking Stone and the others watching that Kenyans needs to be enlightened exactly what happened. So we are answering your question, Stone, that who will do the audit. We don't want them to do the audit, but Baba needs to find a way, and not just Baba. People who disagreed with the whole election process need to find a way of enlightening Kenyans that Kenyans, we are not just crying woof woof for nothing here. This is exactly what happened. Waambie kwa kinagaubanga hivi ndio kuliendelea. Huyu jamaa alikuwa na kula fulani na mnamuita rais wenyu. Huyu si rais wenyu. That's what Kenyans needs to be informed. That Ruto got this number of votes in this place, in this place, in this place, and his votes adding to this match. That's what he needs to be informed. So that from then Kenyans should understand the reason why that this government is illegitimate.
You know, they need to be told why exactly this government is illegitimate. Because try talking with people in Mount Kenya region, and then many of them are also kind of kweni kuliendaje, naona kweni kuliendaje, because there are those very many who didn't come out to vote, and those who didn't come out to vote were protesting that jamaa mnatuletea hatumtaki Ruto. They were like, we don't want this man. So they were not sure that to vote for Baba, but they didn't also want Ruto. So they didn't come out to vote. So the turnout in Mount Kenya region, I totally believe, was less than 50%. Sasa hizo kura zilitoka wapi? So that is what I think that's what Baba is referring to, that that kind of information, then maybe now Kenyans going forward can decide what next, so that now we have good reasons to tell Kenyans that this government is illegitimate. Now, talking about, you said something about the Supreme Court. Otherwise, actually, we were played in our mind all along. We were listening to that nonsense kwa koti, na hiyo nonsense tulikuwa tunasikiza ati tukifikiria ati something is working, and we are listening to that nonsense ati kuna ati server imefunguliwa. I mean, Mother Kome played with us, Stone PK, and I don't know whether I'm ever going to forgive her. And if I forgive her, I will not forget that at her age, that woman is old enough to be called my mother, because I think she's my mother's age. And I was very disappointed that she played that game. I don't know, kuna age PK mtu anaweza sema mimi hii kazi kama hizi siwezi fanya. I don't know why she did that. She played with us. She set us up. All those proceedings at the Supreme Court was just hot air. She knew what she was going to do. She had made a decision on what she was going to do, and she wasted the time of Kenyans. So I don't think Kenya, that is the last time that we ever decide that we are going to the Supreme Court to do that kind of a thing. The other thing I want to say about, I saw Leo playing this lady's proceeding, Kawira. I didn't want to see that. Stone, I didn't want to watch that. Nyinyi, Stone, I hope when you see Meru, nyinyi wa Meru na sisi nyinyi wa Meru, these MCAs from Meru, I don't know which forest they live in. Ama bado wana evolve. I think they are still evolving, both mentally and psychologically. Mi naona kama watu bado wana evolve, or they live in some forests, because the accusations and counter accusations were so nonsensical against that lady. And she was humiliated by some foolish woman. They are not foolish. Another woman who is, I think, is evolving there, who was asking her high class nonsense that that do you think you agree with chapter 6? So how can you ask someone whether they think, if you have nothing to accuse them, why are you asking them whether they think they agree with chapter 6 of the Constitution? So I saw the counter accusations of Kawira, and it is just clear it is not even a feminine issue or a male chauvinism thing right now, according to Miss Stone. This is just a war orchestrated by Ruto and I think maybe Kiraito Murungi, just to kick that lady out of power and take away the governorship from her, probably because she doesn't seem to dance to their tune. Now, I'm asking myself, Stone PK, how long are Kenyans going to tolerate this kind of nonsense? Hiyo drama mumeona kwa Senate hiyo yote, na hiyo drama ya MCS mpaka wanafungia mama nyumba, wanamfukuza, wanampiga na mawe. This one is happening in Kenya. It is not happening in some forest somewhere by some monkeys. You know, actually, these people are behaving like monkeys. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Mr. Stone PK. This one is happening in the Republic of Kenya. It is not happening in Savo Forest, in the meeting where there's a monkeys in Savo Forest or Nakuru National Park, or maybe some zoo somewhere in Nairobi, animal orphanage. It is happening in the Republic of Kenya. People reveling nonsensical counter accusations against a female governor, not just maybe because she's a female, but because probably she doesn't agree with their political ideologies. And who is perpetuating this? the person who has orchestrated this is none other than William Samoei Ruto. Ask me why Mr. Stone PK, because he has the power to stop that. Kama Ruto angeona huu ni ujinga, Stone PK, let me ask you, if you are the president and this is your party, ungeona huu ujinga, si ungewapa tu, ungewaambia tu waache tu hiyo ujinga. Na wangewacha tu, because these MCAs are in UDA. Why he didn't stop that? Because I think he's behind that. Now, how many of this drama are we going? How much many of this drama are we going to see in Kenya in this reign of Kenya Kwanza government? In fact, this is a government that is, I think, Kenyans need. We don't want to wait for 2027. I mean, something must be done urgently. And urgently, I think I just say now, because I don't know how we are going to go on to continue watching this kind of a thing, the Kawira kind of pursuits and proceedings. I didn't watch that. Stone, I can't watch that. I can't watch that nonsense. That one you can only see it happening in Savo Forest or Nakuru National Park or in some orphanage where there are monkeys in a kangaroo court. So I think I want to say this. Meru MCAs, whoever is using you, history will, the things you have done and throwing stones at that woman, that will never go away from the books of history, especially in the era of technology. When you grow old, your children and your great-grandchildren will see you, how barbaric you are. Meru MCAs and whoever is using you, they will see your level of barbarism and how uncouth and uncultured you are just because you wanted to remove a woman from power. And this will go along, will mark our history of Kenya. In fact, I think when the rest of the world will be watching this, it's a total embarrassment to say that this is your country, Kenya. Now, about Ruto defending Sakaja, Gachagua, Sakaja, I really don't care, because these are just political wars between Ruto and Gachagua. But somehow I like it because this is drama unfolding. Because what Ruto is trying to do, he's trying to look for more places where he can get support, because he's not secure with Gachagua. And it is good because the Bible says, Ruto knows the Bible, and he knows that the Bible says that do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. Whatever you sow is what you reap. If you reap unto the flesh, you sow. If you sow unto the flesh, you reap unto the flesh. Now, this Ruto nonsense, shenanigans, Ruto did that for Uhuru, arimdarau, arimtuse, disrespect, all that blah blah blah. So it is payback time. That's exactly what Gachagua is doing. So Gachagua is trying to stamp his force, to assert himself, thinking that now he's the king. This is the question I'm going to ask Stone PK as I stop. He's going to be the kingpin of Mount Kenya region. Ati anatupigania, mimi sijui anatupigania nini. Anatupigania, you people, Mstoni utaniambia Gachagua anatupigania aje? Because amekuwa akitembea around akisema ati mnaona mnapewa mamlaka. Sijui nani ameappointiwa, sijui nani amepewa kazi. Has any of your relatives be given a job, Stone PK? And even if Gachagua, you give, I won't tell Gachagua if he watches this thing, even if you give my brother a position in parliament or a position in cabinet, I don't benefit at all directly. But the people of the mountain do not benefit from all those appointments. Okay, what Kenyans are going through, we are also going through. And I want to tell fellow Kenyans, all the behavior of Gachagua and the shenanigans and his statements and his utterances, he does not represent the people of Mount Kenya. He does not represent me, and he'll never represent me. Because if that will be the kingpin, then I'll be kingless. Kama kuna hiyo statement ya kuwa kingless. Okay, he does not represent the views and the feelings of the people of the mountain. I think he only represents himself, because I'm not sure that he represents his wife and children. Maybe we should ask them. So, easy dramas like Gachagua, Sakaja, Ruto, I think are inconsequential. And those of you who have been coming here say, I think Sakaja asiguize, Sakaja asiambiwe. Birds of the same feathers flock together. So the Gachaguas, the Sakajas, the Rutos, they are birds of the same feather, and there is no difference in between each one of them. So hakuna haja hata kutetea mtu yoyote hapa. Wote those hii ni serikali ya majambazi. Sasa Stone PK, nimekuuliza swali. Wewe unaona Gachagua akiwa kingpin wa Mount Kenya region, ama amekuwa kingpin wako? Endelea.
Thank you Julia. Karibu Black ndugu yangu, Good to see you. Julia, I think it was on this show that I was saying personally, as a person, Stone PK, I think it's the high time I begin to arrange to kind of fold up from what is going on in this country, because this country is making fool of itself. This country, which was so number one in nini, sijui tuko mbele na hii masomo systems nini, we are now behaving like zinjathropus. Kingpin. Hii maneno I also said one day in the presentation that Kenyans like using vocabularies left, right, and center carelessly. Oh, Kingpin. Oh, sijui nini. Now, Kingpin hii wanajiwekea. Who gives you that position? Which position is called Kingpin? Nani Gachagua anasema ni Kingpin. Wapi alisikia wapi yeye ni Kingpin ya Wakikuyu? Which fools? Hata bibi yake, she's only there just because she has no choice. She would have loved to have another husband. She would be so happy to substitute. I'm telling you, any normal woman, I respect women.
Please, Stone PK, forgive her, forgive us.
I'll forgive. But I'm saying the reason why I respect our ladies, they are so resilient. Unakaa na kitono kwa nyumba, unakiita husband. That one I know. Even my wife, I'm sure she finds some very funny weaknesses in me, but she has been there. So women, I give you thumbs up. I respect Mrs. Gachagua. Honestly, if I were her, never. Akia Mungu siwezi kukaa kwa hiyo nyumba. Hata kama ni a vice president. The things this guy says every morning, kukuchapo, usiku, asubuhi, jioni, every time, and you are there. Unamuita husband, unamtemshia maji, because I hear hata ukiwa president, bibi bado anakutemshia maji hata kama iko ile, you know. Anyway, what I'm saying is, this nonsense of kingpin ya Waluya, kingpin ya Raila is not a kingpin of the Luos. No, he's not. No one is a kingpin of people. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. It's only politicians wale wanajaribu huwa wanajitendekeza. Kalonzo is not a kingpin of Ukambani. There are many others who can do even much better than Kalonzo. There are many people, even in Raila's backyard. There are people who can come out and also maybe be equal to Raila or something like that. In terms of, for example, the principles, you know, but ni waoga. Sasa Raila anawashinda na ako ka brevado, ka kufanya anatokelezea pale mbele. Yeah? Wengine ni waoga. So, Gachagua cannot say, ati sasa Wakikuyu hawana leader, hawana kingpin. Yani, Kikuyu, Mount Kenya imetafuta kiongozi, Gachagua ndio Gachagua, who we know was not even voted for. Because if you are voted for, you can call yourself kingpin. Yes. If you are voted for, votes are counted and you win. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is. Na unaambia watu, mimi nimesimama na ninataka munichague niwe kiongozi wenyu wa Kenya na Mount Kenya. That's what you do. Not sneaking in crooked way. When even your own village, I know Gachagua's village. Saa hii tu ni vile akienda hapo, people have to go near there because wa Kenya nao ni watu wa njaa. Kwa sababu ni president, ni vice president, anajiita vice deputy president. Then they get there, of course, we're expecting handouts. Kenya njaa imezidi. Yeah, so it is nonsensical to say that he is a Mount Kenya kingpin. When was he crowned by Mount Kenya to be one? Can somebody tell me? Julia, so hiyo ndio ile tunaita wild goose na hot air. Mount Kenya, in fact, they are regretting. They are regretting. Hata wakiongea na Kikikuyu ndio utasikia the way they are describing Gachagua. I'm telling you. The only people who praise Gachagua, and it's because of the money he gives them, are those women who uniformed yellow. Your group of women hao. Ati anajaribu kuemulate formula ya Kenyatta the first. the way he had his Nyakenywa women and all that. Those Kenyatta women were never bribed. They were passionate about their leader. And Nyakenywa formed itself in every village, there were Nyakenywa women, volunteers, ambao walikuwa passionate, like the way a lady would fall for a guy or a guy falls for a lady. Those were passionate lovers of Baba, the first president of this country. For those of us who don't know, the Nyakenywa women, volunteers, kabisa, hata wako wanalipwa. They were only passionate, happy about this hero, and that kind of a thing. So that is what Gachagua is trying to build. But he's trying to build that by bribing some helpless women around, grouping them together, nawaleta nawapatia mchele and this kind of a thing, and giving them new yellow dresses. Okay? So let him not give us that nonsense that he's fighting for Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya doesn't need anybody to fight for them. Okay? Tukiwa wajinga tunakuwa wajinga, tukiwa werevu tunakuwa werevu, tukiwa wezi tunakuwa wezi. We choose what we want to do in Mount Kenya. Yeah? So Gachagua should say he's there, ni yeye ako hapo anajipigania kama vile Uhuru alikuwa anajipigania juu ya Hague na Ruto. Gachagua naye alikuwa anajipigania juu ya wizi ile amefanya katika nchi ya Kenya na madhambi ile amefanya akiwa dio and all this, so that he is safe. Unfortunately, that is the vicious cycle of desperation of these criminals that is gonna sustain in that country called Kenya, which is very unfortunate. Hiyo ingine, yes, it's true, Julia. Yeah, the audit is good. If at all it could be taken. Some people on the panel and the commentary are saying, for example, yeah, people are suggesting, like so I'm suggesting Pricewaterhouse and all that. These are all human beings. And to tell you honestly, the level at which this country, Kenya, is, I don't see any human being that can be assigned to work in Kenya na akuwe clean. Sijui. Because as of now, the new world order is corruption everywhere, including hata hii mainchi kubwa kubwa. It's very few people that will stand. Which is this audit who will be told hapa kuna milioni 200, doctor this, akatae kudokta. Ati kwa sababu anatoka Pricewaterhouse. Nani? Ruto is up. The only cleverness I see with Ruto is that he knew, let me steal as much money as possible so that I can buy anything on earth. And he got that. He got that while we were singing and lamenting. Oh, we are losing 2 billion every day. What can I do? Oh, there are cartels. What can I do? Ruto anachukua billions. You can imagine 2 billion every day. 2 billion. This guy has so much money, he can buy anything. The only thing he can't buy ni moyo ya Mungu. Yeah. So that is what I think. Na sidhani kuna hope. Wacha nisimamie hapo.
So Gachagua asikuletee si kingpin wako.
Hello.
So according to Stone PK, Gachagua asimuletee si kingpin wake. And I think Mary, you were saying something. Karibu.
Well, I didn't have much, but I was trying to listen to PK, not to kill us completely, not to finish us the hope that we have. We are trying to build a stairs that is strong to reach the point of knowing the disease that is killing us. So we'll still have a way of getting people or getting organized to see that we get people who can stand firm and do the audit. I think when the word came out as audit, they must have cultivated something and they must have discussed something to see that if they say audit, they know where to start and who will do that. They must have an idea or a formula of how to go about it. Leave alone this guy buying people all around. There are also men, really, few of them who can stand with us and do the good work. and not to be tampered, like about money. They will say, let me stand with my country. And we hope we have got those guys that are serious to see our country stand. We won't give up. We will still wait. And this day may come and find us still strong to see that audit happens. Because that is the only way we can be able to move forward. Honestly, that is what I see. However, that audit came as an idea. For me, I didn't even think that we had another alternative about all this, what is going on in our country. But audit will bring something, will open up something. And I think that is good. Now, about Gachagua. Gachagua, I think he's just playing because he has got those chance. He has got that platform of selling himself or saying whatever he's saying. He has talked a lot of nonsense many times, but we can't do anything because he has got the platform, he has got the authority, he has got power that he can stand somewhere. And these cameramen will also point at him and show us what he is saying, which is good. But he don't know he's even also putting himself in a shameful way of how he's behaving and talking. He's reducing himself to somebody that we don't even want to have, but he feels he has got all the mandate or the right or the time to say whatever he wants to say because he's on the spot. He's on the spotlight. He's on the camera. We are seeing him all over the world. He is being seen, whatever he's saying. So I think he's proud of what he's saying, even if it is bad or good. But for us, we are very ashamed. We can't have such a person. And as PK said about who is kingpin, we don't need a kingpin at all. There is no kingpin. I think that could be true because who is that a kingpin? And people are dying because of lack of food, and we have a kingpin. If that is big, a kingpin is somebody who should be thinking about people welfare, and he should be very much well informed so that he can know what is going on in the country. But I think he's just lamenting. He's just talking, wishing. It's a what is it called? Somebody wishing to be, but he's not. I don't know. There's a word in English. So for him, he's just wishing to be what he is wishing, but I don't think he can get it. We are not that low, and we cannot allow that. Gachagua does not deserve any kingpinship in our community. We have got very well people with the wisdom and people well behaved and people who can tell us to listen and we listen. But they don't payuka. They are quiet and we know them. So Gachagua is just wasting his time and selling himself in the wrong way. Otherwise, I think I have that. And thinking about our Kenya, it's very sad how our country is going. Now is people, Kenyans, to stand up and give a voice of how they want to live because they can. I don't know why they cannot. Thank you, Judea.
Okay, asante. Sasa Alex, hiyo maneno ya kingpin imejibiwa na Stone na Mary. Kwa hivyo I think also it won't bother me a lot because Stone amesema hata bibi ya Gachagua ukimuuliza she may be thinking whether we are crazy thinking that Gachagua is a kingpin. Now, and the other thing, I like what Alex has said here about let me read it. The audit thing is an exceptional idea to bare naked the Kenyan Kwanza dudes. That's where we can start a conversation on where we must go. Yeah, I think we need to start somewhere and decide what happened, what exactly happened. Kuliendaje wakati wa uchaguzi. Now, where did these votes go? So if we can start there, then I think we can tell Kenyans we are talking about this and we are saying this for these reasons, and this is where we want to go, because definitely Kenyans need to do something about this whole situation. So that is what I want to say. Sasa sijui watu wameenda wapi. Stone PK, uko na neno la kusema ama Stone umeenda kupika ugali ama unafanya nini? We send more links to Kenyans. I mean, if you're on the comment section, you can join us. Kama Alex, tunakuomba wacha kupiga story ko. Penny, I saw you and your gadget was not well configured. Nimetuma link, kwa hivyo naomba mwingie studio tujadiliane, tuambiane kwamba kana kwamba hii Kenya yetu tuendelea wapi, so that we don't have the zoo kind of proceedings I saw against somebody like Kawira. Otherwise, if we allow those kind of things, then I think Kenya is heading to the ditch, or Kenya is heading to the dogs, if it's not already in being consumed by dogs. So I see Alexa Mengia now, and I think nataka kukaribisha Alex. Alex, karibu, toa maoni. LX Media, twakukaribisha utoe maoni. I think bado hayuko tayari. So fellow Kenyans, what we are trying to say is that we are thinking, or we believe that we should not let this country go to the dogs. Now, if you look at Uganda, I think Ugandans thought they achieved something when Museveni became president. But which Museveni has been president all my life that I have known what is becoming a president. I have known Museveni as the president of the Republic of Kenya, of Uganda. I can't remember another president. So what I'm asking myself, should we allow ourselves to go to the Uganda direction? No, we cannot allow ourselves to go there, where the president decides everything. He appoints his son as the commander-in-chief. He plans to hand over to his son, and he just gets away with all that nonsense. I think we shouldn't allow Kenya to go to that direction. We need to do something about it. So I heard Adia Mulumbu talking and saying that somebody goes around calling herself a first daughter or first family or first what. Yes, they are the first family, but still we shouldn't tolerate this kind of dictatorship, this kind of intimidation that is coming up through the Kenya Kwanza government. Not to mention that the Kenyans are worse off now economically, and even I'm asking myself what they're gonna do when they are taking their children early this year to school, because even the school fees has been increased, because the education subsidy, the fee subsidy has been withdrawn. Today I was talking with someone and I was asking them how much they can spend, what they can buy with 2,000 Kenya shillings. And they just told me that they'll just buy a few packets of unga and maybe 2 liters of cooking oil, and then the money will be gone. So I was asking myself, how are Kenyans surviving at this point, or when things are so hard, subsidies withdrawn? I don't know what they are doing. And looking at the cost of living in Kenya, and life was better when Uhuru was president. Kenyans remember that Uhuru is one who gave these subsidies to education, to food, to fuel. Now, remember that the infrastructure Uhuru created, some of those projects have been abandoned by the Kenya Kwanza government. We need to ask ourselves, hii pesa imeenda wapi? Now that wamewacha kujenga ile barabara inaitwa Mau Road, Hiyo pesa ilikuwa budgeted for that road, imeenda wapi? People of Mount Kenya, can you ask your leaders where that money is going? Why those roads are no longer being constructed? Ask them. Now, recently we saw something called Hustler Fund, where Kenyans were given 500 shillings. Now, I'm asking myself, which I had Mary Winena trying to analyze here, what they would use, what they would buy with 500 shillings. I don't know which business 500 shillings would one would start with 500 shillings. Now I think I saw Black earlier here, and maybe Black, you can come back and tell us more about this 500 shillings. What can Kenyans do with the 500 shillings? I mean, maybe I should even invite somebody called Peter Nash. Peter Nash, maybe you should tell us, you should come here and tell us, what can you do with 500 shillings? Which ni biashara gani unaweza kafanya na shilingi 500? Pengine ukituambia maoni yako, pengine tunaweza tukakusikiza na tukaona kweli uko na hoja ya maana, kwa sababu this money might take, this was another scam that was meant to loot the public coffers by the Kenya Kwanza government in the name of Hustler Fund. First and foremost, they know that many Kenyans will not pay that money back. They know. So I think after maybe 2-3 years watatuambia Wakenya hawakulipa hiyo Hustler Fund na hivyo kwamba hiyo pesa imepotea. So that money will just sink to some unknown hole again. So Kenyans, we have questions we need to ask. We cannot let this go. We cannot keep quiet and do nothing about it. We got to do something about it. And we got to agree that this time, si atikana kwamba uko Kenya Kwanza ama uko Azimio. It is that all this affects us as Kenyans. It is us Kenyans who are having to bear this high cost of living. It is our children that are going to struggle to go to school next year. So naona umerudi, sijui kama umeenda kulala, umeenda wapi? Unaweza uko na maoni Stone ama Mary Wainaina ama Leo? Sijui Leo alienda wapi?
Now, Julia, as you tackled about 500 shillings, I was trying to imagine. Yesterday, I was speaking to someone in Kenya, and she was narrating that 500, it's nothing, because right now 1,000 is like 100, and people are getting 500. What are they going to do with? So this money, I thought, to my own opinion or to my own view, the money was just to entice those people who are being called hustlers, to see that like they are being supported by the government. But the government is like, now the hustlers themselves are being treated like chicken. Somebody had said that there before. They are treated like chicken. Chicken being given mahindi moja kwa moja hivi. So, and because they are hungry, they will obviously eat the mahindi. That's pulling people and fooling them and showing them that the government is caring for you, but in a very vague way that they will not realize what is happening to their life. Mtu ambaye alipata hizo 500 and they were being threatened that if you don't pay, you will go to jail. If they will be told at the long run, ati sitawapeleka jela, nimewaforgive, nyinyi mkae hivyo tu, like how Moi did. Moi had given people loan, a big amount of money, very big. And at long last, what did he do? He forgave them. The money was gone. But the people felt they were happy because he felt about us, he redeemed us, and we felt we are not, we were free. We don't owe any money. So maybe that's another tactic of using hustlers that I forgive you, I'm not going to ask you for that money. But the much money, the big amount of money has gone to somebody's pocket, pretending that he has supported the hustlers with the $500, 500 shillings, and they did nothing. They did not progress. Even it is like more poor than they were before. So this will be a remission for them, so that to feel that the president really care for them. So whenever they are told that this is what we're gonna do, they will listen. I hope not. I hope Kenyans have grown over that, because if he is thinking that is what he's gonna use for him to get liked or for him to get supported, Kenyans grow up. Think about that, because that is a peanut in your life. 500 shillings. I couldn't believe. In fact, I sat down and I said, oh my goodness, really? A grown-up person is getting 500 shillings. To do what? To buy what? What are you going to start with? What is the support? If those people, old people, were getting 2,000 shillings a month, they were still in problems. They were still poor, but still they felt that this 2,000 can do something. What is 500 and you are paying back? That's an insult. Exploitation for our young people or whoever got it. It's an exploitation. Your mind is being played up. You are being played. And know that. Don't let yourself be fooled around and be reduced to nothing, because that is how Kenyans have been reduced. And this man has really played Kenyans like children, and he has seen as if he has won. Let's reiterate and refuse to be played. Kenyans move over. Let's think better than that. We have been educated. Many people have been educated in Kenya. In fact, people in Kenya, they know how to read and they know how to do maths. You can do maths and see how fooled you are. Doing business, everybody in Kenya, you'll be running like rats all over the place and you get nothing. Anything you buy to sell, you are selling to nobody. It's going to rot. And then that's a loss. Whom do you go to cry to? You took the money. Let's think twice. Kenya is beyond that. And I don't know why people are being reduced to that status, having known how Moi did the country. Some may not remember about that, but you can read and see how he did. He made the country poor. The country was dusty. The country was dirty. Everything was missing. Everything was dry. Even people were dry. And even people were dirty. Watu walikuwa vumbi tu. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anafikiria mambo ingine. Walikuwa wameishiwa kabisa. Akili zilikuwa zimewaishia kwa sababu hawakuwa na namna ya kujigeuza ama kupinduka ama kufikiria. Walikuwa wamesakanywa kabisa. Wamesombwa pamoja. Wamewekwa kwa one gunia. But they fought back and they got liberty, which made them shine again. And now we are heading there again. Let's not accept that. It's a very painful situation. A situation that really can make us go kneeling. That a situation that can make you hate your own family because you cannot be able to take care of them. A situation that will go, you see yourself and you hate yourself because you can't afford a shoe. You can't afford a shirt. You can't afford a new pants. You can't have luxury, not even luxury of a car, but even good food in your own house. That is the situation that we are heading to. Because when you see somebody is just pocketing every penny of the country, now he will be anawafinyia kidogo kidogo namna hii, kuwafinyia musi progress, musi develop, musiwe rich so that you can listen. Anawafinyia yani kuwa kumwenyurira kanini nigetha mutikahone mugie hinya wa kugia na matatha ma kuhota guikia ngudi. That is the problem. That is where the problem starts. You are being controlled not to think, not to eat, not to be rich at your own capacity, because he is fearing you. He don't want you have guts. Mnapimiwa hata masomo. Unaona watoto wetu vile wanapelekwa pandi, wanapelekwa nyuma mbele. Hakuna mtoto anaweza kuwa anazungushwa namna hiyo ashike laini. At this time 844, kesho 644. Siku hiyo ingine sini hao watoto tu wanazungushwa namna hiyo. It can't work. Kila mtu anataka msimamo na mwelekeo. And it should be a straight line. And especially with education, watoto waache kuzungushwa ili waweze kuconcentrate. They might be, their minds are fragile, but God has given them the brain. Wakipelekwa hivi, they are able to change. Wakipelekwa hivi, they are able to change. But it will come a time now they want steadiness so that they can concentrate. Na hiyo haipatikani kwa sababu ikiwa every election mambo ya masomo inabadilika. Na watoto wale walikuwa wamesoma wamefika pahali fulani, tena nao wamekutiliwa na hayo mambo. Yani every season. Nchi zile zingine nimeona ni miaka mingi sana. People know that from here I'll go here, from here I'll go here, from here I'll go here. But in Kenya, from here I don't know. From here I doubt. From here we will think about it. When will we settle? When is our settlement? When are people going to be stable? Ni kama vile watu wako nomads, ati siku hii kwa sababu hapa hakukunyesha tuchukue ng'ombe tuvamie pandi hii. Siku hii hapa hakukunyesha tuhame twende pandi hii. That is how education is treated in our country. Na hao watoto hata wakisoma wasome vizuri, hata wapite wamalize masomo, hawapati kazi. If we imagine all those rotation of how they have been moved back and forth, alafu mtu bahati mzuri amemaliza shule. Vitabu sasa nimeachana nazo, sasa natafuta kazi. Sasa ndio huyo kwa barabara. Every day. Why can't we give our children a good chance? And we have all that facilities of our children having comfortability in Kenya. We have got schools enough. We have got teachers enough. We have got all the facilities. We have money. But the money has belonged to few who want to give us pinch by pinch. Na ni kweli kabisa Kenya munagawiwa pinch by pinch. Msije kujisikia. Msiwe na kuelewa. Ndio mzidi kuwa zombie. Ndio mzidi kumsikiliza. Akisema pandi mnageuka. Akisema left turn mna turn, sababu hamna leni na hakuna kitu anawapatia, hajawalea, hajawasomesha, hakuna kitu anasumbuka ati ninyi ndio anawasumbukia. He has nothing to do with you. Kenyans, think twice. Me, I'm just talking as an individual, and I know if we work together, Kenyans, we can achieve our goal. We have the voice. I'll never stop saying that. We have the voice, and the voice can make somebody stop rubbish. What he is doing, he can stop. And he can move out because we have the right of the country. Hii kutegemea ati raisi atatusaidia hapa, sijui raisi kutoka lini? Me have never seen anything at my door place. Ati mtu ananiletea kwa sababu amechaguliwa ama amekuwa rais. Hakuna. Mimi kwanza nilishtuka when I heard that old people, those old people, they were getting some money from the government and it has been cut off. Ni nini ingine mnaongoja? Hawa wazee wanatakiwa wakufe, hawatakiwi dunia hii. Let them die. So that the other poor people, let them follow. Who will be left? Only the survivor. For the fittest. Those are the ones who will remain. Sasa ndio sasa muanze kuimba wimbo ule utaimbishwa na huyo nabii. Honestly, we are facing the trouble with our own eyes and we are still letting it come. We are calling it come. And that is what's going to happen if we don't voice our voice. Nchi zile zingine, raisi wale wote walikuwa wameenda Amerika kwenda kushughulikia, sijui walikuwa wanaenda kushughulikia Afrika ama nchi moja moja. Niliona vile wamewekwa hapo ati na wanaonekana kama ni watoto wako shule. It's not even like presidents. They look like students who have gone for a lecture. If any president left it there with a different mind to develop his country, may God bless him. One president only, I listened, I don't know about others, said, stop begging. African president, stop begging. And he was serious and he meant it. You can see from his face and the words that he lamented, the words that he said in front of the camera. And I trusted that guy, that president. If all could do that, I think Africa can change. If all those presidents came to America, went to America to get an achievement of how they can develop their country to make it better, may God bless them. For those who went there because of smiling to get money and then they enrich themselves, God forbid. Because poor people, you have got a voice, use it. That is the only way. You don't have money to bribe people, but you can use your voice and also ask God to give you the energy because you have a long way to reach that point, but the voice can work. Thank you, Julia.
Asante. It was the Ghanaian president mwenye alisema waache kuombaomba, ndiye aliwasomea akawaambia hivyo. Black, good to see you. Na tuletee uko na mapya. Karibu Black.
Mimi basically nikilio to about Pele, Unaona mmeandika Pele hapo as one of the topics. It would have been great if I would have had kina Stone and kina Alex Media, because najua hao ni wapenzi wa mpira wa kandanda. Pele alikuwa mchezaji mmoja mzuri sana yani. Vile ambavyo watu wanavyoongea about Messi and Cristiano, Pele was slightly above that, but ndo kwa uelewaji wa wasikilizaji na watazamaji ni rahisi kutumia huo mfano. But kabla nisonge mbele, nataka niwasalimie wenzangu wote kwenye panel na watu wote wanaotuangalia popote pale walipo. Nawapenda nyote, na kama kawaida kazi ni kazi. Na kuanzisha sasa kikao hichi, in my view, in regards to Kawira, who governor, hii issue yote mahali ilipo, I think it could have been avoided from the onset. I mean, the minute alipoingia akaona manyunyu mawingu ya vile dalili zilivyo na MCA, I'm sure if she would have sat down with them, lazima wangeelewana, hangefika hii point, because mwisho wa siku siasa ni siasa. No. Now if you want to have a confrontation with your MCAs, then you will not get far. I think that's why you see kama Governor Sakaja, he has realized that he doesn't have as much MCAs from UDA as there are in the opposition, but he has been smart enough to find ways of working with them, to appease them. No. Gachagua, yani, I don't see anywhere in the near future Sakaja kiwa with such problems. Now, at the beginning, ulikuwa unaona huyu Governor Kawira akisimama in the podiums, akivutana, anatoa kwenye speech zake, unaona anaongea hivi kuhusu MCAs, mimi hawezi nifanyie hivi, mimi unajua, when you start bringing such confrontations, that's why I always say, and I said it also in the comment section, if you want to get far, learn to work with cooperation with other people, avoid confrontations. If you can learn to cooperate na wenzako, whether you are kutoka what do you call it, they are from areas that you do not like or from sections that you do not like, try to cooperate with them. Try to put up an environment whereby inaweza leta ile cooperation, now utafika mbali. But ukitumia kifua ama ile confrontation, you'll get stuck and a lot will not be achieved because you'll be spending a lot of energy trying to fight them. So I believe Kawira had an option, and she had a way of solving this and trying to avoid all this by kutumia cooperation, ile wisdom ya kama ya Sakaja. But nevertheless, all is not lost. I believe there are various stages that a case will be had. I think same imefikishwa kwa Senate, because if you cannot be saved in the committee, because kulingana na sheria, baada ile impeachment ukishapelekwa kwa ile committee ya select committee ya Senate, your impeachment can actually be saved at that very point, by the way, at the committee level, because at the committee level they can say huyu mtu hana kesi ya kujibu hii impeachment motion, itupiliwe mbali, and that case ends there. But sasa unaona vile imesongeshwa sasa mpaka to the Senate, na maana imeshindikana kwa committee. So mwisho wa siku unajua ni politics. She did not get there by having a way of discussion with anyone. It was politics that brought her there. So she has to use her political mindset and her political skills to try and salvage herself from there. Because the other governors that reached to that point have been back up the Senate na wakaponea, and there are those that reached the committee stage na wakaponea. For example, the governor of Kericho aliponea at the committee stage. The governor of Murang'a aliponea at the committee stage. The governor of Nyeri aliponea at the Senate stage. So you see, so mwisho, there can be some negotiations behind the scenes, maybe, and she can salvage things. So I believe all is not over, as venye watu wengine nawasikia wakisema eti kwamba mambo yake kuisha. I mean, final nail on her coffin has been put. No. She can still salvage things. chini aongee na wale MCAs, aketi chini aongee na the key stakeholders, na mambo inaweza malizika, tunawafanye kazi. I mean, I've not seen any bad thing about her because so far she has not yet even started working. So we cannot say that performance yake ni mbaya because we have nothing to rate her performance with. No. So that is my take on that. In regards to matters Pele, mahali ambapo nilianzia, man, I would have really loved to have been in the era where I would have watched Pele play. So far, all I've been seeing is YouTube clips of the great things he used to do as a young player at the age of 17, scoring goals in World Cup. Something that's the closest person that has come to doing that is somebody like Mbappe, you know. And it's quite sad to be losing such legends. And I just wish all the best for Brazilians na kuombea kuwapatia risala zangu za rambirambi. And I believe that Pele has done great for Africa as a whole. Pele alikuwa amependa sana the African continent because I believe at some point during the World Cup that was held in South Africa, he believed that an African nation will one day win the World Cup. Hiyo ndio ile ninio the belief, ile upendo ambao Pele alikuwa nao kwa sisi wa Afrika. And right now he has died with that belief katika moyo wake that siku moja Afrika itashinda kile kikombe cha World Cup. You can imagine that's a Brazilian with that love of an African. That much. So that is why I have a special place for Pele and namwombea roho yake iwekwe mahali pema peponi. Wacha niachie hapo, then tutasonga kisonga.
Asante Black. Morocco was very close to that. Morocco did us proud. So we hope that they get somewhere next.
Sorry?
Morocco was very close to the cup. Morocco did us proud. Did you watch this year's World Cup? I'm saying Morocco went all the way to the semi-finals, right?
Correct. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm sure Pele, if he was conscious at that point to have watched Morocco go all the way to the semi-finals, he must have been a very happy man. Yeah. Maybe that's what kept him moving because unaona ametuacha baada ya World Cup. Maybe hilo ndo alikuwa anataka sana kuiwatch. Maybe he wanted to see that.
Yeah, that was good for Morocco. So we also started with Pele. I like soccer. I'm a soccer fan, and I think I have followed him a lot. I want to play something about Kawira. It is just politics, and this is very nonsensical. What they are doing to that lady, and it's a shame. And they are behaving like monkeys in a zoo, having a kangaroo court. Those MCAs from Meru. But allow me to play a clip I saw about, this is what I think Alex is talking about.
Julia, before you play the clip, tuenda maneno ya Kawira, because hiyo ni kitu moja inanisumbua.
I'm playing about Kawira. Alex, allow me, let me play what Sakaja.
Let me just say something about Pele, then we go to Kawira, because Kawira is going to be something that it is going to be a hot topic here, because I'm going to bring a lot of things about it.
So talk about, okay, Alex, talk about Pele, then you stop. I play that clip about Sifuna, then we can start there about Kawira.
Yeah, I said it earlier. Pele won, and I thought, Black, thank you for saying that. Pele played football at an era whereby TV was minimal. It was not a YouTube era. And many people do not appreciate him. It is now that people are Googling to look at what Pele used to do and how he played his football. Huyo jamaa angekuchenga mpaka sangine ufikirie wewe ni mjinga sana. For the sake of it, sangine he could not even want to score. Angetaka tu kukuchenga na kufanya kuwe mjinga. But you know, one of the monumental things about him is that he won his first World Cup at the age of 17. You can imagine that, at the age of 17. Unaingia tu hivi, na wewe umeshashinda hiyo kiti. Secondly, he won 10 international trophies. Do you know how to win 10 international trophies, what that means? That man was a good player. But at the same time, what makes me happy is that in 1969, Pele scored his 1,000 goal on a penalty kick against Vasco da Gama. Go watch that in YouTube. Even the people who are on the opposing side could not believe. At the age of 24, you had already scored 1,000 goals. That man was a legend. And you see, I think he has not been given his place in football. We have given these people like Messi, Ronaldo, and so on and so forth. But in his era, where very few black people were allowed even to play soccer at that particular time, he made it. And he opened doors for so many black people now to be allowed to play football. One thing that people don't know is that in the era of Pele, very few black people played. Even now in Europe, unaonanga, we are still spelled even with stones and called monkeys when it comes to European soccer, especially if you are very good. So Pele and Maradona opened soccer for black people, and that's why you see even today Europe, so many black talents have been taken to Europe, and now you see that soccer is very. If you take some of the black people out of the European soccer will never be the same. But the people who brought that are Pele's and Maradona. So let us celebrate Pele, and let us know that Pele was one of the greatest. And I think for me, so far until now, I don't think there is anybody ambaye anaweza mshinda. So that is what I wanted to say before we go to Kawira. Kawira topic is hot, and especially if you want to put the issue of Sifuna, I welcome that, because that is the topic I want to talk about.
Asante Alex, wacha niweke hiyo clip ya Sifuna, then we can talk about that Kawira topic.
Point.
Yes.
She's being accused of standing at roadsides. Anna is not accused of issuing letters of appointment illegally. You understand that point?
Yes.
She's being accused of standing at roadsides and proclaiming employment to people. Can you at least understand where the problem with that is? Do you see any problem with that? Given the history that we have gone through with you.
I understand that one.
You understand the history?
Very well, chair, through the chair.
No. You can go through my chair now.
Okay.
Just use my chair. There was this meeting at Nkubo that my colleague has referenced.
Yes.
You said that there was a request from that MCA Koome.
Yes.
I want you, because throughout the day you have appeared to be like a truthful person. I don't want to refer you to that page 98 to read word for word what the MCA said. Did the MCA ask the governor to conduct a recruitment at that market from those people?
He did not request for...
there was no such request. Because there was also the question of the market wall.
Yes.
Why didn't the governor issue a tender for the construction of a market wall there and then and identify a supplier there and then? Because that was not the request.
Through the...
no, use my chair.
Okay.
Just agree with me that that was not the request.
That was not the request. Okay. What I need to add on this...
Just a minute. We are just having a conversation. You help this committee to understand things.
Yes.
Because as somebody has alluded to here, if you don't help the committee to see things, your boss goes, you also go. That's what was said.
Yeah.
Let's come to this question of the Timau firefighters.
Yes.
Who in Timau requested for those appointments? Because at least in Kubu, you said the MCA asked for them. Who requested in Timau?
It was requested by the community there.
In the video that you played us, because your council played, at least in Kubu, the request and the action. Was there a part in that video where you showed us the request from the community at Timau? Yes or no?
No.
Now, This question of the firefighters, you told us that they are working under this program called Okolea.
Yes.
In the video that you played us, is there any point where your governor makes reference to the Okolea program? In the video you have played before the Senate?
No.
Okay. We go to Kianjai. Who requested the recruitment in Kianjai?
The community.
Do you have that in the material that you've placed before us to see the request just like you did in Kubu?
No.
Okay. Now, let's go to this other accusation because there's a question of the forceful entry into the assembly. We agree there was a formal invitation, there was a gazettement. The accusation, at least the allegation was made here yesterday, that instead of the governor going straight to the speaker's office to be received, she went straight to the assembly. Is that allegation true? It was made here yesterday.
It was not true.
Yes.
Actually, I was there when she was signing the visitor's book at the speaker's office.
So we have a gap in the videos. We have a gap in the videos that have been presented both by the assembly and by yourselves. Both videos don't seem to show us this journey to the speaker's office. Is it possible that you people have that video?
So that clip has a lot. I think we'll be playing more of that. Now, you people, you understand why I'm saying that these MCAs from Meru are behaving like monkeys in the zoo, or in some zoo somewhere in Kenya, and they have no legitimate accusation against Kawira Mwangaza. And here we are, Kenyans, watching all this rubbish from the MCAs from Meru. I want to ask all of you, I will ask you to speak. I will give you a chance. Is there an opportunity for Kawira Mwangaza to dissolve this county government? Because if I were in her shoes, that's exactly what I'll do. But gentlemen, I want you to allow me to invite, I see Makiadi has joined us, he's the only person who has not spoken today. Then we can go back now maybe to Alex, Thorn PK, in that order, Black, and discuss the issue of Kawira Mwangaza. Makiadi, good to see you. Welcome tonight. It's a long time since we saw you here. Karibu Makiadi.
Can you hear me? Very good. Good to see you again, Julia. I think the last time I was in the panel here was about, a week ago before Christmas. So it's always good to be back home. Naona leo ameekelea kiti hapo. Stone PK naona mkono peke yake. Alex nimesikia yuko hapo sauti. Black nimemuona hapa anasikia ameenda kuvaa jacket, but it's good. It's good. Ni vizuri kuwaona tena. Tukiwa tumebakisha karibu masaa 24 peke yake tuone mwaka wa 2023. So it's amazing how far we've come. Mimi leo hata siko na mambo mengi sana, lakini I'll begin with what we were watching here right now. Julia umeuliza kama Governor Kawira ako na nguvu. I think constitution inampatia rais wa jamhuri ya Kenya nguvu za kudissolve county. Kama hii kesi yenye tulikuwa nayo ya Governor Kibuza.
Is it the president or the governor? Because what happened with Governor Kibwana? Did he want to dissolve the
No,
county?
you have to request, you have to do it. There are several ways, but the governor might go that route here to request president. There are other avenues here. But the president basically the topmost. Yeye peke yake ndiye ako na nguvu ya kudissolve hiyo, governor hawezi peke yake. Mimi nitasema namna hii. I think hii story tunaona Meru hapa ni very sad. Wakati Kawira Mwangaza alipambana na hawa ndume wawili wakina Kiraitu Murungi na this guy minister wa agriculture, hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua ya kwamba Kawira Mwangaza anaweza shinda hawa jamaa wawili, na aliwaangusha aliwaangusha. Ukweli ni kwamba she's very famous. She was very popular at the ground at that time, particularly knowing that UDA carried the day in most places in Mount Kenya region, and also Kiraitu was the incumbent. So we have to give it to her. Na yeye na bwana yake na hiyo gita ya bwana yake, hao watu walipambana na hiyo pesa yote yenye ilikuwa imemwagwa kwa ground na wakawashinda. So you come to ask yourself here, why are we seeing the governor passing through all these tribulations at this particular moment? We are almost 3.5 months down the line after the elections. Na tunaangalia tunaona hata kama ni budget yenyewe, governors hawajapata budget yenye ilikuwa allocated to them. Probably hawajapata. So we cannot judge her performance for the 3 months zenye amekuwa in office, because hata kama ni cabinet bado hajaunda cabinet yake, bado wanamsumbua. She has not had a functioning government for the past 3 months zenye amekuwa in office. So we should be asking ourselves then, if it is not about performance, what is it about? If we talk about arrogance yenye nasema huyo mama yuko arrogant, you should come to the national level. Uangalie vile watu wako arrogant pale juu. Kuna mmoja jana alisema ya kwamba akikutana na watu huko kwa msituni huko, alisema my happiness is that our government's opposition is doing its work. The government is ready to work with the opposition as long as every party plays its part to better our nation. Previously, we saw the government merge with the opposition, which did more harm than good, bringing droughts and debts. Huyo ni president wa Republic ya Kenya, mtu ambaye anasema aliapishwa, anasema ya kwamba handshake ilileta drought. So you look at, unasikia zile statements zinatoka kwa national level, unaangalia ile vitu akina Gachagua anasema, unaweza enda Nyeri huko, wewe ni deputy president wa Republic ya Kenya, lakini unaenda Nyeri, unaenda kusema ule governor wa Nairobi huko ajue ni sisi tulimweka kwa hiyo kiti, na kama ataleta kichwa tutamuonyesha. Kwa hivyo tutamkalisha chini, tumueleze vile city nataka. Wewe mwenyewe ni one time MP, hujawahi kanyaga Senate, you've never been elected in a county anywhere in this country, you've never been elected as a governor anywhere in this country. The farthest you've gone is a member of parliament. But now, because you are a deputy president by some miracle from somewhere ambayo hakuna mtu anajua mpaka leo, you want to show that you are the kingpin of Mount Kenya. Sasa unapeleka siasa zako zile za Nyeri, unabeba unapeleka huko, unaenda unataka kuagiza watu Nairobi. But I'll come back to that Gachagua incident. Wacha nimalizia Kawira Mwangaza, because I don't want to get distracted with that. Kawira Mwangaza anaadhirishwa kwa sababu ya mtu fulani. These people are trying, it's like it's an open secret that these people wanajaribu kumtoa kwa hiyo kiti, probably in the belief that mmoja wao, one of those people that were there, maybe probably the one that lost the governorship, the incumbent, probably anaweza kuwa na scheme na MCA kufrustrate huyu mama, and you probably, I don't know, but it's not possible. It's not possible. When the governor loses her seat, the seat goes directly to the deputy governor, unless now iskimiwe in such a way that the deputy governor will also be asked to resign, so that UDA or whichever party or whoever is the interested party hapo asukume mtu wake hapo kwa hiyo kiti ndiye atoshe. But let me tell you this. Hii story yote nimeiangalia kwa Senate, history ya impeachment hiyo committee. It is all hogwash. There is nothing substantive ambayo imeletwa pale. I mean, how can you even blame the governor akitembea na bona yake? And we are seeing hapa tunaona mpaka kuna ofisi za watoto wa first family. Hatujui kama zinafandiwa na government ama ni vitu ambazo zinafandiwa private. We are seeing watu wanatembea huko all over wakituambia there is a first family ambayo iko na daughter of the first first family daughter ati yako mpaka na advisors wa trade. My friend, the kind of gibberish tunaona inatembea huko juu. If we cannot point a finger at what is happening at the national level, I think whatever is happening to Kawira Mwangaza ni politics na inafaa ikomeshwe kabisa. And the Senate should be brave enough. Hii Senate inafaa kuwa brave enough iseme ya kwamba this is upuzi na hatutakubalia upuzi ingine kama hii kuja hapa siku ingine. ndio sasa wa set at least a flat table ambayo kila mtu atakuwa anajua standard ya impeachment ndio hii. Kama hauna kitu kama hii, hata usingangane kupeleka Senate. And Khalwale, I differ with Khalwale na hii vitu yake ya bullfighting, but he has carried himself at least properly. You've seen the video you played here, akina Sifuna, you see the way they are talking. Wameweka mambo ya chama kando na wanaongea vitu za maana. At least unaona hii inakuwa ni kama impeachment motion ambayo inakuwa run na watu ambao ni sober. I believe, that is what I believe, ya kwamba this thing is going to be thrown away. And I think the Senate should reprimand the county government MCAs. Wakuwe reprimanded, waambiwe gentlemen and gentle ladies, ile upuzi mnafanya huko chini kurogota vitu ambazo hazileti, we are wasting time with these things on the national level. Hii upuzi mnafanya huko chini kurogota ati sijui governor alichagua bwana yake kama sijui ambassador, an office that even is not even recognized in the constitution. Na hakuna mtu analipa hata shilingi yake moja. Huyo mzee alisema hapa openly, yeye hana shida na kuserve ofisi as long as hata lipo mshahara, he's okay. Why are we even going there kuanza kumsumbua? That is not even an office that is paid from the exchequer. You can decide to appoint, vile tu black mumechagua office of the first daughter na mkapeana advisor hapo wa trade, wa industry, sports. Hizi viti zote mmepeana kwa ofisi ya first daughter. It's the same thing that is happening in Meru County. So tuachane na mama afanye kazi. I think these MCAs should go down and sit with the governor. Waambiane, you know what? Wacha tuweke kiburi chini tufanye kazi, because wananchi sahii wanangojea Meru County ifanye kazi, chague ministers, waapishwe, kazi iendelee mbele. Hii vitu yenye tumeona kwa Senate hii haisaidii mtu yote, and it is a waste of time. Wacha tuachane na hiyo maneno. Hata mimi Julia nimemalizia hapo, because ninaona that has taken a lot of time kuharibia Senate yetu nafasi, mpaka nasikia speaker ameitisha kikao maalum, sijui ni leo ama ni kesho, kujadili hiyo. That is a waste of time. Hii kitu ingemaliziwa kwa kamiti, vile Black amesema hapa, hii kitu ingemaliziwa kwa kamiti, hata ingeenda kwa plenary. It is a waste of time. You can see the kind of questions watu wanaulizwa hapo MCA, they don't know, hata hawana habari ni nini walipeleka Senate. Unauliza mtu evidence yenye ameleta kwa Senate, unamuuliza page 19, unajua ni nini iko, hana habari, na yeye ndiye aliandika hiyo evidence. You can see they are not even prepared for what they were doing. So tuachane na hiyo maneno. Wacha nirudi sasa kwa Gachagua. Gachagua anataka kurule Nairobi kama Madhira County. Yeye ametoa ile ushamba yake huko, na tulisema hapa Julia kitambo sana, this guy is a villager. Huyu ni mtu ambaye alivalishwa suti na kufunga tai na akaambiwa enda wakuone huko. Kuja kama deputy president wa nchi. You know, the village is still there in his head. Bado wako na hiyo village kwa kichwa yake, anataka kuleta Nairobi sasa. And it is good. I think Sakaja anafaa kusimama kidete, ambie this guy nonsense. You cannot force me to do what you want in the county government of Nairobi, kwa sababu hatoshi mboga. I can tell you today Julia, leo ni tarehe 29 mwezi wa 12 2022. Saa hii tukisema Gachagua pandei, Sakaja pandei, kiti ni Nairobi governorship. Run. Tuone ni nani atashinda mwingine. He cannot even beat Sakaja. This guy cannot even be elected an MCA in Nairobi. How can he even have the audacity to go and order the governor of Nairobi, mtu ambaye alichaguliwa na kabila zote, saying that sisi ndio tulikuchagua? And the argument is this, it's very simple. People have been asking here, kwa nini basi Igathe hakushinda? Kama the Mount Kenya community peke yake ndio ilisaidia Sakaja kushinda, kwa nini Igathe hakushinda? Why did Sifuna win the senator of Nairobi? You see, these are things we should be telling this Kenya Kwanza government. You cannot rule the country the way you want ati kwa sababu linasema wewe ndio kingpin wa mahali fulani. I think this guy, and it is good, people are saying this is the person that will fail this government. I'm happy. We said here these are incompetent individuals. From day one tukasema this is a villager mwenye amevalishwa suti na akaambiwa enda utafute kazi. Wakafanya ujanja yao na Chebukati huko akapata kazi. Sasa saa hii anang'ang'ana kuonyesha kwamba yeye ni kingpin, instead of fanya mikakati yako kule chini polepole. You have your own ways. The way Ruto alikuwa na camp huko Mount Kenya, akijenga makanisa, akilipia watu wa bodaboda mambo ya mafuta na kuwapatia pesa kila mahali mpaka wakampenda, wakampigia kura. Gachagua should use the same tactics kama anaweza. After all, yeye is a son of the soil. Kwa hivyo akitafuta lugha ambayo atajipendekeza kwa hao watu watampenda. Si lazima uonyeshe watu kifua ya kwamba you are now fighting for them. For what? Even without Gachagua, Ruto would still have gotten the votes from Mount Kenya. It is that simple. Bila Gachagua, Gachagua is just a stooge. Even without Gachagua as a deputy president, William Ruto will still go to Mount Kenya and he will be received. He has so many MPs there. So this guy, this villager, let me call him a villager. I've never called this guy a deputy president because I think he's still a villager. Mnaitanga hapa na B, deputy na B. But this guy is a villager. I think some vile alikuwa anasema the other day hapa apatiwe vacation at least 3 months 4 months aende asome ethics. Asome ethics. Tulimshambulia hapa mambo ya kuvaa mpaka siku hizi amebadilisha tailor, which is good. He has a good tailor now. He can still go back to school and tame his tongue. Ajifunze kuongea. Ajue kwamba yeye ni deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, si deputy president wa Mount Kenya. As simple as that. Now, let me finish by talking about hii story ya baba. Nimeona baba anasema next year anataka kuleta BBI. And this thing is not, mimi hainifurahishi. Hii story ya BBI tulimalizana nayo. The BBI failed. Why are we trying to legitimize Ruto's government? Why are we trying? We said we wanted an official position in the BBI. We want a prime minister. We want a deputy prime minister that has an office and functions. These guys told us hii vitu ni kutafuta vyeo. Now wanataka kubadilisha uchumi, hawataki kubadilisha katiba. We said okay, mumetushinda ni sawa, tengenezeni serikali yenu. Sasa saa hii wameshindwa how they are going to work as a government. You can see every day Mudavadi is going to Western Kenya, anaenda kuambia watu huko ati I don't know, I'll look for that video nikuonyeshe. The reasoning yenye Mudavadi anaambia watu, this is the first time the Luya community is having a police commandant. Sijui kama umeona hiyo video Julia. Mudavadi was saying ameanza kuonekana ako na influence kwa hii serikali mpaka this is the first time in the history of Kenya ya kwamba Mluya amekuwa commandant wa police training college huko Kiganjo. That is Mudavadi. Anasema aungwe mkono na MPs kutoka Western Kenya ndiye akuwe na sauti, at least ambassadors wakichaguliwa hata anaweza peana majina hapo. This guy is a guy who has a big office with no functions at all. Zero. Huyu alicheza, kama kuna mtu alichezwa kwa hii serikali na akachezeka ni this guy. Huyu jamaa wa ofisi ya railway. He has nothing to do. Nothing whatsoever. I mean, and then he's saying he's going for the presidency in 2032. How old will Mudavadi be in 2032? Sasa hizi sijui ako na miaka ngapi Julius? Sijui kama unafuatana mambo ya Mudavadi. How old is this guy right now? Is he 60 or how old is he?
I don't know. Sijui ako na miaka ngapi, lakini he'll be above 70 something, right?
Huyu unaona Raila ameanza kujaribu hii kiti akiwa miaka ngapi, na hii ni almost 5 runs hajaipata. Mudavadi is not even supposed to be close to the race for the presidency. This is a guy who has no influence whatsoever. Hata MCA peke yake wa kutoka kwake is a person from UDA. How do you call yourself a kingpin na you cannot even deliver in your own constituency? And now you want to bargain kwa effort ya watu wengine. Raila wamezunguka huko wakitafuta viti za MP. Almost all the MPs wa kutoka Western wametoka kwa ODM, wametoka kwa DAP, and a few of them from UDA. Mudavadi sijui kama ako na MP, around 2 or 3 in the whole of Western. He has no governor whatsoever. Hana hata ule governor mwenye anazunguka karibu na yeye saa hii wa Vihiga ni mtu ya ODM. So you wonder huyu atashinda president wa nini? And I read a lot of things that people write about Mudavadi. Even people in Western Kenya say they cannot vote for him. Ni mtu bure kabisa. So right now he's trying to mold himself. I think from what I hear people saying ni probably Ruto akiona upande wa Mount Kenya inatoroka kidogo anaweza enda for Mudavadi. But I want to tell you, Mudavadi is not even somebody that is reliable. Mudavadi would even make William Ruto lose the presidency. Afadhali ende asimame hiyo kiti na Didmus Barasa. That one at least, ule muuaji ule alipiga watu risasi kwa election. That one at least anaweza mpatia kura huko Bungoma. But Mudavadi, this guy is bure kabisa. Bure. Either you put Mudavadi Gachagua on the same scale, Mudavadi hata ni bure zaidi ya Gachagua. These are two bures, but one of them is more bure than the other. So let us see how this government is going to perform. I think Baba aliwapatia D 50. He was very generous. Yeah? He was very generous. Kama president wa nchi yetu ndio bado na reason anasema ati handshake ilileta drought. I think we are going to have a very serious government crisis next year. But we are here to observe and see what is going to happen. So far, I think what we've been talking about here, the subsidies, maneno ya school fees, kila mtu anajua mambo ya subsidies inaisha Januari. So wazazi wajiprepare. Subsidies ya mafuta, hiyo imekatika kabisa. IMF inasema inataka serikali kusanya a lot of taxes ndio waweze kulipwa pesa yao, deni yao. Na Black tulisema hapa, deni within 3 months is 1.1 trillion. We have done the math. We have the numbers. So all these subsidies, maneno ya stima, these guys wamezunguka New York huko wakitafuta mtu wa kuuzia KQ. Kwa nini wasiuze Kenya Power basi? Because the same thing that is happening with Kenya Power, I mean with KQ, is the same thing that Kenya Power is going through. They are both government owned, majority shares ni za serikali, and then they are making losses. But you see, because they have invested so much in stocks, the KLC, they cannot touch it. Akina Ndindi Nyoro huko ndio shareholders, majority ya shareholders. Let them privatize everything. Wacha wapeane, wauze KQ, waende wauze Kenya Power, wauze hata port yetu yote. Sisi kazi yetu ni kuangalia. Wakati tutakuja kuuliza sasa hizi vitu ziliuzwa na nani. The same way they are doing right now to the people that were appointed by Uhuru Kenyatta, you know, chairman sijui wa port sijui nini, wanatoa wanaweka mtu yao, wanatoa sijui mtu amesimamia NHIF wanaweka mtu yao. The same thing will do. Wakati miaka yao 10 itaisha, we should even go back and start investigating and auditing all these projects zenye wanaenda huko. Black mnasemanga they secured funding. Amtaki kusema wamekopa. Sasa mmebadilisha kalugha, mmefanya ikuwe tamu kidogo. It's not about we secured a loan, ni secured funding. Akienda North Korea arudi na 122 billion, tunasema amesecure funding ya projects, we want to make a tech city, na ni kukopa. Hii ni pesa imekopwa brother. You have borrowed 1.13 trillion Kenyan shillings. 1.13 trillion Kenyan shillings within 3 months. So I am looking forward to what next year brings to this government. Hopefully hamtakopa mpaka muwe an ISO like we are in China. Sahi ukienda China kukopa pesa ukiwa umetoka Kenya, unafungiwa airport huko. Nobody wants to see anybody from Kenya. Tumekopa mpaka tuko na ushaiona mtu Julia amekopa mpaka akionekana hakuna mtu anataka kumsalimia. Ndio hivyo sisi tunaonekana China. So I can see the trade minister right now yuko huko Dubai. He has been there for the whole festive season. Hajakanyaga Kenya kuria. Namuona tu anapiga picha na magazeti huko na watu wamevaa hii mabuibui. Sijui Black mnazitaga nini, hii manguo ya Waarabu hii nyeupe.
Kanzu.
Amevaa kanzu, watu wamevaa kanzu all over the place, anasema is discussing trade. Na ni mlevi, hata ukimwangalia amelewa. Ati ameenda kuongea mambo ya investment. Unaweza simama almost 2 weeks ako Dubai, anatafuta nini bana? Mwambie arudi nyumbani Christmas.
Makiadi, you know, unajua sorry kukatizia, but unajua Moses Kuria has worked in the Middle East. Actually a huge chunk of his professional career yake amefanya kazi Middle East, especially in the banking sector. So akiwa ameenda kule, ile ni kama kiwanja chake sasa cha mpira sasa. Unaona, yani that's where now his stronghold is. Unaona, if kama unaweza weka map ya dunia hivi chini, alafu useme kule wenye mtu anasemanga Azimio stronghold zao ziko sijui Nyanza sijui wapi. Sasa stronghold ya huyu jamaa professionals ni Middle East. So actually him being at the Middle East is good for us. Wacha tusimjudge kwa sasa. Let him come back and tell us what he has gotten for us.
Haya, Black, hakuna kitu mpya unatarajia kutoka kwa Moses Kuria. I think you are being too over optimistic. Hakuna kitu Moses Kuria ataleta kutoka Middle East. Ile Middle East moja tu, he is a cartel. Moses Kuria ako na agency ya kupeleka wasichana wetu na dada zetu Middle East. Labda ndiye anaenda kutengeneza asifukuzwe huko. Everybody knows these cartels wako na he has one agency. Hizi agencies zinapeleka wasichana huko and they don't take care of our ladies and our sisters. He's one of those cartels. So hakuna kitu natuambia hapa ati hiyo ni stronghold yake. Hakuna kitu mpya Moses Kuria ataleta. These guys, yeah,
that's unsubstantiated claim.
No, I'm telling you what is there.
If at all he has an agency, then it's good. He's providing job employment for our dear brothers and sisters. So that's good.
That's an issue.
Whether it's part of a cartel, that we don't know because he cannot substantiate.
That's a discussion we'll have another day. But he has an agency. That is hiyo ni information nimekupatia. I don't have to prove that to you. Go and find out because mimi nimetafuta pia nikajua. Ako na agency inapeleka watu Middle East, sana sana Saudi Arabia, and is the one of the people ambayo they don't make sure ya kwamba our sisters and our daughters wanachungwa vizuri. Is one of those guys. So ukimwona amezubaa huko, amezimia huko hiyo masiku yote, ujue kuna kitu anajaribu kutengeneza. Labda mtu alienda kamharibia. They are about to be kicked out of that place. So let's wait and see. But I don't think anything new is coming from Moses Kuria. From where I sit, I don't think anything good is coming from this government. Now you have a whole year. Last year mlisema tuwapatia 100 days. Now you have another whole year. We are giving you the whole of 2023. Not just 100 days. We are giving you the whole year. Kuanzia Januari tarehe 1 mpaka Disemba tarehe 31. Tumewapatia hiyo mfanye kazi. Sisi tunataka kuona watu saa zile wataamka asubuhi wanataka kupeleka school fees ya watoto kwa shule Januari. Tunataka kuona hiyo school fees itakuwa pesa ngapi. Tunataka kujua bei ya stima bila subsidies mtatulipisha pesa ngapi. Tunataka kujua bei ya unga yenye mlisema miezi 3 mkiweka Biblia chini mtashukisha bei ya unga. Tunataka kuona Januari mtatuuzia unga na pesa ngapi. Bei ya mafuta, tunataka kuona mafuta itakuwa bei kiasi gani moving into January. That is the things zenye zinatubother. All the rest ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta he betrayed me, but right now is depending on me for all these things. You know, the kind of gibberish that comes from your so-called president. Those things are non-essential to us, hazitusaidii na anything. So let me stop there, Julia. I think nimeongea muda mrefu sana. Let me stop there. I'll get another opportunity to speak.
Yes, asante Makedi. I think after this Black unatoroka wapi? You take over your moderation. Hatuja kusikia kwa wakati kwa muda mrefu. Makedi, I want to ask you a question, and Alex and then PK. 2 questions. One, if they decide to impeach Kawira, it means the deputy governor takes over. Now, who stands to benefit? Do you think Ruto is behind all this scandal? Because if it is the likes of Kiraitu and the other, I don't know, the other person was vying. Kama ni wanaingilia Kawira, basi hata kama akiwa impeached, they will not get the seat. It is the deputy governor who stands to benefit. Now, if according to law, is the deputy governor who stands to benefit, then do you think William Samoei Ruto is behind this whole drama? And UDA in particular, the UDA cohort and William Samoei Ruto, do you think they are the ones trying to kick out Kawira because she's an independent candidate and probably she's not dancing the tune of UD? That's food for thought. Next question about Sakaja, and I mean, this is a comment and so food for thought. I think you have said it, Makiadi, and Alex said it earlier. I think the words of Sakaja and Gachagua are good for Azmio, because I think when Mudavadi is saying that he gonna be president 2032, it means there's a feeling that Ruto could go to Western Province and may prefer Mudavadi running mate. And as we are speaking like this, Gachagua is aware of this. So it means there is a fight, imagine, between Gachagua, the Mudavadi, and the Sakajas. So Sakaja is just penye tunasema penye ndovu wawili wanapigana, nyasi huwa naumia. Sakaja is just part of the grass that has to be in the fight, but he's not really the person who's been fought. It is Gachagua trying to assert himself. And did you see there was a thing in Rift Valley where Gachagua didn't attend, and the Nyeri governor attended. And Nyeri governor was insisting and asserting that Gachagua will be president in 2032. Was asserting that in that meeting. He was very brief. He was saying that they are going to rule all the way to 2042. He was saying that, and he spoke in Kalenjin. He spoke in Kalenjin and said that they are going to rule all the way to 2042. So do you think the Nyeri governor went there to remind Ruto, usituone hivi hivi? And Gachagua didn't go for that thing, but he sent Nyeri, he has his representative. He sent Nyeri governor to represent him. Now, Nyeri governor is the man who had the audacity to tell William Samoei Ruto on the face that sisi hatujaolewa na mtu na sisi bibi ya mtu tena tupeleka hivi hivi, when they were claiming that they're the ones who voted for Kanini Kega. And they are saying that they ganged up because Ruto had his man for that EAL thing, the East African registration thing. So they were trying to tell Ruto, usitulete ati sisi hatujaolewa na hujatuoa sisi bibi yako. And in Kikuyu, it's a very disrespectful statement. It is I'm not your bitch. So you will not do 1, 2, 3 to me. That is what the Nyeri governor was trying to tell the president. And now we see the Nyeri governor representing Gachagua somewhere in a meeting and trying to insist that we are going to run to 2042. So the Nyeri governor, according to him, was reminding William Samoei Ruto that usituone hivi, we are taking over after you. And now we see the war of Gachagua and Sakaja. Actually, Gachagua is just trying to assert himself in Mount Kenya region. And he's trying to remind the people of Mount Kenya region that I represent you and I fight for you. And I'm going to fight anyone, including this man, for you. So this was surrounding Gachagua, Sakaja, Mudavadi. My take is a blessing in disguise, like Alex said in the comment section. So Alex, you wanted to comment something about Kawira and about Sakaja. Sijui kama uko karibu, Alex. Alex. Karibu.
Yeah, I'm here. You see, I was researching on the one thing many people have not done their research, and I think Stone K will be candid more because I think he knows. This lady, one of the reasons she won these elections is that she was very smart on the person she chose as her running mate. And many people do not know the running mate for the deputy governor for Meru. The deputy governor for Meru is called Isaac Edenia. Isaac Edenia, he's also, he comes from the theology background. But above all, he is a son of a former chairman of inaitwaga Njuki Ncheke. It confuses me. How do we call Njurinjeke. So when he chose his running mate, he went for a person also who was a theologian, like, unajua huyu mwanamke pia yako na kanisa yake kama Margaret Wanjiru. She has a big also fellowship church, but also he went to a man also who was a reverend and who went to Kenya Methodist Church. But what is appalling is that the man is a son of former Njurinjeke chairman. So that is where now the complication now comes in that in case they were to impeach this woman, the person that takes in is a person of Njurinjeke liking. However, from my point of view, I think the forces that are fighting this woman are powerful forces. If you saw the silly question Mandago asked, you see, of all, Mandago is given an opportunity to ask a question, and Mandago asks, unajua huku kuja meeting ya president wakati president alikuja Meru. What does that tell you? What of all things, was that so important? Is it a must? So you could see that there was a vendetta from the Ruto's government that this woman did not attend the meeting when they went to Meru. Clearly, there was a vendetta, and that vendetta was brought on by the man called Mandago. And you could see that. Now, I saw the whole clip on how I repeated like 4 times of how Sifuna interrogated that MCA. That MCA, they chose him because they thought, first of all, he's eloquent, he's smart, and he was going to execute his points on why and how the lady must be impeached. But the man failed, first of all, in the first question of Sifuna. Sifuna started by definition of a public servant. The man started by insisting that that hustler ambassadorship that was given to the first gentleman, that it's a public office. And he insisted that it is a public office, to a point that Sifuna told him, you know, we are talking about the Constitution, and the Constitution is a supreme law, and we don't want you to joke here. And finally, the man yielded and said, I agree, that is not a public office. So you could see from the very beginning that this man had been trained and had been sent there by powerful forces, whether it's the Mbas, whether it is the State House, but it was a choreographed kitu yenye alikuwa amegrasp na alikuwa inaitwaje, hii kitu tulikuwa tukifanya mtihani tulikuwa tuna cram. He had crammed what he was going to say, but the way Sifuna interrogated that man made him so confused in many, many ways. There were 7 good questions, and I had said them earlier on how Sifuna interrogated that man. And in every question of all of them, he ended up saying no, 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 7 times, meaning that there was no case there at all. And there was this thing whereby they were insisting, and I felt so bad for that woman. And in a very humble way, she said, they told me not to walk with my husband. My husband cannot come to the mansion of the governorship. So my husband no longer comes there. I'm telling you, that is when I saw the patriarchal society of Meru has gone beyond reproach. How do you tell somebody not to walk with his husband? To a point that that woman says, I agreed, and I have stopped walking with my husband. And I asked myself at that particular time, what nonsense is this? Ruto walks with Rachel all the time. Uhuru was walking with the wife in all public things. Raila with Ida, they are lovebirds. How do you tell somebody not to be with his husband just because she's a woman? I think that patriarchal society of Meru must be castigated and told that nonsense must stop. That man must walk with his wife, whether they are holding hands, unless they don't do things that are publicly that are not allowed by the law. But as far as I'm concerned, that first gentleman has a right, no matter what, to be with the husband. We cannot criminalize association. If we start to do that, then I think we are going to another level, which is not right. And especially just because she's a woman, she cannot be. And when you saw the impeachment of that woman, it appalled me that 68, was it 66 or 68? Only 2 did not, and one was not there, and 1 yielded. And you wonder, 68 people, all of them, how can they not like a person totally and completely? Is there something wrong that this person has done? At some point, Sifuna said, you know, from what we have been told, we thought you are going to invade Isiolo, you are going to invade Tarakaniti. That's how they had portrayed that woman, that is a woman who is like, they actually used the word Hitler on her, which made me feel so bad, that she's a Hitler. That's how they portrayed that woman. Meaning that the way they wanted to put that woman is that this woman is so arrogant, she does not fit office now. The other thing that did not make me happy, Madam Speaker, Madam Julia, is how Tobiko spoke to her. This Tobiko also ran for governorship. I don't know, it's because she lost the governorship. I don't know where that came from. I don't know why she said those words. But there are some words she said telling her that you are an embarrassment to the women community. We put you there. You have put the women to be hopeless. Now we have 7 governors. Next time we thought you are going to have 10. Because of you, we may not have. You know, that was uncalled for. That was totally uncalled. And I wish you can put that speech here so that you can understand. Women became enemies of other women. And that kind of interrogation that becomes personal on a committee that you are trying to find information why you
Alex, are you still there? We can't hear you.
house is this thing you see, it was so confusing. But otherwise, as Makiadi said, I have loved the way Boni and Wale and Sifuna have conducted themselves. They were people from, and they have worked together as if they are twins. Mr. Halwale has given Sifuna some respect that I've never seen. Sifuna has also given Halwale respect that I've never seen. And that is how we must work as a Senate. When it comes to important things of national importance, let us put party aside and put Kenya first, and we work together. If we were to work like that, even though Ruto is the president, I'm telling you, we are going to heal. But some people like Cheregai, when they speak, they spew venom to a point whereby they remind us that they stole this election. But in this committee, the way these 2 gentlemen conducted, you could see patriotism, but also you could see leadership that we direly need and we've been asking for. And the future, and that's why people kept saying, at some point I never understood why people were crying. There was a lady who used to be here, nimesahau jina yake, alikuwa anasema Boni hata kama ako UD, tafadhali chagua yeye akwe, tafadhali chagua akwe senator. And I used to refuse, no. But now I see why he was saying so. So I think such kind of leadership is needed when it comes things of national importance. Put party sides, don't be like people like Cheregai. And I think Sifuna has a good future if he continues like that. He's a young man, very eloquent, and I've come to see that he's very ingrained in matters of the law. Thank you very much.
Aya, asante Alex Media. Acha nisikie Black ana yapi ya kusema hapa.
Nini Alex? Hapo kwa Cheregai si psychopath, because nakumbuka hata ile story ya GMO, kama kuna mtu mwenye alipigania farmers, it was Cheregai. Si ndio?
No, Black, Cheregai sometimes behaves so bad. Like the other day, he had to be chased from, of course, alipigania GMO. We don't refute. But sometimes his utterances in the Senate, he shows that he has not come out of the campaign consciousness. He doesn't remember that he's a senator now who is representing Nandi County, but at the same time, he's speaking in the National Assembly. Some of the things he says, I don't know if you listen to that guy sometimes.
Cheregai bana ni mtu mmoja strong bana, anapiganianga watu wake. He drew the line. He drew the line. I mean, Gava inasema kuhusu walete hiyo JMO na yeye anakataa, anasema hapana, hii kitu itaribia farmers wake. How do you call that person a psychopath? He's not. Akifikiri kuna mtu nimempatia heshima ni huyo jamaa katika group yetu ya UDA. Huyo mzee wanga nimempatianga heshima. Alafu story yake
Black, I agree with you. He might not be a psychopath, lakini you know, there are people who, when they open their mouths, you wonder why they went to school. And that is one of them. This Gerard Gay person here, I think Villa Alex anakuambia, you've not listened to how he speaks, what he speaks. Sometimes it's good. He talks, you know, he tries to kutetea farmers wake. But Gerard Gay is one person that you will sometimes ask yourself if law school alienda ilikuwa ni kupoteza masaa ama ni nini. Gerard Gay and Rigathi Gachagua are just two sides of the same coin. I don't see anything positive coming from that guy.
You can't compare Gerard Gay and Gachagua. Those are two, yani watu wawili tofauti sana yani. Yani ni vile tu since they are on my side, if I get into the details of trying to put who has leverage over what, then I will end up making one look bad. I would have shot myself in the foot because they are both from KKA. But Gerard Gay, that man, you cannot put him katika same category as psychopaths. Now, Alex umesema kitu, but I think people are missing something. Governor Kawira, at some point, threatened the MCAs to dissolve the county assembly. You know, once you start bringing those threats for MCAs, do you know how powerful MCAs are? MCAs are so powerful such that governors cannot even dare risk kuleta ugomvi nao. The Taita Taveta governor tried to pull the same stunt in the Taita Taveta county. Who want to get in?
Samboja.
Samboja, yes. Ilibaki ameongea na wazito huko juu, ndo wale wakaongelesha wale MCAs huko chini, alafu ndo issue yake ilipofikishwa kwa committee stage level ikawa imesemekana huko chini wamesha sort maneno, so there's no need to proceed further. This is how powerful MCAs are. So when you come up with an issue like coming up with a threat of mukijaribu kuni impeach, I will dissolve the entire county assembly. That's why I was saying the whole issue could have been salvaged from the beginning by trying to bring about cooperation instead of confrontation. Because wherever there are confrontations, there are casualties on both sides. Now, it's unfortunate, Sasa, in Kawira's case, she's the only one who suffered the casualty on her side because she's the only participant on her side. You know? So I believe she should have taken a different route all the way from the beginning. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Allow me to give Nancy an opportunity to contribute. Karibu Nancy. Unmute your microphone. We can't hear you. There you go.
Yeah, wacha nisikize kwanza. I'll contribute later.
All right. Thank you. We'll give you another opportunity kuongea. Before nipatie Stone PK nafasi, I can see he's lifting his hand. Black, I think you are overrating the MCAs. You know, the best thing about this constitution is nobody is so powerful that hakuna kitu anaweza fanyiwa. These MCAs, when unasema they are very powerful, know very well that once anything that happens in that county towards making the president dissolve that, suspend that whatever county, hata watakosa mshahara. And nobody wants to go back to the campaigns right now. Hata MCAs wakijifanya kwamba 67 sijui out of what voted for the impeachment. And once we go that route here could dissolve Meru County right now, everybody atakuwa jobless. Everybody, including the governor, the deputy governor, and the MCAs themselves, when you unasema they are very powerful. So
true.
Yes.
True, but the minute you utter those words, there are some things which lazima uchunge kusema, because the minute you mention them, you already put someone on his defensive mode, on his attack mode.
Black.
Now, ukishaanza kutishia watu seme, I will dissolve the county assembly. What do you think could be the next point of action from the assembly members? They will try to screw you before you screw them. That's a fact.
The thing is,
so what did you expect would happen?
These MCAs from Meru County ni kama wajasoma katiba, and I'm sorry to use that word because I know most of them are very well educated. Wanafaa waende wasome article 192 ndio waelewe vile katiba inasema kuhusiana na kudissolve county or to suspend that county. The constitution is very clear. Vile huwa wanasema, it says that the president may suspend a county government in an emergency arising out of internal conflict or war, or in any other exceptional circumstances. Alafu number 2 inasema a county government shall not be suspended under clause 1 ambayo nimesema ni emergency unless an independent commission of inquiry has investigated allegation against the county government and the president is satisfied that the allegations are justified and the Senate has authorized the suspension. And then it says, during a suspension under this article, arrangements shall be made for the performance of the function of a county government in accordance with the Act of Parliament. The Senate may at any time terminate the suspension. A suspension under this article shall not extend beyond a period of 90 days. On the expiry of the period, which is 90 days, provided for under clause 5, elections for the relevant county government shall be held. So when you suspend that county government, and if the Senate sees it fit for that county government to be suspended, na iende kwa president aseme okay, ni sawasawa, tumeona there is a lot of fighting and conflict na hii kitu haiwezi function, then everybody goes home. Hata watu 60 something watakuwa jobless. This has happened even in the other government. Wakati tuliona this guy called Kivutha Kibwana. Kivutha Kibwana also went the same route. Alisema, you know what, if we cannot work together, then I appeal to the president. I'm going to write to the president to dissolve this county government because we are wasting time tukilumbana hapa na wananchi wanataka nini? Wanataka service. It was that simple. Why didn't the MCAs and the Senate go for Kivutha Kibwana like they are going for Kawira Mwangaza? Kwa nini last wakati huo ambao tuliona Kivutha Kibwana akikosana na MCAs wake, why didn't the Senate take that action that we are seeing is being taken right now? And we should be asking ourselves, who are the interested parties in this war? Is it just the Senate? I mean, is it just the MCAs? Do we have another hand huko nyuma ambayo inajaribu kusukuma mama atoke kwa ofisi? There is something ambayo sisi hatuoni that is happening in Meru County that makes it unique.
Sasa unajua what you want to do, Makiadi, is you want to preempt the reasons or the cause of this when we don't know yet. So let's speak about what we know. Section 33(1) of the County Government Act gives the MCA ule uwezo wa kuweza introduce impeachment motion. So whether or not it is legit or not, that's his right as an MCA to perform that. I mean, to make use of that right. Civil. So whether or not his reasons for bringing up that motion of impeachment of the governor will be upheld or not, that's upon, as you said, yes, I agree, to the committee, and if not to the committee, kama vile sasa imeshindikana committee, then the Senate. Now, sometimes pia zingine wao nawasikiza na cheka because it's the very same people, I mean, your side, wakati wa Kindiki alipokuwa anakuwa removed katika kile kiti chake. He was overwhelmingly voted out by your own people too. Let me ask you, what did Kithure Kindiki do wrong in the previous Senate? If I may ask you, makosa yake ilikuwa gani? Na alitolewa hivyo. Na watu wenu ndo walichangia kupeana kura nyingi sana wakati alipokuwa anakuwa voted out.
Wewe Black umeanza kutuchanganya sasa.
Makosa yake ilikuwa ni gani?
Black, you are now diverting, and I think we should know that. Let us concentrate on that.
You are moving
Why am I saying? Why am I saying that? Why am I bringing that up?
Hold on, Black. You are taking us away from what we are discussing here. I think story ya Kindiki is very unique because the government yenye Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa na run, it was a dysfunctional government, and he had to do a little bit of shake up here and there.
Handshake
in the house.
Handshake government.
It's okay. The handshake government.
Makiadi, don't allow that debate. He is going to divert you.
Yeah, we are not going that route, my brother Black. The handshake government that had the president as William Ruto. It's okay. Wacha tuendelee namna hii. We won't move that direction because the shake-up that happened in parliament happened in almost all the leadership positions. Sijui kwa nini umechagua ya Kindiki peke yake. Most of the leadership wa Jubilee walibadilishwa when Uhuru Kenyatta realized that these people are not acting in his interest as the president and the leader of the government. So wacha tuachane na hiyo story kwanza kwa hapo. Nipatie Stone PK nafasi alikuwa ameinua mkono alafu then tutaendelea namna hiyo.
Thank you Richie and Dr. Nash. Good to see you on the comment side. Thanks. Also, let me say hi to people like Roots. I think they were not here when we were here earlier. Frederick, Madam Nancy, also Alex, Black, tulikuwa na mbeleni. Why I raised my hand, I raised it during this discussion about Kawira. I have 2 points I want to really bring forth. I think the politics of Meru, you need to really almost be there to understand what is happening. And for those of you who have been following what has been exhibited at the Senate in the way of videos, clips, that should be able to empower some of you who are not very conversant with Meru and what has been going on. Not now, what has been going on since Kawira was women rep, from 2013, there has been some interesting politics. As much as I oppose UDA and, I see them sometimes doing a lot of underhand things, in this one, I'm leaving them a bit distant. I'm keeping them a little bit away, although I know they are going to be the major beneficiary and they would want to do anything possible to kukoroga hiyo maji ya Meru. But again, I always say, if you know there is a bait, umewekewa mtego pale, why do you walk into it? Why do you walk into a mtego? You know you are vulnerable. Umeambiwa usipitie kule Globe Cinema pande ile ya nyuma, watu wanapigwa ngeta huko. Wewe unapitia huko. Then ukipigwa ngeta unaanza kupiga nduru. What am I saying? In any leadership or any competition, number one, there is initial stages of competition and then you have those who are competing. In this case, Kawira was competing against many and she won as the governor. She became the victor. Okay? Now, when she won, by the time she was campaigning, she needed everybody. She needed the mass. Okay? She needed the votes, including hiyo vote ya hao jamaa, hao wanapigana, hao wanakosana, the MCAs. Although some of them, and I think majority are UDA and all that. But the sum total is that she knew as an independent candidate, once she gets into office, she's going to be in office with all those assorted members of county assembly. Point number one, She knew that hata akishinda, and which she knew she was going to win because it was all over. Yeah. She knew that nikishinda ninaenda kukutana na hawa watu, this type of people, you know. So she should angejiami vilivyo kwanza. Kujiami ni kusema nini? Once you was pronounced the victor, she should have known sasa campaign imekwisha now. Since she's the victor, she needs those people more than they need her. She failed there. And Ruto has failed there also. Although Ruto has not been a victor, Ruto they stole election and they continue fighting. Yet in quotes, they are the victors. Si sasa wameshinda. Why are you piggering with the people? Unapigana na wale ulishinda. Si unasema ulishinda. You don't do that. You're supposed now to turn and know that these people who you've been calling watu wa vitendawili, majambazi, makatel, you should know that now these are the people you need to be seen, to be working with, especially now for Kawira, the MCAs. She cannot do any other thing but to work with those people. So she lacks in her style of team building. She falls short of that. She is not able to kind of endear herself into these teams. As much as we know there could be mitego amewekewa, she should have been able to see them anaruka, you know, like the way you go inaitwaje steeplechase. Okay? And if she was clever, she could have consulted widely because she knew hapa nimewekewa mtego na nitaanguka if I joke. How do you do that? She needs to consult thinkers to help her do that. Yeah. One thing that she did very wrong, which Ruto is doing, ni kujipiga kifua. You go around telling people serikali ni ya mama. Si wanaona. People are seeing. And you are talking to people to hammer home that please, you guys, serikali ni ya mama sasa. Hapa sasa, wale walikuwa wanafikiria blah blah. You spend into 40-something counties unaenda, what you are talking is unafinyilia hiyo kitu, and yet you know you are very vulnerable because Kawira is very vulnerable, and it's not an issue of gender. She doesn't have what we call leadership behavior positive. You know, she doesn't. She lacks. She has very negative attitude. Her attitude is not the right one for a leader. Okay, she lacks humility. Okay, she lacks respect for leaders who have been elected. You know, and those are enough. They create bad whatever. She may still be pronounced. She may not be, for example, impeached. But can you imagine how will she work with those people? She has demeaning. That is where I find her a bit, a bit haywire. You know, and then she forgets that, of course, where she's going around, you know, proudly pronouncing some of those very funny things of first man, ama anaitwa first husband, all those kind of things. She forgot her audience, she forgot where she comes from, and she forgot that this is where people look at things from very many angles. So she lacked that humility, she lacked that respect, you know. And I can assure you, you fight with the leaders, that is what you get. Whether she is reinstated, you know, she has a scar and somebody is happy about it. Somebody is fueling. Somebody would want her out so that, you know, that seat goes to yellow. All right. So I'm so sad that Kawira has danced into that hole. She has led herself into that slaughterhouse, which she would have avoided very, very well. Simple. Very simple. But I'm a lack here because I think by her nature, she's the thump chasing, what do we call that? The thump, the chest thumping type of people, you know, and that is why she's getting what she's getting. She forgot she's a victor and continues now to fight those who she should be working with. Because if you don't curse, if you don't insult somebody, no one will come insulting you. If you don't slap somebody, no one will come slapping you. Okay? So you know, things like what she's accusing, she's saying, oh, these MCAs are talking about ward fund and all that, and she's insisting that is the issue. It is very simple. You can easily say, okay, you guys, let's do this. You can buy time. Let's do this at this particular time. Yeah. You don't just say this is it, period. Fine. The way you address your other leaders also matters a lot. And as Black says, you don't joke around with the MCAs. They'll cook you quickly. Yeah, they'll cook you. It's either you all lose, wakistia kitumbua maji, yote itamwagika. And you can imagine what will happen if, for example, they say that it will be election. There will be nothing like election. Ruto will put whoever he wants to put. So either way, it's Kawira who will lose. And if I were Kawira, I would not have started this kind of fight. I would not have. I would have gone beg with these guys. They call me to wherever they want to meet me. I go there, I listen to them. Okay, I listen to them, I reason with them. And I think if you give that kind of approach, it's only a very, very wild person that will not see your humility and your humbleness. She failed there. She goofed, unfortunately. She didn't know that, mamba walikuwa amepanua midomo hivi, na nyaya zimewekwa kila mahali. Akienda hivi, she walked right into it. Let me not belabor that, but it's unfortunate. And it is not anything to do with gender. Let not Kenyans talk about gender here. It's nothing completely to do with the gender. Hiyo ni uongo kabisa. Wacha watu waache kuongea hiyo mambo ya gender. It is pure lack of management tactics. Unasahau siasa imeisha, umekuwa kiongozi, umepata ving'ang'i, umepata malayon, umepata hizi. How do you tame them? That is what she lacked, and it's unfortunate. Some people are celebrating about that. That's why she's not getting help. Let me stop there, Makiadi.
Asante Stone PK. I think nimeona Fred ameinua mkono kwanza, lakini kabla nikupatie nafasi ya kuongea Fred, I just want to question Stone PK, but you'll answer this when you get a chance later on. Where do we draw a line between having a governor being blackmailed and having a governor perform freely? Because if MCAs can just demand something because they have the numbers and force the governor, twist the governor to do what they want, just because if she or he doesn't do that, they're going to impeach that person. Where do we draw the line? Because the same thing happened we have seen the same thing happening in other counties. But some governors wameingizwa baridi, wamekuwa blackmailed, wakatoa the line.
It happened in Makueni.
Yeah. So we should also ask ourselves, ni kweli MCAs wanaweza, it is their right, they have that, wako na hiyo uwezo ya kuimpeach governor, but then how do we protect our governors from being blackmailed? You can see what is happening in Nairobi is similar to what is happening in Meru, but now for the governor of Nairobi, the intimidation and blackmail is coming from one person in the name of the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. It's the same thing. Ati kama tutamkalisha chini, and you had the former women rep wa Kiambu, anaitwa sijui nani huyu, alikuwa anasema usituone tumenyamaza ukatudharau, we can act. These are people who are threatening the governor of Nairobi, somebody that has been elected by close to 1 million people. So we should also, as we speak much good of the MCAs of the Republic of Kenya and the counties, we should also try to, as much as possible, have a way that we can protect our governors from blackmails, our MCAs. And MCAs, if you don't give them money ya kwenda retreat, they will impeach you. That is what they have been doing. Even in Kericho, walikuwa mebook hoteli, Weston Hotel, waende wakae chini waone vile wanaweza unda komiti ya kuchunguza CECs, ya vetting ya CECs, until people outside said, no, you cannot do this with pesa ya raia. They are rogue. The MCs are rogue. They can do what they want. Hakuna mtu anaweza watisha until raia apige kelele kwa redio na kwa TV na kwa magazeti ndio waone this thing is going to make us very unpopular on the ground. So Stone PK, we also must protect our governors. Kama Kawira Mwangaza amesema wapatia watu ward fund kwa sababu haoni sababu ya kuwapatia ward fund, then we should also be asking, hiyo ward fund yenye walipewa kama walipewa last time, what did they do with it? Fred, karibu. Fred, unmute your microphone. Fred anatusikiza kweli ama yuko kando? Aendelea ndugu yangu, go ahead. It looks like Fred hatupati. Fred, nimekupatia nafasi, nimeona umeunmute microphone. I don't know if you can speak. Ama hautupati, we can move to the next person. Nancy, sijui kama uko tayari ama niende kwa roots or culture.
Muite Frederick ndiye atasikia.
Oh, Frederick. Ni wewe? I think ako na shida ya mitambo. Okay, sawa.
Muite Frederick ndiye atasikia.
Frederick, unatusikiza? Are you here? Ni wewe tunakupatia nafasi uongee. Stone PK. Mimi naona ni kama kuna shida ya mitambo. Frederick, unanisikiza kweli?
Ana shida, hata nimesikia hiyo echo imekuja after. I think there's a problem. It could be behind us.
No, okay. Frederick, if you can go ahead. Naona umeshika microphone. Kama unataka kujaribu kuongea, acha tukusikize. All right. Okay, wacha tujaribu. Nancy, if you want to go ahead and speak, and then tuende kwa roots of culture. Fred, fanya namna hii kama unanisikia Fred, you can talk alafu ingie tena. I think shida uko na nini? Uko na delay ya mitambo. Unaweza toka alafu rudi tena. Nancy, karibu.
Niongee?
Yeah, go ahead, Nancy.
Hey, mi kusema kweli sijafurahia vile wanataka kutoa huyo mama. There's no evidence. Unaona? There's no evidence kabisa. Amefanya nini? Bring evidence. Mi sijaona kama kuna evidence. So we're talking about that woman ama kuna topic ingine?
Yeah, we are talking about the impeachment proceedings ya Kawira Mwangaza, Meru County Governor. What is your opinion?
Yeah, mi sijaona evidence. Mi sijaona evidence kabisa.
Unaona ni kama anaonewa ama vile wanasema MCAs wanasema ya kwamba kuna kiburi sana, hakuna mtu ambaye anasikiza.
Naonewa, alafu hao MCAs waangalie tu, hata wakaya asifu, hata wako na any education ama uangalie tu wanakaa. They don't have a clue of what life is. Wenye imeona wapo wanakuja kufanya, mimi sijaona any evidence. Alafu mimi nimekasirika Ruto bila kuja kwa serikali ona ton like Waititu kesi imetupwa, Tom Queen imetupwa, yaani hajafanya kitu kingine, amefanyanga tu kutupa makesi. Hata kama wewe ni blind person niambie. Unaona, mi Ruto by the way niko hapa hivi, I know Ruto personally, hata si ati hata na have to change jina yangu. I think na have to change jina yangu because anajua kabisa because baba yangu ndo mwenye hiyo inaitwaje, mishra hiyo hospitali. ndo alimuuzia. I think I have to change my name. Yeah. Hiyo zulia yenye Mishra my dad ndo alimuuzia. Unaona? Na tuko neighbors kabisa. Watoto wangu wanasoma na watoto wa Mkurumenti. Nini? Kama watoto wangu wanasoma na watoto wa Mkurumenti shule moja. Wangekuwa like ati wako same age na watoto wa Ruto, wangekuwa wanasomesha moja, lakini they are not. Those are big. Watoto wangu ni wadogo. Lakini kile Mishra ako tu hapo kufanya ni kureward his confidence. Unaona? Hiyo tu. Mishra hayuko hapo at serve Kenyans. Hata hakuwa anajua atashinda. Unaona?
Haya, tumekusikia Nancy. Tumekusikia sana. I think I want to agree with what you're saying. I think most of the MPs ambao walikuwa wanaonekana ni kama wanapigania watu, especially in Rift Valley, the likes of Mishra mwenye umemtaja, the likes of the MP, former MP Alfred Keter. Kuna MP wengi sana tumewasikia ambao walikuwa wanapigania watu sana, and they had no reason. You know, these people had no reason. Hawakuwa na reason yoyote, let me say that, ya lose election because they were performing. They are the people who are forefront ya kupigania wakulima. As we all know ya kwamba the current person ambayo yuko pale kwa hiyo kiti hataki competition, na alikuwa anajaribu iwezekanavyo ku make sure ya kwamba mtu yeyote ambaye anaonekana ni mwanasiasa ambaye ni shupavu akijaribu kuinua kichwa inakatwa mapema kwa sababu ya kutotaka kuwa na ushindani mkali. So when people come to tell us here that William Ruto is a person who molds and guides young politicians, you should be asking them, Mishra ako wapi? Because Mishra is one person ambaye hata watu kwa constituency yake walikuwa wanajua anawasaidia. Mtu ambaye anaitwa Alfred Keteri was a performer na alikuwa anajulikana ya kwamba anafanya kazi, lakini kwa sababu ya kwamba walionekana ni kama watakuwa famous kidogo, watapata support ya wananchi na waonekane ni kama wataweza kumpiku kisiasa William Ruto, akaamua kuwakata miguu mapema. Hiyo ni siasa. Wacha tuone hiyo miaka yake 5 itakuwa namna gani kama ataimaliza. Asante Nancy. Wacha nimpatie Roots or Culture nafasi pia aongee. Karibu ndugu yangu.
Habari Makiadi. Yeah, so nataka tu concur with the stuff that you're saying about the MCAs and governors. Kwa sababu, first of all, the one perplexing thing about hii story ya Meru is the fact that the governor of Meru has not even been given a chance to serve as a governor, and everybody is already ganging up against her. It's not like she's been accused of embezzling funds from the coffers of the Meru government. Something that a lot of other politicians usually do a lot, especially in the national government, and they never seem to get any kind of sanctions leveled against them. This lady from Meru has been attacked, and frankly speaking, the way things are going in Meru, I feel like it's an attack on democracy, because at the end of the day, the voters who actually voted this lady in, if they like kick her out because of their own reasons. You see, like when Stone PK was saying that since this lady went into the governorship in Meru as an independent, now he kind of has to kowtow to the other politicians. You know what I'm saying? It is the people of Meru that chose her, not those politicians. So the people or those politicians need to respect the choices that the people of Meru made and play their parts. You know, play their part and work with this governor. But it's not supposed to be the other way around. The governor is not supposed to like bend down and kiss these other politicians' asses just because he does not belong to their political parties. At the end of the day, it is the people of Meru that chose him or chose her to be their governor, and therefore these other politicians, the MCAs, should respect that and not try to impeach this lady just because they don't agree with her, or maybe she's not like approachable or whatever it is that they're accusing her of doing. You know, because at the end of the day, I don't think she has done any like felonious activity, like something like terrible. Like for example, if you look at someone like Didmas Baraza, he was accused of shooting somebody dead, and nobody's trying to kick him out of parliament. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I feel like it's a vendetta against this lady, and those MCAs should be sanctioned. Something should be done to make them stop with that bad behavior. Because at the end of the day, they did not elect that woman into the position she's in. So that's my 2 cents for now. Maybe you can say 1 or 2 things about that.
Yeah, let me pass it on to Stone PK Kwanza. I think alikuwa na unfinished business, then we'll continue from there. Endelea, Stone.
Okay, thank you, Richie. Before I proceed on, let me just go a little bit to Bwana Roots. You see, with the leadership, you have to really know how to trend, and you have to know the transitions of leadership. You have to know when to throw punches. You have to know when to raise the tempo. You have to know when to go down. That is what is called leadership and management in leadership. You continue fighting even when you have already crossed the line. It is only detrimental. You know, as much as you say it's the people. Yes, it is true. The people just took you up to the finish line, but it's not the people you'll be working with. Even if you're elected overwhelmingly by everybody else, you need people to work with. So you need to know how to balance that, and then you know how to command respect from those people, and likewise you'll be able to, to wherever. You can't just say, oh, it's the people who did this, so they should leave. Kawira should be left alone. She can be left alone, but she'll do nothing. She'll do totally nothing.
Just a quick question.
She needs to pass bills. She needs that team, Bwana Roots. And that's why you need sometimes to swallow, even when it's bitter, for the sake of you to deliver. Okay? So I'm not saying that it's not the people's right. Yes, she was the people's choice. But she forgot she needs an army.
I have a quick question so that you can just respond to it.
Go ahead.
Richie said that sometimes these MCAs blackmail the governor. So what if you find yourself in a situation, if you're a governor, where you have a bunch of corrupt MCAs? Because we all know how much corruption is in Kenya, If you have a bunch of corrupt MCAs trying to blackmail you into doing whatever it is that you want them to do, so how are you going to navigate a bunch of people attacking you, like giving you like a bad faith attack? You know what I'm saying? They're not criticizing you based on reality, like they're just attacking you so that you can bend to their demands, and maybe they're corrupt and they're just trying to blackmail you. How do you navigate that?
I was heading there because I noted Richie also brought that up. So I wanted to sweep all that together. Now, this has not started today. Some of us saw these kind of things in their height when we were having what we call councillors. It was worse. Anybody who never saw how councils were, you know, councils managed affairs, huwezi jua hii siasa tunaita ya blackmail na nini inachezagwa namna gani. So what happens is, by the time you are being blackmailed, you must have opened up your belly. Okay? You must have dropped your guard. And it is so simple. Tusikatae kuona ukweli. I said, you know, you are unakanyanga mahali eggs ziko. You should be careful. Yes, you are accusing one main thing. I want to dwell on what she says she's being blackmailed about. The ward fund. I wish she consulted people like us to tell her how to navigate around that. This money is not going to people's pockets. She should be among the first governors to put, as they ask for this, you tell them, can we do this at our assembly? Put X, Y, Z about this money you guys want. Because this money, CMC anaenda anapewa kwa mfuko, anapewa kwa account aende. It's part of our project money. So she should engage experts, whether they want 40 or 50 million, if she can have it, but then she should put tight. For example, how you manage projects and programs. This money, we don't just give money kwa gunia, ubebe, MCO ubebe ukapeleke kwa ward. No, you don't do that. Okay? And after all, when the constitution will be amended, they'll get big monies for the ward. And it's not for the councillors. For me, if I were her, I would be there putting structures and terms of reference, which they call policies, which they can do at at that council level. All right. So yeye kupigana ati wanataka 20 million badala ya 10 million, hata hiyo 10 million wanapewa pasi wanakula. Okay, so we are not safe. you understand? So that, I think she should have really bought time. And you can buy time, as you say, sijakataa na pesa iko na hivi. Again, I said these are personal skills in terms of maneuvering those kind of wherever. And she has brains in Meru. She has a lot of people around her. Another thing she has gone carelessly doing. How do you come parading your husband everywhere, sincerely speaking, and people are mad with you? Those are silly things for a mature person. Unaenda unampronounce, why don't you lie low, umalize siku 100, then you can bring in your husband later and must you announce. They sound simple, but they are very irritating. Simple but very irritating to people who are feeling angered, umewanyima pesa ya ward. So they will find excuses. Then kidogo unakuja unaambiwa uko na nisi yako, sister yako, nine yako, mabodyguards ni wako. Then you come to press, you are defending that. Unaambiwa ni nepotism. Then you start saying there is nothing wrong with that. She's selling herself. Unaona? She should have played easy. 100 days of trying to do what we call consolidating people and buying. There is what we call buying support. You buy it not with money. Yeah, you buy by ile tukumanage pole pole. Then after maybe halfway the year, she can bring the husband, appoint her what you want. By that time, watu watakuwa wamekupenda, wamejua you are working. They cannot start ganging against you. By the time they start ganging against you, you are 1 year through. But where even 2 months are not there, you are parading your husband, you are parading your niece, your sister, and you can parade silently when you are accused. Apologize and no mutoe. If you think you blundered, but unapiga kifua, unasema there's nothing wrong to do with this. Mutajua, most of you don't understand Kimeru. That's why you don't know, like those clips, what she's been saying. It's terrible. You don't do that. Thank you.
Alex, alafu tuende kwa Fred, then we can take another lap.
I've listened to Stone PK today. I don't know what he has been smoking. He is my good friend. I don't know if I'm the one who did not watch the committee proceedings very well. Mahali amenishindia peke yake ni maybe I don't understand Kimeru. But statements like, how do you parade your husband? For heaven's sake, Mr. Makiadi, should you stop working with your wife just because you have won the governorship and people are against you, and now you stop working with your wife, Makiadi? Should you really do that? And the other thing is, money has not been given back. Ruto is playing politics with the county governments, Makiadi, and to the point whereby people like Sibarati have been bought. They are holding that money, and it looks like until and unless you go to State House, the way this money is going to be released, it is going to be like some people are going to be reprimanded. Today you saw which governor, the governor for Busia, Otuoma, said he has to work with the Ruto government. That blackmail is really bad, Mr. Stone PK. Stone PK, the blackmail that the Ruto government is using is of high quality to a point whereby they are reprimanding and they are actually punishing people who are not working with them. And look, when you are saying, Stone PK, that he should have called these people and started telling them how they should work, that is part and parcel of what we want to stop in Kenya. The woman said very clearly that for Kiraitu Murungi not to be impeached or not to be disturbed, he agreed to give them 25 million. Munya gave them 20 million. But the amount they are supposed to receive legally is 10 million. And that's what she gave them. So must they go to boardroom to start negotiating? If we don't want to impeach you, sasa to pay pesa, sasa tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. I think still I stand. There are so many men, governors who have done worse things that have not even been put in the newspaper, but because they are able to bribe the MCS, everything is kept on the carpet. But because this woman, of course, I do agree, she has gone overboard in one way or the other, but she has stood firm. Today in Kisii, there is very bad politics, and I think it's going to explode very bad in the future, because Sai Simbarati is not talking with who? Onyonka, because of money and because of appointments. Such kind of things. When you become an executive and you want to perform, it is your duty to decide who you are going to choose. The MCAs have no right to tell you who to choose. You choose your people, take them to them, take that name to them, let them vet those names. If they feel like it's not right, watch our wakatai. But they should not tell you who you are going to choose. That is part of the problem that I am seeing in Meru. But the issue of you saying that he should not parade his husband, that is irritating. My friend, that woman has a right to walk with his husband, come rain, come sunshine. You cannot stop being with your husband just because you are a member, you are a governor, and the MCAs are feeling that they are being irritated. Of course, there were videos that were put that the husband said things which actually even me I did not like. But do you criminalize association of a husband and a wife? You can't. Even those MCAs are working with their wives. They're sleeping with their wives. They went back to their wives. So I think the issue of first gentleman is, I think, very delicate. I don't know how they are going to deal with it. It looks like men's chauvinism in Meru is of high caliber. and it's a patriarchal society whereby I think they don't value this woman in one way or the other, because it looks like from the onset when she won, a plan had already been hatched on how to get her out. The whole issue is not about character, Mr. Stone. I think the whole issue is about money. If these MCAs could have been given 25 million the way they wanted, they would not be making the noise they are making today. If these MCAs could have received the 25 million that they wanted, we couldn't be seeing this impeachment motion going on today. That is what all I saw. But maybe I don't know the Meru politics. Maybe it's more complicated than I know, because each and every county is different. But from where I sit and from how I saw the proceedings, the issue is more of money. Had money been poured to those MCAs to the tune of 25 million, we could not have seen the things that are happening today. But now, all other things now are coming in so that they cannot talk about the money, so that this woman can go away and a person can come who is able to bankroll the activities of all these MCAs. Otherwise, for me, I think money is a factor there. It is not even character. Thank you, Makiadi.
Thank you, Alex. Let's try Fred. Let's see if your mic is okay now. Fred. Frederick, can you hear me? Unanisikia? Hebu jaribu microphone yako tuone kama imekuwa sawa. Frederick. Hapa iko bala.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead, endelea.
Hello? Hello? Thank you. Morning over there. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. You hear me? Hello?
Tunakusikia bana. Ongea.
Hello?
We can
Is this
hear
okay?
you. Yes, go on. We can hear you.
About Kawira, if you have been I've been following, though I'm not in Kenya, but I've been following about Kawira issues since the start. Kawira is being fought because of money and the big wigs. Big wigs are Munya and this man CS Agriculture. Before that, you know, this it was a surprise for independent person to win in that region. That region uses Meru. So there were two big wigs. Two bigs were Huda and for the bars, this Kreitu. So before that, this Kawira came in by surprise. Even the one we call Ruto was surprised how Kawira came to win this seat. So before that, they came to conclude that how comes now Kawira, she's being fought, that she's short-tempered, she's arrogant. How comes she's arrogant and she has been serving as a women rep for that, and people for Meru elected him to be a governor. So if you follow recently, Munya senses thought that Kawira is going to be impeached. So that last week he quoted that I'm going back to politics now. But before he said that, I'm going to retire from politics to go and do my farming. So after that, if you have been watching keenly also, you came and realize this is the move of the motion. This second term MCA is being pushed. Maybe we have done analysis when other people knows how much he hold in their accounts, how much he left after the campaign, and how much, if all things were to be anyhow being done correctly, or how the money has been exchanged from the bigwigs to this guy, you can be surprised. Kawira is not short-tempered, or is not arrogant. If she was arrogant, then you cannot tell me that overnight or after the 64 days now she has changed. No, that's a big wig is being fought that lady. And about the gentleman, what's the problem with this? I see Ruto with our first lady. I see other people. I see other county introduce their first ladies. What about are you fighting this lady for? And Kawira, by the way, she's not going anywhere. I think we are waiting to see. And otherwise, I think all those MCAs who fought for the impeachment, if they go right away to their to election, if you go back to there, they will not be elected anymore. They cannot get even a vote from that region because all Marians, they have already collected the signature more than 86,000. It's awaiting them also. You know, they are being waited outside there by tomorrow or the other day or the next day. So let the Kawira do the work, and then they continue, but it's not going anywhere. And again, I saw somebody when I was watching about Tobiko sentiments to her. Tobiko, you know, the way she was embracing herself, she has forgotten that the other day he was fighting with his brother, the CS for environmental. Tobiko, I know you can remember. Even she fought the husband. When the husband, you know the scenario, where is it? She was defeated the government. You know the ladies are being jealous to the other for ladies. So you see, she was defeated. But now the way she was asking those questions, she wasn't in that attitude that you can uplift. If she was really in need that for women empowerment, the way she was stating is this Tobiko. She wasn't for that lady. I think there was something cooking again. But I came to realize when you choose a lawyer for your legal advice, I can advise you. I'm also a politician. I've been in politics for more than 26 years. This the last time is when you are out. But when you are choosing a legal advisor like lawyers, please don't be very fast to go to your community, most of your community or your friend or your family to be your legal advisor. No, you see right away the legal team for the MCAs, my friend. If I was supposed to rate them in percentage, they are like 9% out of 100. It's 9 out of 100 because what they lay out, it cannot make any sense at all. But let's wait up to 2:30. I'll be watching from where I am. I hope for Kawira for the best. Thank you for giving me this chance. Thank you, boss.
Thank you so much, my brother Fred. I think Stone PK, just to bring the breaking news here, I am looking at the breaking news right now that the veteran TV anchor Catherine Kasavuli has passed on at the age of 60 at Kenyatta National Hospital after a battle with cancer. And that is confirmed by KBC MD, acting MD Samuel Maina. So veteran Kasavuli, veteran news anchor, kwa wale ambao walikuwa wanamjua Catherine Kasavuli, mwenda zake ameaga dunia kwa saratani. Inasemekana amekuwa akipambana na saratani kwa muda. So she's passed on at the age of 60. May God rest her soul in peace, in eternal peace. So nani ameondoka tena, nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza swali, but Frederick ameleta a very good issue hapa. Hii vita ya governor wa Meru, Stone PK, hata umesema hapa mambo mingi sana juu ya governor wa Meru. Mimi ningependa sana kujua governor wa Meru, is it the same governor wa Meru ambaye alikuanga women rep wakati wa the previous whatever government? I think she was a women rep, women representative, and she worked very well with the people of Meru. And from our association with the ground, we might judge her character here, say she's arrogant, She does not mingle well with people. She does not have that charisma to work well with the people. But also we have to ask ourselves, how did she manage to survive the past 5 years as the women rep of Meru County? So ask ourselves such questions. Why is it that when she goes for the governor's seat ndio watu wanaona hizi makosa mingi sana? I agree na hiyo kitu Fred amesema. Unless there is somebody, na labda Guru amekuja hapa, Guru ndiye ako ground anajua hii maneno sana. Unless kuna mtu ambaye anataka hii kiti ya governor ya Meru angesema mapema. Kuna watu, na tumesema hapa kila wakati, kuna watu ambao walishindwa hii kiti, walitafuta sana na wakashindwa. CS Munya alionja hii kiti tamu moja akatupwa nje, hii ya Meru. CS wa agriculture, hii jamaa alishikwa kwa hoteli huko akiwa bila nguo, alikuwa anataka kuwa governor ya Meru akashindwa. Kiraitu akaonja tamu moja akatupwa nje. So Meru ni hot cake, Meru ni hot cake. Sijui ni nini inaendelea huko, lakini let's give this lady huyu hata tukisema ya kwamba ati ana parade the husband. Mimi ninaangalia national level Stone PK, naangalia vile politicians wa national level wana behave, na ninaona vile Mwangaza anakuwa judge. I think people are being unfair to her. Na Alex amesema hapa hivi, there's no way you can separate the husband from the wife. Ati analala sijui kwa nyumba ya governor, bwana hafai kwenda kwa nyumba ya governor. You know, there's some things zenye tunasema zimekuwa petty. How can you even prevent the first lady from sleeping at State House? We will not go that route. I think it is very important that we be fair to Kawira Mwangaza. Vile tunaona watoto wa nabii huko juu wanatembea wakisema wako na maofisi na maadvisors, na hakuna mtu anawauliza kitu. Juzi umesikia mtoto wa nabii amesema ako na advisor wa trade, mpaka watu wakauliza huyu advisor wa trade analipwa na pesa ya nani? Kama aliambiwa wacha kierere na baba yake, utaniharibia. Huku deputy nabii anaomba pesa ya pay bill, na tunasikia bibi yake anaenda huko, sijui anatoa pesa kwa kanisa, sijui wanazunguka na ndege all over the place, and nobody is complaining. We are talking about bad usage ya pesa, utumizi mbaya wa pesa ya serikali. But you see the spouses of the two guys at the top, they are rotating all over the places, wakifanya vituko zao huko. Wengine wameenda president akienda nje ziara rasmi za serikali, bibi yake naye anaenda huko kukutana na maprofet huko, anawaambia kujeni muombee Kenya, na analipiwa ndege analipiwa ndege na taxpayer. For what? Aende huko kwenda kuzunguka akitafuta watu wakuje kuombea watu Kenya. Maombi alienda huko South Korea kwenda kuitisha nabii wakuje kuomba Kenya. Tumemuona ameenda Amerika huko wakati president anashughulika huko kwa mikutano na president wa US. Bibi yake ameenda mikutano na mapasta huko. So let us treat Kawira Mwangaza the same way we are treating these guys. You know? Kama hatuwezi complain na watu wakifanya hizi vituko, basi tuachie na Kawira Mwangaza, hata tumpatie nafasi afanye kazi. Julia.
I'm just wondering, I was listening to Stone PK. Stone PK, now I understand. Meru, kwanza nianza hii debate nikasema ninatetea wa Merians, and I don't want to include them in this thing I'm seeing with the MCAs, and I was thinking that I don't think the MCAs represent the attitude of the Meru community. But I'm sorry, Stone, listening to you now, I get it. It's like a woman should not air her misgivings. And she has no right to do so. And she should bow down and beg. Is it because she's a woman? You people in Kenya society, when you don't see our husbands, when we are leaders, and you don't see our husbands with us, mnasema tumewakalia. But now when you see them, you have a problem with it again. You see, if you don't see our husbands and we are leaders, mnasema tumekalia mabwana zetu ndio sababu hawaonekani kwa picha yote. What if she was the president? What if I become president today? think about the situation and become the president of the Republic of Kenya. Would you gonna see my husband as a first gent and call him the first gent? And of course, he's likely to appear in most public occasions because he's a first gentleman. And I think you'll see him ushering me left and right. Are you going to impeach me because you see my husband all the time? I mean, what is this Meru thing? Because most of the complaints they had was the husband did this, the husband was senior.
Julia,
Yeah.
they are even against the husband using the official vehicle of the governor. And we see even the president, the deputy president, other governors wanatumia gari ya serikali pamoja na spouses wao.
If your spouse is the king or the president, I mean, you cannot separate the two. Because Makeri, if I'm in the government's vehicle and I'm the president or the governor, you're gonna see my spouse and my children around me, right? If I have a normal family, what is wrong with this? I'm now Stone PK. I won't say like Alex, I'm disappointed by your views. I'm very disappointed, and I won't take that. That she has to bow down, she has to beg them, she has to appease them. In order to, how long is she gonna do that? Now, you people, you are saying it's not about being a woman. This is male chauvinism, first and foremost, that is being used. First and foremost, there's a lot of male chauvinism coming from that county government. Secondly, I think someone is using these MCAs to get their agenda in. Thirdly, I suspect that even William Samoei Ruto is involved in this. If they decide to impeach her in the Senate, I will confirm that the central government is involved in this. But the argument of the husband thing, this is male chauvinism. You people, you are trying to say that if you are a governor somewhere or you are a female leader somewhere, you shouldn't air your misgivings and you should try and talk people to agree with you even when you think they are doing the wrong thing and stoop down. I refuse that. Kenyan ladies, I refuse that. Don't buy that. Never buy that. So if you have the opportunity to lead anywhere.
Julia, remember they put a video that the husband said something, and then that MC has the audacity to say, because he's the husband and they sleep together, probably they spoke about it. And then even Boni Alwale asked them, Boni Alwale asked them a very good question. If I'm a criminal, are you going to if I steal today? Sifuna asked him, you see, that was so petty that whatever the first gentleman says, they put it on Kawira and say that is her who has said it. That's man chauvinism. I'm sorry for intervening, but it really made me mad. That video really made me mad.
That's so annoying, Alex, that they are going after the husband because on behalf of the woman, on behalf of the governor. I mean, they are pinning down. So even if the husband is a drunkard, they'll come around and tell her that she's a governor and the husband is a drunkard. I mean, I'm saying this, Kenyan women, don't buy this intimidation. This is intimidation of the highest order, and this kind of societies they should not be encouraged in this country. In a civilized nation like Kenya, asilalamike wakitaka hii pesa. According to Stone, I'm sorry I have to use you, but on a light note. Now, according to Stone, is that kama wanataka 20 million, awapatie 20 million, wasikasirike, asiwakasirishe. So for how long is she gonna do this, man? Na asionekane na bwana yake. Huyo ni bwana yake, na kama wanataka Kawira, waambie Kawira wanamtaka, awache huyo bwana yake aende wamuoe wote. I don't know that they are going to marry her, all of them, but she has a husband. Very good. I'm very proud of Kawira, because there we see our leaders, female leaders, with their spouses in the open. I'm very proud of her. She has given us a good illustration that a woman can be a leader and a woman can be soberly married and have a stable relationship in a marriage with a husband and children. So I'm very proud of Kawira. She's brought to the picture her husband and her family, where some people would not do that, and that is the way we should go, so that when we have female leaders, they are proud of their spouses. Sasa hii maneno asiasilete bwana yake asionekane asipande gari yake. that's why I began by saying, I think, Richard, I think Meru Messiahs are behaving like monkeys in a zoo. Asante.
Asante Julia. Kuna mtu anaitwa Rejoice sijui Shimie hapa ametoa testimony hapo kwa sitaki nisome, sijui anataka asaidiwe namna gani. Hii sasa ni gani Julia? Huyu ameandika hapa sijui anaitwa Rejoice nani? Hii atasaidiwa namna gani? Sijui
I don't know. I think she's trying to advertise something which she should be prevented because she's saying she went to.
Hata usisome, wachana
I
naye.
don't know. She went to who and the person treated her. I know, blah blah blah. So I think you should tell Kenyans don't buy such testimonies or whatever.
Sasa mwenye kutuma huo ujumbe, kama unatusikia tafadhali, hapa hatuko na mitambo ya kuadvertise madawa, sijui ni madawa ya uganga, sijui ni madawa ya hospitali. Hatufanyi hiyo biashara hapa. Sisi tunakuja kuongea mambo ya siasa na yale ambayo yanaendelea kwa nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo tafuta KBC, KTN ziko huko, unaenda unalipa masaa pale, wanakuchapishia ujumbe kama ni dawa unataka kuadvertise. Lakini hapa sisi hatutakusaidia na hiyo. Hatujui imetoka wapi na hatujui unaelekea wapi na hiyo. Guru, wewe ndio umesema ya kwamba Mwangaza ako na makosa, anafaa tolewe na hawa MCAs. Hebu tueleze ni kwa nini?
Makiadi, the first thing I must correct is that I was among the first to defend this lady. When I hand Stone PK, go very hard on her. And Kawira is suffering from multiple, problems because the forces aligned against her have not just started. They have been there for the years she has been in leadership. Kawira, once she got the women rep, she embarked on a very aggressive campaign to get the governorship. She's been out there in the villages, assisting the very poor through, and also publicizing the same through her TV station, which was being managed by the husband, Murega Mbaisho. So at one time they were harassed by the former governor, Kiraito Murungi, under the wish that they were not paying taxes and so on and so forth. So it's a big political fight that she's been through. This is a lady who did not go to campaign with any of the MCAs. She ran her own individual campaign. They never campaigned for her, neither did she campaign for them. This is a lady who also defined the political parties. Basically, Meru was singing UDA, but she did not show any intention of joining that party. She was confident about herself as an individual, and she did not want perhaps to have a situation like the one that faced this lady in Kirinyaga, Puritan Girichi. So therefore, she's uplifted herself, which is not a very easy thing, especially in a patriarchal community like the Meru. And therefore, even to win the the confidence of the men of Meru to turn out and vote for her is something that the rights of Kiraito Murungi cannot imagine, and the rights of Peter Munya. Therefore, this is a lady who also has been
church minister in that area. That's where she started. And I think she comes as a fairly open, non-corruptible individual. Because one of the things that is saying is that she used the money they were given, about 100 million, as women rep, to do good to the people. And the results are visible. Therefore, she came in with a lot of self-confidence into this office. Unfortunately, our politics do not go like that. Our politics is driven by underlying conspiracies between men and women who know the game. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. And therefore, when she came into office, she had an agenda. And because I think she wants to run a clean government, she met already some structures set out, some of which were not within the legal circles. I mean, they had no what we call legal frameworks, like the World Development Fund. So these people, the MCAs, were being given 10 million for the World Development Fund. And then there was an unexplained amount which was also given to them and perhaps never accounted for. This is what she did not want to get into, and actually invited this lady who is in charge of budgeting, controller of budget, to explain to the MCAs about the World Development Fund and its place in the legal circles. The head of budget, or I would call her the controller of budget, explained to the MCAs that they should not receive any money directly, but they can tell the governor what projects they are needed in their wants so that she can implement. But this is not what the MCAs want. Therefore, she put herself on the table of Galentine, because first of all, she has external political enemies that she defeated, and who, unfortunately, have the majority of MCAs. Meru County is constituted mainly, not even UDA MCAs, it is constituted mostly of Keraito Moronge Party and Peter Munya Party. Okay? So you can see she is trapped between two very strong forces. And not also to forget that the UDA has also put a foothold there. So these fights are generated from very far. Then it so happens the husband who has walked with her all through her political journey, perhaps even giving her the strategies to use. Now comes the focus of hostility. Mulega Mbaisho has done nothing wrong. And if you go to the history of our counties, you find governors who are men have been carrying around their wives and even giving them duties. In fact, during the session, they printed out a video where Keraito was appointing the wife to play certain duties within the county. So is it because Murega Baicho is a man? That is a question for chauvinists to answer. The other thing has to do with the fact that she's a and these men, you obviously know they meet somewhere at night over a beer or two and talk about which tender to give to who. And this may not work out with this lady. Okay? So therefore, she's fighting the cartels or people who want to do business with the county, and they are finding no way out. She is fighting the political forces that she defeated. She is also fighting a section of male chauvinists in the community. So therefore, and she's saying very clearly, this is all about money. In fact, if the MCAs were to be given the money, like the one they were given by Kiraito and Munya, I don't think they will bother about her. Okay? Therefore, I agree with Julia, there is some mischief on the part of men in this respect. And I do not know how the Senate will judge this one, but already it is very clear that the accusations they have against her do not meet the threshold of impeaching a governor. And even if she might have been arrogant, is it a crime to be arrogant as a leader? How many men are arrogant in their leadership? The approach she wants very formal, very formal way of interaction. What's wrong with that? I think she finds herself. The various forces do not agree to her approach towards leadership, in the sense that our leadership has become like a conspiracy of those in power to steal from their subjects. And this is very serious, because if you remember very well what happened in Makueni, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. That Kivuta Kibwana was confident enough to say, let's do away with this county leadership. We go back to the people. They tell us what they want. Okay? In fact, I heard that were it not for the fact that we had just adopted the default system of government, that there was a feeling that it would start undermining the counties if we were to start dissolving counties. Then and it was almost accepted, and therefore we wait to see what decision will be made on this lady. She has done nothing wrong. She may not even be as learned as Kiraito is, but she may not even have the intellectual depth in terms of approaching issues or even expressing herself. But you see, she was voted by the people. Okay? She was voted by the people and should be given an opportunity to roll out her agenda. Okay? So therefore, let's wait and see what happens. However, those who value women leadership, men and women, have the obligation to stand with Kawira Mwangaza, with her weaknesses and strengths at this stage of our development. Asante.
Asante Guru. Hii maneno ya Kawira hii, maneno ya Kawira ni ngumu sana, lakini I believe she will come out of this fight victorious. That is what I believe, because these accusations are very flimsy, very, very flimsy. And I remember the same thing happened. If you ask me what happened with Waigoro, I don't know what happened to Waigoro, but Waigoro also passed through the same thing. Yeah, Likua, yes, Guru. I think she was accused of, is it corruption or what?
No, just even not talk about corruption because I don't think they have proved any case against Kawira. But on the other note, I don't know whether it's a problem across our region. Even Purity Girichi got into great problems when the husband started accompanying her in various meetings. And some feel that part of the problem why she was beaten was because of that. Because some started asking, is it the husband who will be running the county or the wife? Yeah?
Yeah, I think we should start talking about the the perception of women leaders in the perception of men towards women leaders in that region. Looks like it's not just an issue to do with Kawira Mwangaza. It's an issue to do with how women are perceived in a certain region in terms of leadership. And people, they say that when hyena wants to, is it hyena manigani ile inasemekananga when what that saying that goes, it starts saying inanuka kama ni fisi.
Yeah.
When a hyena wants to eat its kids, semanga wananuka kama mbuzi. Kuna saying kama hiyo. So this issue ya Kawira Mwangaza is not even about MCA kunyimwa milioni 10. Maybe they just don't like the shape of her head. They don't like the way she walks. They don't like the way she mingles with her husband. There's always something. Mtu kama anakuchukia guru, atatafuta tu kijisababu cha kukuharibia. Na huyu Kawira Mwangaza, vile tumesema hapa, aliangusha magwiji wa kisiasa. So whatever flimsy excuse that will come your way, hiyo ndio unatumia kuangusha mtu. And this is what is happening with her. So Stone PK, and you are going to make your remarks next. Mimi nakubaliana na wale ambao wanasema these MCAs must be tamed. Hawa MCAs wa Meru hawana kesi yoyote kuhusiana na huyu mama. Hawa watu ni watu ambao wamelipwa kumove a political agenda. Na hii agenda inakuwa moved na wale watu ambao walipoteza uchaguzi. And people, sijui guru kama uliona kampeni ya yao mzee. Unajua watu hawajui. Kuna siku I think nilichezea, sijui kama Julia uliona ile video nilicheza hapa ya bwanake Kawira Mwangaza. Ile kazi ule mzee alifanya, mama anajua. That guy campaigned for the wife.
Actually, I think that's why she feels very indebted to him.
Exactly.
Because I think even immediately she won the women rep, it is that husband who kept the fire burning for her across the region. And let me tell you, it's not easy to convince one corner of Meru and the other one just to think about you and overlook even political parties. It's not easy. And Meru is also diverse. There is the upper Meru, which is more agriculturally rich in terms of crops. Then the lower Meru, which is a bit dry. So therefore, to be able to penetrate that community and win, especially for a woman, a lot of groundwork was done. And Makiu, I repeat again, she never campaigned for any MCA, and they never campaigned for her. No party campaigned for her. She ran her own campaign.
Yeah, I think there's a time.
And look at the husband. I think I'm beginning to like this man. He backed her for campaign a women rep and campaign a governor. If really this husband was like this MCAs, the PK is arguing that she's argumentative, she argues a lot, she disagree. I don't think this husband would have campaigned for this woman. And this husband is standing or with her. This man needs a pat on his back too. That's my take.
They even went for her background in marital affairs because Murega Baisho is said to have left the first wife. And Kawira is also said to have left the husband. And then they united.
I'm telling you,
it became a big political issue. And you know what? Murega Mbaicho told them, huu mama ndio mnajua tu, nina wengi, hata wengine wako Western Kenya na wana watoto wangu. She has accepted me the way I am, and I have accepted her the way she is. So what is your problem? Shinda yenu iko wapi?
Mimi nimeona huyu mzee. I think there's a time I played here a video ya huyo mzee akiwa kwa campaign. The mzee could pull a crowd ya watu ambaye hata party yenyewe ya Mbas, Azimio or UDA were not able to pull. Crowd ya watu ambao walikuwa nakuja kwa kampeni ya huyo mama kwa sababu ya hiyo gitaa moja ya huyo mzee. Huyo mzee akikamata gitaa Julia, I think I will look for those videos one of these days. Uone hiyo video, kampeni ya huyo mama na huyo mzee. They did not depend upon, hawakuwa na branding mingi ati sijui UDA kazi sijui nini, hawakuwa na hiyo vitu mingi, hiyo upuzi mingi ya branding ya party. They did not have. They fought the battle, two of them. Huyo mzee alikuwa anakamata gitaa, anapigia watu muziki wanakatika, alafu mama anakuja anapiga campaign. Na hivyo ndio walitoboa hiyo Meru. Hii watu wengine wote walimwaga pesa na nini, they did not connect with the ground. And now taking that lady from that seat ni kujaribu kunyang'anya watu uchaguzi ambao waliwapatia uongozi. You know, they were accepted by the people. They were voted by the people. So trying to snatch that seat from her is an injustice, not only to Kawira Mwangaza, and umemuita Murega Baicho. Nimeshika hiyo jina vizuri sana. Anaitwa Murega Baicho. Murega Baicho. It is not injustice just to Murega Baicho, Apostle, and Reverend Kawira Mwangaza, but it is also an injustice to the people of Meru who lined up to vote for them. Unawanyang'anya uchaguzi wao.
Makiadi.
Yes.
Do you know she had 206,000 votes. The second had 184 or thereabouts. So you can see that and running her own campaign without any party structure, that is not a very mean feat.
Dani Darius ananiambia kuna gita ingine ambaye mama anajua. Mimi sijui hiyo ni gani Dani Darius. Mimi ni ile gita moja.
That Dani Darius, that man is smart in always. That man tunampa pongezi, smart in the house, outside always.
Hiyo gitaa yenye niliona akipiga kwa campaign ndio mimi peke yangu ninajua. Sijui ingine. Wewe Stone PK, wewe umepigwa na mawe hapa sana. Sijui unataka kujibu ama namna gani?
No, I don't do that. I just want to correct one thing Julia has blown out of proportion. I did not talk about, when I talked about parading her husband, I think all of you panels are lost today. Tonight, mumekuwa overwhelmed. I said the way, you know, and I want you guys to go and play all those videos of Meru so that you get informed vizuri and you get to know Kawira vizuri. Some of us know her very well personally from 2013. And the reason why she's popular is not the guitar Makiadi. It is the job she has done. This lady has done groundwork, and the Guru knows. See guitar, she has an NGO called Okolea. She goes down there. And being a women rep is not equivalent to being a governor, ladies and gentlemen. A women rep, you don't have many people to deal with. She's good. She's running her TV and she's running her NGO. Ako kule chini akipatia na akisaidia maskini. That's why she's popular. Nobody disputes that. Guys, ladies and gentlemen. But there is something called character. And nobody disputes Baicho, gentlemen and lady. Okay? People appreciate. But you don't come there. The first thing you do is to assign your husband, you know, that duties, and you are emphasizing so much. Yes, appreciate he has supported you. Is it the first priority to come announcing of ambassador and all these things? Whichever way you may want to look at it, I would just call you, go look at the video. There is something called character in leadership. It's key, however popular you are. Like the way we know character Ruto, Ayuzi, but he has money. Now, Kawira is best in helping the poor. She's good totally. And she's good in managing her individual company. but not managing people, ladies and gentlemen. There's people management. I'll rest it at that. So I'm not saying that it is wrong to parade your husband. Nobody disputes that. Of course, there are those perceptions, and it's not only in that region, it is the entire of Africa. Africa yote, you overcarry your husband or your wife, utasikia hiyo kelele. Na hiyo ni kelele tunaitanga ni achura ile haizuii uendelee, but you don't go answering the crowd. Mutaniona, mutachoka, huyu ni bwana yangu. I mean, that is stooping too low. It is too low as a leader. Umechaguliwa, you are a winner, you are a conqueror. You don't have to keep on going. And that's your husband or your wife. Nothing, hakuna kitu itanini. You don't have to go singing about it. You know, those are things Africans don't want to see. And I mean, nobody is, it's really so much, you know, that usikuje na bwana yako, usikuje na bibi yako. It is how you manage people once you become a leader. It is key. How you talk to people, it is key. People can vote for you because of how you have helped them with school fees. Okay? But you will need MCAs to work with on day-to-day basis. Guys, you've lost there. You need those MCAs, hata kama ni wambasi, hata kama ni wa UDA. You need them. You have to command them. But you have to have a style. Hata tukipiga hapa tupige nduru, those MCA have to, hata sikuwa, in fact, I don't think she will be impeached. But who will she work with? You guys, those of you, Frederick is not here, he's been in politics. He knows how difficult it can be. Wambora comes from my place. 5 years of Wambora difficulties. He never made it. And then for him, because he's very rude, he said, okay, you guys, I will not work with you. I will eat all the money. Did the people of Embu benefit? Guru, you are there. Yeah? Because Wambora said, okay, MCA munanikata, you're impeaching me. Hakuna ndururu itaenda kwa nini. So he squandered all the money. Until Embu Hospital ilikuwa hata taa hakuna. Is that what we want? Because if the MCAs don't work with the governor can decide to do whatever he wants. But fortunately now the money is being managed by only 3 people: Ruto, Gachagua, and Waiguru. Yeah, so I think Meru will lose either way. Thank you very much.
Rejoinder.
Haya, endelea.
Bwana PK, I think no one individual is like the other. So to expect Kawira to be Kiraito Murungi is a long shot.
No. Did I say that?
Let me elaborate.
I didn't talk of Kiraito Murungi. He was one of the worst governors.
Let me elaborate. First of all, I want to correct you. Wambora fought in great battles in the first term, and most of the time was wasted in that fighting. In the second term, ask me, I'll tell you what happened. Those MCAs who were in the second term had nothing to complain about. I won't elaborate that one here. Now, what these people want is to be given money without following the legal procedures. In fact, Kawira said, when she was asked what would bring harmony in Meru, she just said, let's have a legal framework to release the money for World Development Fund. That will bring down all those accusations these people are trying to pin on her. And I believe so. It's about money. It's not even about her style. It's just about money. Unfortunately, she might have to play the ball. Although the way I heard, it's like she's not ready to sit ground. Because I think she doesn't want to be followed after she's through with her term. And being an independent candidate is very easy to find yourself in jail. Escape are normally those who are very wired through the political systems. So therefore, even as you criticize this lady, her approach. She might be just passionate about her work and does not want anybody to mess it up. She might even be very, very poor in her PR, but she's in the running ropes because, like PK has said, she was a women rep. Which is okay, but have we given her chance? Why this rush to put them on this lady? Are those others, the men who are governors, are they angels? Some have even done very outrageous things. Even some have done unilateral decisions. They have sacked doctors and many other things that if you follow the law, you will find there are no basis of doing so. If a lady like Madam Governor, mimi namuitanga Madam Kindete kwa sababu yeye amesema atakaa Kindete. So if she has said this is the way she wants to run her county within the legal structures, and she does not want those side shows and money filtering through without accountability, why can't the MCS give her that chance? As a leader, they should. You can only accuse her if she misuses the money. The husband is an unpaid worker. In fact, she's. I think the reason she wants to keep the husband close is that he's actually the anchor to her politics. Yeye ndiye anashika mashinani sawa sawa na vijana, kina mama na kila mtu, and ask directly the community, do you want me to send off my husband, to stay away? The community has said no, we want him to be accompanying you, sababu tukimuona tumekuona na tunajua shinda zetu sinakufikia. So why shouldn't we let just a few people who are malicious and maybe they feel frightened that a woman won a county seat and big county seat derail democracy? Nobody has complained that Kawira stole votes. Nobody. So 30 days, is it 62, 64 or so days? They cannot work. How? Stone PK. I don't want to tell you, but our politics is not very straight. People want leaders they can easily manipulate and get what they want for individual gain. And being a pastor, Kawira has refused. So what is wrong with that? Politics to get her out. I can tell you this, even if the Senate passes that she is impeached and she goes to court, she will be reinstated. That's a fact. That's a matter of fact, because there is no substantive, ground for her being impeached.
Okay, I think Guru has exhausted that point. Roots or culture, umenyamaza for a while. Let's hear from you.
Okay, for me, I've actually listened to Stone PK and I've listened to what everybody else is saying. And since I don't know like the grassroots politics of Meru, I don't think I want to like dive deep into that. But from what I heard Stone PK saying, I think he had a lot of there is a lot of sense to what he's saying. Stone PK is not necessarily opposed to this governor, but the what actually he's opposed to is the way the governor is presenting herself. And the reality of the matter is this issue of top leaders always bringing in their spouses into like public arenas. Like, for example, someone like a governor, like giving their wives official duties. You know what I'm saying? There are other people who are qualified who can actually perform those tasks. That's why when this kind of behavior is tolerated a lot, we have people like Ruto's daughter coming forward and giving herself positions. I don't know if it's Ruto that gave him a position like what was it, like first daughter or something like that. And plus, why should governors have like first lady or first whatever position? I feel like those are very irrelevant positions. And if you're elected as a governor, just go out there and serve the people. Like, you know, this issue of dragging your wife, dragging your brothers and sisters, dragging your husbands into the arena, to me it is a sideshow, and it is like you're like stepping aside from what you've been elected there to do. You know, you can go home and consult with your husband or your wife, and maybe they can give you the advice that you want. But if you dragging your husband into the office is causing problems, I feel like it is something that people should desist from. But apart from that, I feel like it is too early to try and impeach a governor who has not actually been able to serve, or a governor that has not been like found corrupt or done anything wrong to the people. You know what I'm saying? So it is good. It's not a good thing for those MCAs to try and impeach that governor, because when they try to impeach her this early, it kind of looks like there's a lot of sinister things going on behind the curtains, because she's not been given an opportunity to serve. But at the same time, the governor is not helping herself too by dragging the husband around. Even if the husband helps the governor campaign, that is what family members do. Like, as soon as that guy comes into office, you as a family will benefit. But you should not do that at the expense of your constituents. If the governor really, if the husband wanted to serve the public, he should also have run maybe as an MCA or something, or an assistant governor, so that he can be elected into that position. But since the people did not elect that first whatever husband or whatever, I feel like him coming into the limelight and irritating all those MCAs, it's kind of like a distraction. So at the end of the day, I don't feel like it's a right thing for people in power, especially because civil servants don't usually bring their husbands like, hey, this is my, maybe if you're like a permanent secretary, this is my second lady or second whatever, you know what I'm saying? So even ministers, even no, not ministers, they're called secretaries nowadays. Secretaries don't bring their spouses to the office to run things, you know what I'm saying? And as soon as they bring their spouses, now we start talking about nepotism and conflicts of interest and all those things, you know what I'm saying? So we don't like having those spouses around. Sometimes I feel like it's a really bad thing. So if I were that governor of Meru, yes, the husband might have worked very hard to help her get elected, but as soon as she assumed office, he should have stepped back and let the lady do her job. You know what I'm saying? So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, Stone PK, I think tupatie comments zako, then we can at least start taking the closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just say, at least there's somebody seeing some sense in what I'm saying. That is, thank you, brother. I would really want us to engage, get to learn. Let's learn more about Meru. Let's learn more about politics, management, people management, and then we'll be able to appreciate some of these things that happen. While at that, I regret one thing that never happened. Never happened in Makueni, which would have set a very good precedence. Again, Kenyans strayed. I heard Guru, was it Guru or Makiadi, who said when Kivuda wanted to have that county dissolved, somebody felt like it would be too early, it would be too kind of show like devolution is failing. That is where we failed. That is where we failed. And our Kenyan and African politics fails when we try to fix it instead of letting it break so that you can fix it properly. You sieve uchafu. What Kivuda wanted was the best thing to do. Ingekuwa funzo mpaka wa leo. Because what would have happened? Dissolve the entire county, and they do exactly what they did in the after our. Imagine these people are demanding, they were not the right people. Do you know the injustice they did to Makueni? Nothing happened. They pretend they are getting their salaries and all that. Who suffered? Mwananchi. So the best is if people can't work, and that's what I'm saying even for Meru, the best would be to dissolve it. Kimbere tunasemanga kualira gitema. Yani hiyo draft unavaragania, then munaanza game tena vizuri. Tuone sasa ni nani ndiye nani. It is the best way to do things. Because now, assuming Kawira is not impeached, how will she work? I keep on asking this, and you guys are not telling me. Oh, she's good in this, she's good in that. Will she work alone? I know Guru was saying that Wambora first year was busy going to court. That is part of the distraction, which is costly to Mwananchi. You know, that was bad. He spent the whole first term akipeleko hapa na pale, huku na kule, huku na kule. Well, who lost? Mwananchi. So for me, if I were Kawira, I would first of all tell these guys, can you go to the Mwananchi? Go and develop those projects with the community. Community-driven projects. Come with the list kila mahali, because the money you have for the county. In fact, I would do the opposite. I would allocate so much money to the projects. Hakuna MCA tunaweza kumpatia pesa abebe kwa mfuko. And then now you can stand somewhere. Even if the project is meenda hii, it is you who is the CEO. You have your people, your ward managers who are supposed to go monitoring your project. Tukubali hapa, Kawira amekosa style ya kudeal na these mongrels na zitamumeza tu. Even if she's not impeached, these guys will bring her down. The way she's a performer on an individual level. That we know. Those of us who are neighbors there, and we know. Like for me, with my specialty in community things, she does fantastic. When it comes to money going to the people on the ground, I don't think there is anybody who is doing as good as that. Maybe Kivuda Kibwana. Now that she's the governor, it would have been even better because she has a strong NGO, and it's an NGO, it's not a CBO. So she has funds from NGO, which does very well. Then, of course, for her popularity, she has the TV. And then now as a governor, she would do fantastic for that county. And I don't want anybody to think, oh, it's about chauvinism, male chauvinism. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. It's just because she has presented herself vulnerable when people never wanted her. Who did not want her? Because Mbas wanted the seat. This other party wants the seat. So for sure, in Kikuyu tunasema tigo kene. And when it's not tigo kene, you're supposed to be a bit tactical. So as empathetic she is, as whatever she is, she lacks strategy. And once you lack strategy, you will be utakiusiwa tu makosa ndogo ndogo. Oh, you don't walk nicely, you don't smile nicely. It's waste your time. Like now, all this time at Senate, it's wasting time. Really, for mwananchi. So that is my problem. I think she would have managed these people. She would have managed, and she had all the chances to do that. You don't have to fight back. Ukiambiwa ukuje, you don't have to say ukuji. Go listen to that S. I don't want to pronounce it. Then after that, you know what to do as a manager. Go listen, because they're not going to beat you. Wacha waende wakwambie tunataka 25 nini na nini, waambie ni sawa tu. Nyinyi endeni kwa community mchore hizo ma project za hiyo pesa. Saa hiyo uko na finance nini, umeita wale watu wana control nini, and that's it. If money is not there, it's not there. So people will hear that, not exchanges on press and all that and whatever we want to say. Our lady has missed a little bit because she needs a team of thinkers and advisors other than the husband. The husband should be helped by others, at least, because, you know, that will be able to check. The husband will not tell you things that you are doing wrong, okay? But the husband plus another one and another one, you have a committee that will help you do that. Let's agree. She lacks a strategy. She's a good lady. Thank you very much.
I still maintain Stone PK. And this is a case whereby the governor has held some MCAs by the bells, and they do not want to accept that they've been held by the bells. Now they are gasping for air. They are trying to find a way that they can show her that they are also in control. But the truth be said is, I think the MCAs have been outsmarted by the lady. And now that she's a strong person who cannot budge, these people will always find something to bring her down. Regardless of whether she gets acquitted by the Senate or not, like you said, there we agree. She will have a very difficult time. You know, it's just that the community that brings out the might in Njeke might not be the community that would want to see a powerful governor in one of their counties. So let's give it to her. You know, these people are trying to find anything to bring her down. Mato, we were almost closing, but I'll give you an opportunity to give your submission and probably combine pamoja na closing remark ndio sasa tuweze kumalizia.
Thank you, Richie. I've been listening to you guys here and there because I have niko na wageni leo kidogo. So, but I came into where you guys were talking about this governor. Before the proceedings, I really kind of did not understand what was going on, but after the proceedings and looking around and doing some soul searching, I came to understand something. This lady, and well, there's something that I always knew. The MCAs, they're always wanting something more. The MCAs, they're the ones that forced someone that I know, Kivuda Kibwana, to almost want to close the, just cancel the whole county government. And because if you remember, I want to take you back to when it was not MCAs, but it was councillors. You would find them fighting, chairs running all over. And I know that firsthand, in a way, how it used to be. So this MCAs, the problem is not the lady. Listen, who's Michelle Obama? Who's Margaret Kenyatta? Who's Lucy Kibaki? Who's Nani Kenyatta, Mama Ngina? First. And how many governors have we seen? And let me talk about the one that I know, even Nata Mutua had one. All the governors, you'll find that the first, which the first means is your spouse. has a role to play. Necessarily, is it? I mean, not necessarily that they are going to be paid. Even I don't think Margaret Kenyatta was being paid anything, but at least she had, she has what you call leadership without portfolio, where if I'm married to someone, my wife ndio atapikia watu wa what I'm doing. It's kind of like having a job. When you have a job, your wife is recognized by your bosses. So I think this is where the the tide is starting to turn, where now we are having people in power, ladies in power, and those ladies have husbands. They're not just by themselves. It's okay to have a first lady, but it's very hard for the society to understand a first man. So basically, what am I saying? The lady already is being recognized right now. The guy was not getting paid anything. I thought he was getting paid because I was against that he had his own office. But he did not have. He was not going to be paid anything. There's nothing wrong if my wife is the governor to have me be a patriot of something that I've been thinking about that I can help with her job. I don't think there's anything wrong that she did when it comes to that. And that's why I don't think there's a problem with that about the first man or whatever. Because I heard another MCA, I don't know if you guys saw that video, saying that the husband cannot live in the mansion that the house of the governor. What do you mean? You want them to divorce, or you want them to do what? They're a couple. Just because, Richie, you get a job in Switzerland, I believe you will take your wife. There's so many men that have left their jobs to go with their wives to go get somewhere else. So what do you want him to be? Paka, Wadukani, or what? The guy was just, he's not getting anything from it. So I thought that was a very frivolous kind of challenge for those guys, and that's why walishindwa na hiyo kitu yote, and I hope she retains. But what I really think now is happening is that she came in hard, and the MCAs, hizi vitu wanasemanga benchmarking and per DMs and everything was not working the way they wanted it to work, because that's where they're saying that she was talking to them vibaya, she was employing who. What? It's my government. Am I not going to employ whoever I want to employ? Do I have to employ anyone that you tell me just because you're an MCA? And I think there's a constitutional lacuna there, because who tells the president, like Halwale and Sifuna asked them, who tells the president who to employ to be a minister? Is it the MPs? They just go do a rubber stamp or something. But if I come in as the president of the country, I am the one that is going to choose who I want to be part of my government. Now, when we devolved all those things, even though we don't want to say this, the Constitution says it. The devolved, when you become a governor, you're a little president of that county. So are you not allowed to put your ministers around and all that, and choose your ministers and vitu kama hizo? Kwani MCA, why are they coming to bring so much drama? What actually, let me go back to Mother Kome. For me, that one, I called it a wild goose chase. They had no evidence, and they need to stop disturbing this lady. She is a leader. She worked well, and they were bringing half videos not full. Mpaka they were being told, play it all. Until then, they play it all, then that's what it is. And you find that even the lawyers, yes, they're young lawyers coming in, but they don't even understand how they're prosecuting their cases. Me personally, Richie, what really brought me in is that to say that this lady and the first gentleman, they're inseparable. And we have to respect the first gentleman just the way we respect the first ladies. I think it's a societal thing. I don't think that was a point to be brought even into that. Kama alifanya makosa zingine zikue. But now coming to tell us that alikuwa naongelea Catholic Church because sijui alikuwa naomba na sijui ile time alikuwa naomba sijui wamevaa red sijui kuomba. Sasa maombi inaingilia wapi? Kila mtu huomba, hata mtu huombea enemy wake ashindwe. Then you come to realize that it was a land that is I mean, it's a land that is the problem. Si maombi yenyewe. Come on, guys, we cannot be that less of people kwanza kufikiria vitu hivyo. I don't know if I've prosecuted my case rightly, but I think a first lady, a first man, it is what it is. Sasa ikifika kwa watoto, that's a whole different thing. There's no first daughter, no first view, whatever. Hata kwa kazi, hakunanga vitu kama hizo. Even when Obama was there, you would hear of Michelle Obama, but the kids, they never had anything to do with it. Even in your own job, when you go for your Christmas parties, your wife is recognized by your job. The kids, you just come with them. So I think it's being taken out of context, and we have to understand in this generation that ladies are going to be leaders. And when they become leaders, there's also a man behind them, just the way men have been leaders, and behind them there was a woman. I don't know, Richie, if I've said it right, but I think that was something I wanted to come and kind of say it because nimesikia vitu zingine and I was like, ikaniuma kidogo. Thank you, sir.
Aya, asante sana Kenyan with love for your contribution today. I could not say more. I want to at least give the remaining panelists dakika mbili tu tuongee closing remarks, alafu we call it a night, day for the rest, tukutane. So wacha nianze na roots or culture.
Hey. Hello.
Roots, inaonekana nini yako iko na shida, mitambo yako iko na shida.
Nakusikia. Unanisikia?
Uko sawa sasa. Endelea.
Yeah, so me, what I would like to say, this is just my own opinion. This issue of politicians dragging their spouses into the public office is something that should be frowned upon. Hii si kitu ya kuwa entertained. You know what I'm saying? It's become a norm, but I think it is something that should be reversed. I don't feel like when we even the president, if we elect a president into office, just like the way it used to be siku za Moi, the wife, if the president is a male, is a dude, the wife should stay in the background. Just like when my dad used to go to work, if my mother has like another occupation somewhere else where she's looking for whatever, money or whatever, she should just go to her own space and fend for herself and stay away from her husband's work. And the first lady can be doing something else other than interfering in the politics, because they were not elected into office. From the president's wife all the way down to the member of parliament's wife or husband, you know, if the president is a female, then their husband should stay out of the picture. You know, nobody elected them into office. this issue of people dragging their wives into public space. If they wanted to, if their wives wanted to be politicians or leaders, they should run for office, you know. And if someone has if a lady has a husband and the husband want to serve in the public, then the husband should run for office. Otherwise, people should let the person that was elected into office to run the office. You know, this issue of first lady, first gentleman, first, all this is nonsense, according to my own opinion. If like a government can have like professionals who run whatever department that needs to be run. There's a lot of people that are graduating universities that need jobs, you know. Once a household has a president, then this issue of having a first lady or first gentleman is all nonsense, according to my own opinion. That's it. That's all I have to say about that story.
Aya, thank you so much. Stone PK, naona ni kama ametoka kidogo, wacha niende kwa Julia.
I want to correct Roots is that they don't really run the office. It's just that they appear in the public limelight because their spouses are now possibly the president or the governor. But I haven't seen any first lady running any office. It's just that we got to know them. Like we know Rachel, she's a first lady, but I don't think she has an office that she's running, and it's okay. She's a spouse of the president, so it's okay. We know her. So if she decides to run an NGO or something, that's fine. We knew of First Lady, former First Lady Margaret Kenyatta. She led this movement Beyond Zero campaigns. I don't think she was being paid for that, but we saw her in the public limelight because she was the First Lady. It's okay with that. And I think in Africa, we are going to a situation where we are looking for stable families. We shall be looking at leaders and ask ourselves, who are their wives? Who are their children? Where is his family? Because charity begins at home. Now, when I heard Kenyan with Love talking, I mean, I remembered Lucy. Lucy even beat some people up and slapped some people up. And at one time, she cornered the president and ordered him to give a statement on her behalf. We did not ask Kibaki to step down because of that. Lucy walked to, I think, KTN and bashed them and threw their stuff left and right because they had written something silly about her. I mean, she did a lot of drama. At one time, I think she shunned Moody Awori and she refused to greet him. We did not ask Kibaki to step down because of that. I mean, we were able to separate the weaknesses of Lucy Kibaki and the president. And when she did those silly things, though we know she was embarrassing the president, we still looked at her at Lucy Kibaki was the one doing 1, 2, 3. But we did not ask late President Kibaki to step down because of what Lucy was doing. So there's nothing wrong, Roots, for you having, if you become president, Mr. Roots, we want to see your family. We want to see what kind of a family you have. We want to see whether you take care of your wife and children. We shall be interested to see that because charity begins at home. So when we see Kawira's husband coming to the limelight, I'm very pleased because some men, I think, could be bashing her at home, even beating her up or embarrassing her. But he has been backing her and standing with her. I'm very proud of that man. He's a total African man because total men stand with their wives. That's what they should do. So I don't think there's anything wrong with what she's doing because I don't think he has an office that is being paid for. He's not employed by the county government at all. It is just that he has come to the public limelight, and culturally, Kenya, those are rare situations. We are used to male governors. We have seen their first ladies, and we are okay. Even there's, Mutua introduced us to his girlfriend as a first lady. We did ask Mutua to step down.
I have a question, Julia.
Yes.
So why is it that it's only governors and presidents that get that treatment? Why is it that we cannot have MPs also having first something? and permanent secretary is also having first whatever, and maybe the post general whatever, or the chief of general staff of the military. Why can't they show us their wives and their children? Why is it just? Why is it
they
just?
have roots.
Why
I
is
think
it
they have
just?
their wives.
I
think
know,
they,
but why are they not being paraded in the public? Why are we not interested in seeing them? You know what I'm saying?
okay. Let me respond to you. I think I don't know whether it's under the constitution, but I think it's kind of a tradition, and that tradition is not only in Africa or Kenya. It's only in the Western world. Like we know Michelle Obama, we know Biden's wife, we know them, we see them.
I know we know them and we see them, but just because
Yes.
we know them and we see them, it doesn't mean we should also embrace that. We should do our own things differently. Like, I don't have a problem with people being married or anything like that, but it's irrelevant seeing those people around.
Okay,
in my own
Mr. Ruth,
opinion.
let me ask you a question. You become president today, okay? You
Yep.
have a wife and kids.
Yes,
so
I
if you
do.
go for maybe like Jamhuri celebration, you're going to tell them to stay away from you?
No, they can come. They
So
can
you
come
see
and
them.
they can celebrate. However,
Mm-hmm.
this issue of people having first lady, like it's becoming like okay. I was in Kenya in 2021, and before I came to Kenya, I stayed away for like a couple of years. I'm not gonna say how many years, but I was so surprised to see that people driving these V8 cars, just regular people, have like all these police lights in their cars. I was like, this is the craziest thing in the world. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why police cars used to have those lights. You know what I'm talking about? The sirens. But now everybody that's kind of wealthy in Kenya feel like they're entitled to do crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? There's no order in society. Like, it's so, I don't even know how to describe it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know how to answer
Nobody is refusing. No, just listen. Nobody is refusing for the president to have a wife and a family. Nobody is refusing for anybody to do all those things. You know what I'm saying? But can you please keep them away from the public? You know what I'm saying? Just let them live their lives privately.
Hide them
And
somewhere.
No, hide them. Let them live their lives privately. And you, as the person that we elected, do your job. You know what I'm saying? Just do your job. We don't want to see your wife and your kids all parading themselves on TV. And especially this thing that Lucy Kibaki did, that was extremely backward for First Lady to behave the way Lucy Kibaki behaved. In other countries, she would have probably been arrested. But because Kenya is a lawless country and people love lawlessness, such behavior is condoned and people find it funny. For the First Lady to go into a private business and kick things around, threaten people, and act a fool, that is extremely terrible behavior coming from some lady because she feels entitled. In a country where law and order is being observed, that lady could have gone to jail, and the president would have resigned just because of how Lucy Kibaki behaved. But Kenya is a country that people love lawlessness. That's why that kind of behavior was condoned.
I got you, Ruth.
Yeah.
I got you, Ruth. But I guess I don't have. I can't respond to everything. But even in the Western world, I think the first family have some level of protection that they may not even be sued when they are in power. So even they have some level. The only thing I want to agree with you, maybe in the first world, the president may have resigned in the first world. But for the first family, I don't know whether I stand to be corrected, Makiadi and Kenyan love. I don't know whether it's a tradition or is it under the law. And me, I don't see anything wrong with it as long as they're not breaking the law. I want to stop there.
Okay, thank you. Kenyan with Love, you have a comment or closing remark?
I just wanted. I wanted to
no.
answer roots. I wanted to answer roots of culture. Roots of culture. It's simple what you're asking. The thing is that these guys that you're asking, the MCAs, the MPs, and all that, they're in their limelight in their own kind of devolved place of it. If you go to your hometown today, and you find the MCA over there, the wife or the spouse is known by the whole county or wherever he is. When you come up there, then you come to the MP. The MP, that wife or the husband is revered by the whole constituents, and they go to them even before they go to the husband if they cannot find them, or the wife, whoever is elected. They first go to the spouse if they cannot find the spouse. They go to the other one, and then endo tuongeleshe mheshimiwa, endo tuongeleshe nani. It's just that these ones that you're talking about, you're not realizing that this thing is that if we had a communal TV limelight, you will realize that thing happens even from the MCA. Your MCA kwenyu nyumbani, kama yeye ameenda huko kwa meeting, they will come and talk to your wife if you're the MCA. She's still the first. But now we have something on the limelight, and that's why they come on the limelight so much. And I'm telling you the truth. My grandmother was a counselor, but they used to come and talk to my grandfather. It was my grandmother that was a counselor. But the people used to come to talk to my grandfather. He was a part of doing something. And I'm telling you, it's just because you don't see it and you don't want to see what it is. Let me tell you, if you become a leader today, your wife will be so bombarded by so many people because you're too busy and you're doing things and they think they can at least get to you. And you know what? This is why I always say politics is not just what you see out there. Politics starts at home. When you're too busy, you're going somewhere, your kids will come and talk to the mother so that they can talk to you. And so when you are a leader, because at that house, you are the leader, but you're too busy, so they'll come to your mother. I mean, to the mother. What you don't see is just what is not on the limelight. All that thing is happening, even with those little leaders. When you nawita wao kina MCA, nanini, it's happening there in their where they need to be. It's just that we have governors. Governors they are big people now because of devolution. So now you can see their wives in TV and you can actually know that they are married or whatever. And then as a president, obviously, I don't think we know any president that we don't know their wives, unless Mwendo alikuwa ametucheza kidogo. You see, but other than that, your spouse, even celebrities, Kanye West, or sijui nani, the big celebrities, you will start seeing. So if you go on the limelight, your spouse is obviously going to be seen. Now, in what point of spotlight are you going? Is it national ama uko hapa chini ama ni ya pale kwa kijiji yenu? Pale kwa kijiji yenu bibi yako anajulikana kama wewe ndio MCA. So stop with this nonsense, bwana, of saying these spouses what? Spouses, even your bosses know your spouses. Stop with the nonsense here trying to play games. Your spouse is a part of what you do. That's what it is.
Okay, bye.
Haya, mumemalizana. Stone PK, tulikuwa tunafanya kitu inaitwa closing remarks.
Okay. Leo tumepoteza sana because it's like Kawira is being impeached because of only one count. Ya kuwa na bwana. We've lost it. Kawira has many other counts, among them hiyo. Sasa tumefanya injustice a little bit. Anyway, quickly and again, I think that's what typical of us Kenyans, unaongea 100 words and only one is picked, and people spend the rest of their life discussing about one item, not looking at those others. I would still ask those of us who empathize with Kawira, to really get to understand the politics around it, and also understand the practicability around it, so that we can really, kind of try to address the issue well. Because for me, I care about Mwananchi. I don't care about the MCAs. MCAs are only 42 or 46, whatever number it is, and Kawira is only one. So Kawira plus the MCAs, those are less than 50 guys. And if you look at the population of Meru, and especially the poverty-ridden lower Meru, which Kawira has been trying to work very hard, it would only be very good if at all, for example, if they can't work together, dismantle the thing, they go back to the drawing board. Simple as that. So that we don't deny the Meru people whatever. Because Kawira is not right, neither are the MCs right. Because whatever they're arguing about, what we want and care about is a team that will be able to deliver to Mwananchi. This is zingine ni shenanigans. Kawira has shenanigans. The MCs also have their shenanigans. Okay, we know everyone. You have your spouse, you have whoever you have. Mwananchi doesn't care, So we should not kind of move our eye from the bullseye, and then start doing and dealing with sideshows, which by the end of the day hurt Mwananchi. Although I don't think even Mwananchi was to gain a lot with this government of Ruto, because the money these guys are fighting for, haitakuwa inakuja hivyo wanafikiria. As I said, the money for counties will eventually be squeezed. Counties will die eventually. And the monies will only, itakuwa inagawa pale kwa Ruto, kwa ofisi ya Ruto, Gachagua na this lady. Okay? What do we call this lady? Waiguru. Those are the people who will be gathering money based on loyalty. Yeah, so we are going to retrogress. All the gains are gone. So those who are saying it is too early to impeach people like Kawira, why are we not saying it is too early to send Ruto home if he has done any mistake? Yeah. So anybody starting on the right footing, on the wrong footing, aende nyumbani, and then we start afresh. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay. I think we have exhausted our debate today. It is the last Friday of the year, Friday, Ijumaa ya mwisho ya mwaka, na siku kama ya leo hatukuwa tunajua kwamba tungekuwa tunaomboleza magwiji wawili, mmoja wa soka ambaye alijulikana kama Pele na mmoja ambaye alikuwa mtangazaji mashuhuri sana ambaye alikuwa anajulikana kama Catherine Kasavuli. Na mimi ni mpenda historia, Julia, napenda historia sana. Sijui kama pia nyinyi mnapenda historia. Nilikuwa nataka mniambie Catherine Kasavuli aliingia utangazaji mwaka gani na alifanyia station gani, ambayo ni station ya kwanza privately owned station in Kenya. Which one was it? Kama nyinyi ambaye mko hapa kwa panel mnafuata historia ya Kenya sana.
Citizen.
KTN.
Yeah, it was KTN. Citizen is a newcomer in town. So KTN was the first privately owned media station in Kenya. Privately owned media station in Kenya. And Catherine Kasavuli joined them around 1985 hapo. 85, 86 hapo. Akafanya kazi nao kwa miaka 17. 17 years before she was poached by SK Masharia into Citizen. So that's hiyo ni trivia. Ya pili, swali yangu ya pili ni hii. Mchezaji mashuhuri sana wa kandanda, Julia ulisema wewe ni fan wa football. Ninakuuliza, huyu mchezaji ambaye anajulikana kama Pele